Chapter 1, Character Creation. A sudden change of perspective is always a strange thing. Think of how a person who sleepwalks wakes up in a different room, or how after getting blackout drunk, you wake up on the tiled bathroom floor curled around a toilet. Neither are the best of scenarios. Looking around, Rictus noticed how dimly lit the room appeared. There also appeared to be other people standing in what appeared to be a semicircle around another person. The dim lighting serves to make each person appear like they are standing in a shadow. Enough that you can tell general things about the person, but no facial features or defining traits. Remarkably, everyone standing around seemed to be calmly standing there waiting for something to happen. All eyes seemed to be drawn to the person standing before the crowd. They were unremarkable. You have all been selected to trial a new version of a classic game. I know you may not quite remember at the moment, but you have all signed up for this and everything is going according to plan. Your memory will catch up to you and there is just a slight delay for now as you sync with everything going on. Now the 18 of you have a big choice. First you will decide which skill you will have. I know there will be some overlap, but please pick your top 3 and then the skills will be assigned to each of you. Just so you all know, for whatever skill you pick you will be able to gain the perks from the original game as soon as you reach the level it unlocks. If you choose one of the magic skills, you will learn all the original spells once you reach that skill level. So, once you reach level 25 in a skill, you will learn all apprentice level skills in your school of magic. As soon as the voice stopped talking, a screen appears before each of the people. Rictus sees 18 skills listed out before him. All the skills appeared to be from Skyrim. Rictus hardly hesitated selecting his top 3 skills, Alteration, Illusion, and Conjuration. Yes, Alteration was weak in vanilla Skyrim, but he didn't really care. The whole school is worth it just for the fun times one can have with the Paralyze spell. Watching people fall at your feet in combat was empowering, and if you have not paralyzed anyone as they were walking downstairs, then you are just missing out. Thank you all for your submissions. Now you will get to pick out your race and appearance. Remember, this will have an impact on what you can experience and how you can get your start in this world. A 3D model of now appeared on the screen with information beside it. Rictus read the information of himself: male, half Breton half Nord, 22, brown hair, brown eyes, 6'2", or 1.88 m for the rest of the world, 235 pounds, 106 kilograms. The image showed a slightly above average looks with a strong jaw covered by a short beard and a medium build with a bit of a belly. The race of being half Breton and Nord was new. After selecting the race tab, all the normal ones appeared as well as combinations for most of the races. Not finding any information about the bonuses of each race or even a description, Rictus decides to just leave it alone. Thinking logically, it should hopefully just be a combination of the two, so a little frost resistance and better magic is the hope. Besides, depending on how immersive the game is, being at least part Nord in Skyrim would be better than not being a Nord at all. With that thought, Rictus just accepts his character exactly as it appears. Yes, I could have made myself more attractive or at least gotten rid of some of this fat, but I am confident in myself and want a more realistic experience. Definitely not because I am lazy. Alright now everyone, we are almost done. It is time to pick how you want to start the game. You will notice that the choices are similar to the alternate start mod which many of you are familiar with. Theses starts will have a longer lasting impact compared to old game though, so make sure you chose wisely. Do not worry about picking the same start as someone else. Rictus did notice some new choices which did not seem very interesting to him, being the town drunk, being homeless, working on a trading ship, or being a servant to a jarl. There were some which were interesting though: start as the captain of a Holds Guard, be apprenticed to a court magician, be the leader of a bandit group, join a cult. While these are interesting, none of them really help Rictus's interest for long. I think I would rather go with my usual start for a general character. The Breeze home in Whiterun is just a classic. It definitely is not the best house, but I like the area and how close it is to everything. Besides, being in the middle of the map is not a bad starting place. After Rictus made his selection, the guide began to speak again. Alright everyone, the choices have been made and you can now read how you will start in this wonderful world. Once again looking at the screen, Rictus read what appeared before him. What so many people crave, you actually get. A fresh start. While growing up as a small-time merchant's son is not an exciting life, it was still your life. As time went on, you became more involved with helping your father run his business. It seemed that your lot in life was to follow your father's footsteps, yet that was not the case. Your mother received a letter one day that her father, your grandfather, had passed away. He left to you his house in Whiterun Skyrim. Your uncle had just recently moved there in order to expand the family business, so this was the perfect opportunity to go somewhere beyond your home. The caravan from your old home to your new home was a long one, but the adventure of what awaits you carries you through. A young merchant, not a bad way to start off a new character. A merchant who is a family member could mean lower prices, which is always a bonus. Much better start than almost getting your head chopped off and eaten by a dragon. Rictus was distracted by more words appearing before him. The time of heroes has come upon the land yet again. Ancient beings are stirring, and forces are preparing themselves for what may come. Some say the heroes were born with the power, some say the heroes created their own power, and yet others say the heroes were gifted their power. One thing is for certain, that nothing is certain. All Nords know the tales of the Dragonborn. A tale often forgotten is the emergence of the 18 heroes. Simply looking to the sky and seeing the constellations shows whether one of the skilled walks the land. Just as the sun rises and falls, so to do the skilled. Where one may fall, another may rise. You are the skilled of alteration. While you may not start as the most powerful, you have unheard of growth potential and power in magical realm of alteration. Whether you are a natural prodigy, blessed by the Dre, cursed by the Didra, or gained the attention of the dreamer, it matters not. What matters is what you make of it. Rictus's excitement at getting the skill he wants is interrupted by the guide beginning to speak again. Now that you all know the basics of your start in this world and what skill you are granted, you may be gone. As the guide finished saying these words, all but 3 of the people covered in shadow disappeared. Now onto something a little more fun. You 3 were the only ones who we did not have any conflict regarding your skill, race, or start. So, you are getting a bonus. You may ask a boon for your character, and we will give it to you if it is within our power. Be quick about it though, as we do not have all day. Rapidly thinking, Rictus tries to think of what would be best. Gold is always good, but I can just make gold given time. Better starting equipment maybe, no I get better stuff. Maybe some cheats, no I don't want to start this out that way. Better spells than from vanilla, yeah that may just work. Which ones to pick though? I can only think of the spells from the Odin mod, so maybe just go with that. I know there are others, but I can't remember the name of them. With a steady voice Rictus lets the guide know of his decision. I would like to have the spells from the Altering Skyrim magic overhaul if that is possible. The guide stares at Rictus for an uncomfortable moment. That should be possible and is a reasonable request, unlike someone else. As they finish saying this, they appear to be staring at one of the other people left. Which doesn't make much sense because Rictus did not hear the other person say anything at all. Come to think of it, I haven't heard anyone say anything, I have only said the one sentence aloud. Why have I only said one thing aloud? Shouldn't I be questioning this more? What is going on here? Where am I? Questions continued to rapidly pop into Rictus's mind. Things which should have been questioned long ago. The guide seems to sigh while looking at Rictus's increasing confusion and panic. It seems my time is up. Your request has been granted in full. Good luck in the trials to come. A word of advice, raise your skill as quickly as possible. As soon as the last word exits the guide's mouth, Rictus's vision slowly fades to black. Confusion and panic being lost in his fading consciousness. Chapter 2, Start Up. A bright beam of unavoidable sunlight glared onto Rictus's face. Rubbing his face with his hands, he slowly fought his way out of his slumber and into the land of the living once more. That was one heck of a dream. Looking around the room, Rictus noticed that everything seemed to be in place. Grandfather always did love those iron great swords. No idea why he would put them above the headboard though. Seems a little risky to have 2 huge swords just sitting over your sleeping head. Nords are strange like that though. Staring hard at the swords caused a sense of confusion to stir within Rictus. Why would Granddaddy even have those? Come to think about it, he was only about 5 foot tall and preferred classic car posters to medieval swords. How did he even manage to get those monsters on the wall since they were both about as big as he was? I know Alabama is a little backwards, but this is taking it a little too far. A brightly glowing piece of paper on the end table interrupted Rictus' train of thought. As he began to read, his confusion seemed to grow more and more. Congratulations on your exciting new journey in Skyrim. There are a few things you should know before you enter the world. One is one of the skilled, you will gain levels in whatever skill you possess just like your character would in the Elder Scrolls Skyrim. Anything else you want to learn will have to be done the hard way just like everyone else. Skills related to your skill will level up much faster than normal, but with nowhere near your skill. So for those who have a magic skill, you will be learn faster and be better at magic related skills than others. Those having a magic skill each get a soul-bound grimoire they can summon to review their known spells in their skill. 2. You will still gain the perks of your skill as soon as you reach that level and go to sleep the next day. 3. We have also decided to implement minions. You can name 1 minion every 10 skill levels. They will have greatly increased skill and learning in your skill. You can get rid of your minion anytime you want or grant them minion status again if they bow down to your greatness. So hurry and level to make more minions. A minion or a hero cannot become the minion of another skilled. 4. There is no respawning here. So try not to die or be eaten by trolls, or Fommer, or vampires, or cannibals, or wolves, or skeever, or dragons, or anything else really. 5. As your background memories are integrating into your consciousness you may experience any of the following: confusion, memory loss, bloody nose, cloudy vision, heart palpitations, depression, apathy, anger, violent behaviors, mental retardation, gaining a British accent, paranoia, slight sociopathic tendencies, or a catastrophic failure during the soul-merging process resulting in spontaneous combustion and soul dissipation. Good luck in your new world and have fun with it. What the hell have I got myself into? Chapter 3, The Journey Begins Kinda. Shielding his eyes from the intense light coming from the plethora of balls of light sticking to almost every object in sight, Rictus wondered if he may have gotten a little carried with his magic. While a ball pit is usually a fun time, a ball pit filled with balls which are incorporeal and give off enough light to bling a man is not nearly as fun. In the game, a character could only cast one mage light at a time, but apparently as long as you have magic you can keep casting more. Now if only I can figure out how to get these stupid balls to disappear. I don't have any knowledge of how to dispel my magic. In the games I could just sheath my hands, but that obviously does not work here. My other magic just dissipated after a while, but this is too inconvenient to wait. Too bad it is not as simple as just wanting all these infernal creations to disappear. As soon as this last thought entered his mind, all the magical lights suddenly disappeared. Of course it was that easy, should have been smart enough to try that first instead of sitting here and casting that same cursed spell for hours now. Although it was kind of fun and this simple spell has way more potential than it did before. One of these bad boys to the face would make it impossible to see me. Who needs to sneak when you can just blind your opponent? With all the lights finally gone, Rictus began eating the cheese and bread which had been obscured by all the lights. Looking around his humble abode, he tried to wrap his head around what his life had become. A normal person should have been freaking out still from the sudden introduction of a new environment. They should have denied their situation for a while, maybe run outside to see the new yet familiar world which they were unknowingly thrust into. Rictus's response was a little different. As he was reading the glowing paper, Rictus started to get a slight headache. After staring blankly at the paper for a couple minutes, he began to survey his surroundings with an apathetic look in his eyes. Rictus didn't really pay attention to the relatively Spartan room around him. He began to exit the room to see if there was anything more interesting in the rest of the house. Exiting the bedroom, there was a small landing with some stairs leading down and a door on the other side of the stairs. Rictus walked past the stair and opened the other door to a small bedroom. As he turned around to go to the stairs, a menacing shadow creeped up along the wall before him. Rictus quickly slammed the door, trapping himself in the small room. Closing the door caused the room to plunge into darkness. A panicked look dominated his facial features as he tried to see into the darkness. Feeling a weight on his hip, Rictus looked down and noticed a soft glowing coming from a book which appeared to be holstered to his hip. Quickly grabbing the book, Rictus began reading to see if there was any information which could help him from the shadow monsters stalking him in his house. The first thing he noticed upon opening the book was the words candlelight on the top of the right page. Upon reading the words, a brilliant light orb appeared from his hand and started moving above his head. Rictus snatched the ball into his hand before it could reach any higher. Staring into the beautiful glowing orb, Rictus reached up with his other hand and held on to his only salvation from the shadows. Small mutterings bordering on madness could barely be heard as Rictus protectively stroked the orb of light. My precious, my precious, my precious. Rictus shook his head trying to forget about his first moments after waking up. Thankfully whatever happened to me stopped after a couple days at least. I should be thankful this place was stocked with food or else I may have had to gone outside and that would not have been a good thing with how I was acting. Rictus took a good look the spell book laying beside his food. The book cover was a reddish-orange color with the symbol for alteration magic, a tree with half of the branches bare and the other half full of leaves, right in the center. Below the symbol was Rictus's name as golden letters. Opening the book, the left-hand page showed the alteration symbol again with the number 53 above it and the word adept below it. The right-hand page was a table of contents showing Rictus's known spells. In the original game there were only around 13 alteration spells total, but there are 28 already listed in the book. Picking more spells as a perk was a good call on such a short notice. I don't know for sure, but it almost makes it seems like some of these spells will be my original spells that no one here has seen before. At least that is what I like to think. A few of the spells had their page number underlined so that Rictus could see the page and get to them faster. These were the spells which would most likely see the most use in the near future. A/N, there are other situational spells but I won't list them. Google Odinskium magic for full list. 1 alarm, N, alerts the caster whenever someone crosses the barrier. 2 candlelight, N, cast a floating light which follows the caster. 3 ease burden, AP, increases carrying capacity. 4 mage light, AP, cast a ball of light which sticks where it strikes. 5 alter body, AP, caster can change their physical appearances. 6 iron flesh, add, makes caster's skin as hard as iron. 7 web, add, casts magical webs which slow anyone in targeted area. 8 resist elements, add, increases resistance to elements and poison. 9 barricade, add, creates a wall of stone or whatever material the caster targets. 10 detect life, add, detect living creatures, even through walls. 11 Telekinesis, add, able to move items remotely with magic. 12 Transmute, add, change the composition of metals. Only iron, silver, and gold. These were the spells hold either a practical value or can be useful in self-defense. When initially reviewing his spells, Rictus noted that the basic descriptions did not have a time limit or an exact value increase. Iron Flesh in the game would increase the character's armor rating by 80 for 60 seconds. Now it just makes the caster's skin as tough as iron. Depending on how much mana he injected, Rictus could alter the length the spell lasted and even slightly change the durability of his skin. The bent fork sitting beside his food alludes to him trying to stab himself after casting the spell. Rictus found that most of the spells worked similarly. Intent also played a role in how long the spell lasted and how to get rid of a spell effect. A simple thought was enough to dispel all the mage lights he had used to cover the room. Rictus could also hold a spell indefinitely if his mana recharged faster than the spell drained it. While Iron Flesh was too costly to keep going in this manner, Rictus could constantly hold Stone Flesh active after the initial cast since his mana regenerated faster than the spell consumed it. Happy with how things had turned out so far, Rictus flipped pages in the book towards the end where he had started making notes. He had found out that the book did not require any form of writing utensil and he could make notes by either speaking aloud or running his hands along the book while thinking of the words he once written. Flipping past his notes on magic, Rictus decided to try and put some thoughts in order about what all happened and what he should try and do in the future. He had always liked lists and they seemed to help order his thoughts and keep him on task. Standing up with the book in one hand, Rictus began to pace around the room in order to help his thoughts flow. 1. It seems that I really am in the breeze home from Skyrim. I have not actually left the house yet to investigate this further, but I will do so soon. I am definitely not afraid. 2. Magic is real. Magic is awesome. Mana does seem to regenerate fairly quickly, and it seems that increasing my skill level also increased my overall magic levels based on how much easier lower level spells are compared to higher level ones. 3. I am not 100% sure if this is a game or I am actually in Skyrim. I have tried many ways to get a game menu to appear, and the closest thing I have to a system is my book which shows my skill levels and spells. 4. I have 2 sets of memories. This should weird me out, but it just feels natural. I do believe my original ego is still the driving force, but when I think back, I remember the caravan trip to Skyrim and what life was like before I came here. I feel that this should bother me more, but it just feels so natural that I don't seem to care. At the moment, it is only a good thing since I already know how to use and access my magic. 5. I need to get my skill level to 100 as soon as possible. This world is dangerous, and I will need every advantage. My lapse into madness got my skill level up, but I need to grind out the other levels quickly. 6. Nothing has said I was dragonborn, so I think I will just wait to see what will happen in regards to that. I am no hero nor do I want to fight a dragon which could eat me in one bite. 7. Go to the tavern for training detect life in order to quickly level up and gather information. I should start with number 7 and maybe even grab a bear while I am at it. Rictus felt a little better after getting these thoughts to paper. Putting his book back in the side holster, Rictus looked at the front door. After taking a couple breaths to get in the right frame of mind, he made his way over to the door to begin this new chapter of his life. Chapter 4, A Failed Journey. Author's note: I had a question about how I was planning on taking the story, especially in regards to the other people sent into the world. I only have a very general outline for this story and mostly just start writing about it when I feel the urge. So sorry in advance for the lack of planning or anything which may not line up with what was previously said or done. If you have any ideas for the story, let me know. Maybe I will even use them or get inspiration from it. I appreciate it. If you were wanting more details on the story, then sorry about that because even I am not sure about it yet. Our MC will eventually meet and interact with some of the others like him, but I do not see them joining him on his adventures. He will come into conflict with some of them and potentially even work with some for smaller missions. The other people will be changing some of the things in the story though which can have a wider impact in the world. This chapter is actually about one of the other people who will have a great impact on the world as a whole, even it does not happen soon. Down in the bowels of the earth where no normal person dare travels, lies Black Reach. Once a key location for the dwarves, now it is a ruin overrun with creatures which lurk in the dark depths of Skyrim. An ongoing war between the Fomor and dwarven automatons has ensured an oppressive silence carpets the land with the only respite being the clashing of weapons, battle cries of the Fomor, and the churning gears of the automatons. A sound not often heard in this dark realm begins as a low murmur which quickly escalates, and a resounding racket fills the area. The creature responsible for this noise can be found inside a small building on the ground level of Black Reach. Inside this building there is a carpet of corpses in various states of disembowelment. Many of these corpses are covered in burn marks, ice, or even what appears to be electrical burns. Along the walls of the room stands a dozen corpses waiting for the command of their master. If one of these corpses were able to think, they would have noticed the recent change in their master's behavior. Ha 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 ha. I have only ever imagined something such as this. Now I can finally show my true power and potential. The world will prostrate before me. Between my undead army and powerful destruction magic, nothing will stop me, and collecting a few waifus to faithfully serve me will of course happen as well. Hee. As he finishes his tirade, the hood of his black robes falls revealing his face. Unlike the typical evil sorcerer, this man is the picture of masculinity. A combination of Captain America and Thor, many a person would undoubtedly find him quite a catch. A more perceptive person may notice the madness which clouds his eyes and gives insight into the soul of such a person. Hidden away here I will be able to strengthen my power and consolidate my forces without worry of outside interference. Then when the time is right, maybe once the war concludes, I will rise up and take over what I deserve. It will all be mine. With the power of destruction and my background knowledge of necromancy, none shall be able to stop me. Now where to begin? Hey. A noise could be heard coming from the other side of the door leading out of his little home. The noise sounded almost like gears turning mixed with metal being slid over dirt. The man begins to move closer to the door in order to investigate what could be going on here. Unfortunately, this man did not pay attention to his subconscious thoughts during his monologuing. If he had, he would have known that making loud noises in this cave system is not a good idea. Soon, a loud war cry could be heard right outside his door and what sounding like the crashing of weapons. The man began to panic hearing what sounded like a battle right where he had been hiding. Wishing to be protected from the fighting, the man slowly started to back away from the door leading outside. He did not realize that as he was thinking about being protected, his undead minions began rushing towards the door and the awaiting battle. The poor man was viciously pushed into the door by his horde of undead minions. The panic in his mind only making the horde more frantic to go protect their master. Suddenly, the door opened and now the horde burst out throwing their poor master face first into the ground. The moans of the undead could now be heard intermingling with battle cries, and the churning of gears. Looking up from his position, the man saw something he was not prepared to see. A large battle with nearly 100 participants was being fought right before his eyes. He saw the twisted-looking farmer using blades, bows, and magic. He saw dwarven spheres holding the front line with their blades and crossbows with dwarven spiders supporting them with their claws and lightning. In the back he saw a couple dwarven ballistas firing at the farmer and being hit in return by the farmer's arrows and magic. At the center of the battle, 3 fully armored farmer were battling against a colossal-looking dwarven centurion. The small horde attacked on the outskirts of where both sides had engaged each other. They encountered little resistance as they caught both sides of the battle off guard, and since they did not attack any of the heavy hitters from either side yet. Watching the undead tear into both metal and flesh, an insane smile began to appear on the man's face as he arose from his position on the ground. You all will be a stepping stone to my greatness. This will be the beginning of my legend. Sparks began to appear around the man's as he threw back his head in laughter. As the sparks began to grow more chaotic, the man stared at one of the farmer who was beginning to attack his undead. With a mighty shout, the man began his assault and his legend. Unlimited power. The man began wading into the battle and making his presence known. His undead crowded around him created a perfect meat shield allowing him to cast out his destructive magic without interruption. Lightning blasted out paralyzing flesh and gears alike. Frost coated the ground causing his enemies to slip and fall allowing his undead to easily tear into their prone form. Fire crisped flesh and warped metal. Nothing seemed to be able to stop the man as his insane laughter could be heard across the entire battlefield. As suddenly as it began, the battle seemed to stop. In front of the man was a solitary enemy. From the over 100 beings which participated in the battle, only 2 remained standing. The man had made it till the end thanks to his quick thinking and undead horde tanking all the blows meant for him. Now he had one last enemy to defeat, the centurion. Both were battered and worn down. The man had his robe torn, was covered in bleeding scratches, and even had an arrow in his knee of all places. The centurion did not appear much better. The fighting had dented the armor in many places, oil seemed to be leaking out, and it was even missing part of its arm. You have fought valiantly, but none shall stop me. You are destined to only sharpen my skill and nothing more. Winner take all, and I am the winner. Pulling upon his last bits of mana, the man was determined to end this fight. During the final parts of the battle, he had realized that coating his arms with his destructive power and hitting his enemies caused a massive increase in damage compared to shooting his magic. What he sacrificed in range, he more than made up with power. With lightning flowing along his arms, he charged the mighty behemoth. As he neared the centurion, it raised its arm for one final blow. Too slow, the man thought with a smile spreading upon his face once again. With a quick jump the man aimed his final hit to land right in the center of the centurion's chest. A pair of legs is all that remained. Looking down at all that remained of the final enemy, a twinkle of regret almost appeared in the eyes of the victorious one. Almost being the key word. Since the eyes of a dwarven construct were made of metal, they couldn't really show emotion. If it could think, it would probably wonder why such a flimsy meatbag thought it could win in melee combat with an unstoppable force such as itself. Just because its arm moved back slow, does not mean it cannot move forward quickly. The hiss of steam of clanking of gears caused the Centurion to more dwarven constructs arriving at the scene of battle and beginning to scavenge it for parts. The Centurion started back towards a repair station in order to recover and begin its vigil over its master's domain once again. Unbeknownst to it, an almost imperceptible energy flowed through its body. The once bright Grand Soul Gem began to darken into a sickening black color, while the lights normally produced from its dynamo core changed from a brilliant red to the color of blood. As the door leading outside finally opened, the boom of thunder and lightning crack immediately greeted Rictus. Rain then began to pour down from the sky. Balls, guess I will get that beer tomorrow. A/N, I know it wasn't the most surprising ending, but I thought it was fun. The story of the man originally had him dying as soon as he looked out the door, but I felt a little bad for the guy, so I gave him a whole chapter instead of a paragraph or two. If you think that he is still alive, well, that is an interesting thought. Wrong, but still interesting. Next chapter will be back with the original MC. Chapter 5, Cheers. Staying in proved to be a good thing for Rictus. First off, he had tried leaving the house with no money. After searching around his new Hue house, he remembered that the money was split between a pouch on the bedside table and the chest in the bedroom. Looking through his money pouch revealed another slight shock. Septims were not all the same. Looking over the gold coins, some were smaller while others were larger. There were also various numbers on the coins which denoted various denominations. With the coins he owned, there were septims worth 1,5, and 10. His other memories let him know that this was pretty standard and that there were coins worth up to 100. This made sense when Rictus thought about it. Think how difficult it would be to carry around lots of metal coins everywhere you go. Some enchanted items cost thousands of gold. You would have to carry around a chest of gold everywhere you went if that was the case. Makes a lot more sense that there are other denominations of coin values, honestly. The other major benefit was to some of the spells Rictus knew. Thought and intent mattered a lot regarding the alteration spells he knew. Simply thinking about the spell he wanted to cast was all that was really needed. He could also change the spell to better fit his thoughts, such as changing the intensity, shape, and colors of his mage light. Yes, the blinding white light was great, but sometimes you just don't need all that light. Finding a robe which looked like a Jedi robe and pretending to have lightsaber does have practical applications with magic in the world. Another spell which had been interesting Rictus was the Alter Body spell. He knew the spell was supposed to allow him to change his physical appearance but did not know to what degree. In the game, this spell basically took you back to the character creation menu. It turned out that the spell was almost unchanged. Casting the spell did require him to close his eyes. Yes, it took a while to figure out he had to close his eyes. No, he does not want to admit how many times this took to figure out. After closing his eyes, he can almost see what appears to be a 3D model of himself. Imagining the changes he wants to see gives him a feel about how much magic it would actually take to make those changes. The more drastic the change, the more magic it would take. He could change his race even, but this would mostly only be a cosmetic change and would require more mana than he possessed for making him look like an Argonian or Khajiit. Taking off a few pounds though, now that wasn't too hard at all. He could even give himself boobs and potentially change his gender, but he did not linger too long on that given the weird feeling it gave him looking at a female version of himself. I know I initially did not make any changes, but I feel like I should do it now, purely for the sake of science and finding the limitations of my magic. Not to get rid of my belly or add extra muscles or be a little bit bigger in other areas. Hat. Nice. After thinking these things to himself and making the changes, he felt some weird tingling all along his body. Looking over himself, he discovered a more athletic version of himself. He didn't make himself buff, at least not yet. He had a feeling that making too many changes would not be good and he did not want to have to get used to drastic changes. Making small incremental changes daily would be the goal. Athletic for now, buff for later. After all of that, a good night's sleep was in order. Whiterun was a little more than he expected. After yesterday's failed attempt at getting out of the house, Rictus was more than ready to leave the house. Looking and wandering about the city was an interesting experience. Rictus remembered Whiterun being one of the largest cities in Skyrim, but the game naturally failed to get its true size right. This makes sense considering that games cannot really show the full aspect of a city since no platform has that kind of processing power. Rictus also kind of remembered seeing Whiterun as he approached with the caravan and then walking to his new house. It was also different aesthetically from where he grew up in Daggerfall, and Georgia. That caused a little bit of a headache, but as long as he did not really think on it, everything was more manageable. Still, a city is a city no matter where you end up. The crowded buildings combined with all the people moving around seemed to somewhat calm Rictus. Ignoring the different clothes, armor, wooden buildings, and occasional different race, the city appeared to operate a lot like most other cities. The city seemed to be roughly the same layout as the game, just blown up to a realistic size. The lower district was technically broken up into a few sections. There was the artisan section, which was where blacksmiths, carpenters, and others created their wares and was located right past the main gate. The game only had the one blacksmith, but there were naturally others in a city this size. The residential area contained most of the working people and families in the city and was right past the artisan section. His new home, known as the Breeze Home to the locals, was located here and was the marker between the artisan and residential area. The market section was the final and most impressive location in the lower area. It had many different shops for all kinds of businesses. There was also the open market area, which was much more expansive than shown in the game. This section also was home to the various taverns, though there was another in the upper district. Rictus did not really explore the upper district yet, but a helpful old lady behind him filled in his gaps in knowledge. The upper district was where the more affluent families lived. It contained the various temples as well as the Hall of the Dead. The most impressive thing there was Horvaskar, the home of the companions. The lady also told him that the Jarls of old were smart to have it near the entrance to the keep, because if there was an invasion the companions would be an extra layer of defenders. After wandering around the city for a few hours, no thanks to that old feeble lady who would not stop talking to him, Rictus found himself in the open market searching for a snack. After grabbing a couple sticks of honey nut treat from a vendor, Rictus takes a seat on the slight hill which leads to the upper district. Eating and people watching has always been a fun pastime of his. With so many people around, he also figures it would be a good time to cast Detect Life in order to try and max out his skill. As long as he channeled the spell, there seemed to be a glow originating from the core of any living being in view. It was interesting to note that there were varying intensities to these lights. It appeared some people seemed to have more life or vitality in them than others. There was an old couple with a dim yet constant light. A man in armor had a vibrant light. Surprisingly, a woman in what appeared to be a mage's robe seemed to have the brightest light. It appears that mages may have more of a signature than others. This could be useful in a few situations. Lost in his thoughts, Rictus barely noticed the passing of time as he simply sat there watching the people go about their days and repeatedly casting his magic. As the sun started to go down, he noticed people beginning to pack up their things and head home. Thinking the idea was not a bad one, Rictus took one last look around. He noticed that there seemed to be a fair amount of people heading into one of the larger buildings right near the market. If his prior knowledge was to be relied upon, this was probably the Bannered Mare. I could go for a drink before I head back home. Besides, it would be a great place to gather some information. Unsurprisingly, the Bannered Mare was larger than what Rictus expected. The bar had enough room for at least 10 people and there were quite a few tables scattered throughout the place. There was even a couple of indoor fire pits near the center of the room as well as a larger fireplace along one of the walls. The inn was filled with people. Many people were standing near the fire pits with a drink in their hand while talking about their day. Others were sitting at the tables with friends. There were a couple tables which seemed to have people playing games with either cards or dice. There was even one hulk of a woman in full armor standing over a man she had apparently just knocked out while his friends tried to drag him out the back door. Above all the noise was the sound of a lute being gently played by a man on the stage in the far corner. Deciding to get out of the way, Rictus made his way to the bar where a homely woman was passing out drinks. Taking a seat near the edge, Rictus waited for the woman to finish passing out drinks. "What can I do for you?" she asked after giving him a once-over. "I'll take whatever honing brew you happen to have." With a nod the woman reached behind the bar and placed a bottle in front of Rictus. Exchanging the bottle for some gold, Rictus took his first sip of this world's mead. It had a wonderful flavor and was surprisingly cold. After carefully watching the bartender, he noticed a quick flash of magic from the woman's hand which implied she was using a bit of frost magic on the mead. A slightly scruffy-looking man suddenly sits down next to Rictus. "You look like someone who can hold their liquor. How about a friendly contest to win a staff?" After taking a second to look over the somewhat familiar man, Rictus finally replied. "A drinking contest with a stranger? I don't know. Aw come on, I haven't had any good drinking buddy in a long time, and I just got into town. I even have my own special brew we can use free of charge. Well, I do like free booze. What's the worst that can happen? A/N, well those words never got anyone into trouble. Especially when drinking is involved." To those who don't know why he suddenly started drinking with a stranger, well he is a bit off his game still and has a lot to learn. Besides, I think a lot of people would drink a little too much if they were whisked off somewhere with no real idea how they got there. Chapter 6, Not the Start We Wanted. A/N, I haven't ever written dialogue before so it is not really all that good. If you have pointers and want to share, I appreciate it. Here is the chapter finally. Wake up. That's right, it's time to wake up, you drunken blasphemer. Slowly, Rictus began waking up to the piercing voice. Along with the voice there was a terrible smell. After fully opening his eyes, Rictus notices he had apparently been using a giant's toe as a pillow. Holding in the throw up, he quickly stands up and away from the nasty-looking toe. The voice calls back out to him. "Well? Do you have anything to say for yourself, you dirty heretic?" Looking around, Rictus realizes that he is once again in a strange place. Thankfully he has some experience in this regard and quickly manages to examine the temple-like room and the angry-looking woman in robes standing before what he assumes is the exit. What makes you think I am a heretic? Also, there is no need to get the flamer nor the heavy flamer. So you are telling me you don't remember fondling the statuary while trying to bite its ear? Also, what is this flamer you speak of? Is it for heretics? No. I can honestly say that I do not remember any of that. I remember when I started to drink with Sam, but everything after that is a little fuzzy. I don't remember even getting here. Blushing furiously, Rictus could barely make eye contact with the priestess. She stared at him for a minute before a small sigh escaped her and a smile started to grow on her face. Well, you were pretty deep in your cups by the time you got here, so I guess that is not too much of a surprise. You were ranting about someone named Sam and a Glenda, but it was slurred and hard to understand. You also mentioned Rarikstead. Thanks. I am really sorry about me acting that way. I usually don't drink that much or often, so I don't know what came over me. I guess I will get out of your hair. Thanks once again. Rictus began making his way to the door as he finished talking to the woman. He still did not know her name, but he was not going to stay around and make more of a fool out of himself. As he was about to reach the door handle, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw the priestess giving him puppy dog eyes. Are you really going to make me clean up all of this mess you made? Don't you think a big strong man like yourself should at least help me clean up? Apparently, Rictus was not going to get out of cleaning up the mess. He was really not looking forward to cleaning up, but his mama taught him better and that it is best to just get it over with. After an hour of cleaning up, Rictus was finally able to get away from the priestess, who went by Senna. Senna had decided that supervising was a better job for her than actually helping, which made the entire process take much longer than necessary. She also did not stop talking about the greatness of Dibella, but that they were not taking any more helpers, so I couldn't actually join them. At least most other religions badger you about how great their god is and then let you join them. Rictus did discover a pleasant surprise while cleaning. He had apparently gotten a little carried away with the alter body spell while he had been drunk. Now he was built somewhere between The Rock and Captain America. If Senna's drifting eyes were anything to go off, the new muscle suited him. Also, there was no hangover to speak of, which is always a major bonus. Rictus also found a note from Sam detailing materials to repair the staff he had apparently won from the drinking contest. Thinking about it, I actually remember this quest. Sam is actually the Daedric Prince Sanguine, who has something to do with drunkenness and debauchery. I wonder if his presence had something to do with me drinking that much. I wouldn't normally drink with some stranger, much less from their secret stash of alcohol. That is just plain stupid and unsanitary. Yep. Definitely his fault and not mine. Fuck doing that quest too. It was basically just running around all of Skyrim. I'd rather just go home. Making his way out of the temple, Rictus got his first real view of Markarth. Where Whiterun was similar to any town or city Rictus had been to, Markarth was a much more unique place. Built into the mountain, Markarth gave off a more oppressive and sturdy feeling than anywhere else Rictus had seen. Steep steps meandered up along the various mountain paths leading to the many houses and businesses built into the mountain. There were channels cut into the rock to direct water runoff and even a couple waterfalls and mer pipes. While it was a very impressive city, Rictus felt that it was not the place for him. Remembering all the craziness with the Forsworn happening with the city, Rictus decided it was probably best to get out of the city before anything else crazy happened. It was also a good thing he did not forget to buff his legs with his spell, because walking all those stairs to get out of the city was a pain. Rictus thought it sucked in the game, much less when it is the actual size of a town. No wonder there were benches spaced throughout it. Rictus finally made it down to the main entryway for the city, glad to be done with the stairs, and passed that one door which gave off creepy vibes. In front of the main gate was a moderate-sized open market with a tavern called the Silverblood Inn off to one side and some other stores to the other. Rictus decided he should grab a quick bite to eat from the tavern before trying to find a caravan back to Whiterun. Upon entering the dimly lit tavern, Rictus notices all the patrons turn to stare at him. The looks upon their faces are quite varied. There is an older man whose face seems to go bright red in anger. An attractive-looking older lady whose face also turns red in a blush. A mercenary who is covered in bandages pales and seems petrified. Another older man in well-worn armor just gives a friendly smile and wave. Hello? I would like a meal, please. The angry old man appears to get even redder in the face before shouting at Rictus. A meal? A milk drinker like you has no place coming back in here after last night. How can you have the nerve to come back to my tavern after kissing my wife, flinging a table at Vorstag after he complained about the song you sang, and let's not even mention poor Kosnash who is still being tended to after you knocked him out screaming RKO out of nowhere. I will only say this one last time before getting the guards and throwing you in prison. Get out of my tavern. Quickly realizing this was a battle not worth fighting, Rictus ran out of the tavern cursing his bad luck at ever meeting Sam and hoping he hadn't done anything else while wasted. Taking one last look inside, Rictus couldn't help but wink at the blushing lady and blow a kiss before slamming the door closed to the cursing of the old man. While back in the market, Rictus stopped at a food vendor for some snacks before trying to make his way towards the caravans. As he was about to exit the market and make for the door, he heard a sudden scream. The reach belongs to the Forsworn. Rictus notices a man pulling his dagger out of the back of a woman as the guards shoot the man down with their bows. The suddenness of the attack briefly freezes Rictus as he watched the event unfold. The people in the crowd seemed to go about their day-to-day business as if two people were not just killed a few feet away from them. As the guards begin to gather up the bodies and take them away, a man approaches Rictus. Gods! A woman killed right here on the streets. Did you see what happened? A glint of recognition crosses Rictus's eye as he looks over the man. Nope. I had my back turned to the whole thing. Ah, that probably is for the best. I hope the 8 bring us more peace in the future. Oh, I think you dropped this. Some kind of note. Looks important. The man gave Rictus a wink as he handed out a note which was obviously not his. This proved what Rictus was initially thinking about, recognizing the whole situation. Thanks for that. I appreciate your help retrieving my note. I will have to repay you sometime. No thanks needed. Just being helpful. The man smiles as he walks away, thinking he may have finally found an ally in this crazy messed up city. Rictus just stares as the man as he walks away. After the man leaves his sight, Rictus gives the note a quick glance. After looking at it for a moment, he rips it up and drops it to the ground as he makes his way out of the city to find a caravan. No way am I getting mixed up in all that. Best to just find me a way back home and forget all this ever happened. No Forsworn conspiracies, and no quests to find a Daedric prince for me. Glad that those things won't really influence anything in the future. Witch Mist Grove. A woman cloaked in the shadows stares lovingly at a ring on her finger. She gently caresses the ring her lover had given her. Simply thinking of the man who so changed her fills her with happiness, a feeling she has not felt for some time. Darling, when you will return to me? I cannot wait to consummate our love for one another. Even that hussy Esmeralda cannot compare to me after the changes you gave me. I shall give you some more time, but I will not sit idly by forever. We shall be together again, my love. South of Erikstead. A giant lets out a content sigh as he finally reaches his home camp. He takes a seat after making sure to give his trusty mammoth a good scratch behind her ears. As he is seated, a female giant comes walking over with a large bundle in her arms. Setting the bundle down, a small giant, oxymoron I know, pulls itself out from the bundle to approach the sitting giant. With a smile on his face, the small giant stands expectantly before what can assume to be his father. Letting out a chuckle which shakes the ground, Grok takes the bundled up goat off his back and gives to his son. Grok watches his son run off with the goat as they play upon the fields by their fire. Smiling to himself, the giant fondly remembers the strange man who gave him such a fine goat for his son. Maybe not all the small folk are so bad. A/N, will these two creatures have an impact later on in the story? There is a chance at least. Will there be other things our MC did while wasted not covered in the quest? Only time will tell. Chapter 7, New Magic. Getting a ride in a caravan was much easier than Rictus had imagined. Apparently, word had gotten around about the Forsworn attack in the market. This led to many different caravans and traders wanting to get out of the area. A lot of these were headed to Whiterun since it was the economic center of Skyrim. Thankfully a carriage driver named Kybel was willing to allow Rictus to ride with him along with him. The carriage was going to travel with a few other merchants and their guards to Whiterun. There was still an hour before leaving, so Rictus went over to near the water to wait. Water always had a way of calming him down and giving off a sense of peace. It gave him a little bit of time to reflect on what all had happened and some of his choices. I still can't believe I went to the tavern instead of finishing grinding my skill level. Thinking of that, I am not sure that I even checked to see what level I got to after training it. Opening his grimoire provided a pleasant surprise. There was a brilliant golden star with the number 100 where his skill level was recorded. When did I get to 100 and how could I have not noticed? I mean, I know I can be stupid at time, but I didn't think I was that bad. I guess this whole situation has gotten me a little out of whack. The whole drinking with a Daedric prince probably didn't help much either. I hope I have the master level spells without having to do the stupid mastery quest like in the game. Reviewing his new spell list showed that he indeed did have the master level spells. Looking at some of the new spells showed he had made a good choice in asking for more spells as a perk. A/N, I will list all the expert and the master spells below since some people may not be familiar with them. These are not exactly what they do in game since I wanted them to be less constrained and the time limit is based on mana given. Expert level spells. Ebony Flesh, makes the caster's skin as hard as ebony armor. Paralyze paralyzes the target. Leak Step sprint 50% faster and spend less stamina while sprinting. Akasha's Lock Splitter reduces the difficulty of nearby locks by a strong degree. Deep Storage grants access to an infinite underground storage space. Fabricate object creates a crafting station, chair, bed, bridge, or any inanimate object of the caster's choosing for a limited time. Detect dead nearby. Dead can be seen through walls. Akato's spell trigger stores the beneficial self-targeted spell in the left hand and replicates it with a certain trigger or thought from caster. Dire corrosion targets armor corrodes, and physical movement is slowed. Dire vulnerability all targets are weaker to elemental and poison damage. Dazzling flash a bright flash blinds those looking at the caster. Ash rune place a rune that immobilizes targets in hardened ash. Damage to the outside of the shell breaks it. Master level spells. Dragon hide, caster becomes sturdy as a dragon, skin hardens and resistant to internal damage and elemental damage. Mass paralysis paralyzes all targets in the area. Control weather changes the weather to the caster's choice. Milestones place up to 5 teleportation anchors and teleport freely between them. Reviewing the spells, Rictus was quite pleased with what he saw. Paralyze was a classic and would probably be seeing some use since it was amazing in combat situation. Rictus needed all the help he could get in this regard since he has never really been a fighter. Fights are as easy as taking candy from a baby if you are fighting someone who can't fight back. Akato's spell trigger is also convenient since he can basically store a spell, such as one of the armor spells, and cast it without channeling the magic. The practicality of teleporting with milestones does not need any more explanation. Rictus noticed another small section which was not there before after he finished looking over his spells. Enhanced spells. Rewarded for reaching level 100. Each of these spells have been strengthened and are more efficient. The caster has no equal when using these spells. As the caster was the first of the skill to reach level 100, you are granted one addition enhanced spell. Mass telekinesis, caster able to magically control multiple objects around them with ease. The more mana used the more force generated. Upgraded from telekinesis. Shape earth, caster able to manipulate the earth and materials gathered from the earth. If pulled from the ground, caster can use more mana to make the change permanent. Upgraded from barricade, this is basically a more limited earth/metal bending. Rictus was stunned. When the hell did he even select these? He had blacked out after drinking with Sam/Sanguine and now he has all this. Well, at least I didn't have to worry about grinding my skills more. I mean, telekinesis is a good pick, and I got lucky on the shape earth even if I wouldn't have chosen it had I been sober. I mean, how cool would an enhanced master level spell been? It is almost like I was purposely not allowed to choose those spells by some higher power. Like I was nerfed from getting a super powerful enhanced master spell. Oh well. No use crying over spilt milk. Wanting to get a feel for some of his new magic, Rictus decided to do a little practice before the caravan left. Trying out the enhanced spells came first. Mass telekinesis felt natural. Rictus easily picked up 3 of the little rocks around him and had them orbiting around his hand. Trying to lift another rock caused the 3 already lifted to falter as he turned his attention away. As long as he stayed focused on the objects, there was no problem manipulating them. It would take some practice before he could focus on more than 4 objects, but it felt doable. Testing out the throwing power was very successful. He was able to shoot all 4 rocks across the small lake faster than he could follow with hardly any effort. Rictus decided to always keep a few small rocks in his pocket for ammo. If David could take out a giant with a stone and a sling, what could Rictus take out with a magically thrown rock? Shape Earth was shaping up to be a very useful power. I couldn't help it. Causing small spikes to appear out of the ground was a simple task. Rictus could feel that the ground was simply being displaced and he was not creating new ground. So if there was enough material, the options were endless. The downside was the amount of time it took to make larger changes or to move large amounts of earth. This meant Rictus was not about to become a super earthbender. He could make a spike about 2 feet high with a couple inch diameter extremely quickly, but much larger than that and it took a bit of time. Still extremely useful, but not as good in a quick battle. Basically, the larger or more detailed he tried to make the stone, the longer it took. Out of curiosity, Rictus pulled out one of his septims to see if he could manipulate it. The short answer was yes. While not quite as easy to move as regular stone, the metal was still able to be easily shaped. A quick test with transmute also showed that he could freely switch it between gold, silver, and iron. I always thought it weird how the game limited you to only following the progression of iron to silver to gold and only on ores. Makes sense, the spell allows me to freely change among those 3. I wonder if I would be able to figure out other materials with some study. I can also get a bunch of iron swords and make them gold, real easy money. With that storage spell, I also don't have to worry about carrying them either. I wonder how that spell will operate in the world. Rictus immediately cast it wanting to see what it did. A small dark swirling mass appeared around chest height. Rictus was extremely lucky regarding the spell. Looking into the portal revealed small shapes so Rictus did not have to worry about forgetting what he had placed inside the space. He did have to worry because there appeared to already be stuff in the storage almost as if he had already cast the spell and placed stuff in it. The only bad thing was that he had no idea where all he had been recently or the shenanigans he may have participated in. Some of the items inside the space were quite unusual. A tangled ball of what looked to be skeever tails, a leather sack of mammoth cheese, 2 peg legs, a bloody saw, a jar stuffed with torch bugs, a human skull with a saber eye in it, a large pile of septims and gems, hundreds of bottles of haunting brew mead, feathers from a hag raven, a sword with a skeleton hand still attached, 3 broken chairs, 2 golden maces which looked like genitalia, a jester's hat, a couple of golden goblets, 4 briar hearts, 12 chickens full of arrows, a realistic-looking ice bear sculpture, a dirty pair of hopefully women's underwear, a fashionable circlet, a questionable pie with a giant's toe in it, a couple copies of the lusty Argonian made with what was hopefully icing on them, a blank lexicon, a lute with a flame carved on it, and a few other random items Rictus gave up trying to identify. Deciding that it was not worth the effort to stress over the strange collection, promptly cancelled the spell after grabbing out a few more coins. I am sure I got everything in there by legal means. There is probably a reasonable explanation for everything in there. Yup. Seeing that there seemed to be more people gathering around the carriages, Rictus decided that it was probably time to go join them. It was probably best to not linger on what had happened in the past too much. Rictus decided that moving on was the best possible plan at this point. Kybel graciously allowed Rictus to sit up in the front with him on the carriage instead of with the other passengers. Apparently, the older man wanted someone else to talk to on the trip and show off how much he knew of the surrounding areas. He let Rictus know that it would be a couple days before they were able to reach Whiterun since there were so many people in the caravan. After a couple hours of peaceful traveling, the caravan suddenly stopped because a tree had fallen over the road. Rictus had a bad feeling about the tree but thought that there was no way such a cliché thing like bandits attacking would happen. Kybel, there aren't many bandits around here, right? Oh no. I haven't seen bandits in these parts for a while. Well, it's good things are safe for travelers here and that is probably just a tree that happened to fall there. I wouldn't say things were safe. We don't have bandits here because the Forsworn killed them all and took over the territory. Kybel, do the Forsworn stop merchants? Of course they do, it's how they get most their supplies. They also have a nasty habit of dropping trees in the road. Like that tree blocking our path. Yeah, that sounds like something they would do. Suddenly a shout rang out from behind the tree. Looks like some people forgot to pay the toll for our road. How about everybody plays nice and we won't have to kill anyone? Chapter 8, Violence isn't the answer. Rictus observed the Forsworn man which had stopped the caravan. He appeared to be a classic example of a Forsworn. The man was lightly armored in various bits of leather and animal pelts, a lean muscular build, and very dirty looking. He had the traditional horned helmet commonly worn by the stronger members of the group. The leader was also flanked by 2 hulking Forsworn. There was something slightly off about those two and upon closer examination, they appeared to be the mysterious Forsworn Briarhearts if the giant scar on their bared chest is any indication. Making sure no one was paying attention to him, Rictus cast Detect Life to see how badly they were outnumbered and the locations of the Forsworn. Curiously, the Briarhearts did not show up from the normal Detect Life spell but switching to the Detect Undead spell did reveal them. After a quick count, Rictus realized that both sides were about equal in total number, with each side having about 20, but the Forsworn had more fighters since not everyone in the caravan was a combatant. Thankfully, the Forsworn did not seem to take their caravan too seriously since the caravan had not been completely surrounded with most of the Forsworn focused towards the front of the caravan. Convenient for Rictus in case he felt like running away since the way back was clear. One of the merchants leading the group appeared to be trying to talk their way out of this mess. It would make sense that the Forsworn really were just trying to take a toll instead of robbing the caravan of everything they had. They were not your typical stupid bandits as evidenced by them being able to take over and control Markarth for a time. If the Forsworn took everything from the caravans, then word would get around to the other merchants and then they would never come this way which would only hurt the Forsworn in the long run. Not being able to hear what was being said, Rictus could tell that the Forsworn man would be getting a pretty good deal if his greasy smile and the merchant shaking with fear was anything to go off. Rictus was a bit conflicted about the whole affair though. On one hand, he was all for peaceful resolutions to conflicts. On the other hand, he also has some pretty awesome magic now he wouldn't mind trying out, only in self-defense of course. Rictus could tell the supposed soul merger was probably messing with some of his mentality still. He should feel more nervous in the situation instead of being calm and collected. There normally should be more reservations about killing another person, even if that person is trying to steal your stuff, yet Rictus felt that he could kill these men with little remorse if they threatened or attacked him first. Sure, he had went hunting a few times and killed his fair share of deer, but that does not really translate to killing humans for most sane people. Rictus decided not to worry about it though. If anything, he was thankful for the change in mindset since he was in such a dangerous world now. The merchant and the Forsworn seemed to have come to some kind of agreement. The merchant walked back and began telling the various wagons what was required of them while the Forsworn smugly looked on. As they were the final wagon, it took a couple minutes before the merchant reached them. When the merchant reached them, he immediately began speaking in a nervous tone. Well, the Forsworn have let us go with fairly decent terms. They are only demanding 1,000 septims, 5 swords, and a couple bags of grains. All things considered, much better than it could have been. Since your wagon is not a merchant, you will have to pay part of the septims. There are 6 wagons total. 1 will cover the swords, 1 will supply the grains, and the other 4 will give 250 septims apiece. Kybel seemed displeased with this whole arrangement since he had the least amount of money compared to the other traders. He was only making 200 septims from this whole trip since he had 4 riders and only charged 50 septims each. Not wanting to cause a scene or be left behind, Kybel gave over the money to the merchant, who quickly scrambled back to give the Forsworn their offering. Knowing how much money he now had, Rictus gave Kybel a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Don't worry Kybel, I will cover the cost for this whole incident as soon as we get away from here. No need to look so down. That is not nearly as bad as it could have been. With a small smile and a nod of his head, Kybel seemed to be in better spirits and ready to get away from the whole mess. The Forsworn seemed happy by the whole ordeal as well. With a nod of his head, a couple more briar hearts came out of the woods and began moving the tree out of the way. After the tree was moved, the briar hearts stood stoically waiting for more instructions from their leader. As the caravan began to move past the Forsworn, one of the briar hearts made eye contact with Rictus. The slightly dead man suddenly stiffened even more as he continued to stare at Rictus. The other briar hearts became aware of what their compatriot's unusual behavior and looked to see what he saw. When they looked at Rictus, they had the same exact reaction as the first one did. Starting to feel a little uncomfortable, Rictus slumped down a little in his seat and looked away from the creepy men. The Forsworn leader noticed how strange his briar hearts were acting and looked where they were staring. As soon as he noticed Rictus, he grew a little pale in the face before shouting out. Stop the caravan right now. Once he finished shouting, everyone in the caravan froze, fearing they had done something to upset these men. The rest of the Forsworn quickly left their cover in the trees and began to loosely surround them. Us Forsworn have one more demand. If you leave that man sitting on the last carriage with us, we will let you all go. If you try and defend him, we will be taking everything from you. Even your life. With this proclamation, every person in the area was staring at Rictus. Before he even had a chance to say anything, Rictus was shoved off the wagon. Looking up to see what happened, Rictus only saw Kybel looking at him solemnly. Sorry friend, but I do not want to die today. I will remember you fondly and wish you luck with whatever trouble you seem to be in. With that statement done, Kybel quickly got his wagon moving. Witnessing all of this, the rest of the caravan quickly began heading out as well before the Forsworn changed their mind. Rictus was a little pissed off by Kybel's actions but could not really blame him for saving his own life and acting so decisively. Rictus had no idea why these people wanted him so badly they would threaten to kill everyone in the caravan. Based on how the leading Forsworn was walking up to him, he figured he was about to find out. So, you thought you could sneak away, hey? Think you're real clever trying to hide in a large caravan, hey? I swore by the old gods I would find you. It happened much faster than I could have hoped, but I am not one to complain. I will make you good on my promises though. Don't worry, you will not be dying for a long time if I have anything to say about it. Seeing the cruel glint in his eyes, Rictus began to get a little worried. The rest of the Forsworn seemed to have a couple different reactions to him. Some were looking on in glee to the future torture, most were indifferent, there was even a group trying to hide their smiles as they looked at their leader. The briar hearts continued to warily stare at him as they put a hand defensively over the wounds in their chest. Rictus thought he could at least try and find out what was going on. I don't actually know what you are talking about. I think I would remember making an enemy of the Forsworn. And why are those guys clutching their chests? I know I am pretty handsome, but I didn't think I was a literal heartthrob. While Rictus was a little impressed and amused by his words, the Forsworn leader did not find the humor in them at all. It did not take a genius to recognize that the rapidly reddening of his face was not a good sign. You really have the stones to try and make such a claim? You stayed with our camp for 2 days. We brought you into our homes and shared food and wine with you. I even let you sleep on my spare mat the first night. Then you betrayed me. Everyone else thought it was a joke and wouldn't listen to me. As the man got to this part, the group that was trying to hide their smiles let out small chuckles and Rictus could have sworn he heard them mutter something about a goat. The leader continued with his tirade. Even if all the hag ravens sang your praises, I knew it was only a matter of time before your true colors were shown. That last night is not one easily forgotten. Many of the tribes had finally got together, which hadn't happened in years. I was once one of the most influential leaders of the tribes. Then you had to pull that stunt. Now I lead a paltry 20 Forsworn to raid caravans. To make it even worse, Esmeralda would not even speak to me afterwards. You truly will pay for what you have done. So, what exactly did I do? You keep saying I did something inexcusable, but you won't say exactly what it was. How can I know you are not just making all this up? I still want to know why those briar hearts are so scared of me. It is not like I went all Temple of Doom and Kalima. At the words Kalima, all the briar hearts shouted out in fear and prostrated themselves on the ground, making sure to cover their chests. The entire clearing went silent at this reaction. Rictus and the other normal Forsworn were staring in shock at the briar hearts' reaction. The Forsworn leader looked validated by what Rictus had just said. See. You do remember ripping out the hearts of 4 briar hearts. You even made the same demented chant as you did originally and mentioned your sacred Temple of Doom. That shows you already know how you betrayed me and embarrassed me with that goat. I never should have trusted you with that secret. It was only one time when I was a boy, yet you made me relieve the entire thing in front of the Council of Tribes. Your foul magic will not be able to save you this time. With a final shout, the man could no longer contain his rage and charged at Rictus with sword raised. As he tried to take his first step, the Forsworn tripped and fell on his face. As he was falling, he put his hands out in front of him to stop his fall. Sadly for him, Forsworn swords have nasty spikes along the blade which caused him to stab himself. While everyone else was in shock of their leader's sudden downfall, they did not notice the small earthen wall slowly sink back to the ground. Rictus had thought the man may charge, so he had stealthily raised a small amount of stone with a lip on the top to make the man trip. He never expected the man to literally fall on his own blade and kill himself. Deciding to strike while the rest of the Forsworn were distracted, Rictus cast his first master-level spell. The green glow surrounding Rictus broke the Forsworn out of their shock. Sadly, it was too late as Rictus slammed his hands down, sending out a wave of paralyzing energy which hit everyone in the clearing. With all the Forsworn paralyzed, Rictus had a few seconds to implement his plan. Rictus quickly raised a circular wall of stone about chest-high around himself. He then shaped the outside layer of the wall to have sharp spikes. Even though this only took a few seconds, Rictus noticed some of the Forsworn were starting to escape the spell effects since he casted it so quickly. Too bad for them, it was not fast enough. With the spiked wall surrounding him, Rictus began to channel his mass telekinesis spell. Aiming the spell at the wall around him, Rictus was able to send out controlled bursts of power. Each of these bursts hit the wall, causing it to blast out like a cannon filled with buckshot. Spinning around, Rictus hit every part of his wall, which sent out a ring of destruction. The sharpened spikes on the wall tore through the Forsworn like paper. Looking around at the carnage, Rictus noticed 2 of the briar hearts were still standing. As they were about to charge, Rictus repeated what he had apparently already done. With a quick pull of telekinetic magic, the briar hearts were ripped out of the chest of the now fully dead Forsworn. Rictus thought it was a critical oversight to leave such an important part of their body so exposed, but he was not complaining at the moment. The once peaceful clearing was covered in the blood and bodies of the Forsworn. While all the Forsworn were taken down, not all had been killed. A few were moaning out in pain while covering their injuries. Noticing these people and that their wounds were too extreme to be able to treat, Rictus decided to put them out of their misery. Continuing to use his telekinesis spell, Rictus lifted the sword of the Forsworn commander before using it to finish off the Forsworn still moaning in pain. My first real taste of combat was really easy for me. I was lucky I had thought of this move before. I shouldn't expect any other fight to be this simple. This only really worked since everyone was so close together and had gathered around to listen to their leader yell at me. That man proved to be a good distraction and allowed me to cast Mass Paralyze, which pretty much sealed the fight. It is good to know the combination of the shaping earth and telekinesis works so well when fighting a group. It probably would not have been as effective if they were farther away or had heavier armor. Still, everything worked out this time and maybe there won't be a next time, one can hope at least. With that done, Rictus quickly gathered up the items left by the caravan and put them in his dimensional storage. More money is never a bad thing. Deciding not to bother with the moving the bodies or trying to loot them, Rictus began making his way towards Whiterun, hoping he would not have to walk the whole way back. He was a little sad he never found out what he actually did to that man. It probably would have been hilarious. Chapter 9, On the Road Again. Walking sucks. Walking long distances sucks more. Walking long distances after fighting a group of Forsworn sucks solo because the caravan one paid to take them somewhere abandoned them sucks even more. After walking for what seemed like a couple hours, Rictus decided that it was time for a break. There has to be a better way than walking. I mean, I know I have a spell that increases my speed, so I probably walk faster than most people in this world, but it still sucks and takes up a lot of time. I could run and get there faster, but I refuse to fall to such lengths. I am a mage, damn it. Magic will solve my problem. After his little internal monologue, Rictus began to think of how he could use his magic to travel instead of walking. He has a teleportation spell which would be great for fast traveling. The only problem regarding the spell is he must place a magical signature down in the location he wants to travel. His knowledge of the spell warned him the dangers of trying to teleport without the signature. Apparently, ripping apart the fabric of space and time with only a thought and no clear destination is not a good idea. There would be no telling where or when he would appear, or even if he would appear again. Messing with the primal forces of the universe is not something done just for the heck of it. Rictus thought he may try it when he is older or dying just for the heck of it though. The next idea was based on his mastered spells. Telekinesis was an obvious way of traveling. Deciding to give it a try, Rictus made sure he cast his ebony skin just to play it safe. Which was a good thing considering all the times he messed up. Moving himself initially was a breeze with the spell. The problems came with the continued focus the spell required. Rictus still had thoughts about how the spell was supposed to shoot whatever object he concentrated on, since that is what happened in the game when he used it. Usually, it doesn't matter if that happens with objects. Shooting your body into a tree whenever you lost focus did matter. Good thing he made sure he had protection. While telekinesis holds immense promise, it will be something he has to practice a lot more in order to make it a more reliable way of travel, especially if he wanted to look good while doing it. Rictus thought Shape Earth could be a fun way to travel. He raised a rock, which is not just a boulder, for him to sit on. Then he began riding the rock across the ground. Thinking there was more he could do, Rictus shaped the rock to look more like a raised throne so he could sit more comfortably. This is what magic is all about. Finding impressive magical ways to complete mundane chores, like walking. The only downside to this method of travel was the speed of the rock. Rictus had to make sure the road was not completely destroyed behind him by his traveling throne, which made this method only slightly faster than walking. Still, it sure beat walking, especially when he remembered he could create small objects with his Fabricate Objects spell. His rock throne now sported a very comfortable pillow for a seat and another one for his lower back, since proper lumbar support is important in a throne. By this point, the sun was just about to set. Rictus had one more idea to try, which could be his fastest method of traveling. Knowing how important safety is, Rictus cast the Dragonhide spell to keep him safe. Interestingly, if one looked really closely, they would be able to see what looked like scales covering Rictus's body. Then Rictus cast the Southfall spell. It was not a spell he originally thought would get much use, but times change. The spell did exactly what it implied, it slowed your fall so you would not get hurt upon landing. Finally, Rictus used his telekinesis as it was originally intended, to throw objects. This time, the object was going to be himself. Aiming nearly straight up, Rictus was launched around 20 feet in the air. Determined not to stop after just one cast, Rictus grabbed his body and threw himself yet again. He did this a few more times until he was almost 100 feet above the ground. While this is not very tall for a building, it sure feels a lot higher when you are just hanging in the air. The view from this high up was amazing though. Rictus was well above the tree lines and could see much of the beauty of the reach framed by the setting sun. Thankfully, the slow fall spell took hold as soon as his forward momentum stopped and started to slowly lower him to the ground. The slow movement allowed Rictus to get a good look of the surrounding area. In the distance, he could see what appeared to be a campfire. Rictus was still around 50 feet in the air when he decided to continue with the experiment. He aimed only slightly above and cast telekinesis yet again, shooting himself through the air. It was an exhilarating method of travel for Rictus. It was almost like the feeling of bungee jumping. The feeling where as soon as you start slowing down, you are once again pulled away in another direction. While not quite his dream of flying, it sure was falling with style. Rictus rapidly approached the fire and noticed a small caravan arranged around the fire. It was not the one he had been traveling with though. Rictus planned to land a bit away from the caravan and walk up to them so he would not startle them. The only problem with this idea was Rictus not paying enough attention, a truly bad problem to have when floating 50 feet in the air. His lack of concentration caused his slow fall spell to fizz out, resulting in him manly screaming while free falling into the middle of the camp. Right before he hit the ground, Rictus finally pulled himself together and caught himself with telekinesis. Looking at the couple feet separating him from the ground, Rictus let out a sigh of relief. Not learning his lesson from before, Rictus started to relax. This caused him to smash down into the ground face first. Thankfully, he still had the Dragonhide spell going so he was not too injured. Rictus gave out a groan as he slowly picked himself up from the ground to see what trouble he has gotten himself into this time. As he looked around, Rictus noticed he had apparently fallen into the middle of a Kajiat caravan, if everyone else being a Kajiat was anything to go by. A rough chuckle started coming from one of the older-looking Kajiat. Haha, this one did tell you to drop by our caravan at any time but did not mean it literally. Still, our Isod welcomes you. Deciding to just roll with it, Rictus gives the Catman a smile. I will admit, this was not my original plan, but everything seems to have worked out. It's a little late to ask now, but may I join you by your fire and maybe stay the night here with you? A slight greedy glint appeared in the merchant's eye. Well, this one supposes you could share our fire, food, and company. For a small price of course. 100 spidims and we will even take you all the way to Whiterun. Surrounded by armed Kajiat, Rictus decided that was a very fair price and paid the Catman. With the money out of the way, everything seemed to go back to normal in the camp. Rictus even noticed the Cagiate pulling out bottles of wine and other beverages. Rictus began to worry this may be the start of a long night. The caravan got an early start and was quickly on the road towards Whiterun. Rictus was very thankful for an uneventful night. There was plenty of food and while some drank, Rictus was not one of them. The night was filled with friendly banter and talks of trade. Rictus found out that he had apparently gave the caravan a great deal on some fresh mammoth cheese and hagraven feathers, which was the cause of them being so friendly with him. Thankfully this time his drunken stupor did not cause any harm and worked for his benefit. After the caravan had been on the road for a couple hours, there was a commotion behind them. A couple riders were quickly approaching them. These riders were wearing the colors of Markarth and were armored as guards. Rictus began to worry as the men made directly for him. Worried something else could go wrong, Rictus began to prepare some magic. Ar-Asad called out to the men as they began to get close to the caravan. What is going on? The men glanced at the Cagiate briefly before returning their gaze towards Rictus. There was a jailbreak yesterday in Markarth. Some Forsworn broke out of Sidna mine, and we were sent out to warn travelers and see if there was any sign of them. We noticed a large group of dead Forsworn a ways back and wondered if you know anything about it. Rictus was shocked hearing this. There was no way the guards could have known he was the culprit. They also probably don't suspect the Cagiate since he left the Forsworn their valuables, and there were not enough people in the caravan to fight them off. It was also strange the breakout happened after he was just at the city. Was the Forsworn attack he witnessed a signal? It was a little strange it happened right when he was there, but could it have been a mere coincidence? Realizing the guard was waiting on an answer, Rictus hurriedly replied. What? That is crazy. I cannot believe the Forsworn were able to break out of that place. What could have done that to a large group of Forsworn? Are we in danger? I am very glad I left the city when I could and was lucky enough this caravan gave me a ride. The guard's face showed a little compassion and fully believed Rictus was just another worried traveler. No need to worry. We just wanted to alert travelers to be on the lookout for Forsworn activity. If you see anything suspicious, please alert us. There is a great bounty out for any information on the escaped prisoners. After finishing saying that, the guard leaned in closer and whispered to him so no one else could hear. Be careful of your belongings riding with these thieves. Normally, I would offer to take you with us, but sadly we have order. Giving Rictus a pat on the back and an encouraging nod, the guard regrouped with his partner and began quickly riding on past the caravan. Ar-Asad gave Rictus a suspicious look as the guards moved away. Do not worry, Ar-Asad. They were just warning me about being around Cagiate like the ignorant people they are. I know you are not like what they say. You are merchants though, which is just a dignified thief. Ar-Asad relaxed after hearing what Rictus had to say and even gave a little laugh at being a dignified thief. As the caravan continued moving, Rictus was still thinking about what was happening in Markarth. He was just glad he was out of that place and on his way home. An older man with long grey hair and beard looked down on the younger man already hard at work in the forge. He still was happy with his latest follower. He remembered the first time he met the boy. The boy was a wreck. He had been a prodigal smith, quickly surpassing that orc everyone said was so good. Someone powerful, a silver blood, did not like the boy and wanted him to suffer. The boy had apparently refused to work with them after their many offers, and they are not a family who likes being refused. That was how the boy ended up in Sidna mine with the rest of them. It didn't take long for the old man to convert the boy into his way of thinking. Some encouragement here, some sympathy there, and a promise of a life where he can craft weapons and armor to his heart's content. Modinok smiled maliciously thinking about how this one boy could improve the power of the Forsworn. Already the boy had made better weapons than any Forsworn had before. His initial estimate of years before action has been shortened beyond belief, all thanks to this young blacksmith. If the boy kept up his pace of crafting, the Forsworn will rise quicker than Modinok could have ever imagined. Soon the Nords will feel our blades. Soon the Reach will belong to us again as it should. Chapter 10, First Real Quest. It had been a quiet month since Rictus had arrived back in Whiterun. The rest of his caravan trip had passed quickly and smoothly. Being back home had given him time to decompress from the crazy past couple days and just relax and train a bit. While his skill level had been maxed at 100, it did not mean there was not more growth. Practicing his spells allowed him to gain more familiarity with them and know how best to utilize them. Rictus also noted each spell still had room to grow. The more he practiced a spell the better he got at it. He could cast the spell faster and better manipulate it the more he used the spell. Rictus had also just recently found out if he altered a spell enough, it would become a new spell in his grimoire. He found this out by messing around with his ease burden spells. The spell originally helps with carrying capacity by lightening whatever you are carrying. It would make sense there would be a spell to increase weight since one could decrease weight. Thus burden was born. The spell did what it sounded like. It increases the weight of an object. The spell was only apprentice level as well, which made it very cost-effective mana-wise. Rictus had actually spent most of his time for 3 weeks on this spell. Even though the theory of the spell was simple, it took a while to refine it enough to be practical. While some spells, like Paralyze, is shot out like an arrow, Burden ended up being more similar to telekinesis. Instead of a glob of magic, it almost instantly affected the target. His best guess for how this type of magical aiming worked, was that there was some magical link which allowed the spell to go along it instead of shooting out in a ball. This aspect took the longest to figure out. Rictus had no proof, but he suspected if he had not mastered telekinesis, then getting the spell to work like that would have been near impossible or taken years of practice. It was a little disheartening it took almost 2 weeks to figure out this spell since it was only rated at apprentice. Getting his higher level spells to operate this way would be a major undertaking in time. The other magical breakthrough happened while working on Burden. Rictus had begun to notice that he could almost sense mana and magical energies. It wasn't something concrete at first, but he could almost feel the mana in the air and how it moved as he casted spells. He had a lucky break and created another spell following this feeling. Rictus had a thought that if he could detect life, why not mana? It turned out it was that simple. He really wasn't sure why it was so much easier to make this change compared to others, but he decided not to question it too much for the time being. The spell basically allowed him to see the magical energies around him. It could be used to even see the magical potential of people. The stronger the mage, the brighter they shined. This was proven when Rictus saw the court mage one day in the markets and noticed how much brighter he shone than the others. The spell also allowed him to see enchanted weapons and spell scrolls easily as well. Being able to find those things will be very beneficial when he decides to go adventuring again. Thinking of adventuring, Rictus had been interested in seeing the application of his Burden spell in combat. The initial tests had been very promising at least, and it provided a stealthy way of influencing combat without people knowing its magic. Admittedly, the initial tests were done outside of Whiterun in the poorer district where a lot of laborers and warehouses were located. Rictus may or may not have hidden in the shadows while he casted it at the large crates being carried by the laborers to see how they fared. The many squished toes and yelled curses proved the spell was a rousing success. If someone suddenly found their sword or armor to be 50 to 100 pounds heavier, it would really mess with them. Rictus also found the combination of ease burden and burden to make swinging a giant weapon way easier and more fun. Being able to make the sword weightless allowed him to swing the weapons much faster. Then if he cancelled the spell or cast burden instead, the damage would be greatly multiplied while using much less stamina. Being in a fantasy world did make Rictus want to at least use a giant melee weapon. It was simply too fun to pass up. Swinging giant weapons and slaying your opponent is many a young man's dream no matter the world you come from. This led to Rictus visiting the companions for some training. The game definitely did not do justice to Horvaskar. The ancient mead hall had some sort of mystical presence no screen could capture. One could simply feel the history in the place. Horvaskar was larger and more physically imposing than Rictus thought. There were also a lot more companion members than the game, which is understandable seeing as they are the major mercenary guild in the region. Being the honorable group they were, the companions offered weapon training. They also did this in order to scout the talent and recruit those who show promise. Rictus had decided to try and learn at least a little something about using weapons since there could be cases his magic fails him. Rictus preferred the two-handed weapons overall. This was mostly due to being able to reduce their weight as well as his overall strength he gained from adding muscles with the alter body spell. The great axe was a personal favorite for Rictus. While it could be used skillfully, it did not require quite as much training as the sword, plus axes are just plain awesome. Je would occasionally use the warhammer, but it was for very specific situations. It still surprised Rictus the true weight of the axe. While the axe was heavy, it was nowhere near what a modern person thinks. The axe weighed no more than 10 pounds and that was only because it was a training axe the companions used for getting trainees into shape. Most of the companions were not especially friendly to Rictus. They knew he was a mage from some of the magical light shows he would put on for kids in town, and the current companions were not big on magic users. Still, they were more than willing to try and teach Rictus the way of the axe, especially if it got him to give up practice. Rictus didn't really interact with the members of the circle since they were way too busy and important to teach random nobodies the basics of weapons. Seeing Skjur seemed to indicate the events with the silver hand hasn't escalated since he was not dead yet. It also made Rictus think that no one from the other side picked to start as part of the Companions Guild. Mathrid the Mute was the companion who had been training Rictus in using the great axe. Mathrid had been surprised at the pure strength of Rictus and how he seemed to be able to swing the great axe like a stick. He had also tried to get Rictus to work with a great sword, but the man refused, saying something about how swords were for shooting out and that axes and hammers were a real man's tool. Mathrid never was one to understand mages. Even if this one was one of the better ones since he recognized the usefulness of a bat over that Talos damned magic. While the Rictus was being instructed by Mathrid, he was surprised to see Ela start to approach them. Ela was an impressive specimen to behold for sure. The athletic build which at first glance hid her curves was a sight to behold, especially in that tightly fitting armor. There was something primal and dangerous about the way she moved. Her very presence alluding to her being a predator, which seeing as she was a werewolf made a lot of sense. Mathried, noticing him being distracted, gave Rictus a good thwack to the back of the head. Then he too turned an appreciative eye towards the approaching huntress. Ela gave Rictus a calculating look before speaking. So you are a mage, are you not? Rubbing the back of his head where Mathried had hit him, Rictus tried to figure out where this was going. Yes. I am something of a magic man, you could say. I would not claim to be a great mage, but I can get by. Hamila seemed to study him for a moment as she contemplated something. You seem to handle yourself well with a blade, for a mage. We have a mission which could potentially use some arcane insights. Would you be willing to aid us in this journey? Rictus was quite surprised by the offer. He didn't think the companions usually dealt with the arcane. Intrigued by the whole deal, Rictus wanted to know more. How come you are asking me? Are you asking me to join the companions? Ela gave Rictus a bit of a smirk when he mentioned joining the companions. First off, I was not asking you to join the companions. You have yet to prove yourself to us in that regard. Not just anyone can join. Second, I am asking you because Kodlak had a good opinion of you based off Mathried's assessment of you. That, and from what I have heard, you are a decent mage if your little light shows at the tavern are anything to go by. Rictus couldn't help but smile as he thought of his little light shows. He had been casting many different mage lights to impress the crowds and give the tavern better ambience. Mikhail the Bard was especially a fan since it improved his performances and got him more tips. Well, I suppose that makes some sense then, I suppose. I am still a little surprised you are asking for help though. Is the mission that tough you need support from an outsider? Ela seemed to let out a bit of a sigh before responding. Honestly, I do not think you are needed for the mission. Kodlak seemed to think it would be better if we would have more magical support and you were the only option really. Apparently, in the olden days of the companions, they often used the help of mages they called clever men, at least that is what Kodlak claims. Rictus was a bit surprised by the little lore that was mentioned about the companions. He had always thought they were pure warriors who thought magic was dishonorable. Apparently, the ancient Nords weren't so closed-minded. Rictus was roused from his musings as Ela described the mission. We were hired by a mage to explore some ruins between Dawnstar and Solitude. She claims that there is a scroll there which links her bloodline to Ascrammer himself. Hardly believable, but her coin is good. Hearing this, Rictus was a bit confused. He had no memory of a companion's quest which dealt with this kind of thing. It makes sense the companions do more than just their quest line. They are mercenaries. This also provided an excellent opportunity for going back out in the world. Rictus would be able to explore more, get some money, and would have an escort of meat shields, or companions. Rictus couldn't help but smirk as he thought of the trip ahead of him. I don't have anything going on. I could use a bit of adventure. Chapter 11, Unfamiliar Familiar. Traveling with the companions was surprisingly comfortable. Rictus was worried at first, but the journey had been quite pleasant so far. There were 4 companions on the journey with Rictus. Ela was there as the leader and ranged support. Mathried the Mute was there as the experienced muscle and heavy hitter. Thrulsun was their shield bearer. Finally, Ria was there to prove herself as one of the newest members of the companions. The companions preferred to travel light and fast. The fact they all were riding horses made the traveling much faster than riding in a carriage. So instead of having to be on the road for 4 to 5 days, they would get to their destination on the 3rd day. Normally, riding on a horse for so long while not accustomed to it would be torture. Thankfully, Rictus had quickly figured out a way to avoid the pain and make the ride more comfortable. All it took was casting telekinesis on himself just enough to make him levitate above the horse a bit. Then he just got a little rope around his waist and bam! Rictus became Skyrim's first human kite. This had the added bonus of keeping Rictus steady enough to review his grimoire while on the road. This led to a discovery Rictus really should have had before. At the end of the grimoire was a section of other spells. Apparently, this section held a list of spells Rictus knew which were not alteration spells. As of now, it wasn't a very long list. There were only 5 spells mentioned: Flames, Sparks, Healing, Calm, and Conjure Familiar. While thinking back on it, Rictus could tell that he had these spells from the beginning. He knew they came from his other memories and because of his background. Casting these spells was different than his normal alteration spells. The alteration spells were as simple to cast as thinking. Rictus hardly had to focus at all to get them to cast or to even change them. His normal spells took a bit more work. The difference of practice was greatly amplified for these spells. The difference between casting Calm and Flames was quite large. Flames was a spell cast quite often. Whenever a fire needed started, or a torch lit, this spell was used. Rictus had many memories of casting the spell and could feel the overall ease of using it, especially for small-scale uses. Trying to shoot out a jet of flames was more challenging. Calm was a spell he had just recently learned because he thought it would be useful for different occasions or to diffuse a tense situation. The Calm spell took quite a bit of focus before he was able to cast it, so it would need lots of practice before it becomes practical. It's good to know I can cast spells from other schools of magic. I figured I would be able to, but it's nice to have proof. Now I have another thing to learn and practice. Maybe I will be able to figure more out about alteration from other schools, or maybe even how to use alteration to change the spells from those schools. Still can't believe it took me this long to figure it out. I guess I'm not as smart as I like to think I am. Rictus was quite happy with most everything he found out. There was one disappointment from the spells. Rictus was at first really excited for the Conjure Familiar spell. While it was one of the weaker ones, Rictus always liked the idea of the wolf familiar following him around. Casting the spell for the first time changed some things though. Are you serious? What the hell is this? Rictus couldn't hide his disappointment. Looking at his familiar, Rictus began to wonder what this means. There was no majestic wolf familiar ready to follow his commands and fight his enemies. It was a goat. Instead of a wolf, he got a goat. Rictus knew there would be variations of the familiar spell, but not to this degree. Looking back, Rictus remembered his spell always being a goat, which was weird. Having two sets of memories were still a little strange for Rictus, but they were integrating nicely and most times he completely forgot about it. His background had mentioned his father was a merchant, but it failed to mention his father sold predominantly goat products while his mother was traditionally a goat shepherd. His family had taught him the Conjure Familiar spell early on in life so he could have a companion to help watch over him. From that first cast and every one since, his head appeared as a goat. At least his goat familiar was quite large. It was somewhere between the size of a wolf and a horse. Even though it was a goat, it seemed quite capable and even protective of Rictus. Rictus had cast it while they were bedding down after their first day of travel. He was awakened from his stupor by a small chuckle. Looking over he saw all the companions trying to hold back a laugh. When the goat moved up and sat down at Rictus's feet like a dog, the companions couldn't help laughing at the strange mage and his familiar. The next day had Rictus and the companions changing their tune about the goat. Rictus had kept the summon out most of the day in order to practice the spell and as an additional meat shield. He was currently trying to work on ways to alter the sheep with magic to increase its destructive abilities. So far, Rictus had been able to make the goat larger to about the size of a horse and sharpen the horns to point out beyond its head. Before the group bedded down for the night, they heard the howls of wolves closing in on them. It didn't sound like a large pack, so they must have been desperate to attack the group of heavily armed warriors. Two large ice wolves burst out of the forest in front of the group. Rictus also noticed there were another three trying to sneak around and flank them. Detect Life was very good at spoiling ambushes. Before Rictus could quite get the warning out of his mouth, his goat familiar let out a loud bleat and charged one of the wolves in the woods. Rictus watched stunned as the charging familiar speared the wolf with its large horns and pinned it to a tree. With a shake of its head, the familiar threw off the bleeding wolf carcass and turned around to find more enemies. As it saw the other two wolves in the forest, it charged again. This time, one wolf was able to get out of the way, but the other one had no such luck and was impaled by the mighty goat. Tossing the wolf off its horns, the goat reared back and stomped on the head of the dying creature. Seeing the pack get brutalized, the wolf ran off into the forest. Rictus surveyed the field to see the companions standing over two slain wolves and staring wide-eyed at his familiar. The familiar then went over to the corpse of the wolf it stomped on, and picked it up by implying it again with its horns. It then went and got the other wolf and impaled it as well. It then dragged the corpses over to Rictus and plopped them down at his feet. Letting out a happy little bleat, the familiar sat down on its hind legs like a dog asking for praise. Good boy. Rictus reached out and tentatively petted the head of the goat, which seemed to make the familiar happy as it seemed to lean into Rictus's pets. Talos guide me. What in all oblivion is that monster? Good thing we have you on our side, goat herder. Rictus gave a glare at Ria, who couldn't help but speak after witnessing his familiar brutalizing those wolves. At the mention of goat herder, the rest of the companions couldn't help but chuckle as they looked at Rictus petting a giant ghostly gory goat. And so the legend of the goat herder was born. Thankfully, the group reached the Highgate ruins the next afternoon. As the group got closer to their destination, the casual atmosphere seemed to disappear. Each of the warriors seemed to be mentally preparing themselves for the upcoming battle. They knew they would be exploring an ancient crypt, and those things had a way of being filled with dragware. Climbing up to the entrance, they were met with the typical architecture of the ancient Nords. Large arches made of stone with small dragon-like statues pointed to this being a typical ruin filled with all sorts of nasty surprises and traps. Near the door leading into the crypt, there was a dirty-looking Nord woman. She was covered in older-looking fur armor and only had a dagger attached to her wrist. Rictus could tell she gave off a larger magical aura and would most likely be a mage. As they approached her, relief was evident in her face. Thank Talos you are here. I was beginning to worry you would not show up, and I would have to go by myself. Ela looked a little annoyed by the woman implying they were late, but she maintained her aloof nature as befit a leader of the companions. We are here now. Are you Anska? Your request was retrieving a scroll from here. Is there anything more you can tell us of this place? The Nord woman began to pace around in anticipation of exploring the ruins finally. Yes, I am Anska. This place is called Highgate Ruins. I have not explored it yet because I know better than chance these ruins alone. If I had to guess, it will be filled with dragger and probably some traps as well, just like most of these ruins. A noteworthy thing about this place is it is the suspected resting place of a dragon priest called Vokan. The scroll I am looking for has to be here. Most likely in his crypt chamber. As soon as he heard dragon priest, Rictus began sweating a little bit. Those were some strong enemies in the game, and he was not looking forward to facing that thing. He was even more glad to have the rest of the companions here to help fight him. Rictus did not really remember this quest, but it should be fairly straightforward regardless. Rictus could not help but get a little excited though. Dragon priest masks were usually pretty good and had fun enchantments. It would make an excellent collection piece for him. Seeing the rest of the companions do a weapon and gear check, Rictus went over his gear one last time before they entered the ruins. Ela took a look at the group she was about to delve into the ruins with. She had heard about the dragon priests and truly hoped it was not as bad as the tales said. She knew her companions were solid, but was not quite sure about the mages, especially Anska. If the dragon priest was anything like the stories though, she would be happy to have some magical support. Taking one last look over her group, she finally gave a nod of approval. Okay companions. Let us see what awaits us in these ruins. With that final word, the group began their delve. Chapter 12, Dungeon's End. Before the group entered the ruins, they decided to go over their approach. There was a total of 6 people, 4 companions, Rictus and Anska. The companions were going to be the physical support for the group. Ela was in charge and would act as rear guard. Her bow would not be as useful in the confines of the ruins, so she would be using her swords. Thrallson was there to be the tank of the group. He had the heaviest steel plate armor and shield. Mathrid the Mute was also heavily armored but used a great sword. Ria was lightly armored and used a single sword. She would utilize quick strikes and flanking tactics. Rictus and Anska would be there as magical support. Ela was unsure about Anska being part of the group since she was an unknown. Sadly, Anska was being a typical stubborn Nord and refused to be left behind. Ela took one more look at her team. The battle order will be, Thrall as the front line, Ria will be at the front as support, Rictus and Anska will be next, then I will be near them, and Mathrid will be our rear guard since we all know how tricky these ruins can become for the unwary. Mages will act as support for us if needed. Try and stay out of the way unless called upon. You will be able to have more freedom in large rooms, but other than those areas, you will keep your magic to yourself. Do I make myself clear? Rictus had already talked with Ela about his role during the delve during the journey. Most of what was being said was for Anska's benefit. Rictus was pleased with this plan since it posed very little risk to himself. Being surrounded by capable warriors is the perfect place for a mage to stay. Remembering how Anska mentioned a dragon priest, Rictus had to warn the companions. I have heard tales of the dragon priests. They were mighty spellcasters and followers of the dragons. Do not take them lightly. From what I have heard, they have a variety of spells but tend to utilize staffs the most. Beware of large fireballs or similar spells whenever we confront it. Some also levitate, so beware that as well. The group all gives nods of approval at Rictus' warning. With a determined look upon their faces and one final equipment check, the team was finally ready to enter the ruins. Rictus cast Ebony Flesh to go ahead and prepare himself for the trial before him. He was going to wait on casting Dragonhide till they confront the dragon priest since the spell costed so much more mana. Rictus also pulled a couple of stone shards from the ground to use with his telekinesis. Thinking of magic, Rictus had a question for Ela. Ela, would you like for me to cast my familiar and command it to go before us? That way it can potentially pull out the enemies before us. I do not know if you wanted to be stealthy or not. Ela seemed to ponder the question for a second before giving her reply. It would be a good idea to use it. It would be good if it can reveal the enemies beforehand or potentially trigger any hidden traps. Besides, stealth is not our group's strong point anyways. Castaway Mage. Rictus couldn't help but be a little proud the huntress went along with his plan. Rictus cast his spell calling forth Billy. Yes, he named his goat familiar Billy as in Billy Goat. Seeing the familiar, the group could not help but let out a little chuckle which seemed to dissipate some of the nerves which were building as they opened the door to the ruins. Anska found it especially funny this imposing-looking man had such a weird familiar, even if the familiar was quite intimidating for a goat. Rictus immediately sent Billy in and commanded him to lead the group. It was a good thing he did this too. As soon as Billy started into the entry room, groans could be heard and 2 Dragra appeared from the shadows and began attacking. As both Dragra appeared distracted by the familiar, Thrall and Ria immediately jumped into action. Thrall's shield bashed the closest Dragra which was holding an ancient war axe. The Dragra was staggered and fell to its knees from the unexpected hit to its side. As soon as the creature fell, Ria was there attacking it before it could rise. Thrall meanwhile moved on to the other Dragra and attacked with his sword as it was still battling Billy. The Dragra noticed the new attacker and sidestepped the Nord's attack and gave a brutal overhead attack with its sword. Thrall raised his shield just in time to catch the blow on his shield. As the dragger was distracted, Billy charged and was able to body slam the dragger into the wall. Before the dragger could fully recover, Billy charged again and impaled the creature through its chest. Normally, this would have ended the fight, but the dragger was an undead creature. The only way to fully kill the creature was destroying the heart, severely damaging the brain, or decapitation. Sadly, Billy did not hit the heart. The dragger began trying to stab the familiar, pinning it to the wall. It was only partially successful since it could not get enough space to get a full swing. Before the dragger could attempt another attack, a rock spear obliterated its head. Rictus looked on in grim satisfaction at his handiwork. He couldn't stop himself from going over and giving Billy some head rubs. Billy had done excellent in the fight with basically no directions. Rictus was quite pleased with how well his familiar performed. The dragger were quite intimidating when Rictus took a good look at them. They looked to be somewhere between a zombie and a normal Nord. Too well put together for a zombie but just enough off to not be mistaken as alive. They were large, and Rictus could tell they would have been impressive specimen of traditional Nords. They did appear to be more similar to mummies instead of zombies. This made sense to Rictus since ancient Nords were supposedly expert necromancers and meticulous in their treatment of the dead. The team did not bother looting in their first area. They had already decided to clear out the ruins before they spent time searching for valuables. Apparently, this was normal procedure for the companions. They didn't want anything sneaking up on them while distracted. As they made it past the first little room, a small hallway opened up into a much larger room. This room was about half the size of a football field. It had large support pillars spaced around the center of the room. As the group started entering the room fully, they heard the iconic sounds of dragger busting out of their coffins. Most were grouped on the other end of the room, but there were still a couple closer to the delvers. Rictus could see about 8 of the dragger on the opposite end of the room and 2 on their side, 1 to the left and 1 to the right of them. As Hila saw all that was going on, she immediately pulled out her bow and stared, giving commands. Anska, attack the far group. Mathreed, take the left dragger. Rictus, take the right. Thrall/Ria, hold and wait to engage. As she was giving out commands, Hila was constantly sending arrows at the approaching dragger. As soon as each person heard their name, they jumped into action. Rictus went with the tested method of having Billy charge his target, then trying to destroy its head with a stone shard. The dragger Rictus was facing had a bow. It was at a disadvantage being so close. The dragger was able to get off one arrow which whizzed right by Rictus's head before being tackled by Billy. While it was on the ground, Billy stood on it while Rictus destroyed its head with another stone spike. Turning back to the rest of the group, Rictus saw the dragger from across the hall had almost reached them. There were only 4 dragger left in the approaching group. Hila's arrows and Anska's fireballs had stopped the other 4 before they could close in. Hila had dropped her bow and prepared to engage them in melee. Thrall engaged 2 of the dragger, and both Hila and Ria began dueling with the other 2. Anska stayed out of the way and waited for an opportunity to strike. Mathreed had already decapitated his opponent and was making his way back to help Ria, who was closest to him. Rictus had Billy charge the dragger facing Thrall as he took aim with another rock spear. One of the dragger noticed the charging familiar and was able to take a mighty swing towards the charging goat. As the sword made contact with the familiar, Rictus felt the connection he had with it suddenly disappear as the sword passed through the dissipating goat. Even though it was a simple summon, Rictus felt rage begin to bubble up inside him. Foregoing trying to conserve mana, Rictus started casting Paralyze at the distracted dragger, not really caring if he hit his teammates in the process. Each of the 4 spells made contact with the enemy, instantly dropping them where they were. The companions quickly took advantage of this and decapitated the dragger. Rictus walked up to the dragger which had destroyed Billy. Unwilling to simply kill it, Rictus had earthen spikes pierce the arms and legs of the helpless dragger, pinning it in place. Staring into the undead eyes, Rictus did not see the pain he so wished to inflict upon the creature. Pulling his axe from his back, Rictus quickly decapitated the dragger. Ria's face began to frown as she stared at the mage. Orky's beard, why didn't you do that sooner? The rest of the group was also curious about this as well and waited an answer from the mage. Rictus looked at each of them before explaining the downside of the Paralyze spell. The main reason I waited so long is due to the high mana cost of the Paralyze spell. I am a fairly powerful mage, but even I have my limits when casting. Those 4 I cast used up most of my mana. Had there been more enemies around, then I would be out of the fight for a bit. Also, there is no guarantee if the spell will even take hold depending on the strength of the opponent. Besides, isn't this supposed to be your first major mission, Ria? I can't take all the glory from you. Rictus finished his little speech with a smirk to the younger Nord. The rest of the group seemed to respect his answer, especially as Anska nodded in agreement about the cost of the spell. Ria was feeling a little chastised after hearing and did agree there was no honor in killing paralyzed foes. Internally, Rictus thought his explanation made a lot of sense. He definitely did not get caught up in the thrill of throwing stones with telekinesis and watching them destroy his opponents. The cost of the paralyze spell really was part of the reason he didn't use it more. Against small groups it was great, and when Rictus became a little more confident in his self-defense without magic he would most likely abuse the spell much more. He already had plans of trying to alter the spell to only last a second and alter it to only affect one body part. The group took a few minutes to recovery and let the mages regain their mana. Rictus also resummoned Billy during this time. The goat immediately began rubbing its head against Rictus. Whether Billy chose to do it, or Rictus did subconsciously, Rictus was glad for the contact. He made a mental note to look more into the sentience of familiars. After the large room, they went down into tighter corridors. Throughout the winding corridor, Dragra would come at them one or two at a time. Usually, Ria faced them with Thrall supporting her. The trip was her first real mission, so the companions wanted her to get the most experience. They passed a small room with a single Dragra which Ria handled. Then they went down more corridors and more Dragra. When more than two appeared, Rictus would quickly dispose of the extra with a paralyze then rock spear combo. Rictus was surprised at the lack of traps this ruin had. Usually there were a lot more of them in these kinds of places. As they were about to exit into another chamber, there was a very faint clicking sound. Suddenly, a loud whoosh sounded and there was a rush of air as a blur passed in front of most of the group. A giant spiked wall trap slammed into the wall beside the party. Rictus looked on in horror at the decimated party member. Poor Billy had died once again. It was a good thing Rictus had continued to send the familiar before the party. Otherwise, Thrall would have become a stain on the wall. There wasn't really anyone in the party who was trained in spotting and disarming traps. So, Billy was designated the sacrificial lamb goat. After the little spiked wall incident, the party made it into a room with a locked grate in the middle leading further down into the ruins. It was a classic Skyrim puzzle room where you had to pull the levers in the correct order based off a depiction of an animal. Based off the group's grumbling, Rictus learned everyone knew about these and how easy they were to open. Apparently, the ancient Nords had poor memory since they carved the key to unlocking the gate in the same area. The group decided this area would be a good one to take a short rest before continuing further. With a locked gate before them and cleared ruins behind them, it made sense to Rictus. Besides, they would need the rest before the coming challenges. Chapter 13, Dragon Priest. The group finished another gear check before activating the levers which opened the metal grate covering the stairs down. Rictus was still a little confused why it was so simple to open these traps. I am still shocked how simple these sections are to open. You'd have thought the puzzles would be more complicated than this. Anska was the one to reply much to Rictus's surprise. Apparently, these were made more as a way to stop the dead while letting the living easily open or close them. At least, that is what this one rich lord told me. I think his name was Bruno or something like that. Rictus nodded his head after hearing the explanation. It made a lot of sense to him. As the group made their way down the stairs, they entered into an area which looked very much like a catacomb. The hallway was wide enough to easily fit two people across. It was lined with many alcoves and most were filled with Dragra or skeletons. Rictus looked between the many Dragra and his companions. How do we know which ones will attack us and which ones are really dead? Everyone looked around at each other then looked back at Rictus. Ria was the first to speak. You are a mage. Can't you use some kind of magic to tell? Rictus scoffed at the thought he would be able to detect the undead. Before shutting down the magically inept Nord, Rictus decided to humor her and thought over his spells. Seeing as how he now had a detect life and a detect magic spell, it would stand to reason he could detect the undead. Rictus tried casting detect magic first. As he was looking at the Dragra laying in the alcoves, he did start to notice how some seemed to have a slight glow coming off them. Deciding this magic energy was probably a good sign, Rictus looked over at the rest of the group. I may have a way to roughly tell which ones will come back. There are some with magical energies while others are inert. Ela looked intent at the mage trying to decide how much this could be trusted. In the end, this was beyond her expertise so she went along with it. If that is the case, point them out to us or attack them before they have a chance to do anything. A couple Dragra at the upcoming corner would be the first test subjects for Rictus. As they drew near, the two Dragra began to stir. Before they could move too much, Rictus caused the stone to crash down and destroy their heads. Seeing how easy they were to destroy this way, Rictus couldn't help but smile. Being able to shape the earth while your enemies are underground and in a stone alcove really made things easier. After destroying 4 more this way, the rest of the group began to relax a bit. Of course this was when things went wrong. Ria absent-mindedly kicked a small rock down the hallway. Unfortunately, this rock hit an urn, which then fell and rolled down the corridor. The urn then smashed itself into the wall causing a large noise. To make matters worse, it crashed right in front of one of the Dragra. The Dragra began to stir and let out a scream before Rictus could destroy it. This scream seemed to have a chain reaction as many more voices joined in. After staring down an ashamed-looking Ria, the rest of the group prepared themselves for close-quarter combat with an unknown amount of enemies. The hallway they were in had about 4 to 5 meters 15 feet for the Americans before coming to a sharp corner. It was tilted slightly downhill, but not enough to give the back line a good view without hitting those in front. Thrall and Mathried took the front as the most armored and heavily armed. Between the two large Nords, not much would be able to make it past them. Bill the Familiar was right in front of Mathried and would charge straight into the coming horde to try and slow them down at least a light. Ria stood behind them ready to assist however she could. The small confines were a blessing and a curse. It kept the enemy narrowed down, but it also did not allow the mages of the group a clear line of sight. Rictus realized this fairly quickly and so raised a platform for the people in the back to stand on. This would let him and Anska cast spells farther down the corridor, and Ela could shoot her arrows and have a better view of the battle. Surprisingly, no Draugr had appeared yet. They could obviously hear them, but none had seemed to round the corner. Rictus was just about to try and see if he could detect any of them, but before he could a form came around the corner. It was a hulking abomination created entirely of ice with both of its arms ending in sharp spikes. Seeing the ice elemental, the party got a little more worried since only stronger Draugr had the ability to cast such a creature. As the creature started lumbering their way, a highly armored Draugr also came around the corner flanked by a couple less armored Draugr. Behind these three, there were quite a number of Draugr with more most likely hidden behind the corner. The three more armored Draugr cast a volley of ice spikes as the rest of the Draugr flowed around them and followed the charging elemental. Thrall was able to deflect two of the ice shards while Billy the Familiar took the other instead of it hitting Mathried. Before the elemental could get much further, Rictus had Billy charge into the coming horde to try and slow their momentum and maybe stall the elemental for a couple extra seconds. The enemy was quickly approaching. Billy had a couple seconds to pick up speed before he crashed headfirst into the abdomen of the elemental. There was a loud cracking sound as some of the ice making up the elemental splintered off from the contact. Billy was still pushed back, but it succeeded in slowing down the horde before it could reach the group. Anska began casting her fireballs further back into the group trying to do as much damage as possible. Ela kept trying to snipe at the Draugr scourge further down the hall to little success. As all this was happening, Rictus had begun to raise up larger stone spikes in front of the group to stop the horde before it could reach their front line. It would also allow the melee warriors to have some additional cover and potentially cause some of the enemies to get impaled. The ice elemental swung down its arms and completely obliterated poor Billy. Then the rest of the enemies were rushing into the stone spikes and trying to get at the mortals who dared trespass into their domain. The front fighting was intense with Thrall taking up the larger gaps in the spikes and holding off countless Draugr. Mathried was able to use his great sword almost as a spear and keep pushing back the enemy before they could slip past the spikes and get too close. Ria continued to stay behind Thrall and take quick opportunity attacks when there was an opening. Anska kept casting fireball, and Ela kept sniping. Rictus knew the ice elemental was the biggest immediate threat to the group since it was so difficult to destroy. Instead of trying to destroy it outright, Rictus waited for it to get a little closer before acting. He knew telekinesis was strong enough to pick and throw himself, so figured it would work on the elemental. Rictus quickly picked up the creature and threw it back into the continuous stream of enemies. This carved a large hole into the horde and took the pressure off the frontline fighters. The ice elemental was harmed, but nowhere near enough to take it out of the fight. As the enemy regrouped, two armored Draugr charged at the head of the horde with the ice elemental following behind them. As these two approached, Anska tried to hit them with a fireball, but one cast a frost shard and cancelled the spell out. The other began casting frostbite at the front line to damage them and slow them down. The armored Draugr crashed into Thrall and Mathried as they began a more desperate struggle with the stronger Draugr, especially as more Draugr continued trying to attack. The battle dragged on for what seemed like hours instead of minutes. Rictus kept throwing the ice elemental over and over again since it kept it out of the battle and would greatly hinder all the other approaching enemies. Ela and Anska kept taking out the fat enemies while the rest held the line. Eventually, Ria got a lucky hit to the leg on the armored Draugr fighting Thrall which caused it to stagger. Thrall capitalized on its fault and quickly decapitated it before it could recover. Mathried had more luck with his opponent and was able to use his great sword to impale it in the heart. The Draugr seemed to be coming more infrequently until there were only a few enemies left. At the other end of the hallway, a Draugr scourge was standing behind his battered ice elemental. There were only 3 other Draugr with it. The group approached with the other 3 Draugr leading followed by the ice elemental and Draugr scourge. The 3 other Draugr began casting frostbite to obscure themselves and protect them from arrows and fireballs. Before the backing could properly attack, there was a loud scream coming from the Draugr scourge. It sent out an unrelenting force which crashed into Anska and threw her down the hallway. The attack also staggered Ela and caused her to fall off her perch as well. Rictus picked up and threw the ice elemental at the scourge, but it was able to dodge it. The frontliners used the stone spikes as a buffer from the frostbite cast by the approaching enemies. Soon they were locked into combat with one another. The scourge fired off ice spikes at Rictus who had to dodge for all he was worth in order to not get impaled. Still, Rictus kept picking up the ice elemental and trying to hit the scourge. An ice shard ripped through the side of Rictus's clothing but thankfully only lightly grazed the mage. Rictus picked up the ice elemental one more time and threw it at his enemy. As the elemental was about to impact the scourge, it suddenly disappeared. The scourge was able to uncommon the creature right before it hit it. Rictus stared unbelievably at his opponent. That's just not fair. The scourge was able to charge up 2 ice spikes while Rictus was distracted. Rictus, realizing his folly, began moving to try and dodge the spikes. Before the spikes were cast, an arrow suddenly pierced the Dragor scourge through its eye socket and right into its brain, ending it immediately. Rictus looked behind him to see the recovered huntress standing proudly and giving him a little smirk. Turning back around to the battle, Rictus was just in time to see the defeat of the remaining enemies. Rictus tried to detect any more enemies, but there were none in the area. After letting the group know, they all seemed to sag a bit after the intense fight. Thankfully, Anska was unhurt and was able to make it back to the group by herself. Rictus went to the warriors and began casting healing on them to fix up the many cuts and bruises. The spell wouldn't help their stamina, but still was able to fix up all their injuries. Seeing everyone fixed up, Ela decided they should push on to the next room before they rested instead of waiting where they were. Thankfully, the group didn't encounter any more enemies and were able to get out of the large catacomb area and enter a smaller-sized room, maybe 8 meters by 8 meters large. The most interesting part of the room was a large soul gem on a pedestal. Rictus, seeing this as an obvious trap, checked the room for hidden Dragor. He noticed 2 large magical auras hidden in 2 standing crypts. Before anything bad could happen, Rictus caused the stone to encompass the entire coffin, making sure they were locked in there securely. Rictus then made his way over to the soul gem. With the rest of the party tensely watching, Rictus removed the soul gem. There was a click, but nothing happened. Rictus looked and saw the trapped Dragor seemed to be struggling, but they were trapped. Deciding not to take any chances, Rictus caused the stone to crush the entombed Dragor and end them. Seeing Rictus create a stone chair and sit down, the rest of the group let out a sigh and took a break. They were all weary from the extended battle with all those Dragor. They were lucky there weren't more of the powerful Dragor there, or else it could have gone very differently. The group eventually caught their breaths and continued on their way. Naturally, with a freshly summoned goat familiar. After exiting the room, they entered a wide long hallway. The walls were covered in various pictures and writings. Anska took a look at some of them before addressing the group. This is a partial history of what happened here. I'm willing to bet this is the last hallway before we enter the throne room. Everyone should be prepared to face the dragon priest. The group tensed up at hearing her words. No one doubted the threat a dragon priest would present. The group approached the large doors leading into hopefully the final part of their exploration. Everyone got ready for one more fight before they could truly rest. As they pushed open the door, a loud boom could be heard, followed by a scream. A lid to a coffin had flown off and the group got their first look at the dragon priest. The creature was covered in decaying purple robes which seemed to have scales flowing up in a line on the front and ending in large spiked shoulder pads. It carried a staff with flames coming out of the end, while its other bony hand was empty. The creature had no legs and seemed to float in the air. Its face was covered by a grey-blue mask. The room the group found themselves in was quite large, about half the size of a football field. There were 4 large stone pillars in the room and stairs leading up to the dragon priest. As the team fully entered the room, the dragon priest cast a summoning spell. A creature made up of stones and lightning appeared beside the dragon priest. At the same time, a huge Dragor appeared. This one was covered in heavy armor and had a horned helmet. It also carried a large 2-handed sword which seemed to be made of ebony. Seeing the many enemies, Ela quickly gave out orders. Anska, attack the elemental. Ria, help cover her. Mathrid and Rictus, destroy the overlord. Thrall, distract the priest. I will cover you. As the group began to move against their targets, Rictus commanded Billy to charge and distract the dragon priest to help assist his companions. Rictus began launching stone spears at the Dragor overlord as Mathrid charged the creature. The overlord was able to dodge most of the incoming projectiles, but a couple still smashed into the creature to little obvious effect. As Mathrid got closer, the overlord reared back and let out a shout. The shout staggered Mathrid. The Dragor charged in with a powerful overhead attack. Rictus quickly cast a strong burden spell upon the enemy's sword. The Dragor was quickly thrown off balance by the sudden weight of its weapon. Going from 10 pounds to over 60 pounds is a huge difference. Especially when the weapon is being held in a position for an overhead strike. The Dragor was unable to recover from the weight change. Its arms were pulled behind its head, and it dropped the sword behind it. Mathrid had time to recover and started his attack. Surprisingly, the Dragor was able to fight Mathrid equally without a weapon. It used its arm guards to block when it couldn't dodge, and its gauntlets were still formidable considering its strength. With Mathrid and the Dragor being so close to each other and moving so quickly, Rictus couldn't easily intervene. Instead, he quickly surveyed the rest of the battle. Anska was continually throwing fireballs at the elemental while Ria would occasionally dart in and swipe at it with her sword. The elemental would respond by throwing lightning at whoever last landed a hit on it. Thrall was using his shield to block fireballs being shot out of the dragon priest's staff. He kept trying to close the distance, but the priest would just float away. Ela was constantly shooting arrows at the elusive dragon priest. Rictus quickly pulled in the sword dropped by the Dragra overlord. He then waited for the elemental to stay still for a second before shooting the sword at it. Not paying attention to if his attack landed, Rictus turned back to the fight before him. Mathrid landed a hit which bit into the right arm of the Dragra and nearly tore it off. Unfortunately, the Dragra was not phased and landed a kick on Mathrid's chest, throwing him back. It reared back and shouted at the slowly recovering Nord. Mathrid was roughly thrown down the stairs by the shout. Rictus used the time the Dragra was shouting to attack. Rictus made 2 stone spikes hit the Dragra in the back of its knees. This caused the Dragra's knees to buckle and fall down. As it was down, Rictus caused the stone to rise up and cover its body in large bands of stone, trapping it. He tried to use the stone to pierce its head, but the Dragra's helmet was too strong. Rictus then quickly drew his battle axe and charged the trapped creature. The Dragra struggled mightily and some of the stone began to crack. Rictus quickly aimed his axe for the creature's neck. Rictus greatly increased the weight of his axe as he swung down to make sure it had enough power to decapitate his opponent. The axe dug deeply into the stone, sending the Dragra overlord's head off into the distance. Looking over at the rest of the battle, Rictus tried to plan his next move. The elemental was destroyed, but Anska was laying against a stone pillar trying to heal her scorched body. Mathrid was still slowly trying to recover from his fall. Ria was also hiding behind a pillar with one of her legs badly burned. Ela was still shooting at the dragon priest, but the effect was minimal. Thrall was right in front of the priest trying to land a hit while using his shield to deflect the point-blank fireballs. After a particularly strong blast, Thrall's shield was blown to the side. Before he could recover, the dragon priest unexpectedly closed the distance. It then shoved the burning staff right into the open portion at the mouth of Thrall's helmet. A large fireball exploded right in his mouth. Thrall's body was blasted backwards and slammed into a stone pillar. Ela screamed out and shot arrows even faster as she started to look more wolf-like. Rictus quickly charged the dragon priest as he cast dragonhide upon himself. Feeling scales cover his body, Rictus allowed a murderous smile to grow on his face almost as if the power of a dragon flowed through him. He was able to use the spell to cause his nails to grow into sharp talons since his axe was still embedded in the stone. The dragon prize was distracted by Ela, but still noticed Rictus in time to cast a fireball at him. Instead of dodging, Rictus allowed the fireball hit as he just kept running. The fire stung, but it was nothing serious. The dragon priest tried to move away, but Rictus was too fast. Rictus was dove at the creature and tackled it to the ground. Rikshu then used his talons to stab into the dragon priest repeatedly. As his hands continued to pummel it, the dragon priest let out one more large scream before it slowly disintegrated into ash, leaving behind only the staff and mask. Rictus lay panting in the ashes of the powerful creature. That's hopefully the last time I yura a dragon priest to death. I am done with fighting undead creatures for a while. I think I may just go to the College of Winterhold and just get some good books on magic. A/N, wow, that was by far my longest chapter. Almost 1000 words more than the next longest. Hopefully it didn't drag on too much or feel too rushed at parts. I didn't really want to break this up more than I already did, so I just did one really long chapter. If you have any comments or ideas on how to make those fight scenes better, please let me know. Sorry about all the bad grammar. I'm writing on my phone and being lazy about proofreading. Chapter 14, Aftermath. Thrall's son had gone to Sovngarde. The damage done to his face and head was too much to be overcome. Being thrown into the pillar was the final injury for the grizzled warrior. The companions were a morose group. Thrall was well liked and a sworn shield brother. Ela was taking it extra hard since it happened under her watch while she couldn't do anything to save him. Mathrid was dejected because he was knocked out of the fight and couldn't help his shield brother. This was a rude awakening for Ria. Thrall's death was a grim reminder of the dangers that come with being a companion. Rictus was sad about the death of the companion, but he had just recently met him and didn't interact much. Seeing him die made it more impactful, but Rictus still thought of him as a stranger. Anska acknowledged his sacrifice but was distracted by looking for the scroll, which was the whole reason for this expedition. She quickly wandered off towards the doorway behind the dragon priest's tomb while the rest gathered near Thrall's body. Ela was the first to speak. Despite our loss, we still have a job to do. Mathrid, take Ria and start going back through the ruins and gather anything of value. Beware of traps and Dragra we may have missed. Take no chances. Rictus and I will follow Anska to keep her out of trouble. As the other two left, Ela remained standing over the body of her fallen friend. Her eyes gleaming with a wolfish tint at the thought of her diminished pack. Rictus stood by her and tried not to think too much about the lingering smell of burnt hair and flesh. Without turning, Ela addressed Rictus. Is there anything you can do to fix his helmet? I've seen you move stone, can you fix metal? He has worn that old thing for as long as I can remember. Seems wrong he may not have his equipment at its best for Sovngarde. Rictus looked over the fallen companion. The fireball had destroyed Thrall's face and distorted his helmet into a twisted mess. I may be able to help. I could potentially even fix some of the wounds to his face. Ela stared at the mage for a moment. A true warrior has no reason to hide the wounds which sends them to Sovngarde. Do what you can for the helmet. I am going after Enska. With that said, the huntress stalked away. Rictus didn't really get why the warrior woman put so much more thought into the helmet than Thrall's face. He partially wanted to fix it for his own selfish purposes due to the smell and how hideous it made the warrior seem. Burns are not for the weak of heart or stomach. Rictus gently removed the helmet with telekinesis. He began picturing how the helmet used to look before as he prepared to mold it back to shape. Using magic to manipulate metal was always more challenging than stone. Rictus theorized it had something to do with density, but that required more materials before he knew for sure. One thing he had learned was, manipulating a person's equipment was much more challenging than plain metal. The reason was of course magic. From what he had observed, every person had a magical aura. It seemed magic in this world was just a simple part of life even for those who would never even cast a spell. This magic would slowly seep out of a person and into the things around them. The impact was only very close to the body as it seemed to dissipate the further away from the body it went. So, if someone wore a certain helmet all the time, it would slowly be marked by their mana. Rictus believed this could explain some of the legendary weapons and armors used by legends of old which had some sort of magical effect but were not enchanted the traditional way. The more magical the object, the more resistant it was to change. It could still be changed. It would just require more time and effort. Sadly, this meant Rictus couldn't instantly defeat his opponents by using their own equipment against them like Magneto could. If it was a brand new weapon or armor, it may be a different story though. Rictus had a disturbing thought about the theory. My belief and thoughts influence my spells. Could the reason I can't manipulate metal as well as stone, or easily crush someone who is wearing armor because of this belief? I wonder how much subconscious belief plays into magic. If I teach someone my spells, would the way they use the spell differ from mine, or would they copy me? If it is different, and I observe it, could I then replicate the way they cast the spell? Something to think about in the future at least. Rictus quickly finished fixing the helmet and placed it carefully back on Thrall's head. He then made a note in his grimoire about looking into the impact of belief and thoughts on how a spell performs. Next, he started to make his way towards where Ela and Anska had went. Before he fully followed them, Rictus stopped to look at the ashes which was all that remained of the dragon priest. Rictus noticed the edge of something slightly distorting the ashes. Holding his breath, Rictus reached down for the object. It was of course the coveted dragon priest mask. Rictus could not really remember the effects of the mask from the game, but knew the masks usually had some useful enchantment. Deciding it was only fair, Rictus took the mask for himself and hung it at his waist for now. He would investigate it more later. He also picked up the staff of fireballs. A walking stick which shoots fireballs is always a good thing. Rictus knew the companions would be okay with him keeping these things since they were magic related, and he had been the one to defeat the creature. Rictus finally made his way into the back room where he found Anska and Ela. Anska was busy looking over a scroll and muttering to herself. Ela was being more practical and looting the place of valuables. At the back of the room was an iconic sight. It was a word wall. Rictus started to feel his heart beat a little faster. He was always a fan of the shouts and thought they were a cool aspect of the game Skyrim. He could hardly breathe as he made his way to his first word wall to learn his very first shout. As he neared it, he could basically hear the iconic Skyrim music blasting in his ears. Rictus was not sure what he was expecting to happen. There was no effect at first. Then Rictus began to feel something stirring in his gut. *********. Ela looked over at the mage in surprise. Rictus sheepishly rubbed the back of his head as he let out a little chuckle. Apparently, his stomach rumbled enough Ela could hear it. He couldn't believe he was hungry at a time like this. Ela quickly went back to her search for valuables. Rictus could have sworn a little smirk had played across her lips, but her stoic face gave no hints of mirth. Rictus was not sure what had come over him. He really believed for a second, he would learn a shout. Rictus carefully scanned the wall and tried to find anything magical about it or the many words written on it. The letters appeared like scratches on the stone wall. Rictus could tell there was something magical going on with the word wall, but he wasn't sure what exactly. These word walls are spread throughout Skyrim. They are written in what is believed to be the dragon language. Rictus was surprised to find Anska standing beside him looking at the word wall as well. Rictus wondered if she had more knowledge about this place than she let on. What does this one say? How should I know? I'm no greybeard. They are the ones who know about this kind of stuff if the rumors are to be believed. Maybe it has something to do with Voken. It is his crypt after all. Scoffed Anska as she went back to her scroll. After staring at the wall a bit longer, Rictus decided to see what Anska's scroll was all about. Peeking over her shoulder, Rictus found out he couldn't understand the scroll either. The words on it appeared like the ones found on the word wall, but not quite the same either. Can you even read this? Curiously asked Rictus as he gave up trying to decipher the scroll as well. Words and languages were not his forte. Not yet. It is in ancient Nordic, so a couple things are familiar. It will take me some research to be sure about its contents, but it should be what I have been searching so long for. Anska seemed to savor the moment as she softly held the scroll in her hands. Eventually, Mathried and Ria made their way back to the group. Rictus noticed a couple more cuts on the duo. It seemed there were some traps missed on the initial descent. Rictus quickly went over to them and healed the cuts. With everyone gathered again, Ela addressed them all. We have done what we have set out to do. Though we lost one of our own, he went out fighting a great enemy which will surely see him to Sovngarde. We will take him back with us and give his body a proper send-off. If there is nothing else, we will depart the wretched place. Once we get back to the surface, we will make camp for the night and head back home tomorrow. Everyone nodded at her little speech. They were all ready to leave this place. As the group started making their way, Rictus noticed Anska had not moved. Are you coming, Anska? She shook her head at the group. I greatly appreciate what you all have done for me. I think I will spend a little more time here just in case I missed something regarding the scroll. Your payment for the job is already waiting in Whiterun. I will always remember this. Thank you. While the group started to exit, Anska stopped Rictus. The others will not appreciate it, but I want to give you this spell tome. I noticed you use your familiar quite a bit. This spell tome is for a flaming familiar. Thought you could appreciate it. Think of it as a bonus for saving our lives. With that done, the Rictus caught back up to the group and finally left the ruins. Once they reached the surface, the group made a hasty camp and got a fire going. It's cold this far north no matter the season. Ela quickly left the group to go hunting for dinner. The howls of a massive and ferocious wolf could be heard for the next hour. Ria was worried while Rictus and Mathried had a knowing look on their face. The huntress had some pent-up anger to let out apparently. After a couple hours, Ela returned with a deer for dinner. The group enjoyed a quiet meal together as they stared up at the beautiful night sky. The stars were shining brightly this night. Rictus always enjoyed the night sky, and its natural beauty. Rictus looked at the group he had spent the past few days with. They were a decent bunch. While not to the level of true friendship, they were connected through battle and loss of a fellow warrior. I don't think I will be headed back to Whiterun with you. It has been a pleasure working with such fine warriors, but I think I may take a little detour and see some other places in Skyrim. Maybe the College of Winterhold has some good books. I could use a little rest and a good book. The rest of the group accepted his declaration easily. They had grown fond of the mage during their short time with him. Fighting through the ruins with him and how he was not afraid to battle with them definitely helped. He had fought valiantly with them, which is all a member of the companions could ask. Ela's opinion had probably changed the most about him. She had not wanted to take him at all with them, but it could have turned out much worse for them without his magic to help them. She now viewed him as an asset. I understand. I was skeptical about bringing you along, but you proved yourself more than worthy. What shall we do about your portion of the valuables? Rictus was a little impressed the proud huntress had basically said she was wrong about him. He didn't really care too much about most of the things they found in the ruins. I will take the mask and staff of the dragon priest as well as the grand soul gem we found. Other than that, I do not really care about the rest. Besides, Kodlak already paid me. The companions seemed to perk up a little at this. Mathried and Ria were happy because it meant they had a larger cut of the profit. Ela was interested that Kodlak had already paid the mage before they even completed the mission. It made her curious as to what he saw in Rictus. That will work for us. You deserve those as being the one to finally defeat that monster as well as being the only one who uses magic here. If you ever find yourself in need of more work, the companions will always welcome you. I at least would always welcome you as part of the pack. Ela had a bit of a smirk as she finished talking. Rictus was not really sure how to take the last part of what she said. Did she mean werewolf or just part of the team? Thank you for the offer. I would be willing to help the companions out again if they are ever in need of magical support. I do not know how long I will be gone. If any of you ever need my help, just drop a message in the letter holder at my house in Whiterun. Kodlak should know where to find it. With the last bit of business taken care of, the rest of the night passed quickly as they all rested and recuperated. When they were going off to bed, Rictus noticed Ria grab Mathried and take him into her tent. It seems they were going to blow some steam off after the battles of the day. Rictus looked up to see Ela staring at him. She seemed to be contemplating something as she looked at him. A small smile and shake of the head were all Rictus saw before she disappeared back into the woods. After the various displays, Rictus happily went back to his tent to get some sleep. And, hope you all are enjoying it so far. I usually try and upload one chapter a week. This one is coming real early. Maybe I'll complete another before it's over. If you have any thoughts or opinions on the story, let me know what I can do better for next time. Chapter 15, Goat Rider. The next morning saw Rictus splitting from the group. They had a good little quest and parted on good terms. The companions decided to take the road past Mortal towards Whiterun while Rictus made his way towards Dawnstar. Rictus had given the companions back their horse since he was simply borrowing it for the mission. Billy the goat familiar was more than willing to carry him though. With a little trial and error, Rictus was able to figure out how to ride on his goat familiar. It turned out to be much more comfortable than he imagined. Spectral beings were quite pliable, especially when the person controlling them desires a comfortable seat. Now Rictus had a mount which would never tire and unfailingly loyal. The more Rictus thought about it, the happier he was with good ole Billy the goat. With Billy following the road, Rictus allowed his focus to drift to the dragon priest mask. The mask looked like a standard dragon priest mask with a more bluish color. Rictus didn't really see how the mask is supposed to go on his face. There were no straps or anything like that, nor was there eye holes. Rictus still brought it up to his face just for the fun of it. As it got near his face, there was a slight pulling sensation. Deciding to see where this lead, Rictus pressed the mask to his face. The mask stayed on his face without him having to hold it there. He could even see out of the mask as if there was nothing blocking his vision at all. In fact, Rictus could barely tell there was anything on his face at all. The mask only gave a slight pressure on his face, but nothing like what an ancient metal mask should feel like. Rictus was able to easily pull it off and stick it back on with no problems. So magic mask which sticks to my face with no assistance and allows me to see out of it without having eye holes, nice. So far, Rictus was quite pleased with it even without knowing its enchantments. As he kept the mask on for a little while, he noticed something. The amount of draw on his mana for his familiar was less than normal. He also felt as if he had a bit better control over Billy now as well. It seemed this mask had some enchantment to help with conjuration magic. Deciding to run with this theory, Rictus tried out his other magics. After playing around for a bit, Rictus found what he believed to be the enchantments for his new mask. It seemed to help with the cost of conjuration, alteration, and illusion spells. It was almost as if the universe knew his 3 favorite magics and decided to give him a mask which helped him with them. Strange how that works out sometimes. The decrease in cost of magic was fairly noticeable, but there was also a bit of help with the control of his spells which was a pleasant surprise. Rictus was able to test out these enchantments by simply taking the mask on and off while casting the same spells. The next thing on Rictus's to-do list was the Flaming Familiar spell tome. He did not really remember it from the games, but that was because he quickly started conjuring Atronax and Dremora since they were so much more powerful. This would also be Rictus's first spell tome. The spell tomes were interesting creations. The good ones had an enchantment on them which allowed them to impart knowledge into the reader's mind. Once the enchantments took effect, the book would disintegrate due to it not having the magic which bonded it together. Rictus really wanted to learn more about the creation of spell tomes. Mostly so he could try and learn the enchantment allowing one to instantly impart knowledge to someone. That just seemed awesome. It also explains why spell tomes were so expensive. They were only good for one person and took someone with good enchanting and knowledge of the spell being placed in the tome. The only thing keeping rich people from being able to go from not knowing any spells to being an archmage was because the books did not impart magical ability nor experience. An example would be how someone in Rictus's old world could read all about how to play a musical instrument. They could memorize every chord to a song. This did not mean they could just pick up a guitar and play that song like a master. Muscle memory, calluses, finger dexterity, and hand-eye coordination are all needed as well as knowledge on how to play a song. Same concept with the spell tomes here. A spell tome may let a person know how they could cast fire using magic, but if they cannot even access their magic, it does them no good. Similarly, if they have a very small amount of mana, they will only manage a small spark instead of a fireball. Still, for those who were adept at magic, the spell tomes were amazing. The spell would still need practice, but it would greatly increase the speed of learning. If a person already knew a similar spell, then it would also increase the learning speed of the spell. Rictus stopped in a clearing beside the road and began practicing the Flaming Familiar spell. This spell caused his familiar to be covered in flames as well as explode upon death. This would be great for battles involving large groups as long as the familiar did not die near Rictus or his allies. If only Rictus could alter the spell, then it could be much more practical. Thankfully, his ability with alteration magic allowed him to do just that, with practice of course. Rictus stayed in the clearing for a few hours practicing the spell and taking a long lunch break. Rictus couldn't help but be proud of his progress. There was always room for continued improvement though no matter the spell. Rictus looked proudly on his majestic-looking familiar. Billy was now about the size of an average horse, but Rictus could make it as small as a normal goat if he wanted. Billy's horns spiraled around its head and came to a sharp point a foot in front of his head. Additionally, these horns were on fire. There were additional flames fluttering around the hooves and tail. The familiar would also not explode upon death, unless Rictus wanted that to happen. The entire familiar appeared mostly black now with a fiery light emanating from inside it, instead of the normal spectral white-blue. Billy appeared like a Daedra version of a goat. If Ghost Rider rode a goat instead of a motorcycle, it would look like Billy. Rictus was still a little confused as to why he still summoned a goat, but he could not complain about the results. Besides, Billy was growing on him. At times, Rictus could swear Billy had a small spark of intelligence in his eyes. Not worrying too much about that, Rictus mounted his new and improved familiar as he continued towards Dawnstar. The ride was extremely comfortable, as now Billy radiated heat which would be very practical as Rictus was entering the colder portion of Skyrim. After a couple more hours, Rictus started seeing some signs of civilization. Small homesteads had started popping up. Rictus was a little surprised to see people out tending the fields. The ground and weather in this part of Skyrim were not really suited for agriculture. Although, it made sense for there to be farms near the town or else they would have to rely solely on the sea for food, and it probably froze over for part of the year. As he was passing on of the larger homesteads, Rictus couldn't help but notice a strangely painted cow on the outside of their stone fence. There were 3 men, probably Nords, tending the field under the expert eye of an obviously experienced farmer. A young girl was balancing along the top of the fence as she walked around the field. As she neared the portion of the wall near the road, she looked up and saw Rictus and Billy staring at her. She let out a scream and fell off the wall. Before she could hit the ground, Rictus instinctively reached out with his magic and caught her. The girl stared wide-eyed at Rictus and his casual display of magic. The men on the field did not react so nicely. They began to shout and storm over to Rictus with fist raised after hearing the girl scream. They stopped just short when they noticed the girl floating in the air and saw Rictus's outstretched hand. The older man seemed to take the lead. "Release my granddaughter, you foul creature. Tell us what you want, but do not harm the little lassie." Rictus was shocked at man's words. I think there is some kind of misunderstanding here. I was just passing by, and the little girl screamed and fell off the wall. I did not want her to get hurt, so I caught her with some magic. I did not mean to startle anyone, nor do I want any trouble." Rictus gently set the girl down as he tried to seem non-threatening. He really did not want to fight the farmers. He didn't think it would be much of a fight, but he didn't want to be bothered by it. He was mostly just interested in that strange painted cow. The men seemed to relax a little as the little girl was set down. She immediately ran and hid behind the older man as she stared fearfully at Billy. The older man continued to stare down Rictus. "If you didn't want any trouble, you wouldn't have showed up here riding a Talos damned beast from oblivion like some kind of bandit. Just leave us be, we have nothing you would want." Rictus was a little offended. They thought Billy was some cheap beast from a different plane. Billy was his handcrafted familiar, not some beast. Rictus spent hours getting the look just right. Although, he may have made him a tad intimidating. Plus, he may have been looking pretty rough. He hadn't gotten cleaned up after fighting in the dungeon. His tunic was looking very worn and had sweat stains as well as quite a few tears. Rictus was exhausted the night after the quest and excited to experiment with his new mask as well as his familiar. His mask, Rictus may have also still been wearing the mask. Rictus got down from Billy and dismissed the familiar. He then took off his mask so they could see his face. "Sorry about all of that. I kinda forgot those can be a little intimidating. I was just with Ela and some other companions. We helped a woman named Anska get a scroll from some ruins." At the mention of Anska, one of the other men perked up. "Anska? Was she a strong and beautiful Nord woman? Likes to use fire magic and is obsessed with proving she is a direct descendant of Isgramor? Is she okay?" She said she had hired the companions to help her with her newest breakthrough. Rictus and the other men stared blankly at the one speaking out. The man began to blush a little bit after his outburst. Yes, actually. That sums her up pretty well. How do you know her? You fancy her?" Rictus couldn't help but chuckle as the man got even redder at being called out like that. "We only shared a tankard of mead a few times at the tavern while she was in town. I was just getting to know her better. We didn't get to do anything before she had to leave." Trailed off the blushing man as he realized he may have said too much. Everyone else started laughing at the young man. The tension in the air before seemed to just disappear. Based off appearance and hearing them talk, Rictus could tell that everyone here was related. The older man was the father of the 3 younger men who seemed to be brothers. As the other 2 brothers continued teasing the outspoken one, the older man turned back to Rictus. "My apologies about the misunderstanding. In the future, you should be more aware of your appearance though. My name is Brentus and these are my sons, Erlinger, Afgar, and Wrath. The little lass is my granddaughter Sif." Rictus shook the man's offered hand. "Well met. My name is Rictus. I was just passing on my way towards Dawnstar when I couldn't help but notice the cow by your fence. What is the story with that?" At the mention of the cow, the family seemed to get serious. "The cow is there in an attempt to appease any giants if they come around. They have been getting more aggressive ever since the Jarl tried to send some men to kill them. Everyone thought the men killed them since they came back with some giant's toes. Those were not all of them apparently. The Jarl tried to send some more men to investigate, but they haven't returned yet. A couple farms have been raided so far. Sometimes leaving an animal out and putting those marks will make the giants leave you alone. Rictus was surprised by the story. If the Jarl's men didn't show back up, they were probably dead. It sounded like the Jarl attacked first and now the giants are retaliating. Rictus felt bad for the people living out on these farms. They were not suited to fighting off a giant. The Jarl must do something soon though. It was still prime harvest time for the area before the cold set it. They had another few weeks before the start of last seed. The weather would change fast this far north once that time comes. Dawnstar would need all the farmers to be productive till then so the region would have enough food stockpiled for the winter. I am really sorry to hear about that. Hopefully the Jarl will be able to do something soon to stop it. Thank you for indulging my curiosity. Brentus waved off his thanks as he started to get back to work in the field. As Rictus was walking away, he noticed Sif was still carefully watching him. Rictus had always had a bit of a soft spot when it came to kids. As he got to the area between the house and the field, he decided to work a little magic. Rictus raised up a lattice work of stone effectively making a domed jungle gym. He then raised up more stone and made it into a slide. One side had steps leading up to the smoothed stone slide. The young girl stared at Rictus's creation in amazement. Rictus left with one last wave to the kid as she began to investigate her new play area. As Rictus neared the town proper, he noticed a fairly large caravan of Khajiit. They seemed to be packing up their stuff. It was still a little strange to Rictus that the caravans were not simple a few Khajiit walking together, but an actual caravan with a lot of wagons and Khajiit. As Rictus approached, a female Khajiit with a dark grey and black coat made eye contact with him. Deciding to see if they had any good wares or news, he approached her. Hello. I was wondering what you had to offer. As you can see by my attire, I am in desperate need of some clothes. The Khajiit seemed a little surprised at him approaching her. Ah, so many refuse to talk to us. They call us thieves and smugglers. I am glad to see that you are not such a one. We have many fine clothes to fit one such as you. Follow Auri. As Rictus was looking through the wares, the rest of the caravan continued to pack up their things. Rictus laid down a couple septims as he continued browsing. Any interesting news from the other cities? Also, are you packing up because it's time to move on, or is there something wrong with the town? Auri quickly grabbed up the septims. She then nodded at Rictus in appreciation. Not many people in Skyrim understood that coins talk. This one has heard rumors another moot may be occurring very soon in Solitude. Always good for business when the rich gather. We are moving because one of the guards is convinced a Diadra prince is cursing the town. So a few people get nightmares, no big deal. He is adamant though, and it was close to time to move on anyways. Besides, he is the absolutely the strongest guard especially with that shield, so I tend to listen to his input. Rictus froze. As Auri had been talking about the guard, she had motioned to another Khajiit. He was absolutely massive. Rictus was a large man and quite muscular thanks to his alter body spell. The Khajiit was a head taller than him and had more muscles. He also carried a huge metal shield with spikes on it. Rictus quickly looked away before he was caught staring. He grabbed a normal tan tunic, some black pants, and an outfit which looked like novice mage robes except they were black. Rictus quickly paid for his new outfits and a sweet roll to snack on. As he munched on his snack, he created a stone chair to sit on. Eventually, the caravan began rolling past him. The huge Khajiit was sitting on the back of the last carriage as it drove away. Rictus made eye contact. He couldn't help but wink and wiggle his eyebrows at the huge fellow before he caused the ground to swallow him up as he stayed sitting on the chair. Using magic to make an impression is always a good time. Once Rictus was completely underground, he hollowed out a small room. He was in a good mood after messing with the Khajiit. Whether he was someone like him or not didn't matter to Rictus. He wasn't about to go out of his way to interact with the guy. Besides, Rictus occasionally took pleasure in the little things like messing with an absolute stranger. Rictus then began to make a complicated-looking glyph. His earth-bending allowed him to easily make the glyph right into the stone. Rictus then reinforced the room to make sure it would stay safe. He was looking forward to spending the night back at his house in his bed. With a large pulse of magic, Rictus disappeared. His last thought about the greatness of magical fast travel. The Khajiit continued to stare at the spot that man had disappeared from. He had thought nothing of the man as he first approached Auri, just a dirty man looking for some new clothes to replace his old ones. It was a little strange he just sat there watching the caravan. He was a little worried the man may be trying to scope out his caravan for a bandit attack or something. There was something about that last look though which was slightly unnerving. The way he seemed to know he was not originally from this place. Then before he could react, the man simply vanished underground while smiling and winking at him. He had to have been someone like him. But what could he mean by showing himself to me like that? Well, that was another long chapter. How about that meeting with another player? Hope it was as underwhelming as I planned. I like how I started Billy off as a joke and now he is getting to be a monster. I guess the trusty goat familiar has grown on me. It is getting closer to time for the dragons to start appearing. Still a bit off, I'm afraid. Don't worry. The dragons are on their way. Comments. The Crimson shout, yeah, dumb mistake on my part. Rice Inman, so glad you feel that way. I've always thought the Elder Scrolls was a fun setting with a lot of potential. Sadly, games can't have everything in them, but it gives people more creativity to write about it. Chapter 16, Giant Solutions. Sleeping in your own bed after being away is an amazing feeling. Rictus was taking his time, just leisurely lying in bed. There was no rush today for him to do anything. He did plan on continuing his journey to the college, but he wasn't sure how he wanted to go about it yet. Did he want to take any pit stops on the way, or would he rather just get there as fast as possible? Rictus was starting to find it kind of enjoyable to travel around Skyrim. It was a beautiful place after all. Plus, being out in the world gave him many chances to practice different magics as well as get inspired for trying out new ways to use magic. Setting up a couple more teleportation glyphs wouldn't be a bad idea either. So far, he only had 3. They were located under his house in a hidden underground room outside of Dawnstar, and a near the lake outside of Markarth. /N he put one there after he got the spell, did not go into detail about it though. Rictus figured it wouldn't be a bad idea to place a few more near some of the other holds. Near the College of Winterhold would be a major one to place. He also considered putting one a few hours outside of Windhelm, since that was an important location and the road to Winterhold passed near it. The other major holds would have to wait a little while before he could place the glyphs, since he had no reason to go to them just yet. Rictus was also pretty sure he didn't want to go near Riften since it was infested with thieves. The other locations would come with time. Rictus finally got out of bed to eat some breakfast and go to the bathroom. Whiterun was lucky in the sanitation department. It had a type of sewer system. It was similar to ancient Roman restrooms, where it would fall down and be washed away by a river which ran under the town. There was a collection area outside the town where all the sewage would be collected. The Jarl paid some people to manage the waste area and keep build-up to a minimum. Ever so often, some mage would go and burn it if it ever got too out of control. The downside was that unless you were part of the rich, you had to go to communal bathrooms unless you just used a bucket. Rictus simply made himself a small bathroom area connecting to the sewers because he could and didn't want to have to go to the outhouses. After taking care of business, Rictus contemplated what he wanted to do today. He wasn't going to go out into Whiterun since he didn't want to risk someone of the companions seeing him. Ela and her group were probably still a day away from being back. Although he doubted it would happen, he didn't feel like trying to explain anything if it did. Rictus couldn't initially decide if he wanted to do anything regarding the giants plaguing the farmers of Dawnstar. He liked the giants overall as a people. They were not the dim-witted beasts as they were so commonly portrayed. The giants were a simple folk, not a stupid one. Rictus believed he could solve the problem but didn't know if he really wanted to go to the trouble. Giants are still dangerous after all. Before he came to a decision, he looked at his new mask. He was a little hesitant on calling it Voken. Seemed a little pretentious to name a mask something like that, but many enchanted items were called interesting names. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw some goat horns laying on the table. Those were there in case he wanted to add some wall scones to the place. His grandfather, the one who had originally owned the house, also worked with goats, so it made sense he left some of them in the house. Without thinking about it too much, Rictus went over to look at the goat horns. They were still in great shape and even inlaid with gold carvings. They were not the full horns of the goat, just the last 5 inches of the sharpened tip. He could tell based off the horns it would have been an impressive specimen for a goat. Blue and gold kind of go together, I think. Besides, Billy has been good to me. Focusing his magical might upon the mask, he began adding the horns to the top of it. This was only possible since the mask was made from metal. He made 2 divots at top of the mask and fitted the horns into them. He caused the metal to flow back over the base of the horns to lock them into place. Rictus was overall satisfied with the result. The mask now looked like he had fused Loki's helmet with the dragon mask. The horns were not quite as long as the horns on Loki's helmet. And so, the legendary mask of the goat herder was created. Rictus shook his head at the mere thought. Just because the companions joked about him being a goat herder, did not make it true. Rictus felt more prepared than he had been in a while. He was now wearing his black mage's robes with his grimoire attached at the hip, and his staff of fireballs in his hands. He debated about wearing the improved Voken but decided against it for now. Once he was on the road, he would wear the mask again. In the end, Rictus decided he would try and resolve Dawnstar's giant problem. As Uncle Ben once said, with great power comes great responsibility. Also, giant camps were usually filled with all kinds of good loot. They didn't really care about the stuff, so if Rictus needed to take some of it off their hands, he wasn't going to complain. It wasn't as if they would be able to use the human-sized equipment. Rictus already had a couple ideas on what he could do with all those materials. This also provided a good time to test the limit of his teleportation glyph. He didn't want to show up to the giant's camp with no gift, so Rictus planned on trying to go buy a cow or goat to take as a peace offering. Rictus originally wasn't going to go out to town, but now he had a reason to go out. Besides, if any of the companions cared enough to ask, he could always say it was magic. He wasn't too worried though. His new robes had a hood which would work well enough at a distance, and there were not many companions which would recognize him. Rictus left his house and went towards the market district to find someone selling livestock. After asking around for a few minutes, he was headed out of the walls and towards some farms which often sold surplus animals cheaply. Rictus was still surprised at the size difference between Whiterun from the games and this Whiterun. It made sense to be so much larger than what the games portrayed. It would not have been much of a city with only 50 people in it. This was a city of thousands with all the infrastructure to support such a large place. Rictus was very impressed by the massive barns/warehouses on the farm. Felden's Farms was supposed to be the place to go around these parts for livestock. Felden apparently was quite adept at breeding animals and was now one of the largest suppliers in the region, if what that butch said was true. Rictus approached the small building nearest the road with the sign showing it belonged to Felden's farm. The inside of the building was very plain. There were a few chairs along the wall, a table with some flowers on it, a few paintings of different animals, and a large desk opposite the entry with a door leading out the back. A young male bosmer was behind the desk. He smiled and greeted Rictus once Rictus was inside. "Welcome to Felden's farm, my name is Elise. What can I help you with today? I am looking for a goat of good stock. If I don't find one I like, then I will get a cow. What do you have in stock?" Elise seemed a little put out. "Just a single animal? And we have all your domesticated animals in decent quantity. You will get a better deal the more you buy." Rictus shook his head at the offer. "Only need one for now. May need more in the future, but not now." Elise let out a little sigh as he got out of his seat and motioned Rictus to follow him out back to the barns. They entered one of the smaller barns which held some of the goats. There were probably about 20 goats in the barn, separated into 4 large pens. As they made their way fully into the barn, something peculiar started happening. All the goats started approaching the gates of the pens and stared at Rictus, almost hopefully. They then all let out a single bleat, and laid down without making another sound, never breaking eye contact with Rictus. Elise had never seen the goats react in such a way to any person before. He looked over questioningly at the man standing beside him. "Are you some kind of magical goat herder? I have never seen the goats act like this before, and I was raised on this farm." Rictus started to blush at the man's comment. He shook his head and started quickly making his way out of the barn. "I am not a goat herder. I don't want a goat anyways. A cow is what I need." Rictus was a little unnerved by the goats' actions and had no idea why they reacted that way. The way they stared at him also made him feel reluctant to use any of them for the teleporting experiment or giving them to giants to eat. As they were getting near the cow pens, Rictus heard a distinctive noise. "Was that a mammoth cry?" Rictus asked incredulously. He didn't think anyone but giants raised those massive creatures. Elise seemed to perk up at that. "Why yes, it is. A hunter recently brought us a baby mammoth he found wounded. We are not too sure what we will do with it yet, honestly." "Well, how about I bet it off you?" Elise seemed to think for a moment. "I will have to ask my father about that. He may not want to sell it. Plus, it would be very expensive if he does sell it. Exotic animals always cost more." Rictus just smiled at that. Money was not a problem for him. Transmutation was more overpowered in a realistic setting compared to the game. An hour later found Rictus making his way out to the countryside surrounding Whiterun with a mammoth following along. Rictus had to summon Billy to keep the mammoth under control and shepherd the beast out of town. Once they were sufficiently away, Rictus began his plan. Rictus cast Paralyze on the little mammoth to keep it still during the whole process. He didn't need any distractions. Next, Rictus kept the tradition alive of creating an underground safe room. Once he had the mammoth underground, he started making the glyph directly under the beast. After that was done and his mana was back to full, it was time to test it out. Rictus sat on the prone mammoth as he began channeling magic for the teleportation. Here goes nothing. The experiment was a success. Rictus felt a little nauseated due to the huge mana cost. Casting the teleport already took a lot of mana, but adding something the size of a mammoth, even a baby one, made it cost significantly more. It drained almost all his mana in one go. Still, Rictus was confident he could teleport one person with him without much problem. 2 people would still be doable, and 3 would be about the same result as the mammoth. Rictus did not really want to find out what would happen if he tried anything more though. Experimenting with magic is great but can be dangerous. Usually when casting a spell, if you run out of mana, the spell will cut off. If you do not have enough mana, the spell will fail before even casting. Glyphs, or runes, were a little different. Glyphs could be made outright with magic which would make them single-use and activated by touch. These were more commonly known as runes. Glyphs were carved into the ground and could have a wider variety of functions. This allowed a mage to reactivate it by injecting mana into the glyph. It greatly cut down on the cost of the glyphs since the mage did not have to add enough mana to keep the markings stable by magical force alone but took much more time and preparation. Runes were not often used due to their large mana requirements. They cost about twice what their normal spell counterparts did. Glyphs were not used as much due to the complexity of making them, the time spent making them, and their fragility. A single break in the glyph could cause it to not work or malfunction. Rictus believed he could handle most malfunctions. A master-level glyph which dealt with ripping a hole in the fabric of space, was not something he wanted to risk malfunctioning. Rictus was lucky and felt more comfortable about using glyphs simply because of his earth-bending spells. He could quickly and easily make the glyphs, and they would be much sturdier since they were made of hardened stone. Now all Rictus had to do was find the giants and convince them to stop attacking the farmers. Should be easy to find them at least since giants are not exactly known for their stealth abilities. Convincing them may be a little more difficult. The giant stood with a mammoth flanking him as he watched the man head back towards the human town. He was surprised by the man and his actions. The man had walked into their camp as if he belonged. After paralyzing a few of the more eager defenders, the giants realized he was not there for a fight. After a long couple of hours communicating, the man had gotten his point across. He had given a baby mammoth as a peace offering, which was a very large offering in the eyes of the giants. Mammoths were their trusty companions. Giving away a baby mammoth showed great respect in a giant's ability to raise and take care of them. He even used his magic to help the hurt giants and mammoths, which was just a bonus. Gronok had been told of a strange man by his brother Grok. He had apparently gifted his nephew an impressive goat. He did not believe this to be true, but now he believed he met the same man. Maybe Grok was right about the world changing. Maybe he should answer the call of clans. There were tales of a new matriarch trying to become high chieftain. If tales of the strange man were true, maybe this one held some truth. Gronok scoffed. No way was this matriarch defeating challengers with a single swing of her club, and able to crack mountains with one swing. A/N, hope you didn't mind me skipping over the interaction with the giants like that. I honestly wasn't sure how to write it, so I improvised. I think I liked having the perspective of the giant more anyways. Chapter 17, Winterhold. A/N, well, I am quite thankful for everyone who has read this story or offered ideas. Here is another chapter in honor of Thanksgiving. The road to Winterhold was mostly uneventful. Rictus decided to use his telekinesis to fly most of the way there to speed along the trip. He did have to take breaks ever so often since he still hadn't gotten quite good enough with the control to really fly with it. He basically was just throwing his body really hard in the air and relying on slow fall to keep him from falling too fast. Rictus had to take breaks every so often since it felt kind of like riding a roller coaster, and he needed a break. He thought about visiting Fort Dunstad, the fort guarding the road between Dawnstar and Winterhold/Windhelm, but it was looking kind of shabby. It seemed to be filled with shabby guardsmen and some dirty-looking mercenaries. No place for a self-respecting mage, even if he was really curious when he heard rumors of a skeever fighting ring inside the fort. Maybe one day he would build his own arena. The one in the Imperial City was supposed to be quite profitable. Rictus did stop for lunch at a place called the Nightgate Inn. It was quite a nice little place. There was even a nice little lake where a finely dressed orc was fishing. He was not a social person and totally ignored Rictus when he waved. Rictus didn't mind though. Some people prefer to fly under the radar. After having a scrumptious meal inspired by some gourmet cookbook, Rictus continued his journey. The great food made Rictus feel as light as a cloud and ready to continue his journey. Rictus stopped in his tracks though. He had a spell which could increase weight. He could even control how much weight was increased by the mana used. It would stand to reason a spell decreasing weight would not be too far off or difficult to manage. Rictus was able to quickly alter his burden spell into a feather spell. He could now decrease the weight of objects, including himself. Now if he could make it into an area of effect spell, Rictus could call himself a gravity mage. It was good to have dreams. The feather spell made traveling with his telekinesis much more efficient. He could throw himself farther and faster while using less mana. This also got him even closer to being able to really fly. He just had to work out some more control with the spell. Flying was not time to lose concentration. It was easy to control a character flying in the game, but flying first person is always more difficult. The only other stop he made was near a fort called Fort Castoff. It was in a good defensible location and was beside the main road which led to Winterhold. It was filled with Winterhold guards and even some mages, based off their robes. The combo made sense to Rictus since this was the easiest way to get to Winterhold and the college, at least if you didn't want to travel over the frosty wilderness of northern Skyrim. A couple miles before this fort was where Rictus decided to make another teleportation glyph. Following the road south instead of north would lead to Windhelm. Placing the glyph here would greatly decrease the distance needed to travel if Rictus ever wanted to visit Windhelm, which he didn't. Overall, flying was a significantly faster method of travel than by land. There was the problem of going past the road and having to backtrack, but it was still much more efficient. Rictus could see the college a little way past the modest town of Winterhold. Rictus could also see the Shrine of Azure, which was as impressive as people said. He was sorely tempted to go visit it but decided against it. Daedric princes were not to be trifled with. Rictus didn't want to end up as some errand boy to one of them, even if he kinda already did it once. He had learned from his mistakes. Rictus was still a little ways out of town when he placed his hidden teleport glyph room. He preferred to keep the glyphs out of town if he could help it. Don't want someone stumbling across those and messing them up. Winterhold was not an impressive settlement. It was significantly larger than what was portrayed in the games, but still not very large. Most of the buildings were squat and close to each other. Rictus supposed it was to lessen the amount of time spent outside. The hold was probably the largest structure in the town, followed by the tavern. There were some places which looked like shops and some more houses which kind of trailed off haphazardly over the hill a bit. Rictus would be surprised if more than 1,000 people lived in this town. It was hard to believe this was the capital for an entire hold. Dawnstar made this place look tiny, and it was supposed to be one of the smallest holds. The college really was the town's only saving grace. Rictus could almost feel the magic in the air flowing from the place. It had some kind of majestic beauty to it which was hard to put into words. He was not sure if someone not sensitive to magic would be able to appreciate all its glory. Rictus was a bit surprised at simply how much magic the place seemed to be radiating. He had clearly underestimated the magical nature of a home for mages. As Rictus was entering the town, there was a loud booming noise which shook the ground. He could also feel a huge discharge of magical energy. There seemed to be a building storm of magical energies radiating from somewhere inside the college. Rictus couldn't help but groan. I really hope that was not the Eye of Magnus. I was hoping to meet Savos. He seemed like such a knowledgeable fellow about magic. Hopefully Tolfter is still alive. I also wonder if this is when that Thalmor first activates it or if we are waiting for someone to return with the Staff of Magnus. What was his name? Something like Arcano, but that seems wrong. Rictus was brought out of his musing when he felt a strange type of magical energy condense in the surrounding area. When he looked to the areas, Rictus saw what had to be the magical anomalies seen in the game. They simply felt so strange to his magical senses. One of the creatures was close and started to approach him. Once the creature was almost upon him, Rictus caused the earth before him to shoot up into a wall blocking the creature's path. He was getting faster with his earth bending each day it seemed. Once the creature was blocked, Rictus quickly caused more stone to surround it. He then made the stone slowly suffocate the creature. Interestingly enough, his control of the stone seemed to become more difficult the closer it got to the anomaly. Rictus stopped before completely crushing the creature. He decided to sink the thing down into the ground for now. It really was too interesting to destroy. Maybe he could learn something from it. The rest of the town did not seem to be having such an easy time with the creatures. Thankfully, there were only a couple more in the town. There were a few guards stabbing at them with swords, but the creatures were extremely nimble and no larger than a volleyball. Rictus felt another one of the creatures start to form near the Jarl's Hall. He was wondering whether he should capture it or destroy it. His decision was made when he noticed two small forms cowering near the creature. The little boy pushed the girl behind him as the anomaly charged at them. Before Rictus could act, the magical anomaly attacked the boy. The boy had tried swinging his fist at the monster, but it simply tore his hand off, which quickly dissolved into nothing. The little boy started screaming as he fell down, looking at where his hand was at just a moment before. This was definitely not like the stories he had grown up hearing. The hero was supposed to save the girl and defeat the monster. He couldn't help but close his eyes and let out another terrified scream as the monster moved towards his face. Instead of the attack he was expecting, some force yanked him away. Looking up from where he landed, the boy saw a large figure covered in black standing over him. Before he could react, the man seemed to pull a large axe out of nowhere. He then flung his axe, bisecting the creature. Before the axe could go much further, it stopped and magically flew back into the man's hand. There was a discharge of magic as the anomaly seemed to explode. The slight concussive force was the last straw for the boy. He began to lose consciousness. His last sight was the man standing over him while carrying an axe worthy of a scrammer himself with only one hand. Rictus looked down at the poor boy. He had taken the time to put on his mask before the battle, but his time doing that had given the magical anomaly enough time to take the poor boy hands off. As bad as it was, Rictus did not think he would change his actions. It was better to be on the safe side, and the mask gave him quite a boost to his abilities. Rictus also glanced over at the girl he had pulled away at the same time as the boy. She was staring at the boy and appeared to be in shock. As she saw the stump which used to be the boy's hand, tears started streaming down her face. She ran over to the unconscious boy and started shaking him. Sir. Sir. Wake up. You have to wake up. The boy seemed to hear her as he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes had a spark of recognition when looking at the girl. He weakly held out his stump towards her as a pained smile graced his lips. Irid. As his stump neared her, Irid flinched back at the sight of it. Asur seemed to notice his disfigurement. His eyes grew wide and fainted from the sight of it. Rictus felt a little bad for the kids. This was a rude awakening for the two of them, and the boy would have a rough go with only one hand. Rictus didn't stop paying attention to his surroundings though. There had been only one more anomaly appear near him, which he promptly destroyed with his axe. Apparently, giant fast-moving weapons were super effective against the creatures, which was good because they seemed to have magic resistance. When there were no more enemies in his immediate surroundings, Rictus went over to the remains of the magical anomaly. It seemed to be made of fine blue dust, which Rictus was quick to capture in a stone bowl. There also appeared to be a soul gem inside of the remains as well. Very interesting that these creatures had a formed and filled soul gem inside of them already. Maybe this could be a way to generate soul gems out of air. Rictus made a mental note to investigate this later with his newest test subject. The fighting around the town seemed to have died down. Rictus noticed a few groups of mages were around the town now. They came from the college to help the town defeat the creatures. They seemed to keep their distance from the regular guardsmen except for a couple who were going around healing the injured. There was one high elf woman who seemed to be particularly good at destroying the creatures with her strong destructive magic. Rictus decided she had to be a master in the field based on her proficiency in magical aura. There were no more magical anomalies for the moment, but Rictus could feel the slow build-up of more magic in the air. There would be another wave eventually unless something was done to the Eye of Magus in the college. A group of guardsmen quickly made their way over to Rictus and the two children. When they got closer, they saw the poor state of the boy and their panic seemed to heighten even further. What happened to Asur? Someone quickly inform Jarl Korur. You there, what happened to the Jarl's son? The apparent leader of the little group stared down Rictus as another guard ran to the nearby longhouse. Rictus took off his mask while looking at the nervous guardsman. He couldn't tell if it was from him, or the face the injured boy was the Jarl's son. I was just entering the town when all these magical anomalies started appearing around. These two children were being attacked by one of them. I defeated it, but not before it injured the poor lad. What in Talos's name is going on here? The guards seemed to relax just a bit after listening to Rictus and confirming his story with Irid. They went on to explain they do not know the specifics about it all, but it had something to do with those damnable mages. This was the second time these creatures had attacked them this month. They were thankfully more prepared to face them this time compared to that first attack, so there were less injuries and casualties. A large man burst out of the Jarl's longhouse with quite a few guards and a woman following behind him. The Jarl sprinted over to the group and focused his eyes on Asur. The woman fell to her knees and cradled the poor boy to his chest as tears fell cascaded down her cheeks. The man's eyes seemed to harden as he looked up for an explanation. Rictus quickly explained to him what had transpired leading to this situation. A cold rage seemed to come over the Jarl. Those cursed mages have gone too far this time. They sit in their college doing Talos knows what and disregarding all others. They have already destroyed Winterhold once before, and now they seem to be doing it all over again. The first attack could have been a mistake, but not this time. They almost killed my son this time. I will not let this stand. There will be a reckoning soon. Rictus could see the anger in the rest of the guards' eyes as well. There was an intensity in the air which was not there before. Rictus did not remember this being part of the original script at all. Makes sense though. If someone already hated the mages, then there were two large magical attacks on the town, they probably wouldn't just calmly forgive the ones they thought responsible, especially if their child was almost killed. Taking a risk, Rictus cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. The boy will be fine. A master healer could potentially restore his hand. If not, there may be something I could do to fix it. As Rictus was talking, the Jarl realized Rictus was most likely a mage based off what was just said. His eyes hardened even more after he finished talking. Did you not just hear me, mage? Your college will feel my wrath. Had you not saved my son's life, I would gut you where you stand. Rictus was a little taken aback by the man's intensity. This really seemed like the final straw for him. Deciding talking wouldn't make anything worse, Rictus tried to calm the Jarl. This is no college of mine. I just got into town as the attacks started. There are a couple things I would say regarding these mages though. First off, you should not attack the mages. The Jarl and guards seemed to let out a little growl at being told what to do, but before they could respond, Rictus continued. Try and think about it this way. There are teams of mages throughout the city right now. I can tell you there will be more of the magical anomalies appearing sometime soon, and they will attack again. Why risk your men when there are mages here which could take the brunt of the attacks? I would go so far as to suggest your men lead the creatures to where the mages are located. The mages will attack them, which will allow your men to retreat from the battle. If there are casualties, it will be with them and not your men. It is their mess. They should clean it up. If you get the civilians to a safe place, you can guard it while the mages take the brunt of the fighting. The mages cannot even retaliate since they will be busy fighting, and after the battle you can say you believed mages were best suited to fighting these magical creatures. A lot of mages are arrogant, so they will not see your true intentions. The people seemed worried after hearing there was going to be more of the creatures. After hearing what Rictus had to say, they began smirking at the thought of leading the creatures to the mages. Even the Jarl seemed to appreciate the plan. It would keep his strength up while only weakening the mages. The men all were looking expectantly at their Jarl. Finally, he let out a malicious chuckle. I like the way you think, mage. Maybe you are different than those college mages. Men. If any more of these creatures appear, you should lead them to the mages. They should be more than powerful enough to handle a few extra enemies. The surrounding guardsmen smiled at the thought of getting back at the mages. They saluted their Jarl and went back to their posts with a pep in their step. The Jarl watched his men go back to work with morale higher than ever. Everyone was excited to pull one over on the mages for once. The Jarl invited Rictus to accompany them as the rest of the group went back to the longhouse. Rictus was a little curious as to how this would all play out. Maybe something interesting would result from this new scenario. As he was following the group to the longhouse, Rictus made eye contact with the Altmer woman. She was watching the group suspiciously. She couldn't tell what had happened, but she knew there was something going on. She had never seen the newcomer anywhere before either. It was all very suspicious to her. Especially when Rictus gave her a lazy wave and a wink as he entered the Jarl's longhouse. Chapter 18, Machinations. Jarl Korrer's longhouse was modest compared to most other Jarls. There were 2 stories and quite a large hall, but the decorations were Spartan. There were a few rooms throughout the longhouse which housed the Jarl's family and the staff. Still, it was a comfortable place to live. Korrer's wife, Thena, had taken Asur and Irid to one of the rooms to rest and recover. Thena seemed dedicated not to let her son out of her sight. Rictus had given the boy some healing, but using restoration magic to restore his hand was far beyond his capabilities. Regrowing limbs was a tricky business. It was much more difficult to use restoration magic for recovering lost limbs. Reattaching limbs was not quite so difficult but still required a master to do it properly. Jarl Korrer studied Rictus with a critical eye. Rictus was a little different than most mages Korrer had encountered. While not the tallest man, Rictus was still as tall as most Nords. Instead of the build of a scholar, he was extremely muscular with very little fat on him. The way he easily carried the massive axe on his back was an indicator on his strength. Korrer was also surprised at Rictus's nature. Many mages were arrogant about their power, while Rictus seemed quite normal. Korrer was at a bit of a loss for what to do with the mage. Rictus had saved his son, which immediately makes him grateful to the man, but he was still a mage and most likely here for the college. Instead of worrying about it, Korrer just decided to ask. So why did you come to these parts? As a mage, I can only believe you decided to visit the damn college. Based on your recommendations though, it seems you hold no love for the place. What is it you want? Rictus seemed to think over the question. He really wasn't 100% sure what he wanted at the moment. He knew he wanted to learn more about magic and how it works, but was there anything else he really wanted to accomplish? While not a lore junkie, Rictus still knew about some of the basic things about to happen to Skyrim, namely the dragons and civil war. Nothing was set in stone though about how things would play out, or even if things would still be the same. Him standing here was proof of how things can be different. Honestly, all I had planned was to try and learn more about my magic and how it works. The college was the best place in Skyrim to do that. I do know of some troubling things to come which will require me to be as strong as possible if I want to survive. I guess as of now, I want to be able to have a comfortable life and do as I please. I don't really have any loyalty to anyone in Skyrim since I am not from here. I will admit to not being a fan of the Thalmor. They seem to want to ruin everything. Korrer couldn't help but laugh at that last part. Haha, well, I agree with your thoughts on those milk drinkers. They have no place here in Skyrim. Rictus gave Korrer a contemplating look. He decided not to overthink it. Honestly, I do have a piece of interesting information regarding the Thalmor. I know you hate the college, but would you believe me if I told you, it was a Thalmor agent which caused this mess? That the college had found an ancient magical artifact, and the Thalmor decided to use it for his own gain. Korrer was taken aback. How would Rictus know about this if he just got into town? It did make some sense though. Relations with the college had been getting better recently, and the attack had come out of nowhere. He had also heard from his guardsmen about a Thalmor being in the college and mages complaining about him. This whole stunt did sound exactly like something the Thalmor would try. If this is true, why did you not try and help the mages more? Your plan regarding my men leading the monsters to the mages seems like it would hurt the mages. Rictus simply shrugged at this. Well, even if the Thalmor did this, the mages still let it happen, so they are partially at fault here. I mean, who would leave the artifact unguarded with a known Thalmor agent living there? Korrer nodded at this. He also felt the same way even after believing it was the fault of the Thalmor. Rictus wasn't quite done though. Also, you and your men were furious at the mages. It would not have been easy to dissuade you all in that setting. You all wanted blood, and I thought my suggestion would be a way to relieve tension without unnecessary bloodshed. Besides, it will do those mages good to get some more practical experience with their magic. Sitting around all day in the college is not good for them. They need to be out experiencing at least some of the world. Maybe it would even make some of the less arrogant. Koror couldn't help but appreciate this logic. He felt a little bit of anger at being manipulated in such a way, but he could not fault the logic. If he had decided to attack the mages, it would have been a very bloody affair, especially with more of those creatures on the way. As much as he hated the mages, he cared for his people more. A war with the mages was not something that would end well. Koror couldn't help sighing at the situation. You are right. I don't like it, but you are right. Winterhold used to be the seat of power in Skyrim. Now, it is just a shell of its former self. None of the other holds even pay us any attention, just the college. The only traders who come through here are to try and get enchanted items from the college. Rictus felt a little bad for the Jarl. Besides the college, there really was no reason to visit this place. Still, the college should make this place strong instead of taking away from it. Rictus was a little curious if he could help change Winterhold. He wasn't truly convinced, but it could be interesting to try and help Koror out a bit just to see where this goes. As much as you would hate to admit it, the college does make this hold notable. I know you hate the thought of that, but it is the truth. Koror appeared angered by Rictus's statement but did not interrupt Rictus. You may not recognize it, but you do hold power over the college. Think about it. There is a single bridge leading out of it. There is probably a hidden passageway leading out to the water, but I doubt it is unused. This means you control what comes in and out of the place, especially things like food. Koror seemed to have calmed down and was listening to what Rictus had to say. Whoever controls the food, controls the people. Whoever controls the people, controls the land. Whoever controls the land, controls the food. This loop is what keeps you in control. The mages are not going to be growing their food. I bet they primarily rely on your fishermen and what food you can sell them. Winter is tough here, but your people are the ones who have adapted and learned to survive on the land. Without you and your people providing the bulk of their food, the mages would not survive here and would have to move somewhere else. I doubt they would take kindly to moving since most the other holds have more population and guards, which would mean the college would be under a much closer watch. Koror was nodding along at this point. What Rictus said made a lot of sense. While the college did trade some enchanted items, they mostly got money from their trades. The money was usually spent on more magical materials and ingredients. Winterhold did provide the majority of the food consumed at the college. Also, the guardsmen did not go into the college, which left them to be very independent. Maybe Rictus was onto something. Could there be more he could get from the mages? Koror doubted he would ever like the college. He didn't like horses either but still used them. Koror and Rictus were interrupted before they could talk further. A guard came in leading the Altmer woman from before. She was wearing traditional mage's robes which looked a little worse for wear. There had been another 2 waves of magical anomalies while Rictus and Koror were talking. She spared Rictus a quick glance before turning back to the Jarl. Jarl Koror. I am here to inform you about what is going on here. A Thalmor named Ankano is the culprit behind this disaster. He has currently locked himself in the college with a powerful artifact. The other masters of the college are currently holding back the magic from expanding more. We have teams of mages in the town as well fighting off the magical anomalies produced by the artifact. Koror couldn't help but glance over at Rictus as she was talking. She had confirmed everything Rictus had told him at the beginning. How Rictus already knew, Koror was not sure. It did make him trust the mage more though. The mages at the college had not given him any warning and were only just now coming to him after battles had been going on for some time. Things were going to have to change. The things Rictus had been saying had Koror thinking. Maybe it was time to change how the town and the college interacted. Koror looked at Rictus wondering if he could work with the mage, or if he should even trust the mage at all. After a brief moment of silence, Rictus was the first to speak up. So what are you going to do about the Thalmor? How much longer will this be going on? Koror nodded. He also wanted to know the answers. The Altmer woman stared at the newcomer. She could feel he was a mage and wondered why he was here talking with the Jarl. I do not believe we have been properly introduced. I am Farelda, a master of destruction magic and scholar of the College of Winterhold. Who might you be? Rictus gave her a smile. I'm Rictus. The silence dragged on as Farelda seemed to be waiting for Rictus to say more, but he just continued standing there with a slight mocking smile on his face. We are currently trying to break down the barrier leading to Ankano right now. We have been working on it for a few days now, but progress is slow. Hopefully it won't be much longer. We also have a brilliant mage who should be back any day now who will be able to break past the barrier without a problem. Koror and Rictus were both focused on what Farelda had just said, even if they were focused at different parts. Koror was focused on the few days part, while Rictus was focused on the brilliant mage. Koror was the first to speak. His voice almost trembling as he held his emotions in check. Are you telling me, that a Thalmor agent has been messing with a powerful magical artifact for a few days, and this is the first I am hearing about it. It wouldn't happen to be the same thing which caused these creatures to appear in the first place, would it? And how long is a few days exactly? Farelda seemed to contemplate what all to tell the Jarl. She was not particularly intimidated by him, nor did she really care all that much about his opinions. She was a mage of the College of Winterhold after all. They did not fall under his control. She was wary of the man named Rictus. She knew he was a mage, and a powerful one at that, since she could feel some of his magic. The mask sitting on his hip also gave off strong magical impressions and seemed faintly familiar to her for some reason. In the end, Farelda just decided to be honest. We did not feel it was necessary to inform you at the time. Everything was restricted to the college. The magical anomalies are the same as those which attacked the town before. The barrier has been up for almost 2 weeks. Koror and Rictus were shocked. 2 weeks? The college had a crazy Thalmor wizard using some strange artifact for 2 weeks, and they did not warn the Jarl of the city they lived in. Koror was furious to say the least. Are you telling me that no one could be bothered to warn me about this? Farelda was quick to answer. We were busy containing the magic. Besides, there was nothing you could have done about it anyways. These words just seemed to make the Jarl even angrier. So the same artifact which caused those creatures to appear and attack my town was still being used all this time? Those creatures killed my people. You didn't think to warn us that it could happen again? We could have done something to prepare for them. We could have at least been on alert for another attack. More of my people are dead because none of you could be bothered to take 5 minutes and warn us. Koror was out of his seat and screaming by the end of this speech. Rictus couldn't blame the man. He would have been pissed had someone kept information which could have saved his people as well. Farelda flinched back with every accusation thrown at her. She really did not know why no one had warned the Jarl about what was going on. Maybe their pride and arrogance were getting the better of them. Seeing Farelda had no rebuttal to that, Koror commanded her to leave. She seemed to hesitate at the door, almost as if she wanted to say something or apologize. She just gave them a nod as she quickly left the longhouse instead. Koror was beyond furious at this point as he stalked behind his throne. He was almost fooled into thinking the mages were not at fault for this. A look at Rictus showed he was equally shocked at the fact they had hidden this for almost 2 weeks now. The more he thought about it all, the angrier he got at the entire situation. His people had fought these magical anomalies multiple times now. They were the ones who had suffered the most while the mages were hidden away in the college. Koror did not fail to notice how Farelda did not mention they had been battling the anomalies the entire time. It seemed the anomalies mostly appeared in the town for some reason. His own son had almost died this time. Something was going to have to change. Koror was no longer content to let the mages walk all over them. He was not exactly sure what to do just yet, but he had an idea of someone he could get to try and help him. Koror noticed even the master of destruction magic seemed weary of the man for some reason. All the more reason to try and get his help. Rictus, I know you don't owe me anything, and we have only just met. If anything, I owe you a large debt for saving my son. I don't know what will happen just yet or what I shall do, but will you help me? Something must change. I do not want to be powerless anymore. I am tired of the college coming to us after a disaster and saying it is not their fault. I am tired of being the laughingstock of all the other Jarls. I do not know what I will be able to change, but something must change. For the safety and prosperity of my people, my family, I will do whatever I must. Koror held out his hand toward Rictus. His stare imploring him for aid. Koror did not think he could do it alone. Even though they had just met, some of the things Rictus told him resonated with Koror. If not for himself, then for his son's future. Rictus simply looked back at the man for a couple moments. He then smiled a large grin as he grasped the Jarl's hand. This should be entertaining. A woman crested the final hill with her companions following behind her. They were almost back finally. The journey had been a long one filled with perils. They had fought enemies which usually only heard of in myths and horror stories. Now, they were almost at the end of this quest. Just one more problem had to be taken care of before they could rest. The woman looked down at her hands. In one of them, an ornate staff was pulsating with barely contained power. In the other, a mask of refined moonstone shone from ancient enchantments still as strong as the day it was crafted. Come along now. Soon this will be over. There is only more insect in our way before we can rest and enjoy the fruits of our labors. Her followers seemed to perk up at the thought of it being almost over. At the bottom of the hill and highlighted by the setting sun, they could make out the College of Winterhold covered in a veil of magical energies. A/N, hope you are all liking the story so far. Let me know what you think, even if it is telling me the story is a piece of garbage. I'll only cry a little, I promise. Chapter 19, Magical Anomalies. Rictus wiped off the sweat dripping down his face. He was getting tired. They had been fighting for hours now and the sun was almost fully set. The waves of magical anomalies had become more frequent and the enemies more numerous. It was not too much longer after Farelda had left when Rictus and Jarl Koror were notified about the changing situation from one of the guards. There were more magical anomalies appearing than before and they were appearing faster and faster. The mages were starting to really struggle with the battle. They already suffered a few casualties. Koror decided to order his guards to take a more active role in defending the town instead of leading enemies to the mages. He had asked Rictus if he could help coordinate with his guard captain and the mages since Rictus was a more neutral party. Koror was honest enough to admit his judgment was clouded when it involved the mages. He also admitted working with the mages would be the smartest and safest option for his men. Rictus found it a little strange the amount of trust the Jarl was placing with him. They had only just met today, and yet the Jarl was asking his opinions and getting him to help lead his guards. Maybe it was because Rictus had saved his son. Maybe he was really a master manipulator and trying to trick Rictus. Maybe it was simply a desperate man grasping for any help he could get. At the moment, it did not really matter. There were enemies to battle. The fighting was intense but controlled. The guards did a good job of keeping the anomalies off the mages. The mages did a good job of limiting the number of enemies which could get close. The two complemented each other very well. Rictus was mostly acting as a reserved force to shore up any weaknesses in the line. He would create stone walls as barriers to limit the number of avenues of attack as well as create choke points the mages could unleash their most potent spells. He didn't forget to summon his familiar, Billy. Billy made quite the impression on all the defenders. Most the guardsmen were initially intimidated by the monstrous goat. They quickly warmed up to it after it had saved quite a few guards' life by charging the enemies or moving the wounded. The mages were very impressed by the summon, and the mages who focused on conjuration were determined to find out how to summon such a magnificent creature. Between Billy, earth-bending, and using his axe with telekinesis, Rictus appeared to be in control of the battlefield. Farelda was a monster in her own right. Her mastery of destruction really shone on the battlefield. She was easily doing more than any other 5 mages, excluding Rictus, combined. She was especially effective at utilizing the choke points and dishing out more damage than anyone else in a short period of time. Lightning seemed to dance in her fingertips just waiting to be unleashed on another victim. Koror had even joined in on the battle. He mostly stayed near Rictus and Farelda acting almost like a personal guard instead of a Jarl. Both mages were actually very impressed by his fighting prowess. He used a sword and shield to deadly effect. Any enemy which got close was quickly dispatched. With most of the citizens who lived near the college evacuated to the inn and the longhouse, the defenders were able to consolidate their positions. It was a good thing they did. As the rate those magical anomalies were appearing increased, the amount of rest the defenders were getting decreased. The guards' stamina was quickly being depleted while the mages were barely given time to regain their mana. Already, quite a few were down from exhaustion or mana depletion. Everyone was resting during one of the lulls in combat. Koror was moving along his men and giving out praise and encouragement. Each man he talked to beamed with pride and seemed to gain bit more energy. Rictus was leaning back against Billy and observing the surroundings. He was surprised when Farelda joined him. Farelda leaned back against Billy and partially slumped against Rictus to keep her from falling. She was utterly exhausted from the battle. It had been years since she had fought such a long drawn-out battle. Her fights were usually fast, deadly, and extremely destructive. There were no more mana potions left either. No one had expected such a fight, nor did anyone have time to try and go back to the college for more. Farelda couldn't help but be impressed by Rictus, both magically and physically. While he was sweating, Rictus was not breathing particularly hard nor seemed as tired as everyone else. He had also been casting spells almost non-stop during the battle which showed he had enormous mana reserves. His use of alteration spells was truly masterful. Farelda thought him and Tolfdir would have lots to talk about. She was a little embarrassed to be leaning on him like she was doing, but she had to appear strong in front of the rest of the mages there. They would lose morale if she flopped on the ground like she wanted. She needed to appear strong. Rictus understood what was going on and did not point it out. He did chuckle a little when she put more of her weight against him after he didn't protest. Rictus was not one to deny a lady in need. She was relatively attractive after all. Not necessarily beautiful but definitely not ugly. Maybe a bit above average? Rictus also liked the way her hair was done. Does her hair look a little bit like curved goat horns? Before Rictus could contemplate the magnitude of this thought, Koror had returned to them. We cannot keep this up for much longer. We can handle the next wave, but it will be tough. After that, casualties will become more common. Why can't we just hold up in the buildings with the civilians and wait for this to pass? This last statement was directed towards Rictus. He shrugged his shoulders and sighed for what had to be the 10th time he answered this question. Because then the anomalies would be more likely to appear inside the homes and attack civilians. These things are created from pure mana. With the mages being here with us and casting spells, they are drawn more to this area. If we hold up inside, we could not maneuver, and the creature could appear right in the middle of a group of civilians. Similar things would happen if the mages left us. Right now, they are the reason we can keep most the creatures forming near us instead of those left inside. We have already been over this and even did a small test. You know it to be true. Koror cringed at the reminder of the test. They had lost a couple guards, a mage, and a family of 3 when he questioned Rictus's initial theory about the way the creatures spawned. He had separated everyone up and moved his men farther from the mages. The spread-out nature of the enemies had led to those casualties which weighed heavily on the Jarl's heart. I know. I am just tired of being on the defensive with no end in sight. I did send a rider to one of our forts to gather reinforcements, but they could still be a couple hours away. It also seems like there will be no additional help from the mages either. Something will have to give soon, else we will have to evacuate the city, which could mean the end of Winterhold. Rictus agreed. They were in a losing battle right now. He wasn't too worried about his safety though. He had already carved a small underground chamber with a charged teleport glyph beneath him just in case he had to retreat. The people here were growing on Rictus, but he was not about to die with them. Rictus was also contemplating if he would be able to pierce the barrier to the Eye of Magnus. He had no idea if he would be able to figure something out for it. It was still tempting though. Rictus wondered if he would be able to control the power of the artifact for himself. He wasn't so sure, but it was still a fun thought. Before he could get too caught up in his thoughts, Ferelda spoke. The team we sent to retrieve the staff should be back any time now. They should have been back yesterday, but obviously something slowed them down. Once they get back though, we will be able to pierce the barrier and stop Ankano. Rictus was quite interested to hear about this. It should mean there was someone else like him here at the college. He wondered what they may be like. Before he could question Ferelda, Koror questioned her. What makes you so confident they are not dead? I don't know how much longer I can keep my people here. We cannot fight forever. I am confident because that group was made up of some of our best and brightest members. They have proven to be extremely resourceful over their time here. These mages have immense potential. More than many senior members. Morrigan is especially impressive with her enchantments. She should be more than capable of leading them back here in time. Rictus was very interested in that TID bit of information. It seems his earlier assumption was most likely correct. This Morrigan most likely had enchanting as her skill. He wondered what she would be like and how they would get along. Some people knew much more about the Skyrim game than he did. Rictus was a big fan of the game, but he never really memorized the lore or knew everything that happened in the game. He remembered most the major quest lines, but he didn't remember the names of all the different places and characters involved in them. Rictus wondered how this woman would fall on the scale of knowing nothing about Skyrim and knowing everything. Rictus could feel another wave of anomalies forming. He made sure to warn everyone about the incoming enemies. Rictus gave Billy a good head scratch and some pats for being such a good familiar and letting them rest against him. He then helped make sure Ferelda was steady on her feet. Ferelda smiled at Rictus, grateful for the steadying hand. She did not want to think about how poorly the fighting could have gone had he not been here. The fighting continued as usual. The guards kept the anomalies away from the mages. The mages kept the anomalies from overrunning the guards. Billy would charge into the fray and push back any enemies which were breaking the weak points in the line. Ferelda continued blasting enemies with her magic. Rictus worked to control the battlefield with his earthbending and destroy enemies with his axe and telekinesis. Koror stayed watching over Rictus and Ferelda, attacking anything which got too close. Rictus could feel something getting closer with his magical senses. He did not know what it could be, and he was too occupied fighting to give it too much attention. Hopefully it wasn't anything terrible. Suddenly, a stream of bluish magical energy blasted one of the magical anomalies at the edges of the fighting. The stream seemed to almost absorb the magical anomaly, quickly reducing it to nothing. Many defenders were surprised and gaped. Striding past the houses were 4 people, casting various spells and defeating more of the anomalies. The mages which had been defending let out a cheer. Even Ferelda seemed to get second wind as she smiled and continued destroying the enemies. Rictus spared the time to observe the 4 newcomers. They were obviously mages based off the spells coming from them. The 2 more unassuming mages were a female dark elf and a male Nord. Both wore traditional mage robes and were casting destruction magic at the anomalies. The other 2 were more interesting looking. One was a Reguard man. Rictus could tell he was very physically fit and was of moderate height. He was wielding a curved sword in one hand with his other hand aglow with restoration magic. He was wearing blue and tan robes with a metal breastplate. His feet and hands were also armored. The man seemed to be defending the other casters in the group and keeping back the enemies with his sword and the occasional ward. The final person deserved most of the attention. 2 things immediately jumped out to Rictus. One was the staff she was wielding. Rictus could tell it was the staff of Magnus. It held a power which was felt even this far away. It easily mowed down the enemies before it and seemed to allow the user to cast spells to her heart's content by absorbing the magical energies of the anomalies. The second thing which stood out was the mask covering her face. It was obviously a dragon priest mask. Rictus was not 100% sure what it did, but he thought it had something to do with mana regeneration. That combined with the staff of Magnus would make her a nightmare for any mage challenging her. This was obviously the Morrigan Ferelda mentioned before. Other than that, the woman seemed to be of average height and build. Her black hair was tied up on the back of her head with a few strands hanging loose here and there. She was wearing multiple rings, each having a slightly different glow to them. Rictus could also discern that her robes were hiding a well-proportioned body based off how the robe clung a bit tighter to certain assets. With the new additions, the fighting was quickly over. Mostly thanks to the staff of Magnus. Ferelda seemed to sag even more than before. She went a little bit over the top once she realized help had finally arrived. She probably would have fell if Billy and Rictus were not there to grab her. Rictus gently moved one of her arms around Billy so the familiar could more fully support her. The new group of mages quickly approached Ferelda, Korur, and Rictus. The group seemed to have varying reactions to the three defenders. They were concerned over Ferelda's exhaustion. The Jarl gained looks of surprise from two, while the Reguard hardly acknowledged him. Outside of a quick appreciative glance at Billy, they ignored him. Finally, they seemed apprehensive and wary of Rictus. It could be his magical aura or his modified dragon priest mask. The Reguard and the masked woman seemed especially suspicious. The Reguard seemed to decide against staying with the group and moved on to the gathered guardsmen to help heal their injuries. As the woman got close, she removed her mask to reveal an attractive Breton woman. Rictus was actually quite surprised to find she looked almost identical to Morrigan from Dragon Age. She must have been a big fan. Morrigan was curious about what had been going on here. She was very surprised to see all the destruction around the place. It seemed this battle had been going on for quite some time. There wasn't supposed to be a battle in the town at all, but apparently, she was mistaken about that. Morrigan also was curious about the man wearing a weird-looking dragon priest mask with what appeared to be goat horns on it. Time was of the essence, so she ignored all the distractions and got to the point. I am going to the college to stop Ankano. Do you know the status of the college? Ferelda shook her head as it dipped from exhaustion. I don't know. We have been fighting here for hours now. When I left, the various masters were working to contain or break through the barrier. You should quickly go there with the staff. Morrigan nodded in agreement. Looking at the state the defenders were in, she commanded the two normal mages with her to stay and help them. The Reguard quickly joined her after finishing healing one of the more injured guards. Rictus spared the duo a look. I think I may join you too. Maybe there will be some way I can assist. Morrigan and the Reguard shared a look. They really did not know about letting a stranger join them, especially such a suspicious one. Morrigan was the first one to reply. I am not sure that would be such a good idea. They were surprised when Ferelda seemed to disagree and side with Rictus. I think he should go with you. Rictus has a mastery over magic rarely seen in others. He would be a great help to you. Besides, the faster this gets done the better. Korur nodded and agreed as well. Having another powerful mage will only help resolve this disaster sooner. He should accompany you. Korur also shared a look with Rictus. Korur trusted Rictus more than these mages and believed he would make sure everything was resolved. He was also worried the mages might spare the Thalmor or hide what exactly happened. Rictus would be there to tell him what really happened. Morrigan let out a sigh. There wasn't time to argue here. She simply nodded and headed towards the college. The Reguard following behind her loyally. Rictus simply smiled and followed the duo. It was time to kill a Thalmor and see what another summoned was capable of doing. A/N, I think this was good practice on diverging a little from what happened in the game. It made sense to me though that more of these creatures would be attacking the town, so I wanted to explore that a little bit. I was initially going to include the fight with Ankano, but then decided this was a good stopping place. Don't want to spoil anyone with extra long chapters. People might start thinking it's normal. I hope the introduction of Morrigan was not too horrible. I was going to make her more original in appearance, but I recently played Deo and couldn't help myself. If too many people hate it, she could always suffer a terrible accident. Chapter 20, Eye of Magnus. Morrigan did not trust Rictus. It seemed too convenient for a powerful mage to have shown up right when they were about to confront Ankano and have access to the Eye of Magnus. Had she somehow changed something with her actions? She thought she had been quite careful to follow along without changing much of anything till this point. She had wanted to maximize her chances of becoming the Archmage. She also had a sneaking suspicion Rictus was one of the skilled. The fact he had a strange goat summon and ridiculous mask made her suspicions even more justified. Those thoughts would have to wait for now though. They could address them when they were not about to fight a powerful Thalmor who had access to near unlimited amounts of power. So, Rictus, how do you normally fight? We should know this to better coordinate during combat. Rictus figured it wouldn't hurt to tell them a little about himself. He wouldn't say everything he could do, but they would need something to better face Ankano. I usually try and stay back out of the fight if I can help it. I am still learning how to wield the axe, so I try not to resort to close combat. My favorite spell is probably telekinesis. I like to use it with my axe or other objects to attack at range. I am guessing you prefer ranged spells, especially with that staff. The Reguard, sorry I didn't catch your name, seems to be more of a battle mage type who will get in close with the enemy and use restoration magic to stay there. The Reguard gave Rictus a slightly impressed look. That was exactly how he preferred to fight. My name is Dante. What you said roughly sums up my fighting style. I will be the physical distraction during this battle. As they were making their way along the bridge, Morrigan had to use the Staff of Magnus a few times to get rid of magical anomalies. The anomalies hardly slowed down the group since the staff was so effective at defeating them. Rictus couldn't help but smile as Morrigan did all the work. He was more than willing to sit back and let her destroy the creatures with her new staff. He also liked how both her and Dante were so focused on the task at hand. This allowed him to sneakily grab the soul stones out of the ashes of the defeated enemies. No need to let the resource go to waste. He had been doing this all day and had collected quite a few of the stones. They would come in handy when he started practicing enchanting or if he needed to barter with the college for something. The college was much bigger than depicted in the games. There were an additional 6 towers similar to the Hall of Attainment and Hall of Countenance. Rictus supposed this was to house all the additional mages. The fact that there were quite a few mages helping defend Winterhold indicated there were many more mages here than the game had. The courtyard was also more grandiose with various garden areas and gazebo areas. The air was much warmer after entering the gates. There was also an almost tangible magical feeling to the air. Rictus was sure it would be there even if the Eye of Magnus was not acting up. Rictus was surprised to find there to be about 20 mages in the courtyard. 10 of them seemed to be in some kind of ritual circle while the other 10 were standing guard. At first, Rictus thought they were trying to break into the slight barrier leading into the college proper. After a few moments of observing them with his magical sight, Rictus was slightly appalled at their actions. The ritual seemed to be siphoning off the magic making up the barrier. This was a good thing if that was all the ritual did. The siphoned magic had to go somewhere though. And where did these mages decide to try and send the magic? Directly at the town. They were the reason the majority of the magical anomalies were appearing in the town instead of here in the college. It now made sense to Rictus why there's so much fewer anomalies here than in the town. They were basically waiting for the magic to build up, then shoot it away from the college. What are those idiots doing? Do they realize what they have done? Rictus could hardly hold back his frustration at the incompetent mages. Morrigan and Dante shared a quick look. Morrigan seemed to think Rictus was being overly dramatic and did not understand what magic rituals were. They are siphoning the magic making up the barriers blocking the way to Ankano. It was actually a very good idea. This would weaken the barriers and would be a backup measure in case we failed to get the staff. All the master mages praised me for coming up with such an innovating use for a mana storing rune. Morrigan was quite prideful of her actions. It showed resourcefulness and good thinking about how to hope for the best but plan for the worst. Rictus could only shake his head at the woman. Her idea actually was a good one. It was the execution of the idea where it failed. And did you consider what would happen with the magic after it had been gathered up? Runes are not made to hold that much mana. Morrigan scoffed. Well, it would release it of course. We made sure that after it gathered enough mana, the rune would expel the excess away from the college. That should have been obvious. Did you consider where you were aiming the excess magic? The strange magic which seems to be able to create magic anomalies when it builds up to certain levels. Morrigan was about to answer when she heard Dante gasp. It soon dawned on her what Rictus was getting at. The magic had been going towards the town this entire time. The ritual was the reason there were so many magical anomalies in the town. She had thought the ritual would protect the college and the town by sending the magic away. Instead, she had almost doomed the entire town to ruin. Before the ritual could continue, Morrigan and Dante rushed up to the mages and commanded them to immediately stop what they were doing. Rictus kind of expected them to admit to what the ritual was doing, but Morrigan quickly talked about how since she now has the staff, there is no need to keep the ritual going. Rictus could only shake his head at such a blatant omission. Dante also seemed a little bothered by the omission, but quickly dismissed it. Everything worked out fine, so no reason to get upset. Morrigan then commanded half the mages to go around and check to make sure all the remaining mages of the college were safe and kill any remaining magical anomalies. She tasked the other half to go and support the town. Rictus couldn't help but be a little impressed at how easily she managed the other mages of the college. They seemed more than willing to listen to her commands. Maybe she would be easily accepted as the next archmage? With the help of the staff, the group quickly entered the college. There were another 10 mages focusing on the bright magical barrier blocking the way into the large hall where Rictus could faintly make out Ankano and the Eye of Magnus. A familiar-looking older man turned to them once they fully entered the room. Morrigan, my girl. Wonderful you were able to make it back. Is that the staff of Magnus I see? Morrigan couldn't help but smile at her mentor. Yes, Tolfdur. This is the staff. Time to see how well this will work. Be careful. Even if we make it through the barrier, there is no telling how powerful Ankano may be with the eye under his control. I will confront him with you. The other masters will stay here and contain the excess magic and to be our reserves should something happen. Ankano will not escape. Tolfder barely even spared a glance at Dante or Rictus during this time. He was solely focused on Morrigan, the staff, and what was about to happen. Morrigan approached the barrier with staff raised. Dante was right behind her with sword and ward ready to protect her if anything attacked. Tolfder and Rictus were on opposite sides of her waiting for the action to start. A beam stronger than the ones before shot out of the staff. There was a fluctuation of power and energy as the barrier suddenly collapsed. The four mages quickly charged in to face Ankano. Ankano saw the mages enter near him. You've come for me, have you? You think I don't know what you are up to? You think I can't destroy you? The power to unmake the world at my fingertip, and you think? Tolfder launched a fireball at him which promptly shut him up. Apparently, monologuing is not as well respected in the world as the game portrayed. Morrigan also began channeling the power of the staff at the eye before anyone could say anything. Ankano quickly shouted out and cast a mass paralyze spell. Enough. You will all see the folly of your ways and the power I know hold. The paralyze spell immobilized Tolfder and the other master mages. Dante's ward seemed to struggle with the magic, but still protected him from the brunt of it. He would not be frozen long. Morrigan was completely unaffected by the spell. It almost appeared as if Ankano purposely did not attack her. Ankano wanted to personally battle her, it seemed. The duel between Ankano and Morrigan began with a great explosion of fire. Ankano had flames encircling him in a protective cloak as he continued lobbing fire at Morrigan. Morrigan quickly conjured a cloak of frost to reduce the damage of the incoming attacks. She responded to the fireballs by launching lightning bolts. The entire time, she continued to keep the staff aimed at the eye. The amount of magic being thrown around quickly became staggering. Ankano seemed to have an unlimited source of magic with the eye powering him. Likewise, Morrigan used a staff to continually drain and absorb magic which provided her unlimited magic for as long as the staff held its charge. Morrigan was also able to counter some of Ankano's spells by using the staff to absorb the magic before it could make contact with her. This was not easy and mostly used to slow his spells down to make them easier to dodge. With her trying to split her focus between using the staff on the eye, dodging spells, and casting her own, Morrigan was in a tough spot. Ankano just casted as much as he wanted since he had a powerful ward up in his offhand which was absorbing whatever Morrigan could throw at him. The exploding fireballs, the arching lightning bolts, and the room being covered by a flame cloak on one half and a frost cloak on another was truly a sight to behold. Hundreds of spells had to have been cast in an insanely short amount of time. It was a wonder the building was still standing at this point. There was little finesse with the spells either. Both mages were just using brute power and hoping for one or the other to mess up. It was a stalemate at this point. Dante had smartly moved Tolfder back outside of the chamber as soon as he became unfrozen. The confrontation between Morrigan and Ankano had become so intense he was afraid to try and interrupt the flow of battle. One distraction could prove fatal to Morrigan. Dante did feel bad about Rictus. There was no way he could have survived for so long being paralyzed with so much destructive forces being thrown around. One of the large pillars on the far side of the room was a little unusual. The stone almost seemed to bulge out at one point, making the base almost 5 feet wider than usual. This place was not able to be seen by those mages at the entrance due to all the magic flying around. The two dueling mages were way too focused to notice it either. If one looked closely, there even seemed to be a gap about the height of where a person's eyes would be while sitting down. Rictus sat comfortably inside his little stone haven watching the amazing magical fight while eating a sweet roll. The fight really was impressive. Rictus could admit that he would be unable to use so much mana so easily. He still thought he could be a contender in the fight, but it would not be as easy, nor could he just constantly cast magic without running out. When he had been initially paralyzed, Rictus was impressed by the power of the spell. Regardless of the power, Rictus was able to easily get out of it. He was a master of alteration and chosen as the skilled of alteration. He instinctively knew how to get around such a spell. Once he was out, he moved to the stone pillars for protection. He tried to bend the stones, but they were so infused with protection spells and runes, it would have taken too long. Good thing he had a dimensional storage. He pulled out enough stone from there to form a protective shell around himself, just to be safe. He knew adding all those materials to his storage would come in handy. Rictus figured he could probably shrug off most of the damage to himself with his dragon scale spell, but he felt no reason to risk it as of now. Sure, he could probably have made a difference early on, but this was not truly his fight. He would help of course, but no reason to risk his life in the process. Rictus preferred to fight smarter, not harder. He was also taking this time to try and study the eye. If he could figure out some of its secrets, maybe he too could have unlimited mana. Sadly, it seemed this would not be the case. A mistake was made in the massive magical fight. Morrigan had moved to get better positioning. In her haste, she did not notice one of the stone steps near here. She slightly stepped too far, and part of her heel caught on the step. This caused her to lose her balance and almost fall. She was able to catch herself in time, but the damage was done. While she desperately tried to mount some kind of defense, Ankano had redoubled his efforts with a blistering barrage of fire. Morrigan was able to raise a ward, but she knew it would not hold for long. Right before her ward broke, another appeared right in front of her. Dante had shown up to support her at the last moment. He channeled everything he had into his most powerful ward. These crucial seconds gave Morrigan all the time she needed to get back into the pacing of attacking Ankano. With Dante providing protection, she was able to cast more aggressively than before. One of Ankano's hands seemed to suddenly drop, as if some great weight was placed on his glove and it tried to pull him down. The sudden change caused one of Ankano's fire spells to land right in front of him. The explosion of fire partially blinded him. Morrigan did not waste such an opportunity. Channeling as much power as her body could hold, she cast a massive beam of lightning. The lightning shone across the room and destroyed Ankano's last defense. Ankano was blasted across the room and crashed wetly into one of the pillars. Before he could truly recover, a giant axe lodged itself in his neck. Ankano had a look of surprise as his head rolled across the floor and his body slumped into the ground. Morrigan and Dante looked and saw Rictus casually standing there with a confident smirk on his face. The two of them were in shock. After all that fighting, Rictus was the one to land the final blow. Neither of them even thought the suspicious mage was still alive for that matter. Let alone able to sneakily throw an axe and decapitate Ankano. Rictus looked at the now headless Thalmor. Well, that's a weight off our shoulders. Making powerful allies will get you ahead, right guys? Morrigan and Dante stared at Rictus blankly. Did you just make a fucking pun after all that? Rictus just laughed as he went to inspect the fallen Thalmor. He saw Tolfidr and the other master mages approach Morrigan and Dante. It seems it was almost time for her to become the archmage. The magic of the eye seemed to be gathering more power. There was a growing instability not there before. Rictus was not really worried about though. Someone should be able to solve that problem soon enough. Rictus began a quick inspection of the Thalmor. He was especially interested if there were any changes from channeling the power of the eye. As he had studied the body, Rictus noticed something was strange with one of his arms. There seemed to be some sort of energies lingering within the arm. This arm was also the one Ankano used most often to channel the power of the eye. Deciding to take some more research materials, Rictus quickly cut off the arm to the elbow and placed it into his storage. Rictus was a little surprised how easily he decided to cut off and store an arm. Such an action would have made him queasy in another life. Apparently, he had been changed during his stay here. Rictus was thankful for this change since it made survival in this harsh world much easier. As long as he didn't become totally unfeeling, Rictus was happy. Rictus felt the unmistakable feeling of magic altering space. Looking up, he saw a new figure in the room. It must have been that mage from the secret order, whatever it was called. He was speaking to Morrigan about how she was ready to lead the college or something like that. Rictus was not really paying attention to that. He was interested in how he could have so easily teleported here. It seemed this order was not so simple if they could easily teleport across Tamriel without the help of some sort of artifact or glyph. Rictus wondered if they really were that powerful. If they were, he should be cautious of the group. Maybe he could even join them and learn their secrets someday. Soon, two more mages appeared, and they started a ritual to contain and transport the eye. After a moment or two, the mages disappeared with the eye. The rest of the mages were staring in wonder at the amazing display of magic. Rictus simply smirked. He had figured out the trick. Apparently, there was a giant teleportation glyph hidden within the stone of the college. Rictus never would have found it had he not had experience with earthbending and teleportation glyphs. The mysterious mages wanted to seem all-powerful when they had easy transport here the whole time. Rictus was a little curious as to why they let this whole thing happen like it did. Ancient magic orders were strange. Regardless, that was one more worry gone from Skyrim. Rictus was very interested how Morrigan would lead the college. Especially if she already had the loyalty of Dante, who was most likely the skilled in restoration since his ward was powerful enough to stop the magical barrage from Ankano and the eye. Rictus knew his turn to be questioned will come once things settle down. Still, it would be interesting to see what the future of the college would hold. A/N, hope everyone is doing well. If you have anything to add to the story, please share with me. We will get to hear more from Morrigan in the next chapter. Chapter 21, Give Him a Hand. A/N, sorry for forgetting to post anything here in so long. I have still been updating the story, just forgot to add it here for some reason. This will be a large release of chapters, so enjoy. The Archmage's room really lived up to being the abode of the leader of a mage's guild. Rictus could practically feel the mana in the air. There were huge shelves filled to the brim with various magical and historical tomes. Various magical crafting stations allowed one to create anything they wanted, from enchantments to magic scrolls. There was even a shelf dedicated to growing alchemy supplies under one of the large windows. A large conference table dominated the center of the room. There was even an ornate chair at the head where the archmage would sit. It had taken a few days, but it seemed it was finally time for Rictus to have a talk with Morrigan. Rictus was not complaining about the wait. It was understandable considering the circumstances. Morrigan did just become the archmage and needed time to adjust and figure out the operations of the college. Plus, she had to repair the damage done to the college from Ankano. Rictus had plenty to occupy his time. He spent most of his time fixing up the town. There was quite a bit of damage done from the all-day battle. Some homes had even burnt down during it, which left some families destitute. With Rictus's earth-bending abilities, it was not much of a problem to create some stone houses for the people. Most people were happy to have a new home and were grateful towards Rictus. It probably helped that the Jarl and guardsmen seemed to be friendly towards him and told people he was not part of the college. There were still some who declined Rictus's offer. They had already disliked the mages, and the recent attack had only made it worse. They preferred to face the cold themselves instead of getting help from a mage. Rictus was surprised at the lack of college mages helping in recovery. The main thing they did was help clean up the remains of the magical anomalies. Most did that just to find soul gems though. They were a little disappointed only 1 in 4 seemed to have a soul gem. Rictus couldn't help but smile at their disappointment as he looked at his storage filled with various sized soul gems. Farelda was an exception to the mages. She had made a few appearances to help however she was able. It seemed fighting besides the guards had helped her see the town properly for the first time. A couple of the mages which had been with her from the start of the battle were the only other ones to provide any real help, not just looking for soul gems. Overall, tensions were still strained between the mages and townspeople. Rictus and Farelda helping in recovery was basically damage control and relieved some tensions. The rumor about this being the fault of the Thalmor did help once it began circulating more. Rictus made sure to drop hints at this attack being the Thalmor's fault and how even the leaders of the mages were killed. Surprisingly, the people responded well to the idea of it being a Thalmor plot. The townspeople didn't trust the mages, but they hated the Thalmor. Apparently, Ankano had even made an impact in the town a couple of times, and the townspeople were always on the losing side of the exchanges. Having an enemy to blame really solidified the people. The combination of Thalmor hate, the mages losing their leaders, and Rictus and Farelda's help improved the overall atmosphere of the town. The mistrust and tension were definitely still present, but there seemed to be a sliver of hope for something better. The town and the college would not be best friends anytime soon, but it seemed cooperation could be possible, if limited at first. Rictus had also sent a message to Dante during this time. He was basically asking about using restoration magic to restore lost limbs. This was mainly done for a sir who had lost his hand. There were a few guards which had also been severely injured during the battle. Dante came into town and did heal most of the lingering injuries, at least for those who trusted a mage. Rictus was a little discouraged when Dante said he was unable to restore lost limbs. He said that reattaching limbs was one thing but restoring a limb from nothing was an entirely different matter. He said only someone at the absolute peak of restoration magic would be able to accomplish such a feat. Dante seemed confident he would be able to accomplish it eventually, but he focused more on wards and spells involving undead. The Jarl and his family were quite disheartened with his answer. Asur was especially distraught. Losing your dominate hand as a young boy was very traumatic. Irid had become a lifesaver for him during this time. She was always around him and trying to cheer him up. Rictus had a potential solution. There were faint memories of being able to use his alter body spell on a different person. He was not sure why those thoughts brought a smile to his face or why they made him think of feathers. Regardless, there was a chance now. Rictus had been staying with the Jarl during this time. At the dinner table the night before meeting with Morrigan, Rictus decided to bring it up after looking at Asur's desolate face after he tried to pick up his drink and knocked it over with his nub instead. I may be able to give you a hand with your problem, Asur. Asur whipped his head around to stare at Rictus. A myriad of emotions could be seen on his face, from hope to denial to fear to hope again. Asur was still a little awestruck by Rictus. Rictus had saved his life and all the guards respected him for his help. Even Asur's father seemed to respect the mage. The Jarl was the first one to respond to Rictus. What do you mean? You have said you are not well versed in healing. The best healers of the college are unable to do anything, and they are the most powerful mages in Skyrim. The Jarl tried not to allow desperation to enter his voice. No parent wanted to see their child in pain or disfigured. Well, I do not know for sure, but there is a small chance I could fix his hand. I will not know for certain until we try it though. I have not done this sort of thing before, so I do not know the actual results. If my theory is correct, I think I can return his hand. The Jarl seemed hesitant to allow Rictus to experiment on his son. Korur trusted Rictus more than any mage he had met so far, but experimenting on his son was another thing entirely. Seeing the hope and trust in his son's eyes, made Korur's internal conflict even worse. His internal conflict was quickly interrupted. Do it. If there is any chance to help my son, I will do whatever it takes. Even if this means I should chop off my own hand to let you practice beforehand. I will gladly mutilate my body to heal my son. Everyone grew quiet and looked in shock at the speaker. Thena was not a very outspoken woman. Yes, she was the wife to the Jarl, but she preferred reading reports to speaking. Things were different when it involved her only child. She was not there to protect her son when he needed her. Before the attack, she was about to go out and get a sir, but decided to read a few more pages in a report about giants. The decision to wait caused her boy to be outside when the attack happened instead of inside with her. Thena knew it was irrational, but she could not help but blame herself for what happened to her precious son. I don't think that will be necessary. If you don't want my first attempt to be a sir, there are some injured guards which I believe would be more than happy to volunteer. Rictus couldn't help but be a little shaken at the intensity Thena had spoken with earlier. The fact she had slammed down her left hand and held a dagger in the other only highlighted her determination. Hearing Rictus, Koror seemed to relax slightly. A guard would be more than willing to regain a limb and would be safer than experimenting on his child. It also saved him from having to argue with Thena about cutting off her own arm. I think that is an excellent plan. I am certain one of the crippled guardsmen would be more than willing to volunteer. No need to cut your arm off, dear. Thena seemed to calm down a little bit listening to her husband. Asur felt hope about his situation since losing his hand. He believed if anyone could help him, it would be Rictus. Rictus had already saved him once, so one more time wouldn't be out of the question. There were 5 guards who had lost body parts. 1 lost a few fingers, 2 lost a hand, 1 lost his whole arm, and 1 unfortunate woman lost an arm and a leg. Every one of them jumped at the chance to be whole again. There was just something about missing a part of yourself which made one feel so incomplete. It was an almost indescribable feeling which only those who have experienced it know about. Rictus started with the guard which lost his fingers since it was the simplest injury. Using alter body on the man was much easier than Rictus anticipated. The patient's own mana and subconscious desires seemed to be helping guide Rictus as he returned the man's fingers. Rictus was interested to see how the fingers seemed to grow out of the numb. It almost seemed like some invisibility spell was slowly being undone to reveal the finger was there the whole time. There was another cost in addition to the large mana demand. The reconstructed flesh had to come from somewhere. Rictus was not able to create a new finger out of mana alone. If he could, it would probably only be a temporary solution which would slowly disappear. Instead, the spell pulled excess materials from the man's body. Rictus was simply altering and repurposing unneeded materials. The fingers were easy since they were so small in comparison to the man. He may have lost a bit of fat, but it was not even noticeable. Using the spell on the others would be significantly more noticeable though, especially for Asur since he was a child and the woman missing an arm and a leg. Before healing the rest of the guards, Rictus had Asur and the seriously wounded guard eat a huge amount of meat. Rictus then began working to heal them while the large meal acted as a supplement for the body. It was not a perfect conversion, but it seemed to help. The only slight hiccup was while healing the first full hand. Rictus had been using the intact hand as a template to help guide him and his spell. This resulted in the man having 2 right hands. Rictus was able to quickly fix this problem and made sure it did not happen again. Rictus only healed the missing leg from the seriously wounded guard for now. She already was noticeably skinnier than before. Rictus told her to continue to eat as much food as physically possible and he would wait a couple days before he healed her arm. He didn't want to accidentally kill her from the spell taking too much materials from other parts of her body. Asur was elated once Rictus was done healing him. He had lost some of the remaining baby fat around his face and belly but nothing of note other than that. The boy couldn't help but shed some tears and jump for joy at the return of his hand. He gave Rictus a huge hug and smile before running around and picking up objects. Both the Jarl and his wife had tears in their eyes as they happily watched their son play and smile again. Rictus decided to excuse himself to allow the family some alone time. Thena gave him a teary hug while Koror simply nodded and patted him on the shoulder. As Rictus went to sleep, Thena and Koror had the same thought. Perhaps magic was not nearly as bad as they had thought. While they still were weary of most mages, Rictus had firmly set himself into the trusted category for them. Rictus would always have a seat at the Jarl of Winterhold's table. Jumping back to the present, Rictus studied the new archmage. She was currently pacing behind the table as she reviewed a couple of papers. Rictus could see the slight bags under her eyes which showed she was staying busy with the new position. The intense gleam in her eye showed she was loving every second of her new position and all the challenges it brought to her. After finishing reading the report, Morrigan finally took a seat and gave Rictus her full attention. Dante had joined them for this meeting as well and was standing a little behind and to the right of Morrigan. Rictus was not really surprised the Reguard was here. He seemed to be Morrigan's personal bodyguard. Rictus was very curious about how that happened and what the whole dynamic was between the two mages. Morrigan stared at Rictus as if trying to figure out a puzzle piece. After a few moments of contemplation, she broke the silence. First off, I and the college would like to thank you for your assistance with the recent tribulations. We invite you to visit the library whenever you want, and we will be more than willing to let you borrow books for personal research. I personally would like to cordially invite you to join the College of Winterhold. Rictus nodded at her offer. I would be delighted to visit the library. I am certain there are some hidden gems to find in such a collection. As to officially joining the college, I think I may pass on that for now. Both Morrigan and Dante seemed a little stunned by his rejection. The college was the premier location for mages to study and grow in Skyrim. There was no better place for a mage. Very few would willingly reject being a member. What do you mean? Do you not want to be part of the College of Winterhold? Morrigan had not planned to already be derailed in her questioning. She had wrongly assumed every mage would want to be a part of the college. Well, I am not against the college or anything like that. I just don't know if I want to be a full member just yet. I wouldn't mind doing a guest lecture, being a correspondent or helping when needed, but I think I will hold off on full official membership for now. This does not mean I won't join, just not yet. Besides, I may be doing some work with the Jarl in the future which will have me interacting with you more, and it would look bad if I was an actual member. Morrigan narrowed her eyes at that last part. She was not sure she liked what that statement was implying. I see. I appreciate your honesty even if I am disappointed you will not be joining us. There is something else I wanted to talk about. Rictus nodded. He had figured this would come up soon. Morrigan and Dante shared a look before Morrigan addressed him. Just to be sure, are you one of the skilled? Specifically in alteration. They seemed to hold their breath waiting for the answer. While they believed to be correct, it was not a sure thing. Well day. I thought that would be obvious by now. Especially for the skilled in enchanting and restoration. Dante's eyes widened at being called out. He was not sure what gave him away. Morrigan seemed to expect this answer. She was surprised how easily he admitted it. I suppose some formal introductions are in order. Would you like to start, Dante? Dante simply nodded as he turned towards Rictus. My name is Dante, the skilled in restoration. I was originally a vigilant of Stendar. My life was dedicated towards facing the Daedra and other abominations. I met Morrigan some time ago as she was about to investigate some ruins. We worked together to cleanse that place, and I have stayed with her ever since. Rictus was a little surprised by his introduction. There was no talk about what happened before they came here or anything like that. Before he could mull over what that meant, Morrigan began talking. As you already know, I am Morrigan, the skilled in enchanting. I have been a member of the college for a while now. I started as a lowly novice and quickly worked my way to where you see me today. There were a lot of events which lead us to finding the Eye of Magnus and Enkano's betrayal. I have been lucky Dante has stayed with me throughout all of this. We are hoping to expand the college and bring it back to the glory it once experienced. The ending was a little grandiose, but Rictus couldn't fault her. He also thought it would be good if the college was able to become better than it is now. I am Rictus, the skilled in alteration. Not much to say about me honestly. I have a nice little house in Whiterun but have recently done some exploring to see the world. I do have a question for you, Morrigan. Why didn't you change the storyline for the college? I know we aren't the same, but how come you let things happen the way they originally did in the game? Morrigan's eyes grew extremely wide after hearing this. Dante just seemed a bit confused. Dante? Could you please give Rictus and I some privacy for this conversation? I had almost forgotten I had promised Colette to send you to her. She wanted someone to help her look at a wound on one of the mages which she claimed had some kind of Daedric influence on it. I will fill you in once you get back. Dante seemed a little put out at first, but upon hearing about the Daedra his face hardened while he quickly left with a nod to both Morrigan and Rictus. What was that all about, Morrigan? She continued to stare wide-eyed at Rictus. You are starting to make me a little uncomfortable with all the staring. I know I am good looking, but Dante may get jealous if you keep that up. Morrigan finally seemed to break out of her shock. You know about the game. A/N, can't believe I started the chapter with how it was finally time for them to talk, and they barely talked. That seems a little misleading now that I look at it. Don't worry, there will be more in the next chapter, maybe. I also hope you didn't think I would leave the kid without a hand. That would have just been mean. He definitely didn't do it to make the Jarl more indebted to him and trust him even more than before. With this chapter, we have made it over 50,000 words, which is basically 100 pages. Crazy how that happened. Chapter 22, Morrigan. You know about the game. Morrigan continued to stare expectantly at Rictus, who only looked a bit confused. Well yeah, I would have figured all of us skilled would know about it. Morrigan shook her head. That is not the case. Dante has no idea about it. I have dropped subtle hints about a few things, but he has not acknowledged any of them. He seems to be just what he says. A vigilante of Stendar. That is all he knows. I am not certain, but I think he inherited the skill from someone from our world. He mentioned something about a crazy dying man he had tried to save from some dragger before he had some kind of dream about becoming one of the legendary skilled. I met him not too much longer after that, and he has been with me ever since. Rictus was stunned. He knew this was a dangerous world, but he figured the other skilled would be able to survive just like he had been doing. It was interesting to know the skill would pass on to others though. He was not sure how it passed. Would the skill go to whoever was closest upon death? Could you kill one and then get their skill? Did the skill have to make the challenge and fail, or was there some other way it was decided? Rictus did not plan on figuring this out though. He hoped he would never come in conflict with another skilled, and he really hoped he didn't have to kill one. That is very interesting indeed. I guess we should be careful of the other skilled in the future. Don't want them thinking we are crazy or anything like that. Not all of the skilled are one of the transferred. Regardless, I am still curious as to why you didn't try and change how the storyline went. Wouldn't it have been easier to just kill Ankano in his sleep? Or even do something to save Savos? Morrigan turned her head away in shame. She was not proud of what had happened. Well, I am actually not very well versed in the game. I have only played it a couple times, and both of those was mostly only the college KST line. My roommate used to play it a lot, and she got me to try it out. I didn't change anything because I thought I knew exactly how things would turn out. There were some little inconsistencies, but most things were similar enough to ignore. How things ended was one of the better outcomes in my opinion. Things could have gone very bad if I messed anything up and Ankano or some other bad person gained control of the eye. I am not proud of what I did, but I did what I thought was best. Savos was a great mentor to me. I will miss him. A couple tears were falling down Morrigan's face. She seemed genuinely upset about Savos. Rictus understood her reasoning though. He was honestly not sure if he would have done the same or not. There were pros and cons to both sides. Changing the story was unpredictable. Maybe Morrigan could have changed things for the better, but she could have made things worse. As sad as all the deaths were, how things ended really was not as bad as it could have been. The eye of Magnus falling into the wrong hands would have been horrible. Rictus reached over and patted Morrigan's hand to comfort her. I understand. I am sorry for your loss. Things will get better though. You are the new Archmage. You have the chance to change things for the better here, especially with dragons on their way. The words seemed to draw Morrigan out of her slump. Thank you. Speaking of dragons, where are they? I was expecting them to already be here and attacking Skyrim. As I mentioned, I only know some of the major parts of what really went on in the game. I preferred enchanting items and pretending I was more of a trader while playing the game instead of going on adventures to save Skyrim. Morrigan seemed a little embarrassed at that last part. She preferred that slice of life aspect than running around and doing quests. Well, the dragons should be showing up soon. From a couple rumors I have heard, Ulfric has not yet killed the High King. There are some little rebellious acts going on, but it has not become a full-blown civil war as of now. I think it will be happening soon since I have heard there was a mood about to happen. There is no shame in having a preferred way to role-play in a game. I am not a huge lore junkie myself, but I have played significantly more than 2 times. I don't remember names and dates or anything like that off the top of my name, but I do know the gist of what will happen. That makes sense. I mean, how many people actually memorize those things from a video game? I bet most people who play games don't. I bet even people who write about the games have to constantly check the wiki about things just to make it seem like they know what is going on. A comfortable silence fell upon the 2 out-of-place people. There were still a couple things Rictus wanted to know though. Morrigan, what are your plans for the college and yourself moving forward? You are now responsible for the mages here. Morrigan let out a groan as her head sunk into her hands. Not you two. That is all Tolfter and the other masters will talk about. I have read more reports and listened to even more reports than ever before. Quite frankly, I don't know. There is a lot going on here and managing the college is a lot of paperwork. I had no idea there were so many outside forces trying to contact and ally with the college before now. There are missives from various factions in Cyrodiil trying to get various things from us. Mages are widely distrusted around Skyrim, and many mages decide to join their own little groups and stake territory like a gang instead of joining us here. I naturally want to improve upon the college and grow it into something even better than it is now. I have actually been here for quite some time, but it took me a little while to adjust and figure out how things worked. Morrigan seemed to stop for a second to collect her thoughts. There are more than 100 mages here at the college, with plenty of room for more. I would like to grow our number and maybe even make satellite locations at the various holds like an actual mages guild. I want to have better relations with the town of Winterhold and maybe make it a haven for mages. There are not many people here, but mages are a great force multiplier. I would also like to gather the other skilled. The ones with magical skills to be specific. I know we can take disciples which will create more powerful mages. I have found even if we do not make a person our disciple, we are able to teach people about our skills so much faster than anyone else. Even our disciples seem to be able to teach better. If we could do this, will all the skilled here, the college would become a powerhouse. There are some other things, but those are my main hopes. Rictus was a little impressed. He was very interested in the information about teaching. Such a thing would be extremely useful somewhere like the college. If Morrigan could convince the other skilled to gather and teach here, the resulting mages would gain knowledge and power quicker than most anywhere else. It was definitely ambitious. There was a little thing bothering Rictus. I thought we could have minions, not disciples. Morrigan smiled. Disciples sounds much better than minion. Not many people line up to be a simple minion. Made sense to Rictus. He would rather not be a minion if he could help it either. It definitely sounds like you have a lot planned. I really wish you the best in accomplishing them. I would be willing to help you out as well. I don't mind teaching a class on occasion, but I don't really want to do it full time. There is still so much I want to see and do here to tie myself down like that, at least for now. Sounds like a great retirement option. I may even be able to help with your other objectives. I have a really good relationship with the Jarl already. I own a house in Whiterun already, so I could help set up a place for mages there as well. Morrigan nodded along. It was a good start. I really wish you would stay here full time and help with all the coming troubles. I want you to know you will have a place here whenever you desire it. I will give you some times when we usually allow guest lectures, and you can let me know which works best for you. I will have to set up a meeting with myself and the Jarl as soon as possible as well. There is a lot to talk about and try and make up for. Hopefully we can come to a mutually beneficial agreement. The expansion to other holds will probably take a week or more to set up with the other masters. Hopefully by then, we can at least send out official recruiters to find aspiring mages and escort them here even if we do not set up new locations. Rictus could see Morrigan was starting to fill her role as Archmage well. Hopefully, she will continue to learn and improve as time goes on. Sounds like a good plan to me, Morrigan. Just keep me updated. If I do leave town, I will let you know how you can contact me. I think I may go check out your library though. I could use a new book. With that, Rictus stood up to leave. Morrigan stood up and held her hand out to Rictus. We do have a wonderful library. I am hopeful for a long and prosperous working relationship. If there is anything else I need, I will be sure to contact you for it. I look forward to working with you. With a sturdy handshake and nod of his head, Rictus left the Archmage's quarters. It was time to visit the library. Rictus was filled with anticipation on what he may find there. Morrigan sat back down in her chair and began drumming her fingers. The meeting had gone better than she feared, but worse than she was hoping. It was good to confirm her suspicions about Rictus being one of the skilled. She was hopeful he would have taken a more active role in joining her here at the college, but there was still time. She thought she had left a good impression on the man. Rictus was a fairly interesting man. He seemed comfortable in combat and able to think on his feet. He was well educated based off his actions. He was extremely physically fit, especially for a mage. Morrigan did think he gave off the occasional lazy vibe, or that he would be prone to acting based off a whim instead of meticulous planning. This did not make him unintelligent though, just a bit harder to predict. Morrigan could faintly feel the power rolling off him. It was a lot more than Dante and even more than she would normally possess. Morrigan thought Rictus must have reached the level 100 skill mark based off his magical presence alone. She was very curious as to what he received for his bonus. She had a good idea given his use of earth magic, which was a surprisingly rare and costly use of magic. Morrigan considered her own level 100 boon as she pulled the glove off her hand. There was a large black symbol tattooed onto both sides of her right hand. It looked almost like a lowercase n with the top flattened and a solid dot inside of it. It was easily recognized for the symbol of conjuration and oblivion. A large amount of mana began pooling into the symbol as Morrigan focused on what she desired. The symbol seemed to give off a shadowy red light as a small orb began manifesting itself above Morrigan's hand. With more magical power added, the stone continued to grow to about the size of a softball. The orb appeared mostly black with lava red highlights flowing around it. Once the mana stopped being channeled, the orb plopped down into Morrigan's hand. Morrigan studied her secret weapon. According to her grimoire, it was a type of sigil stone conjured from the realms of oblivion. It allowed her to cast an enchantment without having to use a soul gem. She was also not restricted into having to use an enchanter's table with it. The only downside was it could only use 2 enchantments, one defensive or one offensive. She was not able to use an already created sigil stone to enchant something however she wanted. The one in her hand could either grant frost resistance or cause frost damage. Morrigan reached down and picked up a pair of furred slippers as she applied the resistance enchantment to them. A good pair of warm shoes was always welcome in this cold area. She was very pleased with her boon. The sigil stones gave her a way to enchant no matter where she was at nor be limited to soul stones and enchanting tables. It also supplied much more utility for her. Most of her enchantments from soul stones were learned from previous enchantments. She was working on custom enchantments, but they were still difficult to produce. During the creation of the sigil stone, Morrigan simply had to imagine the enchantment, and it would appear on the stone. The types of enchantments were still limited, since she could not create all-powerful enchantments such as invincibility, but she could do more with it, like a cleaning spell which caused clothes to not get dirty and weapons not to rust. Morrigan also couldn't help but think there was more this stone could be used for, but that would take time and very careful experimentation. She knew messing with the realms of oblivion could be extremely dangerous. Morrigan couldn't help but wonder if the other skilled would get such beneficial boons or how it even worked for other skills. Once Dante finally reached the max level, she would find out for the spellcasters at least. Thinking of Dante, Morrigan could only smile. She had grown to actually care for the man. He was the strong silent type without many ambitions which paired nicely with her. Dante even had an easily exploitable flaw of being devoutly against all abominations such as Daedra, vampires, and werewolves, as evidenced by her getting him to leave the meeting so easily. There was a knock on the door, as Dante entered. "Think of the devil, and he shall appear," thought Morrigan. Dante moved to embrace Morrigan with a smile on his face. Morrigan herself couldn't help smiling at her man. They stood there a moment and Dante gave her a quick kiss before asking about her meeting. "How did your negotiations with Rictus go? Did you learn anything worthwhile?" Dante was quite curious as to the motivations of Rictus. He seemed like the decent sort based off his willingness to help the town from magical abominations, but looks can be deceiving. "He is about what we expected really. Magically powerful and skilled in alteration magic. I believe he has reached the pinnacle in his skill just like I have. He seems more than willing to help us out in the times ahead, but he will not side with us completely. I have a feeling he is playing it safe in that regard to see what we will do in the future. I don't think he has any solid plans for the future and is simply seeing where life will take him. He appears to be above average intelligence, and I think he could be cunning in the right circumstances based off the way he fought. I don't see us coming into conflict with him, and I think he will be an asset in the coming times as long as we do not pressure him. I am not 100% sure, but he seems friendly with the Jarl, so that could be a point of contention. The plans for becoming the Jarl was a long shot, and if he supports the Jarl, then it is even less likely. Although with how busy I am just being Archmage, I think I would prefer not becoming the Jarl. Controlling the biggest group of mages in Skyrim grants more than enough power to influence Skyrim for the better." Dante seemed to follow along with what Morrigan was saying. The explanation was a little long, but Morrigan was prone to talk a lot. He was apparently a good listener. Dante was glad the meeting with Rictus went well. It would not be a good thing to have someone so skilled in magic against them. While he did not share Morrigan's ambitions and slightly disagreed about her becoming Jarl, he did care for her deeply. He was even contemplating presenting her with an amulet of Mara. The two stood in companionable silence for a minute longer, just enjoying being able to relax for once and not be running around all of Skyrim. They planned to stay at the college for the foreseeable future. There was another knock on the door interrupting the two lovers' moment. The work of an archmage was never over, it seemed. A/N, hope you liked a little bit of insight into Morrigan. She has her own things going on. If it wasn't clear, she has been here around the same time as the MC, if not a little longer. She only focused on the college questline without changing much at all to make sure she became the Archmage. I actually really liked her level 100 boon. It took a bit to come up with, but I liked it. I was honestly a little jealous the MC didn't have one that cool. I tried to keep it at least a little based off lore. It comes from the Elder Scrolls, Oblivion, if anyone didn't know. I may have really messed it up, but please ignore that for now if you don't mind. Chapter 23, Library and New Spells. The College of Winterhold was an impressive castle. Rictus thought it was going to be a quick staircase down to the library, but he was wrong. It seemed all the mages had to be in decent shape based solely on the many stairs they would have to walk to the library. There were also significantly more rooms and areas filling the castle. Most floors had classrooms of various sizes where a mage could practice spells, listen to a lecture, study, or just rest in. There was even a large dining hall directly under the Hall of the Elements. Rictus figured it made sense there would be a central place people could gather to eat. There were a lot of mages throughout the college. Some recognized Rictus from the battle in Winterhold, but most ignored him. It was nice to be surrounded by so many mages for once. It made the place seem more comfortable. The college really did give off a school campus vibe. There were so many different kinds of people. All the races were represented, even if there were more of some than others. The age gap was striking to Rictus. He did not see any children, but people seemed to range in age from late teens to seniors. Rictus finally made it to the library, and it was the most impressive room by far. The library was a huge, cavernous space filled to the brim with books. The walls were lined floor to ceiling with bookcases. Ladders were spaced evenly around the room so people could reach the top shelves. Mage lights were burning in large chandeliers giving off a warm light to the entire room. Large columns and more bookshelves cordoned off an area in the center of the room where people could gather and not disturb those browsing the various bookshelves. It had various sized tables where mages would take their books to study. There were smaller tables hidden away in some of the book aisles for those not wanting to be disturbed. The sounds of whispered conversations, quills and charcoal sticks sliding across paper, and pages turning filled the space with a serene atmosphere. This may be the best and most impressive place I have seen in Skyrim so far. Rictus couldn't help but be amazed. If he ignored the writing utensils and occasional magic, this place was not too different from the many historical libraries he used to visit as a child. There was a slight weight taken off his shoulders as he was surrounded by the familiar and serene sight. Rictus could spend months here with no problem. Rictus appreciated all the books as he slowly made his way through the library. Before he knew it, he was standing in front of a large desk covered in books. There was a gruff-looking orc sitting behind the desk. The reverent look on your face as you moved through the Arcanium speaks well to your character. I am Uruk Gro Shub. I am the one in charge of the Arcanium. In here, my word is law. Disrupt or damage anything here and I will have you taken apart by angry Atronax. Now, I was warned a new mage may show up. Is there anything I can help you with? Rictus was a little stunned at how Uruk kept the same exact strict tone no matter what he was saying. He would make doubly sure not to mess with anything here. Even if his magical presence was not the strongest, someone who worked extensively with the collective knowledge found here was not to be trifled with. I will do my best to not be disruptive here. I just had a couple questions. The first one is, where is your section on alteration magics? Next, do you sell your books? Finally, do you sell spell tomes here? Alteration-related books are found in section B, which is on your left as you enter the Arcanium. The more modern and used books are found in the middle portions of the shelves. Basic primers and text for children are found near the floor while older texts are found near the ceiling. I do sell some books which were not worthy for collection or if there are duplicates. Spell tomes are not sold here. If you are looking for those, you should go to the Hall of Acquisitions. The Hall of Acquisitions is found across the foyer from here. Rictus had noticed another door when he came down the stairs, but thought it went to another set of stairs. It made sense for there to be a dedicated place to get spell tomes though. It would be really inconvenient to have to hunt down one of the master mages just to buy spells. Much easier this way for sure. Thank you for your help. If I have any more questions, I will ask. Have a good day. Clean your hands before reading one of the books. Make sure you either put it back where it belongs or drop it off here at the desk and one of my assistants will replace it. I will know if it was you who misplaced one of my books. Rictus nodded his head in acceptance as he made his way to the alteration section. He was very curious if he would be able to glean any interesting or new ideas. The trip and looking through tons of books paid off. There were 3 books which had the largest impact. One was a short story called Breathing Water by Halil Myrm. It was about a man who wanted to learn a more powerful version of the water-breathing spell from a powerful sorceress. It ended with him drowning, but there was section which really stuck out to Rictus. The spells of alteration are all about uncommon sense. The infinite possibilities, breaking the sky, swallowing space, dancing with time, setting ice on fire, believing that the unreal may become real. You must learn the rules of the cosmos and then break them. Rictus found that to be quite impactful in the way he thought about his magic. He had only begun trying to change his spells and alter things on a more fundamental level instead of strictly using the standard spells. There was one part where the man in the story talks about how difficult that sounds, but the sorceress simply pointed at a fish and told him the fish doesn't think it is difficult and they breathe water just fine. Rictus did not think he was quite ready to use all his time for this type of spell casting, but it would be a high priority. Once he became more proficient with his normal spells, he would dive more fully into this aspect of alteration magic. If he could master it, he would basically be able to manipulate reality. That was far into the future though. The book did a good job of warning a spellcaster about some of the pitfalls with this magic. It taught how desire was not enough and the world will end your spells no matter how powerful you are or how much you want it. Rictus would still take these lessons to heart. Despite his extreme talent in alteration, it would still take a very long amount of time to become proficient. Another book was also fairly short. Rictus had picked up the old dusty book simply because of the title Morrowind's More Mundane Motion Methods. That alliteration was simply too strong for him to pass up completely. Reading it proved to be interesting. It basically talked about how 2 spells had gone out of favor due to the Levitation Act of 3E421. Leap and levitation were widely used beforehand, but then the Empire banned the spells in much of its holdings. Rictus found some paper and writing utensils in order to record how the book taught the leap and levitation spells. Those seemed like a much simpler way to fly around instead of his telekinesis. He would probably still practice with telekinesis, but knowing those 2 spells would still be very useful. Trying to learn spells the old-fashioned way was significantly more difficult than using a spell tome. Much more study and practice were required. It was much easier to simply absorb the knowledge from one of the more modern spell tomes. The final book held the real prize, or at least the more readily available one. Tooth in the Sea wrote a book called Altering Mysticism. The book was written after the Oblivion Crisis by a master in alteration magic. The book talked about how there seemed to be a trend to break up the school of mysticism and how some of the common spells found in that school could easily fall under the alteration category. There were 3 spells he focused on in his musings. The first was Dispel, which negated magical effects. Next was Spell Absorption, which allowed the caster to absorb part of a spell cast at them. The final one was Spell Reflection, which simply reflected the spell back at the caster. These spells were simply amazing. The defensive applications of them were immense. Rictus made it his top priority to work on learning the spells. The book only had the first couple levels of the spells, but that was enough to give Rictus a place to work from. Being able to dispel, absorb, or reflect magic would be great. If he ever had to face another mage, knowing these could be the difference between life and death. The fact that these were alteration spells made everything even better for Rictus. He seemed to be able to learn more about these spells than he was expecting. Rictus spent hours working with these spells. He still hadn't quite figured out how to successfully cast them, but he was getting very close. He couldn't take the books with him, but he could copy important parts of them. Between spare sheets of papers and his grimoire, Rictus was able to get all the aspects he thought he would need for the spells. Rictus finally decided it was probably time to leave. Mostly because the chairs here were incredibly uncomfortable. He could review these back at his room in the Jarl's Longhouse, which had much comfier seating. With a final stretch, Rictus began putting the books away. Visiting the Hall of Acquisitions was next on his to-do list. After he got some of the spells he wanted, he would probably go back to the Longhouse for dinner and to relax. He was sure the Jarl would want to be talking to him soon about things regarding the new Archmage. The hall was fairly Spartan in comparison to the Arcanaeum. There was a large dark wooden desk towards the back wall. There was a large metal door along the wall which Rictus assumed housed the various spell tomes. There were 2 imposing-looking storm atronachs. Rictus could also discern many various runes and glyphs on the door and surrounding stone. It would seem they take security very seriously here. There was a gloomy-looking Altmer woman sitting behind the desk reading a book. She let out a large sigh and put down her book as Rictus got closer. What is it? Another new member looking for spells? I will tell you no, unless you have proper permission from one of the teachers, you will not be able to get any spells. Rictus was a little stunned. He thought they would simply sell him the books he wanted. He had gotten permission to be there and visit the Arcanaeum. He grudgingly admitted it made sense to restrict who could get spells here, or else some unprepared mage might try spells they had no right of using. Before he could answer the lady, another person entered the room. Rictus? I didn't expect to see you in here. What are you doing? Ferelda approached him with a smile. Nothing brings people together like fighting for their lives. Oh. I came here to try and buy some spells, but it seems like I won't be able to do that since I don't have permission. Ferelda waved away his concerns. Nerya, please allow Rictus to have access up to expert in every school except destruction, keep that one to adept. Sorry Rictus. We try and limit the more powerful destruction spells as much as possible. I don't see you abusing them, but rules are rules. I can only do this much because I was actually on my way to warn Nerya you may be coming around. The Archmage gave you permission to buy spells here. As Ferelda was speaking, Nerya appeared more and more annoyed at her. Rictus could easily tell Nerya did not like Ferelda. Rictus was curious about the story there, but decided there were better things to do for now. Nerya continued to stare daggers at Ferelda as she handed Rictus a list of the available spells. Ferelda and Rictus made some small talk as Rictus browsed for what he was wanting. There were a few spells Rictus thought would be very useful. He selected quite a few spell tomes from the list. 1 Cure Minor Sickness. 2 Steadfast Ward. 3 Invisibility. 4 Muffle. 5 Clairvoyance. 6 Sparks. 7 Frostbite. 8 Lightning Cloak. 9 Whirlwind Cloak. 10 Lightning Bolt. 11 Summon Flame Atronach. 12 Summon Storm Atronach. 13 Bound Dagger. Rictus was a little disappointed they only seemed to have a Cure Minor Sickness spell, but it was better than nothing. He made a note to visit that temple in Whiterun since they focused on the healing arts. He got a fair amount of destruction spells since they were always handy and lightning spells were always his favorite. The cloak spells were purchased because watching the fight between Morrigan and Ankano showed how powerful those could get. The Atronach spells just to add a little variety to his summons. He loved Billy the Goat, but he was not as practical in all situations. Rictus really hoped the clairvoyance spell worked better than it did in the game. Invisibility and Muffle were always useful for when he wanted to be extra sneaky. He also got a couple tomes of Candlelight as a gift. Rictus put all these books into his storage area once he got them. He was not going to learn them all at once like his Skyrim character. If he did that here, he was likely to forget how to effectively use the spell. It would be like reading 13 different books about 13 different subjects and then having to take tests of all of them. Possible, but very easy to mess up or confuse some parts. Also, shoving that much knowledge into one's mind is not a good thing, especially when it involves some expert-level spells. The higher the level, the more intense the transfer. He would get to them when he could. Better to have and not need than need and not have. Farelda and Rictus continued to chat as they left the Hall of Acquisitions. Nerya was staring hatefully at Farelda the entire way. Farelda turned to Rictus as they were about to go up the stairs. "You want to go get a drink? I have the rest of the day off, and it has been extremely busy. Besides, I owe you one for your help in everything which happened recent." Rictus had a quick moment of PTSD when thinking about drinking. He quickly shook it off though. Farelda was no Daedric prince. "Sure thing. I was just about to head out anyways. We can go to the tavern in town if you want. Most mages wouldn't be welcome, but they seem to like you for all you did during the battle. I could use some intelligent company who actually knows something about magic. A/N, I liked some of the spells more than others. It will still be a while before our MC actually learns or uses most of them, so don't get your hopes up too much. If there are better spells which seem to fit better, please let me know." Chapter 24, Hold Business. The next day found Rictus meeting with Jarl Korrer. Part of the meeting was for Rictus to share his opinions on the new Archmage. Korrer was a little nervous about her. She was mostly an unknown. Korrer had heard some things about her from various sources which seemed to paint her in a mostly good light, for a mage. He did not know what she would do after becoming the Archmage though. Savos was easy to work with since he simply wanted to be left alone and isolated the college. Korrer wondered if Morrigan would be the same, and which would be best for him and his people. Rictus was more than willing to share. He was not sure why he was so willing to help the Jarl. There were obvious benefits to having a Jarl on his side, but that didn't fully explain why he wanted to help. Basically, every other Jarl had more power and influence than Korrer. As a mage, the college would be a much better fit overall for him to learn more about magic. Rictus was a little surprised to find he actually liked Korrer. Korrer seemed to have changed compared to how he was before. He was still wary of mages, but he could at least tolerate them now. Rictus thought it probably had something to do with his son's near-death experience and how a mage saved him. Korrer was also surprisingly insightful about some things. He fully believed the Thalmor were to blame for what happened. He could see the obvious signs of what the Thalmor were doing. Armies may not be fighting, but the Great War did not truly end. It was simply postponed as each side consolidates power and fights a shadow war. The battle with the magical anomalies really opened Korrer's eyes to the power of mages. The few mages which were present played a massive role in the conflict. They defeated significantly more enemies than his guards had. He did not even include Farelda and Rictus into these thoughts. Each of those two master mages had more of an impact on the battlefield than his guardsmen or the other mages combined. The Thalmor and the Dominion had countless mages and tons of masters. Korrer was willing to set aside his personal distaste for the college to prepare for the true threat. He would do everything in his power to not let harm come to his family again. Besides, better the devil you know than the one you don't. Rictus also believed there was a lot of untapped potential in Winterhold. He always felt a little bad for the place when he was playing Skyrim. The only reason people bothered traveling there in-game was for the college. The place had potential though. The mountains around the city should be full of minerals waiting to be found. The sea was close, and if there was a port, it would be a good stopping point between the different sides of Skyrim. Then there was the college itself, which creates countless benefits. Rictus was not 100% sure if or how long he would stay here, but he would do what he could to help Winterhold be better than it was before. Winterhold would also need the help for when the dragons started showing up. A lot of dragons always seemed to show up here. Rictus was not sure if it was a glitch or if the magical power of the college was a draw to dragons. Regardless, they could not afford to lose the few people they did have in the city. Korrer finally broached the intended topic. "How did your meeting go? What are your impressions of her, and did you learn anything of interest?" Rictus took a second to gather his thoughts. He naturally wasn't going to share everything, not did Korrer really expect him to share every detail. They were becoming close, but Rictus was not his subordinate. I would say it went well. She seems like a decent sort overall. She wants to improve and expand the college beyond its current capacity, almost like the Mages Guild of Cyrodiil. I think it would be wise to work with her in ways to improve the city. I wouldn't go so far as to say you should trust her though. As long as you don't threaten the college, I think she will be agreeable. Korrer thought it could have been worse. Perhaps he would still be able to gain something though. What type of cooperation do you think would be possible with the mages? Most people still are wary of the mages. Well, for starters, I think you should get enchanted gear for your guardsmen. I am actually a little surprised you don't have that already. I have a strong feeling they will be needing a lot of practice for enchantments, so your guards would be perfect for that. Farming would be another great thing to work with them on. Korrer was a little puzzled by that last point. Farming? I understand the enchantments, but how will they help exactly with farming? I don't see any of those pretentious mages dirtying their hands or fighting the rocky soil to plant crops. Rictus smoothly replied to the question. I do not think they will actively help with the planting or harvests. I do think they will be able to do things to create spaces like greenhouses where more crops can be planted. They walk around the college in robes, which shows they have a way of regulating temperature to some degree. You could take advantage of this for farming. I bet they would even willingly do this since it would increase the amount of food they would be able to receive as well. Armor and weapon enchantments and farming. Those seem simple enough to find a trade. Is there anything else you can think of from them? Rictus pondered it for a moment longer. I don't know the true feasibility of it since it is not my area of expertise, but you should ask about warding key areas of the town. A few defensive wards near the entrance of the town could help keep out some of the more dangerous animals or any attackers. Maybe even some around town like in the market area and the tavern. I think they should be able to do that at least. Korer liked the ward's idea a lot. There were a lot of fierce creatures around the area. Also, if they could make the tavern and market more inviting, it would stimulate their pitiful economy. Rictus cleared his throat and drew Korer from his musings. I also have a couple other ideas I think could be beneficial if you are willing to hear them. Of course. Please tell me what you are thinking. Korer was quick to respond. So far, Rictus has not led him astray and had very good insights. Well, first off, what is your mining situation like? Korer seemed to deflate a little at this. It is basically non-existent. There are some mineral veins near the chill, but no one would work in a prison besides the occasional prisoner, which is very rare. We have basically no mining operations going on though. Not many prospectors are willing to search in such a poor climate. Whistling Mine has a couple small iron ore veins, but it is basically depleted. Rictus had his thoughts confirmed. It was a shame though. There was bound to be large mineral deposits in the surrounding mountains. As you saw before, I am very talented in manipulating the ground with magic. I recently picked up a spell which I think will help guide me towards mineral deposits, but I have not tested it as of yet. If I am successful in finding anything, would you be willing to sponsor and control the mine while giving me a percentage of the profits? A smile started to appear on Korer's face. If Rictus could deliver on this, it would be a huge boon for them. I think we could easily come to an agreement if such an event was to pass. Having expected such an answer, Rictus went into his next proposal. The next thing is the population. If there are mines, that will attract some people. I have a suggestion for gaining a larger boost to the population which I am unsure you will like. Looking a little weary, Korer nodded for Rictus to continue. Well, I have heard about the poor living conditions for some of the people in Windhelm. The Dunmer are basically living in a ghetto area while the Argonians are not even allowed in the city proper. I recognize they are not Nords, but I bet if you promised them some land many would make the trip. I bet there is even a chance Ulfric would welcome their relocation. Plus, there is even the giant shrine to Azura which many of the Dunmer revere. A long time ago, the Nords, Dunmer, and Argonians were united in a pact. I do not see why the races couldn't coexist peacefully yet again. Rictus waited to see the Jarl's reaction. Not many of the Nordic Jarls would want more foreigners in their hold. Most would outright reject relocating a large number of them to their city. Most have the luxury of having large populations though. The conflicting thoughts were obvious on Korer's face. He seemed to be battling between the two decisions. On one hand, his traditionalist Nord mindset deeply rejects bringing more foreigners to his hold. He was worried about how the others would view him if he did that. He already had to contend with housing the mages which many of the current Nords rejected. On the other hand, his logical mindset told him he needed more people. These refugees would be a quick and easy population boon for him without having to really invest hardly anything. If Rictus was able to find a large mineral deposit, they would need more workers. Same if they could create larger farming areas. I am not sure about the relocation of those people. We do not have the infrastructure to easily support a large number of people, nor do we have jobs for them. Rictus believed this to be a good point. If a large number of people entered Winterhold, the resources may be strained to the breaking point. Rictus was surprised by what Korer said next. However, I am not totally against the idea. If you are able to find a large mineral deposit and the expanded farming work, then we will need more workers for those areas. I would also welcome more skilled tradesmen to work with the retrieved materials. I am not well versed in the history of other people, but I do believe the Dark Elves are talented in magic. If I am able to get them indebted to me, then that would provide an additional check against the college. I will be leaving later this week for the moot. I can easily join Ulfric on the way to Solitude where I can discuss the possibility of such a move. Rictus was shocked to say the least. He never would have imagined Korer to be one to think in such a way. He thought Korer would need a lot of persuasion in order to agree to the idea. Rictus was especially impressed by Korer thinking to use the Dunmer as a counterbalance to the college. He was not sure of the feasibility, but it was still a good thought. Korer was not quite done yet though. Thinking of ancient times, there is one more thing. I received a letter from the new Archmage asking if she could come have an official meeting with me tomorrow. She even hinted she may know the location of the Helm of Winterhold. I had heard rumors of it, but nothing concrete as of yet. If she does have information, would you be willing to retrieve it for me? If you do, I would be willing to name you a Thane of Winterhold with all the benefits that come with it. The Helm may be able to get the ear of some of the other holds even. Rictus thought over the request. He was not sure he wanted to go fetch a helmet for the Jarl. It would probably depend on how far away it was located. He didn't really care about being a Thane, but if Winterhold starts becoming more prosperous, it could be beneficial. Depending on the location of the helm, I would be more than willing to help retrieve it. We will just have to wait for the meeting. After lunch, Rictus found himself standing outside near the mountain which rested behind the Jarl's longhouse. He was still thinking about things to improve Winterhold. Not many were immediately coming to mind for him sadly. Rictus was immensely jealous of many of the protagonists from iSky and reincarnation novels/fanfics. They all seemed to somehow have memorized many revolutionary concepts from Earth. A lot of them were engineers or programmers who just happened to know how to make or build amazing things. How many normal people had the formula for gunpowder memorized off the top of their head and were able to easily make it? Rictus was just an average man who worked as a statistician. He knew some basic things, but that did not mean they would be useful or completely revolutionize his new world. Rictus decided not to worry about it too much. If there was something he knew or remembered which would help, then great. Otherwise, he would keep doing what he had been doing. Tomorrow would be fairly busy since he had agreed to be there for Koror during the meeting tomorrow with Morrigan. Rictus was looking forward to what may come from that meeting. Right now though, he had a job to do. The plan to find mineral deposits was simple. Rictus would use his newly learned clairvoyance spell to try and locate the deposits while using earthbending to go directly there. He had already discussed the use of clairvoyance with Ferelda the night before over drinks. She had been a wonderful sounding board in regards to magic. They had a pleasant evening together where both were able to unwind. Rictus was glad for the company and someone to talk magic with, while Ferelda was happy to talk with another mage outside of the college. She was happy to have another master mage who was closer to her age than the older mages in the college. With Ferelda's guidance, Rictus was able to learn some things about the clairvoyance spell. Because clairvoyance is a self-spell, the caster must feel in their mind while casting. Under the correct circumstances, the spell will show you the way to that which you seek. To correctly use, you must have a good idea as to what you are looking for, or a physical object that is connected to it. The latter being vastly more accurate and clearer, having a map of the surroundings can assist as well. There are a few ideal conditions for the spell such as, flat ground, having an object that is connected to the destination, and a large pool of mana to maintain the spell. Sometimes there will be no direct path and the spell will fail or stop at an obstacle. You will then have to recast the spell after getting around the obstacle. It is possible to still cast the spell even if ideal conditions are not met, while it is also possible for the spell to fail despite all ideal conditions being met. Rictus had gathered up some materials to help with the search. The three main materials he was searching for was iron, corundum, and gold. The first two was in order to make steel, and iron was always useful for common tools. Gold was self-explanatory. Rictus started with iron. He held the iron ore in one hand as he channeled clairvoyance to try and find more iron ore. The ghostly pathway was leading into the mountain. It seemed to want him to go nearly due east from behind the longhouse. Without further ado, Rictus began making his way into the mountain. He completely missed the shocked faces of Asur and Irid watching the stone seem to swallow him up with only a small hole as evidence of his passing. Watching such an amazing feat, they grew in their determination. Rictus had left them both a novice spell tome of candlelight to practice and play around with. He even left a small note with some instructions and encouragement. Not too long ago, Asur would have thrown away the book and complained about useless mages. Things were different now. He still did not want to become like those mages at the college, but Rictus was much different in the eyes of the boy. He and Irid continued trying to cast the small light above them and compete to see who could do it better. Meanwhile Rictus was pleasantly surprised. He had been following the path before him for only a few minutes before he felt it start to slowly change direction. It was hard to tell being surrounded by stone, but Rictus was very focused on maintaining the spell as well as using magic to move the stone around him. Another minute had him stopping before an iron vein. Dismissing clairvoyance, Rictus focused solely on his earth magic. He used the magic to feel along the iron to try and guess the size of it, a trick he learned from trying to use his magic to feel through the earth. This one vein was about the size of a mammoth. Rictus couldn't help but smile. He had only just started looking, and he already was successful. It seemed there would soon be a mining revolution happening in Winterhold. Chapter 25, Negotiations. The meeting between the Morrigan and Jarl Koror went smoothly. There was very little disagreements on some of the immediate projects to be undertaken by both sides. Rictus was impressed everything seemed to have gone according to plan, and both sides left feeling good about the deal. There would be many more meetings in the future, but it was a great start. Morrigan readily agreed to enchant the guardsman's equipment. There were two reasons why she was eager for it. One was as an apology for the troubles which happened during the Eye of Magnus incident. Enchanting weapons and armor was an easy way to get in the town's good graces. The second was for experience. Morrigan had already got some of the mages to become her direct disciples, minions. These people needed the practice of working with enchantments, so having equipment readily provided was very convenient. Working to improve the food situation went a little rocky but was overall a success. It would be a lot of work for the mages. Enchanting the areas to be better suited temperature-wise would take a large initial investment, while maintaining the areas would not be nearly as intensive. The people of Winterhold would be required to create the spaces and get everything ready while the mages worked the magic. The mages would get a discount on all their food should the project prove successful. One of the locations was proposed to be for raising chickens, basically a large underground chicken coop. Koror's wife Thana was actually the one to propose it. She even brought up how the mages could fill up soul gems with the slaughtered chickens. Morrigan was very excited about that. In the game, it would be weird to get excited about petty soul gems, but reality was different. Soul gems were not all that common to begin with, especially the larger ones. On top of that, the most common filled soul gems were petty or lesser. Rictus figured this made a lot of sense. It was much easier to buy and kill a chicken than to go and fight a cave bear, which would still only provide a common soul. It would be very convenient for the mages to have a ready source of souls to be able to practice their enchantments. The largest debates revolved around warding key areas around the town. Large-scale wards used a ridiculous amount of power. It would take around 1 grand soul gem a day to ward the entirety of the Jarl's Longhouse. Permanent wards were not an option. Temporary ones had some potential. While a multidirectional ward was extremely complex and utilized tons of power, smaller wards directed in a single direction were much more affordable. If a gatehouse was built on the pass leading into Winterhold, the entire place could not be covered, but they could ward the gate from outside attacks temporarily. There were a few places these wards were proposed to go, such as the town entrance, the Jarl's Longhouse, the barracks, the tavern, and the entrance to the college. While the mages would provide the labor, the Jarl would have to cover the costs of building and maintaining all the areas except the college entrance. Towards the end of the negotiations, Jarl Koror decided to play one of his trump cards for the wards. They had a source of soul gems now. While Rictus had been searching for mineral deposits, he had taken a soul gem out on a whim. He was able to use it to find a decent-sized geode deposit. Koror was more excited about this than the large iron and corundum deposits. The geode would be a good source of soul gems as well as precious gems. It would provide one more way to hold power over the mages. If Koror could be the main supplier of soul gems and souls to the college, he would have a much easier time in all future negotiations as well. Morrigan could hardly believe what she was hearing about the soul gems. This could advance some of her plans significantly. While she was not excited about the Jarl having control over the supply lines, it was still a huge benefit to them. A lot of soul gems the college received were from Blackreach by brave miners and adventurers. Lately, there had been a lot of disturbing rumors from the place, and the supply of soul gems had started to decrease. Not by a whole lot just yet, but it was a worrying trend. Needless to say, Koror would be able to pay the college in soul gems for the wards as well as any future enchantments he wanted done. There were also plans to work on a mutual defense agreement with the college. With an increase in rebellious action from the Stormcloaks and bandit attacks, there was need for a stronger defense. Koror was not initially wanting anything like this, but Rictus kept insisting the help would be welcomed in the coming times. The specifics of the defensive alliance would be discussed in further details when Jarl Koror returned from the moot. The final part of the meeting was regarding the Helm of Winterhold. Morrigan had recently received information about the location of it by accident. There was a group of Rouge mages which broke from the college because the mages were going too far in their necromancy. They were located in a cave system along the coast between Winterhold and Dawnstar called Hobbs Fall Cave. Koror thanked Morrigan for the information, then looked over at Rictus questionably. Rictus thought it over for a moment before he nodded in agreement. While this would normally be a difficult and long journey, Rictus could make the trip fairly quickly since he could bypass most all obstacles. He could even ride his familiar and get there fast since Billy never ran out of stamina. After talking about the Helm of Winterhold and promising to have more talks later, the meeting was concluded. Both sides were benefiting from the agreements made today. There was still some strain between the two parties, but it was getting better every day. After the mages left, Rictus got a map from the Jarl detailing the surrounding lands. They were able to find the location of Hobbs Fall Cave without too much trouble. It was not that far from Winterhold. The problem was the terrain. It would normally take a couple days of casual travel to get there. If one truly pushed their mount and encountered no difficulties, they could potentially make it there in about a day. If Rictus used his flying method, he would get there in less than a day. This was a good thing since he really wanted to get the helm before the Jarl left for the moot. Rictus borrowed some thick fur armor from the guards before he left. It was already cold this far north, and flying would only make it colder depending how high up he needed to fly. He also got some leftover food from the Jarl's table to have as a meal. With those little preparations completed, he set off to go investigate the cave. An hour after Rictus left, Farelda visited the Jarl's longhouse. She was accompanied by a handful of other mages. She was looking for Rictus. She had intended to ask if Rictus would accompany them to Hobbs Fall Cave. They were going there under the orders of the Archmage. Morrigan had wanted to try and start cleaning up mages, which were ruining the overall reputation of mages everywhere. If they could recover the helm while they were at it, that would just be a bonus to get in the Jarl's good graces. Farelda was disappointed Rictus was not able to join them, but she had her orders and quickly set out. The trip to the cave was unremarkable for Rictus. Rictus was able to make great time there as his control with his magic seemed to constantly improve. He still had not quite mastered the new levitation spell he had found the other day in the library, but learning about the spell had still improved his flying ability. Rictus was curious about his increasing control. He had thought that when he reached level 100 in his skill that he would not really improve anymore, but that was not the case. Rictus could tell his control over alteration magic was constantly improving. Naturally the spells he regularly practiced with improved, but Rictus could tell even spells he rarely used were easier than before. The total amount of mana he could manipulate had also grown since he had reached level 100. It seemed the leveling system was not really capped at 100. The growth was exponentially increased until level 100, but one could still improve even after they reach this mark. Rictus viewed it almost as being power leveled until 100 and then everything is more on the level of a prodigy instead of a monster. Rictus thought the levels may even act as a tutorial to get the skilled to the levels of a master as quickly as possible while gaining many valuable skills along the way. Being able to create new spells and learn ones not from the Skyrim game seemed to validate this theory. Rictus was very happy with this development. He had been worried he had already reached the peak of what was possible, but that was not the case. There was still room for improvement and growth. Rictus was looking forward to continuing to improve his magic and grow as a mage. It took a little bit of searching, but Rictus was finally able to find what he hoped was the cave. One thing which tipped him off people may at least be there was a woman slowly creeping towards the cave entrance while partially crouched. Rictus decided it wouldn't hurt anything to ask her if this was the right place or not. Rictus quickly dropped himself right behind the still crouching woman. "Is this Hobbs Fall Cave?" Talos's testicles. The woman screamed out as she tried jumping away from Rictus. She was not successful and ended up diving face first into the icy ground. She was quick to recover and turned around to see who had snuck up on her while blood was pouring out her nose. Rictus could not help but laugh at the entire scene. "Ha ha ha, oh that was a great one, Talos testicles indeed. I will have to use that one." Watching Rictus laugh temporarily stunned the woman. She then began looking around nervously before trying to speak. "When did you sneak up on me? What do you want?" Rictus slowly calmed down, but he couldn't help smiling still. "Well, I only just got here and saw you awkwardly walking around and wanted to ask for directions. I am currently looking for Hobbs Cave. My name is Rictus, by the way." The woman cautiously grabbed Rictus's offered hand as he hauled her up off the ground. She quickly cast healing magic to fix her nose. She stood warily looking at Rictus. Well this is indeed Hobbs Cave. What do you want from this place?" Rictus tried to gauge if he should tell the truth or not. He was not sure if the woman was a threat or not. She appeared extremely average. Most likely a Breton based off her looks, and the ease of which she used the healing spell. She was dirty and seemed like she had done a lot of hard traveling recently. There was a look of desperation in her eyes, as if she was desperately trying to catch a break. In the end, Rictus decided he would tell the truth but prepare for conflict. "I am searching for the Helm of Winterhold for Jarl Korrer. We received information from the Archmage that the necromancers hiding here may have discovered it recently. I was asked to see if I could recover the helm which has led me here. What are you doing around here? You do not give off the feeling of a necromancer to me. Are you trying to join them?" The woman seemed quite shocked at the revelation Rictus was working directly for the Jarl. She was even more shocked to find out this was a den of necromancers. She just thought this was supposed to be an easy score from a couple novice mages. No. My name is Isabel, and I am not a necromancer nor looking to join them. An acquaintance of mine had told me about this place and how it could have a lot of interesting items here." Rictus looked at the woman a little skeptically. Sounds a lot like she was a thief to him. "Ahoy! Are you part of the guild or just striking out on your own? From what I have heard, some of these necromancers are quite powerful. You must either be brave or desperate to try and steal from them. Rogue necromancers are not usually the most forgiving of people." Isabel paled at his words. She was not sure how he was able to so quickly guess what she was here for. Isabel was also nervous hearing about how these were supposedly powerful necromancers. She had a decent background with magic and knew enough to realize the potential horrors a rogue necromancer could commit. She was a decent mage, but nothing special. Under Rictus's piercing stare, her resolve finally crumbled. Tears started gathering at the corner of her eyes. I didn't want this to be how things went. I was just trying to help my love. He has been struggling ever since we moved to Winterhold. His sister was always supportive of use, but he was beginning to chafe at being indebted to her. He was a miner, but the only mine in Winterhold is depleted. I thought maybe I could do something to get us some money. I contacted the Thieves Guild to try and find some scores. Vex warned me about this being difficult, but I didn't believe her about it and needed a big score. I used to do some pickpocketing before meeting Ranmir. I just want him to be happy with his life, happy with me. Tears cascaded down the poor woman's face as she finally vented some of her frustrations out. Rictus stared at the woman, not really knowing what to do. He was not expecting for her to tell him her life story, that's for sure. The stress of recent events must have gotten to her, and she finally cracked. Rictus awkwardly patted her shoulder and gave her a small towel to dry her tears. It's okay. Things will get better. I also have some good news if this Ranmir was a miner. Winterhold will be having a couple huge mines open up really soon, so he will be able to find some work. I don't actually know the true dangers yet, but I would not recommend you trying to steal from these necromancers. Not to be rude, but you suck at being sneaky. You should try your hand at another profession. Surprisingly, the cliché words seemed to make Isabel feel better. She was embarrassed by her sudden outburst and his critic of her sneaking abilities. He had a point about how bad she was if he was able to sneak up right behind her like he did. Hearing about the new mines definitely raised her spirits. There seemed to be some hope for the first time in a long time. Isabel was not sure why she so readily believed this strange man she just met, but she did. Everything seemed a little brighter, as if his very words altered the world around her. Thank you. I don't know what I was thinking trying to steal from these necromancers. I was just so desperate. If what you are saying is true though, there is hope for Ranmir. I have been gone for a while now, but I know he hasn't forgotten me yet. I think I may go back to Winterhold now. I am sorry I cannot tell you about what you will find in the cave. You already seem to know more than I do about that place. If there is ever anything I can do for you, please don't hesitate to ask. With that, the woman began walking away. Rictus was still a little thrown off by the whole encounter. He found it all a bit strange and kind of out of nowhere. He was just asking for directions and instead altered the life of a random stranger. Oh well. I got more important things to deal with. I wonder if these necromancers will cooperate and trade me for the helm. That would be really convenient. Rictus quickly made his way towards the cave. There was no one directly at the entrance to the cave, so Rictus continued making his way inside. After walking a little bit, Rictus entered a large open cavern area. He could see some wooden spikes up on a ledge looking over the entrance with what appeared to be an impaled body on one of the spikes. There didn't seem to be an easy way up there, and there was only one hallway leading further into the cave. Rictus was making his way over to the ledge to climb it when he heard voices. We have 3 fresh sacrifices waiting to be offered up to the Revenant. We are on the precipice of greatness. We will slowly grow in the shadows and revive the Order of the Black Worm. There shall be none who can stop us. Prepare the sacrifices. Leave the woman for last. Once she wakes up, her screams will nicely accentuate the ritual. Next, you will. The necromancer was suddenly interrupted by a knocking sound. He looked over at his 4 subordinates to see if it was one of them. They also stared blankly around looking for the source of the noise. They then turned their attention towards the prisoners. They were all still unconscious, but they did see something strange. Between the large wooden spikes looking over the entrance to the cave, was a large slab of stone which looked like a door. The necromancer motioned one of his subordinates to go investigate. As he was moving towards it, they heard the knocking noise again. The necromancers quickly prepared their spells as the door seemed to open out to them. I hope I am not intruding. No one was answering the door, and I really want to get home soon. Do any of you know if the helm of Winterhold is really here? I would be willing to trade for it. The necromancers stared dumbly at the stranger. Before the leader could say anything, the newest member of the cult answered. Oh sure. I found what we think is the helm a while ago. I'd be more than willing to trade you for it depending on what you had with you. The young necromancer seemed quite friendly. He was really hopeful this stranger had some meat and fresh food. He never realized being an outcast necromancer would make grocery shopping so difficult. It wasn't like the undead were good cooks either. Rictus couldn't help but smile at the poor boy. He had no idea what was about to happen. The old necromancer who seemed to be in charge was snarling at the interruption to his sacred ceremony. A large ice spike began to form on his hand as a couple zombies started making their way towards the intruder. We will just take your items. Then we will sacrifice you to the great Manimarco. The necromancer was expecting the usual fear-filled response filled with begging at seeing all the undead approaching. He was slightly unnerved to see a bright smile instead. Oh, I was so hoping that would be your answer. Chapter 26, Necromancers. Oh, I was so hoping that would be your answer. The head necromancer immediately broke into a cold sweat. Something in the way this strange man looked at him was unnerving. He felt more like a plaything in the eyes of a saber cat than a master-level necromancer. Before the necromancer could react, there was a brilliant flash of green from the stranger. The light broke him from his fear, and he finally acted. The necromancer commanded 2 of his advanced zombie thralls to charge and attack as he began to launch a giant ice spike. He was originally going to capture the man, but the humiliation and feeling of powerlessness was unforgivable. Rictus was focused on the head necromancer. The launched ice spike was very predictable and easily dodged. The zombies were moving extremely fast and would be upon him in a couple seconds. Each zombie appeared to be a deceased mercenary wearing iron armor with both wielding swords. Rictus quickly raised up the stone directly in the zombies' path by a foot. This was enough to cause the zombies to trip and fall before they reached Rictus. Rictus dodged a couple more ice spikes before picking up the 2 zombies with telekinesis. He used one as a meat shield for the ice spikes while he tossed the other one over the ledge. While holding the zombie before him, Rictus threw 4 brilliant mage lights in quick succession right into the face of the master necromancer. The necromancer tried to dodge, but 2 still managed to hit him. One landed on his shoulder and the other right in the middle of his chest. The sudden bright lights were jarring since the necromancer had not left the cave in weeks. Had the light actually landed on his face, the necromancer would have been totally blinded by the light. Rictus threw the zombie he was still holding at the distracted necromancer. The necromancer barely saw the zombie in time and dove to the ground. While he was on the ground, the necromancer began calling forth his other zombies which were in the room behind him. He never imagined he would have needed more than the 2 he had with him in the chamber. Before the necromancer could fully recover, Rictus cast a different spell at him. He had never used the ash shell spell before, but this was a great time to try it out. The spell landed on the chest of the necromancer as he was still trying to rise from the ground. The air around the necromancer seemed to convert itself into hardened ash as it quickly spread over the necromancer's body, entrapping him. The whole rapid exchange had only taken a few seconds. Rictus quickly checked the remaining 4 apprentice necromancer to find them still paralyzed. The spell seemed to be quickly fading from 2 of the apprentices who stared hatefully at Rictus. The friendly necromancer was still staring in shock at the whole battle, while the last one seemed terrified. Rictus quickly pulled 2 stone spears from the ground as the 2 hateful apprentices broke free from being paralyzed. They immediately tried to cast an ice spike at Rictus, but they missed horribly. Rictus decided not to take any more chances and launched the spears at them. They were close together and decided to layer their wards together for protection. Rictus was actually a little impressed they worked so well together. Sadly for them, it was all in vain. The wards only stop magical effects. While the ward would stop his telekinetic control of the spears, it would not stop the large spikes. One of the spikes impaled an apprentice through the chest while the other one went clean through the stomach of the other. The impaled one died almost instantly, but the disemboweled one still had enough life to let out a demented scream as he fell to the ground. Rictus put the sight out of his mind as he moved his sights to the friendly necromancer who was still partially paralyzed. Rictus cast an ash shell at him as well before turning back to the last apprentice. The final apprentice had broken free of the paralysis and done the smartest thing he could. He ran. Rictus was just about to send another stone spike at him when a group of 5 zombies in heavy iron armor carrying swords and shields came rushing around the corner. They barreled into the terrified apprentice and trampled him as they continued their charge towards Rictus. They hadn't made it very far when Rictus noticed a buildup of magic. He quickly found the source. There was a large frosty aura around the master necromancer trapped in the ash shell. Suddenly, the ash shell was torn asunder as a huge ice storm was launched at Rictus. Rictus tried to raise up some of the stone to block it but was only partially successful. The ice storm was very forceful and threw Rictus across the room and slammed him into the wall. Rictus was extremely glad he had already cast ebony flesh before combat even started. He may not have lived without it activated. The unintended benefit of being hit with the spell was now Rictus was farther away from the charging zombies and necromancer. Rictus would kick himself later for such a rookie mistake as forgetting an enemy. Right now, he pulled out the staff of fireballs he had gotten from the dragon priest. With the staff in hand, Rictus began spamming fireballs towards the charging zombies as he began making barrier of stone between him and his enemies. The barrier would entirely cover besides a single viewing port. The necromancer was using this time to channel an absolutely massive ice storm. Rictus quickly reached out with telekinesis and launched one of the now flaming zombies at the necromancer before the spell was completed. The necromancer had to use the ice storm as a barrier to stop the zombie, then tried to send it at Rictus, but it was significantly weaker at this point. The fireballs did a good job of stopping the ice storm as well as stalling the zombies, which allowed Rictus time to dump stone spikes from his dimensional storage. Once the spikes were back out, Rictus began going on the offensive again. The spikes were shot out towards the enemies in rapid succession. Most all the spikes were sent barreling towards the necromancer. He was able to avoid a killing hit, but his left leg was shattered when one of the spikes slammed into it sideways. As the necromancer fell towards the ground, Rictus quickly took advantage and covered him in an ash shell once again. Once immobilized, he was easy prey for Rictus's trusty axe. Upon the necromancer's death, the remaining zombies fell as if their strings were cut. Rictus looked around for any remaining threats. Finding nothing, he went to the friendly necromancer still encapsulated in the ash shell. Rictus was pleasantly surprised to find he could manipulate the shell as he opened it enough to reveal the terrified face of the boy. The boy began sucking in huge gasps of air. Now, about the helm. Where is it? The poor boy stared blankly at Rictus for a moment before his eyes darted over to a large chest in the corner of the room. Thuriot, it's, in the chest. Rictus quickly made his way over to the chest. He noticed it seemed to be locked, but a quick spell was all that was needed to open it. There was a flute, some clothes, a large mana potion, a purse of septims, and an ancient-looking helm. Rictus studied the helm to make sure it appeared like the various sketches and descriptions the Jarl had given him before. It was indeed identical to what he was sent to find. Rictus quickly placed the helm and the entire chest into his storage. Rictus could tell more necromancers were in this cave than what he encountered. Rictus could see the bloodstains of the one who got trampled disappearing down the corridor. There was an alternative to searching through the cave system and eliminating the remaining necromancers. Rictus approached the corridor and began channeling his mana into the surrounding stone. He completely blocked the entrance with over a foot of solid condensed stone. It would take time for anyone to get their way through that. Rictus was just glad no one interrupted him. When he was done, Rictus turned around to find the cooperative necromancer had gotten out of his ashen prison. Instead of attacking, he simply was sitting on the ground with his head in his hands. Rictus decided to leave him where he was for now since there was no threat at the moment. Rictus moved towards the middle of the room to try another one of his spells. He had a spell which was supposed to transfer items on dead bodies to him. The spell seemed to somehow cause everything attached to a dead body to slowly float towards Rictus. Once they got near him, Rictus simply opened his storage and put everything there to go through later. He was honestly a little disappointed in the spell. He was really hoping it would have been a sneaky way to look dead bodies, but sadly it was obvious what was going on. Still, the spell allowed him to retrieve things without touching the bodies, which is always a plus. Rictus then moved around the room collecting various profitable items such as potions and soul gems. There were even a couple black soul gems which just gave off a feeling of wrongness compared to the natural soul gems. Once everything was collected, Rictus returned to the boy. You were helpful and didn't attack me, so I will let you live. I would recommend you finding something else to do with your life instead of this. I do want to know if the only prisoners you have are those 3 lying unconscious in that cell. The boy slowly looked up to the man who had turned his life upside down in the span of a few minutes. He was feeling too numb to really protest and decided to just tell the truth. He had already seen what this man was capable of doing. If he could kill the boy's master, then the boy stood no chance at all. Those are the only prisoners we have. Master wanted to make sure they were only close to him so he could be even more in control. I did not want this to be how my life went. I just wanted to study magic and be a powerful necromancer like the old Nords. Instead, I was run out of town and joined up with Master just to survive. He was far too powerful for someone like me to deny. I knew better than to join a cult, no matter how good it sounds. Rictus felt a little bad for the guy. He seemed to still be a teenager who got caught up in the wrong crowd. Still, Rictus had been fooled before. I told you I will not kill you, but you still will be punished. We all must live with the consequences of our actions. The boy stared blankly at Rictus. Rictus did not take any joy in punishing the boy, but even a passive/forced role in human sacrifice was wrong. Deciding to be quick about it, Rictus quickly cut off one of the boy's arms and healed it with Alter Body spell. He then knocked the boy out and moved him towards the cell. Rictus used his telekinesis to pull out the prisoners and place the necromancer in it. If he was really a mage and wanted to live, he could get out of the cell. Rictus then began the process of waking up the 3 unconscious prisoners. There were a Reguard man, a male dark elf, and a female imperial. They were slow to wake up, but when they did it was quite an ordeal. Rictus patiently told them what had happened to them. He assured them they were safe from the necromancers for now, but they all needed to get going soon. Rictus corralled them towards the ledge where he made a slope for them to easily climb down. He then went over towards the corridor which led further into the cave and completely closed off that area as well. Everyone seemed to breathe easier once they were out of the cave. Rictus was sorely tempted to leave the 3 prisoners, but he felt a little bad for them. He was also exhausted from the battle and traveling. He really should not have risked combat after traveling with his magic for so long. It was an unneeded risk. It all worked out this time, but that does not mean it would every time. They traveled 10 to 20 minutes away from the cave before they stopped. Rictus could tell that the prisoners were still not at 100% either and needed rest. He then decided to make a crude shelter. Rictus raised up the stone to make a small hut where they all could rest. He even made sure to attach a small outhouse so they would not have to go back out into the cold. Once everyone was inside, Rictus made a fire from some wood he pulled from storage. He then passed out food to the eager prisoners. While they were eating, Rictus found out a little about each person. The Reguard was named Brand. He was a cook for a trading ship based out of Dawnstar. His ship had been docked for some repairs, and he had gone out for walk. Brand talked about how the snow of Skyrim still amazed him since it was so different than the sand he grew up around. While he was on a trail, he heard a woman scream for a second before it was cut off and ran to investigate. When he got there, he discovered a group of people in dark robes carrying 2 bodies. Before he could respond, he was knocked unconscious. He had faint memories of a potion being forced down his throat, but the next thing he knew Rictus was waking him up. The dark elf did not share much. His name was Artem, and he was a simple fisherman who lived in a cottage outside of Dawnstar. He did not really comment on anything else and attentively ate his food. The woman's name was Larina. She was originally from Solitude, where she was part of the Bard's College. She was looking for a buyer of an old flute which had rumors of being able to make even the dead dance. She discovered the necromancers who seemed to be very interested in the flute. Everything seemed to go well at first, but after she gave them the flute, they decided to keep her too. She was knocked out and drugged like the other 2. She was curious as to what happened to the flute, but Rictus decided the ancient flute would be better kept by him. It seemed like the woman probably obtained the flute by not so legal means. All 3 were immensely grateful towards Rictus for all he did. They knew if he had not shown up, they would have been in a bad place. Getting your soul trapped into a black soul gem was not a pleasant experience, especially when your soul was then sacrificed to some dark entity. Each promised him some rewards. Brand told him that he would cook him any meal Rictus could imagine. Brand was not the gourmet, but he did claim no one had complained about his food before. Artem said he would give him some of his fish and be willing to show Rictus his special fishing spot. Larina said she didn't have much, but she would do whatever she could to repay the debt. She seemed to have a little something in mind to thank Rictus, which he was not interested in. It wasn't that she was ugly or against doing it in general, just not with her. She gave off some dirty vibes, and not the good kind. Maybe if they weren't disgusting and in a small bare stone hut with 2 other people there. Everyone eventually made themselves comfortable as they rested for the night. Rictus was still thinking about the previous battle. Everything worked out in the end, but he was disappointed in his performance. He was still very new to battles and lacked a lot of experience. This was also his first real fight against a real opponent where he fought by himself. He had considered summoning his familiar but wanted to see how he did fighting solo. Based on this fight and previous ones, Rictus realized how much better he was as a support and control fighter. He could still be effective by himself, but he was deadly when fighting in a group, as evidenced by fighting with the companions and at Winterhold. Summons would be a good way for him to augment his effectiveness. He had just got the spells for fire and shock at Tronak, which he made a higher priority to learn. Maybe it was time to look for a follower? Rictus still wasn't 100% sure about having someone with him, but it was worth considering. The next day everyone was ready to leave this place. Rictus wanted to get back as fast as possible, but he felt a little responsible for the prisoners. Despite them living in or near Dawnstar, he told them they were going to Winterhold because it was closer, and he had to deliver the helm before the Jarl left for the moot. Rictus had actually forgotten how much traveling by foot sucked. It was tiring and not very efficient at all. He kept considering summoning Billy but felt it would be a little cruel for him to be casually sitting on his mount while the others were struggling so much. Rictus kept himself in excellent shape with his alter body spell, so it wasn't all that difficult physically, just tedious. After a couple hours of traveling, Rictus could sense a group of people not too far away from them. It was a good thing he checked his surroundings with Detect Life and Mana ever so often, or he could have missed it. Rictus got his traveling companions to hide as he went to investigate. He was immensely surprised to see Farelda leading a group of mages on horseback. Rictus couldn't help but smile at his luck. He hid as he waited for them to approach near his position. "Ah, Farelda! Your timing is impeccable as always. I am glad to see you, but what are you doing out here?" Rictus was all smiles as he approached the group of mages. He was curious why they were all the way out here. Mages from the college weren't really known for leaving or exploring. Farelda and the rest of the mages nearly blasted Rictus when he suddenly appeared like that. "By the 8 Rictus, you should know better than to try and scare a group of bat-lemages. I almost roasted you." Rictus could only rub the back of his head sheepishly. It was a little childish to try and surprise the mages like he did, especially when one had enough destructive magic to destroy entire groups of warriors instantly. Sorry about that. I couldn't help it." "What are you all doing out here though? A little far from the college, aren't you?" "We were actually sent to parley or clear out the group of necromancers in Hobbs Fall Cave." Farelda left unsaid anything about the helm, but both knew that played a large part of it all. Seems Morrigan was trying to play politics and gain some more influence over the Jarl. "Ah well, that is great to hear. I just came from there and rescued some people about to be sacrificed. I also took out what I assume to be the leader and a couple others. I am sure there are more left there, but I blocked the main entrances to keep them in place. I wonder if you would be willing to escort these people back to Winterhold or even Dawnstar." I would like to make sure to get back before the Jarl leaves. It was a little unbelievable to Ferelda that Rictus had time to do all of that. He had only left a couple hours before them, and he seemed to be on foot. Still, Ferelda had no reason to not believe him. He had proven trustworthy so far, and she was even beginning to consider him a friend. Listening to what he said, she could only let out a sigh. Rictus's actions would technically make her job a lot easier. She turned towards two of her followers. You two will escort the people. I will leave it up to you whether you take them back all the way to Dawnstar or to Winterhold. Without the leader, the necromancers should not be much of a problem for us. I guess I will owe you another meal, Rictus, if this is as easy as I think it will be now. Sounds like a good plan to me. Thanks for taking them off my hands. I will see you soon, Ferelda. Happy hunting. Rictus quickly summoned Billy and rode off before much more could be said. He trusted Ferelda to get the job done. He almost flew away from them right there but decided against it for now. Rictus was not particularly hiding his ability, but he wasn't showing it off either. Once he got out of sight from them, Rictus began rapidly flying back to Winterhold. He was ready for a warm bed and hot meal. The Jarl was sure to give him a good reward for this. Riften. A smile tugged at her lips as she observed her sleeping mark. It had been surprisingly easy to get in here. Men were always a little more willing to let in a woman. It was almost impressive the way they would let their guard down from a few flirtatious remarks. All her extensive planning was not even needed for this job. It turned out tutoring young women over some Blackbriar mead was a favorite pastime of his. He always seemed so stressed and irritable, so it was no wonder he was fooled. A little hip swaying, a soft flick of the tail, and some gentle purring was all it took for him to lose all focus on what was going on. Now, he was passed out from a sleeping potion which spiked one of the many of bottles laying around the floor. A couple quick knots ensured he was not going anywhere. A whistle out the back window alerted her accomplices it was safe to enter. It was extremely easy to get a couple of lowlifes from the Ratway to help carry a body. She had given them instructions on where they would be taking the body. There was a delightfully artistic chef who lived in the Ratway named Njacra who was always wanting some fresh meat. Normally she would follow along with them to make sure they delivered, but she needed to stay here and check the place for anything needing liberation. She left the business of dealing with the lowlifes to her friend. I don't know why you are doing this. You could get in a lot of trouble if this goes south, you know. She couldn't help but let out a sigh at her friend's continued insistence. Well, it is too late now to do anything else. If we don't deliver him to Chef, and he wakes up, we are in for a world of hurt. Please make sure it happens. Don't worry about missing out of your cut. You know I am good for it. She slowly moved her tail along her friend's jaw. She could see her last resolve crumble under her touch. She knew her friend wasn't really opposed to it anyways. Her friend had been part of the Dark Brotherhood after all. Fine. I will get to it, but you be careful. There are bound to be traps and locks, I bet even you would struggle opening in here. A small laugh escaped the woman's mouth at her friend's worry. Don't worry, Sapphire. I knew the risks coming into this. We all will be better off. Trust me. A sigh escaped Sapphire as she began leading the lowlifes away. I still can't believe I am taking part of robbing and killing the guild master. Strange times. She watched Sapphire quickly lead the lowlifes and Mercer Frey away. She couldn't help the excitement which welled up in her after the successful heist. She lived for the thrill of sneaking in and taking things she desired. Killing was not normally part of her MO, but she made an exception for Frey. She knew he was the cause of the guild's misfortune. He was a murderer and did plenty of bad things in his time. Plus, technically she would not be killing him. That would be Njacra. Or maybe it would be the poison she had injected in him. It was slow acting, so Njacra would probably kill him first. Probably. Once the cost was clear, she went deeper into the mansion as she pulled something out of her pocket. He held a very special key. It looked old and a little rusted with a strange blue and black knob on the end of it. Many would overlook it, but they would be remiss to do such a thing. She couldn't help but laugh at her luck. Normally, she would be worried about being unlucky for stealing this, but it was not her who stole it from Nocturnal. She simply stole it from Frey. She would not squander it like he had been doing. She was not entirely sure what all powers it possessed, but she was more than willing to find out. A/N, well, I decided to give a little insight into the skilled in lockpicking. I thought it was kind of fun. I never did like Mercer Frey. Chapter 27, Bad Kitty. Rictus made excellent time coming back to Winterhold. A good hot meal and warm hearth went a long way to rejuvenating the travel-weary mage. Flying made travel so much better and more entertaining, but it still was stressful and required lots of focus. Jarl Korer was ecstatic at Rictus's return with the helm of Winterhold. He immediately declared Rictus a Thane of Winterhold. The ceremony was quite short and informal, which was just fine for Rictus. The Jarl seemed a little embarrassed he could not assign a housecarl to Rictus. He was already short on guardsmen, let alone well-trained ones who would be of use to Rictus. During the meal, Rictus brought up how he saw the mages from the college on their way to the cave. Koror was clever enough to figure out their objective was more the helm than clearing out the necromancers who had been there for quite some time. While some would be happy about an ally trying to help, Koror was still skeptical about the new archmage and her agenda. Things had been going well so far, but things could change. Koror was determined to be exceedingly careful when interacting with the mages and to stay vigilant towards any additional machinations of the archmage to gain influence over him. Koror was very thankful for Rictus's sharing the information. He knew Rictus could have easily kept the information to himself to ease tensions with the mages. Instead, Rictus had warned him about what was going on. Koror seemed to be seriously deliberating about a decision. Rictus, I may have an opportunity for you in the future. The more I have interacted with you, the more I feel confident in the decision. Once I get back from the moot, I will have an important proposition which I hope you will accept. Rictus already had an idea of what the Jarl may offer him. There was an open position in the Jarl's court which would be perfect for Rictus. He was relieved he would have some more time to consider it. He was not 100% sure he was wanting to settle down in one location, but Winterhold was growing on him. Rictus nodded and told the Jarl he would think about it. The Jarl excused himself soon after since he would be leaving in the morning for the moot. Koror would be meeting up with Ulfric's caravan on the way to Solitude. He would then go ahead and make the proposal about relocating the Dark Elves and Argonians to Winterhold. Koror also thought Rictus's suggestion to expand the guard made sense, especially if the relocation went smoothly. He was a little curious about Rictus's insistence on using ranged weapons more, but it wasn't a big deal and did make sense when dealing with mages. Rictus was quite pleased with how things had gone. He did think it was time to start making some additional plans for the future, or at least think of some goals he would like to achieve. 1. Continue to improve magical abilities and learn all the new spells. Short-term goal was to focus on the Dispel, Absorb, and Reflection spells. They were simply too good to pass up. 2. Observe Morrigan and the college. There was a lot of changes going on at the college right now and no telling their impact. Rictus thought it was better to be prepared and see how it goes. 3. Gain more information. A lot was going on right now in Skyrim. It would be great if Rictus could gain more intel on what was going on so he could be prepared. 4. Survive the dragons. The final one was pretty obvious. While the dragons were not too difficult in the game, Rictus had a feeling it would not be the same here. The Dragonborn couldn't be everywhere at once, and dragons were supposed to be fierce. If the battle against the Dragon Priest was anything to go off, there would be a lot of casualties across the land. Rictus was also unsure about the civil war. Currently, Skyrim was not an open rebellion. There were lots of small-scale attacks and things like that, but no major fights or gathering of troops. That would soon change. Rictus struggled with the idea of just killing Ulfric now before things got bad. It could potentially prevent a lot of trouble across the land. He just didn't feel comfortable attacking or killing Ulfric before he committed treason though. It was one thing to punish someone, but punishing someone before an action even happened was too far. Rictus felt those kinds of actions were a slippery slope. In the end, Rictus decided to see how things played out. There was no guarantee things would still turn out the same as the game. If things deteriorated enough, Rictus would act. He was hopeful there could be a peace summit in order to face the large threat of the dragon crisis. Information was Rictus's new main goal. He would have a lot of time before Koror was back from the summit which he could use to get a better picture of current events. Rictus felt the best place to start would probably be Whiterun. It was a central location and main trading hub for the entire region. Merchants were constantly coming and going which would provide great information about everything going on. Rictus was a little curious if there were information brokers already, or maybe there was room for a new information broker to emerge. Rictus was content with his decisions. He would leave in the morning for Whiterun after the Jarl had left. Then, he would begin looking for information. Tomorrow was sure to be interesting. Rictus felt there was something wrong. It was as if his magic was alerting him to something. It took a moment for Rictus to fully wake up and take stock of his surroundings. He was still in his bedroom in the Jarl's longhouse. Nothing seemed to be the problem, yet something had alerted him. Finally, Rictus realized what was going on. His alarm spell had gone off. Alarm was a novice-level spell which would normally alert the caster when something crossed a certain radius. Rictus had played with the spell for a while after he had gotten back from Markarth. Rictus figured out a way to cast it like a rune instead of a normal spell. This changed the spell to work as a basic house alarm whenever he was out. It took a while for him to adjust it to not be set off by small animals, but he had done it. This meant someone had broken into his home in Whiterun. Needless to say, Rictus was not pleased. Rictus quickly scribbled out a note detailing his absence. He left instructions on how to contact him in case of emergency. He basically made a hole leading to a small underground chamber. The chamber had an alarm rune which would go off if someone dropped something into it. The alarm would then alert Rictus. It was not a perfect system, but Rictus thought it should work as planned. After that was done, Rictus prepared to leave. He had already moved the teleportation glyph to be under the Jarl's longhouse so he could more easily get to it. No thief would be getting away today. Rictus had an angry look in his eyes as he teleported back home. Hopefully his meager defenses were enough to stall the intruder till he got there. Marandrujo had been very distracted recently. He could not get the image of the mage falling into the middle of their caravan out of his head. Marandrujo had heard tales of how some powerful mages had been able to jump over city walls with a simple leap or float through the air as if in water. He had never met one until that fateful day. Marandrujo liked to think he was a decent mage, but he had no idea where to even start with that kind of magic. He was mostly self-taught since he had been part of the caravan for a long time. Not many respectable mages could be found outside the cities, which was where the Khajiit caravans were required to stay. Everyone in the caravan knew about Marandrujo's fixation. They were all tired of hearing Marandrujo talk about it. It was even beginning to hinder Marandrujo's work. Finally, Marandrujo could take it no more. Marandrujo knew the mage's name was Rictus and lived in Whiterun. Marandrujo decided he had to talk to him again. Marandrujo did not get to interact with Rictus much during the caravan ride, but it would be different now. It had taken a long time of sneaking around the outskirts of the town and asking discreet questions in order to find Rictus's address, but he had done it. Under the cover of darkness, Marandrujo snuck into the city of Whiterun. He had to avoid the roving patrols and scale the wall, but nothing would stop him. Besides, Khajiit were good at this sort of thing. After sneaking through the town, Marandrujo finally arrived at his destination. There were no lights on in the home, but Marandrujo had come too far to be stopped now. Marandrujo tried to discreetly knock, but there was no answer. With no other option, Marandrujo decided to enter through a window. Normally he would not do such a thing, but he was desperate. His curiosity had gotten the better of him, and now he had to get answers. Marandrujo was sure such a powerful mage would understand his desire for knowledge. Marandrujo easily got through the window and into the house. It seemed deserted. Marandrujo thought he felt the smallest jolt of magic, but quickly dismissed it. As he was taking a step, there was a flash of magic. Marandrujo's body completely locked up, paralyzed. There had been a hidden paralyze rune under the window, and Marandrujo stepped right in it. The forward momentum brought the hapless Khajiit face first into the floor. Marandrujo felt another wave of magic as he hit the floor. Hardened ash began to quickly cover him. Marandrujo's breathing began to quicken. There was no escape at the moment. He was completely trapped. The paralyze rune had frozen him while the ash shell rune had encased him. There were no holes in the ash. Marandrujo could feel the lack of air as he was stuck in this prison. He had no idea how long he would be here, nor if he could get out. If he was stuck long enough, Marandrujo would surely suffocate. Marandrujo tried not to panic but was failing miserably. What was Marandrujo thinking trying to break into the house of a master mage? Marandrujo was feeling lightheaded as his breathing continued to spike while feelings of being buried alive intensified. Marandrujo heard a noise. Soon, a voice could be heard standing over the poor trapped Khajiit. Well well well. What do we have here? Rictus was impressed his rune placements. He liked the extended duration of the overcharged runes. While they cost a huge amount of mana, it was well worth it. Rictus also thought the paralyze rune combined with the ash shell rune was particularly nasty. Being paralyzed was already a terrifying experience. It made the person feel absolutely powerless in their own body, which was horrifying. They would then be able to observe the ash shell encase their body completely without being able to move a muscle. The ash shell would trap them in total darkness while limiting the amount of air the person could breathe. Rictus imagined it would feel like being buried alive while there was nothing you could do about it. If one was a mage, they could break out of the ash spell if they knew a strong enough spell. They would have to wait for the paralyzing effect to stop before they could do anything. Most people would be panicking by that point, which would interfere with the spell casting. Overall, a very effective method to stop someone from ransacking his belongings. Rictus took the would-be thief into the basement he had carved out. He then carved out a small cage of stone to place them into. Next, Rictus raised a pillar he would stand behind as he cast a supercharged mage light on one side. This effectively made a spotlight which was directly aimed at the cage. Rictus would be able to easily observe the prisoner while they would be blinded by the light. To play it safe, Rictus added a layer of stone around the trapped thief. The master necromancer was able to bust out of the shell, so if this was a mage there was always a chance they could too. With everything in place, Rictus decided it was time to interrogate the thief. He slowly peeled back the part covering the thief's face. It took a couple seconds, but loud gasping noises could be heard as the prisoner could finally take full breaths again. In this time, Rictus observed the intruder. It was a Khajiit with white to grey fur. His ears were white on the inside but black on back and around the edges. He seemed to have a faded brownish mane down the back of his neck and additional hair where a mustache was typically found on a man. His eyes were steel grey and looking around wildly. The panic was clear to see on his face as he tried and failed to look around. The bright light greatly hindered his ability to see anything. Rictus thought he looked a little familiar, but could not place him. The Khajiit's breathing began to quicken again in panic at his situation. The current setup did not bode well for his future. Rictus observed him for a moment longer before beginning to question him. Hopefully, Rictus would not be forced into more persuasive measures. Who are you and why did you break into my home? You would do well to tell the truth and tell it quickly. The Khajiit took a few moments to try and identify the speaker but couldn't see them. The bright light shining in his eyes stopped him from seeing whoever was behind there. This one is called Marandrujo. Marandrujo was searching for the one named Rictus. This one traveled alongside Arisad when Rictus fell from the sky into the camp. Marandrujo thought that if he could find him, Rictus would teach Marandrujo the secrets to being one with the sky. Rictus stared at the Khajiit. His explanation of where he was from made sense and explained why he looked familiar to Rictus. Arisad's caravan accounted for basically every Khajiit in Whiterun. Most cities did not allow for them to live in the city proper. Rictus was a little impressed. This guy had to have snuck into the city all on the chance of asking him to teach him more about magic. If the guards would have saw him, Marandrujo would have been forced out of the city or taken to jail. He had to have scaled the walls and snuck all the way to the house mostly unseen, at least enough people couldn't tell he was a Khajiit. Rictus considered what to do as Marandrujo stayed silent. Rictus believed Marandrujo was telling the truth. He would still need to confirm it, but his gut told him Marandrujo was not lying. This led to a few different outcomes. Rictus could charge the Khajiit with breaking an entry and take him to jail. He could release him and let him go back where he belonged. Finally, he could actually teach him. Each one had some merit to them. It could be beneficial to have a merchant owe him. If Rictus did take Marandrujo as a minion, Marandrujo would already have a good relationship with the Khajiit caravans, which were a great source of information due to their extensive travels. It also could be good to personally test out how having a subordinate actually worked. Regardless, Rictus decided he needed to double-check Marandrujo's claims. He dimmed the light so the prisoner could get a better look around and approached him. It seems you have found me. I will be going to Arisad to confirm everything you are saying. If it holds up, then I believe we could come to some kind of deal. If you are lying to me, well, let's just say that would not be healthy. There are lots of magical experiments which would progress much faster with a living specimen. Marandrujo could only nod his head and gulp. He really hoped Arisad would be truthful and not try and hide their relationship. There was hope though, even if this whole thing did not turn out how he expected. A/N, hope you readers are doing good. I just wanted to warn you all, the next few chapters will be taking place in Whiterun again. They will also have more original content than before. I didn't plan it that way originally, but it just sort of happened while I was writing. So if you have any critiques, please let me know. I have mostly stuck to in-game quests so I could use the advice. Chapter 28, Working Relationships. Marandrujo was telling the truth about his background. Rictus had kept Marandrujo locked in the jail cell till the morning. Then, he snuck him out by tunneling under the city. Thankfully, Rictus did not accidentally run into the sewer system while they were traveling. They soon reached the Khajiit caravan. Arisad confirmed Marandrujo's story, and everyone in the caravan seemed relieved Marandrujo had finally found Rictus. They told Rictus how Marandrujo had kept going on about how he would learn from Rictus. Rictus was relieved Marandrujo was telling the truth. He felt that Marandrujo would fit in nicely with his plans of getting a better information network going. If all he had to do was trade some magical knowledge, Rictus was more than willing to pay the price. Well, Marandrujo, it is good you were telling the truth. I am still upset at how you tried to break into my house. What were you even planning to accomplish by that? Marandrujo wouldn't meet Rictus's eyes and seemed ashamed of his actions, even his tail was drooping like a scolded pet. Marandrujo was not thinking clearly. This one thought that if only he could speak to you, then you would see the passion to learn and take pity on Marandrujo. This one is most ashamed of his actions and begs forgiveness. Rictus couldn't help a small smile from creeping onto his face. He had always found the way Khajiit talked to be amusing, and Marandrujo seemed to almost go out of his way to not speak in the first person. Still, Rictus was inclined to forgive the Khajiit. There was no harm done, and it was a great test for Rictus's home defense runes, which were apparently quite terrifying according to Marandrujo. I will forgive your trespass this time. From what you companions have shared, it was your intense desire to learn more about magic which drove you to act so foolishly. Such curiosity for learning can be a good thing, but you must be careful. You let your desire overcome your rationality. It is good to be curious and driven, but you must be careful not to go too far, else you suffer consequences you were not willing to pay. Marandrujo bowed his head at Rictus's word. He seemed properly ashamed of his actions. He personally couldn't believe he acted the way he did. It was almost as if something in him was altered ever since he had seen Rictus's magic. Now though, he was much more rational. Maybe all it took was the terrifying experience of feeling like one was buried alive and slowly suffocating to clear his head. This one is deeply sorry his actions. Nothing would please Marandrujo more than to make it up however he can. Still, this one wants to learn from you despite the previous transgressions. Rictus pretended to think it over. He had already decided on what he wanted to happen. I suppose we could work out some sort of exchange. I would be willing to teach you, but it will come at a price. Rictus could see a change come over Marandrujo as price was brought up. It seemed the Khajiit was not part of a trading caravan for show. Name your price. Gold is not had in abundance, but some agreement should be possible. The slight desperation in Marandrujo's eyes was telling. He may seem calm and collected, but Rictus could tell he was still desperate to learn from him. I do not have any need of money at the moment. I already have plenty. What I do lack, is something more valuable than a few septims. I need information. I find myself woefully uninformed about the wider state of the realm. I would be willing to teach you in exchange for you collecting information for me. Do you think this is something you can do? Marandrujo seemed to consider the proposal. It was a much better deal than he had feared. Marandrujo had been part of the caravan for a long time. He knew the value of good information. The people of Skyrim did not try and take advantage of the caravans like many other places would. Having a large network of caravans supplying information would be incredibly useful in the right hands. Marandrujo knew he would be able to get some information, but maybe there was more he could do. If he facilitated talks between Risod and Rictus, and they could work out a profitable deal, Marandrujo may get even more benefits. Risod was the leader of all the Khajiit caravans in Skyrim after all. He would have much more available information. Regardless, Marandrujo knew he would be taking the deal even if it didn't work with Risod. This one would be willing to agree to those terms. There is another matter Marandrujo may be able to assist with. This one can put in a good word and facilitate talks with Risod. Risod is the head of all the Khajiit caravans in Skyrim. If you could reach an agreement, you would be able to gain significantly more information than one as lowly as Marandrujo could provide. Rictus was impressed. He had expected Marandrujo to agree. He had not expected him to suggest working with Risod. It would be extremely beneficial for Rictus if it worked out. Being provided information from all the Khajiit caravans would be much more useful than only getting information from one person. If an agreement could be made, it would be extremely useful to Rictus. You make an excellent suggestion. I think I will take up your offer to help with negotiations. Even if that does work out, I would still like your personal opinion on what you can learn while traveling. I am impressed by your initiative already. If you keep this up, I see us having a long and mutually beneficial relationship for a long time. Rictus held his hand out to Marandrujo. They were both smiling as they shook hands. This was hopefully the start of a long and prosperous partnership. Rictus was looking forward to what will happen with his new minion. Risod watched Rictus make his way back into Whiterun for the second time. He had been surprised the first time he met the unusual mage, and the second time was no different. Risod was not expecting to be approached by Rictus and Marandrujo. He knew Marandrujo had been obsessing over learning more magic, but he did not actually expect him to find a teacher. Risod had been surprised when Rictus had proposed a trade agreement for information. Not many people truly appreciated the usefulness the information a merchant could supply, especially when that merchant was the leader of a network of caravans which spanned all of Skyrim. No one really utilized his caravans for information at the moment. There was the occasional request from the Thieves Guild and various other factions, but they did not do this often. Rictus was looking for something a little more consistent. Negotiations had lasted quite a long time. The value of information fluctuated greatly. There was not a static price which could be paid to cover all information. Risod was pleased Rictus understood this. They eventually reached an agreement where both sides were happy. Rictus would pay Risod a flat fee every month to get very basic information packets. These packets would have some basic information about things going on around Skyrim, and they would also have a list of additional information which could be bought. There were a few different levels which the additional information could fall under which would determine the price. Risod would be the one to decide which level the information would fall under. Rictus could meet with Risod to haggle the exact pricing, or he could just pay Risod's rate and get the information delivered. Risod felt he had gotten the better end of the bargain based off how much Rictus was paying for the information. Although watching him walk away so pleased made Risod wonder how much more he could have gotten out of the mage. Rictus was quite pleased with himself. He was able to get the Khajiit caravans as a source of information. It did cost a lot of money, but with his skill set money was not an issue at all. Being able to turn iron into gold really helped the finances. It also helped being able to alter a septim to be whatever value he desired. This allowed Rictus to easily give out large amounts of money, and it cost him basically nothing. A/N, in case you do not remember, the septims here are not all just worth 1 gold. There are marked with various amounts like 5, 10, 20, 50, 100. I thought this would make sense because carrying around 1,000 large coins for shopping would be ridiculous to me. The arrangement of paying for information was perfect for Rictus. He even made sure to pay the Cagiate extra for any potential rumors about him or if there were people looking for him. He told them he would easily match whatever anyone else was paying. The Cagiate would provide a great backbone to his informational needs. Rictus was supposed to receive the first informational packet tomorrow, and he was also going to teach Marandrujo some basics tomorrow. Rictus also had the start of a plan for getting more local information. He would start in the outer city of Whiterun. This area was where most of the lower working class lived. The warehouse district was another big aspect there. Rictus figured with a city this size, there would probably be a decent homeless or disabled population. These were his main targets. The homeless would be useful in gathering information regarding Whiterun. Many people ignored the homeless, which allowed them to overhear things people don't usually share. Rictus didn't overestimate their reliability, but there would be hidden gems inside the information regardless. They would also work cheaply, as a couple gold would go a long way for them. Maybe he would even incentivize the information by giving out more for those who gave better information. Tamriel was a dangerous place. There were various dangers such as monsters and bandits all over the place, not to mention the Famar or Dmur automatons. Restoration magic did help alleviate a lot of the physical trauma, but it could only do so much. Usually, nothing could be done to restore lost limbs, but Rictus had found a way. This would provide opportunity. People would pay almost anything to gain back a lost body part. The weirdness and loss are not something easy to describe. Phantom pains shooting up and down a leg which was no longer there. A hand that itches even though it is no longer there. Standing up suddenly only to fall when you no longer have a foot to balance with. The list goes on and on. If there was a way to return that body part, people would jump on it. They would also harbor gratitude to the person who could perform the miracle on them. This gratitude could be very useful. Rictus was normally a pretty morally upright person. Part of him wanted to help out for free, but another part could not help but think of all the benefits which could be had. Rictus decided to go into with the thoughts of just helping people, and if any of those people happened to feel indebted to him, so be it. It did not take long for Rictus to enter some of the worst parts of the city. It was very dreary compared to most of Whiterun. The houses were closer to small sheds which were quickly deteriorating. The streets were made of dirt or mud and lined with trash. It did not take long for various natives to notice Rictus. The first to try something was a scrawny young man who bumped into Rictus. It was an obvious pickpocket attempt, but Rictus kept everything in his storage, so the attempt was a bust. A couple others tried, but they also didn't have any luck. Soon enough, Rictus realized there were a few people stalking him. He couldn't be sure, but they seemed to have a bit more hostility than normal. The street becoming increasingly empty sure helped influence this deduction. Rictus could easily see there was another group hiding up in an alley ahead of him. Detect Life made sneaking very difficult. A dirty group of men exited the alley to block his way forward. There were 4 of them in front of Rictus with 3 more behind him. Their clothing was dirty and had a few holes throughout it. 2 didn't even have shoes on. They all carried some kind of weapon though. There were a couple rusty maces and few daggers. The supposed leader seemed to carry a partially rusted great sword. It seemed a little impractical to Rictus, but he guessed it was mostly to intimidate. The leader was a very large Nord man who had better looking clothes than the rest. He was quite muscular and had small scars crisscrossing his arms and a large scar along the left side of his face. Rictus noticed how all the men had a similar scar on the right side of their faces. Rictus was a little curious how this would go. Thankfully, he did not have to wait long before Scarface started talking. You seem to be lost, my friend. Don't worry though. We would be more than willing to help you with directions for a modest price. You will have to pay the toll for trespassing onto the road of Skarsgårds. The man tried to appear menacing, but it was lost on Rictus. Rictus had already faced much more intimidating enemies than a poor gang. He was a little impressed by their catchy name though. The leader spoke more elegantly than he expected to. Well, I think I could use some directions. Are there many people here who have lost an arm or leg? I was looking, but so far only saw normal beggars. Also, I am assuming you are part of a gang or something similar. Are there any others I should be aware about? The group was a little taken back by Rictus's relaxed attitude. Normally, people were scared when a bunch of scarred men with weapons suddenly appeared bearing weapons. Rictus was a little intimidating with his large size and wearing black mage's robes, but it wasn't like these people knew he was a mage. They saw plenty of interesting characters in these parts. Finally, the leader spoke out. I don't think you really get what is going on here, friend. You are going to give us all your money, or we will hurt you. If you give us enough, maybe we will answer your questions. The leader patronizingly explained to Rictus who he thought may be a little dense. The leader wondered if this guy really expected them to just answer his questions like they were some kind of tour guides. Rictus couldn't help but sigh at how this was going. It would have been easier had you just answered. Well, I will still be getting those answers, I think. As Rictus was speaking, the thugs noticed a strange green magical energy build up in Rictus's hands. Before they could really react, the magic pulsed out from Rictus to encompass all of them. The thugs found they were completely paralyzed. Once they realized this, panic began to set in. Even if they were not the smartest, they all knew only a powerful mage could casually paralyze all of them simultaneously. Rictus then went towards each of the paralyzed thugs and caused the earth to rise and solidify around their legs so they could not move. He saved the leader for last. By this time, Scarface was beginning to panic. It was definitely not supposed to play out this way at all. Now that everyone is acting more civilized, I will ask again. Are there many people who have lost a limb? And are there any little gangs I should be aware about? Where are they based and what do they do? The leader trembled under the Rictus's gaze. There was a sort of apathy there which led the leader to believe this mage would not care about ending his life if he did not get answers soon. With a wave of his hand, Rictus dispelled the magic on the leader so he could speak. We are terribly sorry, Master Mage. We had no idea, or else we never would have bothered you. There are some of those crippled around here. More than there used to be. That is because of one of our rivals. We are Skarsgård. We stay around the houses and people pay us to keep the street clean. Then there is Willow's Watch. They stick mostly to the warehouses. Finally, there is Cripples. They are a right nasty bunch. They can be found near the dump. Rictus was impressed by this guy. He actually apologized and even answered his questions. It was strange how he mentioned there are more people crippled than normal. Rictus was also very impressed by the names of the gangs. Rhyming is tough. Cripples, are they the rivals you mentioned who are increasing the number of cripples? Why would they do that? Why haven't the guard responded to that sort of thing? Scarface laughed despite the situation. The guards? They don't even bother coming here, much less the dump. The only people being affected are the really poor and beggars. Why would the guards take any kinds of risk for those people? I doubt they even really know it is even happening. Even we don't bother going there. Nothing of value in the dumps. What he said made sense to Rictus. It seemed things weren't too different than on Earth. Many policing forces don't bother to visit places deemed too dangerous or worthless. He was still curious as to why they would cripple people instead of just killing them. Why would they cripple people instead of kill them? The thug just shrugged. Dunno. Not really our tough or problem. Think it may just be the way they punish people. May even just do it for fun. Can't really tell with them. They know better than to mess with our area or the people who pay us. Rictus nodded. It seemed as if this guy really didn't know what they did. Regardless, it would be worth investigating. It sounded interesting at least. Plus, if he could get revenge for the people being dismembered and heal them, they would really be indebted to him. Well, it seems like they will be my next target. I appreciate your cooperation. I think I will let you live despite you trying to harm me. If you could get someone to show me the way to where this other gang is located, I think we could call it even. Rictus finally released all the trapped thugs. They quickly skirted back in fear of Rictus. The leader was quick to point out the scrawniest boy who had been one of the ones tailing Rictus. The rest quickly scattered, leaving just the young man and Rictus. I don't know why you are just standing around. We got places to see and people to question. Lead on. The young man couldn't help but feel dread welling up inside of him. He was now at the mercy of a mage who could easily paralyze an entire group of gangsters, and he was leading that mage into the worst part of the entire city, which was filled with horror stories. He really should have listened to his mother and not joined a gang. A/N, I originally had Rictus meeting up and recruiting Janissa, but I didn't like how it fit into the story at that part. Instead we got Rictus going to the bad part of town and meeting some small-time gangs. I personally found it much more entertaining. In case anyone didn't know or remember, Marandrujo is a character in the game. He is not an option for a follower and a relatively minor character. I happened across him while playing and thought, that's a weird name. He also allowed me to write about him without having to worry too much about butchering his character since he is so minor. Some people may be disappointed with the first official follower, but life is full of disappointments. Marandrujo will most likely not be a traditional minion and follow Rictus around all the time, but only time will tell how prevalent he will be in the story. Chapter 29, Cripples. This place was a dump, literally and figuratively. Rictus was amazed a part of Whiterun was this bad. It always seemed like such a good place overall, but even the best cities can have bad areas. The place the member of Skarsgård took him really was the dump of Whiterun. Rictus hadn't really thought about it, but trash had to go somewhere. It was on the farthest part of what could still be considered the city. There were still some shacks standing along the road leading further into the dump, but they were barely even standing. The youth who had led Rictus here had quickly ran off once they reached this area. He wanted nothing to do with this part of town. Rictus could detect people around the area, but he could not clearly see them. Rictus did get the occasional glimpse of a person, and most he saw were missing at least one body part. It was getting more and more worrying as he progressed. It didn't take too long for people to start stalking Rictus. Before they could act, someone moved out from one of the many piles of garbage. The man was covered in a dirty brown tunic which ended mid-thigh. A couple things stood out about them. They walked with a rigidness which seemed to indicate some kind of military training. There was a ragged salt and pepper beard on his face. The man was also missing some parts. His left eye was covered by a dirty-looking cloth. He was missing the entirety of his left arm, as well as his pinky and ring finger on his right hand. He sported a peg leg which stopped just below the knee. His face was full of hard lines and wrinkles. He looked like a man who had lived a hard life where life constantly knocked him down, but he refused to bow his head. "You should leave, stranger. Nothing good will come of you being here." Rictus was a little surprised this man would offer a warning to him. Most people would have avoided him and whatever conflict was most likely to ensue. Instead, this man had limped away from what he was doing to give a warning to a stranger. "I probably should leave, but my curiosity has sadly gotten the better of me this time. I don't think I will be able to convince myself to leave before I can meet the infamous cripples. You wouldn't happen to know where I could find them, would you?" Rictus finished with a smile. His smile only grew when he watched the shocked man's face. The man never expected this person would have come here looking for the very trouble he was trying to warn him about. The man finally gave Rictus a good look over. There was something about Rictus which was difficult for him to read. Rictus appeared calm, wearing slightly used black robes. The man could tell they were a common style worn by the mages of Skyrim. He thought if Rictus was a mage, it could explain his attitude of walking into trouble. Still, 5 people ambushing a mage in close quarters will easily defeat most mages. Still, Rictus was young, so the chances of him being an exceptionally powerful mage was low. "I don't know what you are after, mage, but it will not end well if you keep going. You already are being followed. A moment of distraction or weakness, and those people will pounce. I doubt your magic will be able to save you. There are too many of them for you to fight. Then you will regret your decision of coming here. Enough people have suffered here, you do not need to join their ranks." Curiouser and curiouser. Rictus was intrigued by this man. First, he had come to warn him when no one else bothered. Then, he continues to try and get Rictus to leave as a way to protect him from what was going on. Finally, the man spoke with some elegance and cunningness which did not match up with his appearance at all. "Just who did this man used to be? I truly appreciate you trying to help me, but my mind is made up. If you are wanting to help, I have some questions. Why is that gang mutilating people? Are they also killing people or just removing body parts? How come no one had done anything about it yet? How many people are in this little gang?" The old guy could only sigh. It seemed youth never changed. He had to learn many lessons growing up, and it seemed Rictus was the same. Hopefully, Rictus's lessons would not be as difficult as his were. Young people these days. No sense of self-preservation. Fine. It is on your head now. I tried to warn you. As to your questions, I only know a little. They are not killing people, or if they are, it is not many. They do this because then it lowers the likelihood of anyone official investigating. A bunch of dead bodies is a threat. A bunch of worthless beggars losing an arm or leg is of no concern to them. I don't know or care to know the why of it. As for members, there are a few of the core members, but they get a lot of help from other beggars. Not losing an arm is a great motivator. Almost as good as not losing another arm. You don't have to worry about finding them. They have already found you. The man nodded towards a group of people moving towards them from where Rictus had come from. Rictus also noticed another group of people were blocking off the area ahead, as well as a few people hiding along the trash to either side. Most of them were quite grungy looking. There was one man in each group who seemed to be the leader. Rictus was surprised by the appearance of these men. One was wearing a good set of leather armor and had daggers along his waist and strapped to his chest. The other one was wearing a full set of iron armor with a huge warhammer in his hands. It seems there may be more to this group than Rictus initially thought. The old man let out a sigh as he moved away back to the trash. "If you live, come find me. I will be willing to give you some tips on how to live while missing an arm or leg." The old man left after those words. Rictus was surprised to see the gang members let the man go about his business. He was expecting some kind of reaction, but they totally ignored him to focus on Rictus. The man in the leather armor approached after the old man left. "Ah, it seems we have found our next donor, boys. So nice to get some fresh meat in these parts. Now, come along like a good lil boy, and we won't have to get rough with ye. I'm sure Clip'll love a pretty thing like you." The rest of the group brandished their weapons at Rictus. Most of the weapons were rusty or broken, with a couple wielding large sticks. Still, a weapon is a weapon. Besides, Rictus wanted to meet their leader. "Lead the way then," Rictus said with a bow. The leathered armored man scowled at his attitude. He quickly got over it as he imagined the way the new person will scream. Softies always let out the best screams and begs for mercy, and to him, Rictus seemed like a softie despite him being well muscled. They seemed to go through a maze of trash. The area seemed too much larger than it had any right to be. Rictus thought it must just be a trick of the mind and the winding pathways through the trash. After a little while, they entered a clearing with various broken building materials creating a makeshift wall. There also seemed to be small areas branching off to create rooms. It was fairly bare there minus some chairs, a large wooden tabletop which was covered in blood, and a poor recreation of a throne. A surprisingly handsome man was sitting on the ruined throne. He had long bright blonde hair, strong facial features, and a strong body. His appearance was ruined by the sinister expression on his face and the cruel look in his eyes. He was wearing a very nice-looking set of steel plate armor and had what looked like an executioner axe resting against the side of the throne. He seemed to perk up at the entrance of his followers as they brought new prey. Excellent. I was just starting to get a little bored. It looks like you found a good one today, boys. Nice work. This one barely made it before collection time. The jovial tone of the maid did not go with the situation. Rictus figured he may be slightly unhinged. Not everyone who had escorted Rictus here stayed. There were probably still around 8 people there though who had formed a semicircle around the clearing and blocking the exit. The man Rictus assumed was Klippel began making his way over towards the bloody tabletop as he casually held the axe on his shoulder. Well? What are you all waiting on? Bring him over here and tie him to the table. I am thinking maybe an arm and leg today? Maybe just all of them. We are getting really low on health limbs after all. They were all surprised when Rictus began making his own way over to the table. This made Klippel smile. Haha. That is the spirit. You don't need all those pesky appendages. Your donation will be used for a great cause. Rictus stopped after hearing this. What's the cause? Klippel was not really expecting Rictus to talk back. He was in a good mood at him being so complacent, so he decided to humor him. Ah, the cause. You see, I have a business partner who happens to need healthy body parts. He also happens to have a lot of money he is willing to pay for those parts. The most important cause though is to cure my boredom. The way my beautiful Lucille cleanly separates an arm is pure art. I am simply an artist, Lucille is my too, and your body will be the canvas. Klippel began running his tongue along the blade as he was finishing his little speech and squirming in an insinuating way. Rictus was starting to get a little uncomfortable by the whole display. It also provided all he needed to see. He was curious on if he could reason with the group, but after seeing Klippel's little display and the pure excitement in the eyes of his followers, he knew that wasn't going to happen. He normally would have bantered a little bit, but not this time. Rictus cast burden on Klippel as he began walking towards him. He was not holding back on the power either this time. Klippel immediately collapsed backwards as the weight of his armor suddenly increased by a few hundred pounds. He let out an indigent squawk as he contacted the ground and flailed around like a turtle stuck on his back. The rest of the people there stared on in shock at the sudden scene. Rictus called the man's executioner's axe towards his hand. Once it was there, he moved over to the downed man. Before Klippel could even begin begging for his life, Rictus brought the axe down and separated his head from his body. Sometimes an animal just has to be put down and out of his misery. The rest of the people there were still frozen in shock. This random dude they had brought to mutilate ended up killing their leader who was one of the strongest men then knew. The entire sequence of events had happened faster than they could respond. Their shock allowed Rictus to channel and cast one of his most useful AoE spells. The mass paralysis washed over the remaining 8 people there. Rictus was lucky they were standing still in a semicircle around him still. The executioner's axe flew through the air serving its life's purpose on the trapped men. Finally, there was only one man remaining. It was the man who was wearing the leather armor who had been leading the group to capture Rictus. The poor man's mind had gone almost completely blank at this point. Watching everything crash down around him so quickly had made him freeze up. There was still one decently sized group left, but most of them were not the best of the group. The people who had stayed behind were the strongest and best equipped people in the gang. They would not recover from this. Rictus made his way over to the shocked man. He caused the stone to encase him while leaving his face exposed. He then dispelled the paralysis so he could ask a question. Who was the person buying the body parts and when can I expect him? The trapped man didn't respond for a second. Then, a slight gleam of hope sparked in his eye. Ha, ha ha. Ha ha. There is still a chance. You may be strong, but you stand no chance against him. He will teleport here any minute now and definitely kill you, then I will be able to take over for Klippel. With that psycho out of the way, I will make us great. We will rule all the slums, and then slowly take over the entire city. Ha 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 yes. Rictus shook his head at the man's ravings. He then caused the stone to stab into the back of his head and instantly kill him. The man seemed to have become unhinged, and Rictus doubted he would get much more out of him. He did say something interesting about teleporting. Rictus was not aware of any way besides glyphs or magical objects to teleport. He began scanning the area for magical signatures. In the exact center of the clearing, Rictus found it. There was indeed a glyph which had been carved into stone and covered up by a bit of dirt to hide it. When studying it, Rictus found it to be different than the one he used. This one seemed much less complicated and powerful. Based on his observations, the glyph would only allow short-range teleportation. It seemed the mysterious buyer would have to sneak near this spot, then use another glyph to teleport here. To someone who does not understand, it would seem as if the caster could teleport at will. Instead, they had to work with pre-arranged materials to pull it off. This was a relief and saddening to Rictus. It was a relief because it indicated the mystery person was not able to freely teleport, which would be troublesome. It was saddening because Rictus thought for a second, he may be able to get the secrets to teleporting with magic without relying on glyphs. The glyph also indicated it was a relatively powerful or knowledgeable mage. These types of glyphs took a fair amount of power to operate, so it was not a novice. The sun was starting to set, but Rictus decided to wait and see if the mysterious backer would appear. He did take some precautions, such as laying down some runes of paralysis around the teleporting glyph. Rictus also made a copy of the teleporting glyph in his grimoire just to have it for future reference. He was also prepared to disrupt the glyph so the other person could not just teleport away. Finally, Rictus hollowed out a couple holes around the glyph, then fitted them with stone spikes. Telekinesis would allow Rictus to throw the spikes faster and harder from a distance than earth-bending. Rictus got comfortable on the trash throne in order to wait for his guest. It was not long till Rictus felt the magical discharge he associated with teleportation. A figure covered in a black robe appeared. His robe hid his physique, but Rictus guessed he was on the skinnier side. When the man turned towards him, Rictus could see he was an elderly dark elf with blood-red eyes. His robe also had what appeared to be a faded green skull on the front of it. Seems Rictus was dealing with another necromancer. The man seemed surprised to see Rictus sitting on the throne instead of Klippel. Looking around, he was even more surprised to see all the dead bodies laying around the clearing. He looked suspiciously back at Rictus. "Who are you and why did you kill my helpers?" "Well, they tried to take away my arms and legs, and I took offense to that." Rictus continued to calmly stay on the throne while observing how the man would react. Surprisingly, the man did not seem too bothered by that. Internally, the man thought it only right that the weak would fall to the strong. "I can understand. If they were not able to subdue you, then they deserved to die for their stupidity." "Pity. Good help is always hard to find. They still will serve a purpose in death. The dead should be made to serve the living. I will take them, and their other offerings. Here is a payment for their bodies. Valsvaran pays his debts. It was about time for me to be moving on anyways. I found a tomb which will better suit my purposes." The Dunmer seemed to dismiss Rictus as he started making his way to the bodies. He was distracted by Rictus's appearance and the new study materials. He did not notice the slightly obscured rune he walked right into. As the man was falling, multiple stone spikes shot out of the ground and impaled him. He was dead before he could even hit the ground. Rictus just looked on impassively at the now dead necromancer. "Well, that's that, I suppose. It is getting late though, so I guess I can come back tomorrow to finish my plans. Maybe the Bannered Mare has something good tonight? They tend to have some good sweet rolls." Rictus began making his way back to the inner city. He had a long day and was ready for a good rest. His plans could be continued tomorrow. /n, some original content with a character in the game. How original of me. It hasn't happened yet, but one of Rictus's plans is getting closer to being completed. If you like me adding in original quests, let me know if you have any good ideas. If you prefer him sticking with quests from the games, let me know some of your favorites. If you want a mixture, well, that isn't too bad either. Chapter 30, Arms for the Poor. Rictus had gotten up early to visit the market when it opened. He bought all the meat from a butcher named Anoriath and had it delivered to his house where he could discreetly place it into his storage. Anoriath was quite pleased with the deal since he sold all his ware and got to go home after being there less than an hour. He also told Rictus if he needed anything else, to look for him in the Drunken Huntsman. Rictus also made sure to get him that fresh sweet roll. He could never have enough of those. With his food purchases out of the way, Rictus started making his way back towards the dump of Whiterun. It was now time for him to start working on gaining the trust of the people there. Rictus was quite hopeful for this endeavor. The people of Skyrim seemed quick to trust. While they may trust easy, they also hold a grudge. It was an interesting trade-off, which Rictus was different than what Rictus usually experienced. Maybe he was just a pessimist, but Rictus did not trust easy and almost expected someone to break his trust, at least early in the relationship. As Rictus was about to leave the inner city, he stopped while looking at the blacksmith's shop. He had been considering stopping here for quite some time to test a theory of his. It would be a decent time to at least get the rest of the materials. Warmaiden's was an impressive establishment. There was a large forge on the side of the building which was partially enclosed. This allowed it to limit some of the noise Rictus already heard coming from the area. The shop itself was quite large. The walls were lined with weapons and shields while there were armors hanging from racks and mannequins spaced throughout the shop. Rictus did not know much about blacksmithing, but even he could tell they were of high quality. Welcome to War Maidens. Now don't let the name worry you, we got plenty o' steel for fighting men. Rictus was greeted by a bear of a man behind the counter. He was tall and extremely muscular. He wore heavy steel plate armor as if it was nothing more than casual wear. There was a large warmer on his back which also had seen some use. Good morning. I am looking for various samples of ores. Would you by chance have any? The rarer the better please. The man seemed to think about it for a second. We usually don't sell much ore since that is how we make our wares. For the right price, I may be able to part with some of it. Wait a minute as I get what we have from the back. You are in luck. We just got a shipment in from the Kajiat with a bunch of ores we don't typically use. It didn't take too long for the man to return with a large box. He set it down on the counter and opened it up for Rictus to see. Rictus was quite pleased with what he saw. There were other ingots, but the Rictus was interested in the steel, refined malachite, and dwarven ones. There was also a special treat of a single ebony ingot. Rictus quickly paid the price for a single ingot of those 4 types. Rictus thanked the merchant as he made his way towards the slums. Rictus had been wanting to get some of the refined ingots for a reason. He had been thinking about his transmute spell. He was easily able to go between iron, silver, and gold. He struggled trying to make anything else though. He had been partially successful in some experiments, but the metal always turned back to its original soon after. He theorized the reason was due to his lack of understanding of the different metals and the will of the world rejecting his alteration. The will of the world was a curious thing which Rictus did not fully understand the limitations of just yet. The basic idea was the world already had a will for how things should stay. Alteration magic would change this will, which was why there were so few alteration spells which were permanent. The will of the world would always win out in the end. Transmutation seemed to be different since it permanently changed the composition of a metal. Rictus knew that figuring out more about the will of the world would be instrumental in his magic as he continued to grow as a mage. For now, Rictus was going to try and study these metal ingots. He figured his earthbending/manipulation would be a great help in learning more about the composition of these ingots, being able to freely transmute them like he could do with the iron, silver, and gold. He wanted to eventually be able to also transmute any material, like stone, but that was still a work in progress. The stone was surprisingly difficult to alter since most stones were made up of a large variety of different minerals. Rictus's musings quickly brought him back to the dump. He already noticed a different feel to the air around here. It was not really a feeling of hope, but it did not give off the slight sense of foreboding it did when he first traveled these parts. He even noticed more people moving around. They were still very nervous looking, but they were not hiding quite as much. Rictus was surprised to find the helpful old man sitting by the road staring at him. Well, it seems I was mistaken about you, boy. I am glad to see that I was wrong. I am also assuming you are the one we have to thank for putting down Klippel and his scoundrels. Rictus was happy to have so easily found the man. He was planning on searching for him and this saved a lot of time. I am glad you were wrong as well. I did not appreciate what they tried to do to me and simply returned the favor. The old man let out a dry raspy laugh only old men seemed capable of doing. Haha, you sure did. Although, I think they used to just take an arm or leg while you took their head. No matter, this place is better without them. I do have to ask, what are you doing back here? The old man's mirth seemed to quickly be replaced by suspicion. Rictus had been expecting something like this. Nothing to do but power through. Well, I actually have some things planned. See, I felt bad about everything which happened to the people around here, so I wanted to do something to help. I have a certain spell which I could use more practice with while the people around here would greatly benefit from it. It is a win-win. Would you like a little bit of a demonstration? I can guarantee you will not regret it. Rictus felt as if he was giving off sleazy salesman vibes, but it seemed to be working. The old man seemed to be hesitating. It made sense for a mage to want to practice his magic, but what could the spell be? Eventually, the old man agreed to Rictus. He figured it would be better to test the spell on him first than harm the other people here. By this point, a crowd had gathered around Rictus to observe what was going on. They were close enough to hear, but far enough away to run if they needed to get away fast. Before the old man could change his mind, Rictus reached out and grabbed the old man's remaining hand. He was missing 2 fingers on his right hand, which would be great for a demonstration of his power. Rictus quickly channeled his magic as he altered the old man's body in order to restore his fingers. The man pulled away from Rictus as he felt pain flow through his hand. Surprisingly fast, the old man pulled a large knife out of nowhere to point at Rictus. As he was staring down Rictus, he noticed how well the knife seemed to fit in his hands. He spared a quick glance at the knife before he let out a surprised gasp. He had all his fingers. The knife fell from his hand as he stared in wonder at his returned fingers. Besides looking cleaner than the rest of him, they were a perfect match. He flicked each of his fingers as he continued staring at it with disbelief. The crowd around them also stared in wonder at what had just happened. If this mage could restore fingers, could he do more than that? Suddenly, Rictus could feel the desperate stares on him from the surrounding people. Even if they were not missing any body parts, they all knew or cared for someone who had suffered under Klippel and his gang. A smile crept unwillingly to Rictus's face. It seems as if his demonstration worked perfectly. Things would be getting a little busy for a while. The old man finally came out of his stupor as he turned his gaze back towards Rictus. He asked the question he needed to know but could barely dare hope to get the answer for. Is this real? Are you able to restore more than just fingers? Everyone seemed to collectively hold their breaths as they waited to see how Rictus would answer. Would he be the answer to their prayers? Rictus decided not to draw it out any further. It is real. I should be able to restore almost any lost body part. Before you all get your hopes up too much, it is not without some cost. It will take time as most of you are too weak or frail to instantly gain everything back, but with some work, we should be able to do it if you are patient. The crowd experienced a wave of emotions. They could finally be whole once again. They were afraid the cost would be something much greater than their time or some work. Hope for a better future filled their hearts and minds. The old man was the first to respond. Tell us what must be done then. We are more than willing to do whatever it takes to be restored. Rictus patted the man on the shoulder. I will go to Klippel's hideout. We can change the negativity so many experienced to one of positivity and help some of the trauma. It will also provide a decent area for people to gather easily and let me heal what I can do. Some of the people seemed nervous about returning to that place, but knowing Klippel was dead and having hope to restore their limbs allowed most to overcome their fears. The old man followed along right beside Rictus as parts of the crowd followed them and other left to spread the word. When they got near the hideout, Rictus could hear arguing and fighting coming from within. He quickly made his way inside to see what was going on. The fighting was between what must have been the remaining members of Klippel's gang. It appeared they were fighting over who would become the new leader of the group. They didn't even see the blade which decapitated all of them. The last of Klippel's cripples had been dealt with. The group which had followed Rictus were amazed at his magic. Normally, they would be wary of mages, but Rictus had used it to defeat the people they hated most in this world. Maybe magic was not as bad as they believed. The old man was quick to command the crowd to start cleaning this place up. They also stripped the bodies of all valuable before disposing of them. Rictus was amazed at the vigor of the people working. The desire for restoring their limbs may have been greater than he was expecting. Hopefully, everything would still go smoothly and nothing bad would happen. After the people had cleaned up a section, Rictus would go behind them and smooth out the ground as well as start raising some stone walls instead of just using the trash. It took a couple hours, but soon basics were done. The ground had been smoothed out and changed to stone instead of dirt. The piles of trash were hidden behind stout stone walls ringing the area. There were stone chairs lining the edges as well as some wooden stools which were salvaged from the trash. In the middle of the room, there was a large fire pit filled with wooden scraps and flammable trash. Large amounts of meat were already cooking over the fire, causing the group to salivate at the thought of eating fresh meat. The place gave off an entirely different vibe than the destitute place it looked before. Now, it was kind of presentable. Rictus was impressed by how hard and efficiently the people had worked. It was mostly thanks to the old man though. He was the leader of the group, and he directed them with an ease which indicated he had been a leader before. Rictus was curious about him and decided to find out more about him. Tell me a bit about yourself. You already know my name is Rictus and that I am a mage. What is your story? The way you lead makes it seem like there is more to you than I thought, especially considering how well you seem to wield that knife of yours despite only having 3 fingers. Plus, despite your appearance, that knife looks extremely well taken care of. The old man let out a sigh as he sat near Rictus. I go by Ken nowadays. Used to be more but just Ken now. Not much to tell about myself really. I was fought during the Great War. Made it all the way till the battle for the Imperial City before picking up these little souvenirs. Came back home to Skyrim and things did not turn out how I imagined. Not much use for a crippled solider, so I ended up here. Been here ever since. Rictus was surprised by Ken's story. He had wrongly assumed he had also been a victim of Klippel. Ken did not go into detail, but Rictus guessed he was probably some kind of officer or NCO in the Legion based off how easily he directed all the people for setting up a place to stay. Rictus felt sorrow for Ken's situation. It was hard enough in the modern world when a wounded vet comes home from war. Rictus imagined it was even more difficult in a world such as this. There was no desk job or disability one could easily get here. Not many people would hire someone for manual labor who was missing an arm and leg. Well Ken, it is a pleasure to formally meet you. As the leader of this little group, I think I will start with you. Grab as much of that meat as you can get and start eating. That goes for the rest of you as well. You are going to have to eat as much as you possibly can for the spell to work. We will have to do this for a few days before everyone is completely healed up. Ken did not question Rictus's orders and began shoving food into his mouth. Once everyone saw Ken get his portion, they all began eating as much as they could as well. There was not enough food for everyone to get as much as Ken did, but they all got some. For simply giving them fresh food, these people already felt indebted to Rictus. Not to mention how he had killed off their persecutors. After letting the food sit for a bit, Rictus started doing what he could for the people. A lot of progress was made healing all the people, but there was still a long way to go, especially since there were more people joining at every moment. Rictus was able to get Ken's whole foot restored. He looked even skinnier than he did before, but he had his foot back. Ken refused to sit down and constantly paced and tapped his foot after being healed with a large smile on his face. It did take a while for people to get reacquainted with their restored parts, but it was a joyous time. Rictus was exhausted after doing this for a few hours. He had spent a ridiculous amount of mana getting all of these people healed, but it was worth it. The people he had healed thanked Rictus continuously and also stood watch over him as if they were his guards. The restored did not allow anyone to make trouble and kept everything orderly. Ken played a huge part in this as well and did a wonderful job of keeping order and peace. Rictus remembered he had told Marandrujo he would start teaching him today. It was starting to get closer to evening, but there should still be time for some basics. Rictus asked if anyone here could go to the Khajiit caravan and show Marandrujo the way here without being noticed by the guards. Needless to say, there was an abundance of volunteers to fill his request. Rictus got Ken's advice before selecting a couple people to go retrieve Marandrujo. Rictus made sure to include a letter explaining to Marandrujo so that he would actually follow the people sent to retrieve him. The dump would serve as a good training place for Marandrujo since the Khajiit were not allowed into the city proper. It would also be a good way of keeping prying eyes off him. Rictus was a little excited to start trying to teach Marandrujo about the wonders of alteration magic. Getting the first batch of information from the Khajiit was just a bonus at this point. Chapter 31, Beginnings. Rictus was happy with the progress so far. He could already tell he was greatly improving his alter body spell from all the practice on the unfortunate. He was not entirely sure how far the spell would be able to progress, but it was getting easier and faster all the time. The spell would eventually allow him to become a shapeshifter just like Mystique. Being able to change your appearance could be very useful in some not-so-legal activities. Rictus could tell he was not quite able to flawlessly copy someone's appearance, but he would get there eventually. The restoration, which was what the people here were calling it, was a huge success. Rictus didn't want to assume, but he was pretty sure these people would do almost anything for him. The almost fanatic look he would occasionally receive was a little unnerving but flattering all the same. Ken was honestly a big part of why everything had gone so well. Rictus had basically made him his second-in-command who would handle all the little affairs. Ken seemed more than happy to do it too. Who would have thought healing a wounded veteran who had been forgotten by his family and country would make them want to follow your orders? Rictus had actually gotten really luck with him. It was almost like Ken was put there specifically to make this whole ordeal easier by some higher power. Rictus did not question it though and was simply thankful. Rictus had given Ken some money so they would be able to keep buying food to feed all the people here and help with restoring them back to what they were before. Rictus was at first worried about people stealing his money but didn't really worry too much since he could just make more. Besides, most of the people here would use the stolen money to buy food anyways, which already served Rictus's purposes. Rictus also decided to further improve the base as well. The main thing was adding some outhouses so people could have a decent place to go to the bathroom. Connecting them to the sewer system was not difficult. He also wanted to make a small bathhouse. There were plenty of discarded water pumps in the dump which Rictus was able to restore. He cordoned off an area in the base where the bath would be so that people would be able to get cleaned up. The change was starting to be quite miraculous. The addition of hope and basic hygiene could completely change how a person looked and acted. The change in such a short period of time really impressed Rictus. These people's lives had basically done a 360 in less than a day. Rictus was still waiting on Marandrujo when Ken approached him to speak privately. Ken really looked like a new man. His hair was still a little messy, but it was washed now. He walked with purpose and confidence which was lacking there before. The look in his eye was the biggest change. They were filled with purpose and determination now instead of hopelessness and resignation. Rictus thought he may know what this was about, but he was still curious as to where this conversation would lead. Ken looked at Rictus seriously as he gathered his thoughts. I do not have the words to thank you for what you have done. I know it may sound ungrateful at this point, but I must ask. What do you want from us? I know you said you wanted to practice your spell, but I believe there is more to why you have done everything. There was no reason to repair all of this or even stay and help out like you have done if you were only doing it for a spell. I have been around a while, and people tend to have hidden motives. What are yours? Hearing everything he had to say, Rictus gave Ken's words some thought before he answered him. He decided to just tell the truth. Honest was the best policy, in some situations at least. There are actually a few reasons. Firstly, I really do think what happened here was tragic and needed to be fixed. I find it a little ridiculous how bad things had gotten here and how no guards did anything to help. I was able to easily help, so I did. I am not the best man, but I like to think I am still more good than bad. There are some selfish reasons as well though. I did want to practice that spell. I had recently healed some people up in Winterhold with it, and I wanted to work on it. Practical experience trumps hypothetical in becoming more proficient with a spell. Also, I am not originally from Skyrim. There is a lot going on here which I do not know about, and I don't like that. Things are changing and not always for the better. A lot of important events will be happening very soon, and I want to be informed about them. I figured if I spread around some coin and maybe healed a couple, then I would be able to start building an information network. Many people overlook the poor and downtrodden, which makes them great for information gathering. I was not expecting things to turn out how they did, but I am not going to complain. My final reasoning was not planned. While I do have a house in the inner city, I wanted some place more private where I could do whatever I wanted. This area here works as a wonderful little place to fill that role. I have a student who is a Kajiat and not allowed in the city. Now I can teach him here while not having to either sneak him into the city or worry about teaching him my secrets out in the open field by the caravans. Ken contemplated everything just told to him. It was significantly more than he was expecting. He did not think he was going to get the truth so easily from Rictus. He was expecting just some simple answer and to be brushed off as had happened so many times before to him when questioning a superior. Instead, he was told the truth in Rictus's thought process. Rictus was a little surprised when a small smirk appeared on Ken's face. Well, that was more than I expected. It seems I really am destined to this kind of work. I appreciate your honesty with me. I already owe you a debt for all you have done, and I honestly feel better there is actually something I can do to repay you. I am sure everyone will also feel the same way. We Nords are a proud people. We prefer work over charity. Rictus could see a small weight lifted from Ken after this. Having something to work towards gave a huge morale boost to the man. Ken had basically agreed to gather information and keep him informed without Rictus even formally asking him to do it. Rictus was curious about what Ken meant when he mentioned this kind of work. It would be something to investigate later. Rictus told Ken more about what he wanted to happen. It was fairly straightforward. Ken would oversee consolidating the information. They would have people bring them bits of information they overheard or interesting papers they found. These people could be rewarded with food or money depending on the value of what they said. It would mostly be up to Ken to decide on what those payments would look like. Rictus had also tasked Ken with looking out for the orphans. If there was the need for it, Rictus would make a shelter for them to go to be safe. It would be monitored to ensure the safety of the children. No Grelid the kind here. The final side project Ken would oversee was training some of the restored. Rictus thought it would be a good idea to start teaching these people self-defense so they could put up a fighting chance in case something happened again. Rictus knew there would be a lot of fighting soon and any extra preparation would go a long way. Ken was happy with his new roles. He was already feeling younger than he had in years. It would take a little bit of time to grow into the role for gathering information, but he already had some related experience with that. He was very excited to be training people again. He had loved training new recruits in the Legion, and he now had a lot of eager volunteers to learn what he knew. There were some other disabled warriors he was familiar with which would be getting an invitation to join him as soon as possible. Ken could tell Rictus did not fully understand what he had done for the people here, especially those whom he had healed. Others would be thankful for how Rictus had stopped Klippel, or how he would pay them for information. The ones like Ken who had been healed, were more than thankful. They were devoted. Saving a dying man's life and giving him new purpose is a powerful thing, especially to those who had nothing before. There were bound to be some who were not as trusting, but the vast majority were now firmly loyal to Rictus. Rictus had saved them while no one else in this city, or even all of Skyrim, even acknowledged their suffering. Rictus had acknowledged it and solved it. The people here would not forget such an act. Ken was interested in seeing how far the boy would go in this life, and he knew he would do whatever he could to follow his orders. Rictus was disappointed in one thing. Everyone here had abysmal levels of mana. He had been hopeful to find a diamond in the rough he would be able to make into a disciple. Everyone here could barely even use magic. Sure, Rictus could have still chosen one of them and made them into a decent mage, but that would be a waste. Rictus would rather have one truly powerful mage than a handful of mediocre ones. Rictus did notice something a little peculiar while searching for potential magical recruits. Rictus had increased the mana used for his detect magic spell just to increase the range of sight in case there was any hidden/lost magical items in the trash. There seemed to be slight difference in color to the magic Rictus observed. He wasn't 100% sure and would have to wait to see more mages to get a more concrete evidence since these people had abysmally low magical aptitude. He was hopeful these colors could represent something akin to magical affinities. It stood to reason people would be better suited for one kind of magic over the other. Rictus would have to pay closer attention with his detection spells to get a better idea of it all. Soon enough, Rictus noticed a decent-sized magical presence making its way towards his base. It seemed Marandrujo had finally been led here. Marandrujo seemed to be in good spirits as he moved with a happy bounce to his step, and his tail seemed to be moving around happily. Rictus also noticed a package in his hands, which Rictus assumed to be some of the initial information he was promised. Marandrujo quickly made his way over to Rictus once he saw where he was sitting and began to rapidly greet Rictus. "This one greets Master Rictus. Marandrujo has been looking forward to learning from one such as you. The location is unusual, but it does not matter." Risod sends his greetings and the information requested. Marandrujo is sorry to be pushy, but when can this one start learning? Rictus could not help but smile at the excited Kajiat. He was happy Marandrujo seemed so ready to learn from him. Rictus quickly pulled out a few pages from his storage. The casual display pulling the items from his storage set Marandrujo's eyes ablaze with curiosity. Marandrujo felt his choice had been justified seeing Rictus use such complex magic. Rictus handed the pages to Marandrujo. "These pages are some of my thoughts on alteration magic. While I know some other magic, I will teach you some of the intricacies of this school of magic. There is so much potential in alteration, and I am still learning more about it each and every day. I am looking forward to teaching you what I know. You are the very first person I have decided to teach, so I am looking forward to learning from you as well." Rictus reached out and patted Marandrujo's shoulder once he was done talking. When Rictus's hand contacted Marandrujo, there was a strong magical pulse. Marandrujo felt a strange itching sensation over his heart. He could also feel a slight change to his mana pool. It seemed to have grown. Marandrujo did not know many alteration spells, but the couple he did know seemed to suddenly make more sense in his mind. He realized there were some ways to his thinking and casting which were hampering the full potential of the spell. Marandrujo did not fully understand yet what he had been granted, but he knew it was something special. He knew following Rictus was the correct decision. Rictus was also surprised by the magical pulse. He could feel a spot of itchiness near the bottom of his neck, but it quickly faded. He could also magically sense Marandrujo more deeply than he could before. It was as if he would be aware whenever Marandrujo was near him or the general direction Marandrujo would be located. It was a very interesting feeling which felt completely natural for some reason. On a whim, Rictus decided to try and check Marandrujo's magic affinity again. Before, his magic signature gave off more of a reddish tint. Now, the signature was a dark green color with a bit of red around the edges. This would definitely require more study in the future. Well, that was new. Now how about we begin with some defense spells? I know that is not what you are most passionate about, but we can work up to that. Got to make sure you can protect yourself first. Rictus then began teaching Marandrujo about some novice alteration spells while focusing on defensive spells like Oak Flesh. Rictus really did want to make sure his first minion could protect himself. There were many dangers in this world after all. It was honestly a little amazing how fast Marandrujo was picking up what Rictus was teaching him. They did not have any spell tomes currently, but Marandrujo still was able to learn Oak Flesh in no time at all it seemed. They continued to work through all the novice level alteration spells in no time at all. Rictus made Marandrujo keep casting until he was thoroughly exhausted from mana expenditure. The sun had set a while ago by the time Rictus decided to end the lesson. Marandrujo could barely lift his paws to cast at this point. Still, Marandrujo could not keep the joy from his face. He felt he had improved his magic more in these few hours than he had done in years. He knew the pace would slow down significantly once they started working on higher level spells, but the progress so far was intoxicating. A couple of the restored had to help lead Marandrujo back to the caravans in the dark. He only left after Rictus promised him they could work on some more spells tomorrow. Rictus couldn't help but appreciate the enthusiasm. Rictus actually had fun teaching him alteration magic. He was glad they only worked on novice level spells since he could cast them with no effort and for hardly any mana. He was still tired from all the previous spell work healing. Rictus was exhausted now by this point. Rictus really wanted to go through the information packet, but he knew it would be better to review it once he was rested. He was excited to see what he would learn. Maybe there would be things involving others skilled like him. Skyrim was a big place, and a lot was currently going on. Rictus was very surprised when Ken told him that they had prepared him a place to sleep here. Rictus had been planning on going home, but the hopeful looks of the restored caused him to decide against it. He would get a little sleep here before reviewing the information. Tomorrow would be busy again. Maybe he would see what the companions were up to tomorrow night? Rictus could go for one of their nightly feasts they always seemed to have. A/N, well, things were not initially planned to go this way, but it just kind of happened while writing. I think the direction he seems to be taking is kind of fun. Chapter 32, Information. The past few days had been relatively routine for Rictus. He would start the day off training Marandrujo in the ways of alteration magic. Then he would work on healing the people in the dumps while Marandrujo did more independent practice. After that, he would review the gathered intelligence for the day and get in some weapons training. Finally, he would end his days either getting to know the new additions to the restored or hanging out with the companions. Marandrujo had been progressing rapidly. He was already an above-average mage, now he was probably one of the more talented mages out there. Marandrujo was particularly talented with the defensive spells and with the leap spell. Leap allowed him to jump to ridiculous heights, and it also let him rapidly move across the ground if he focused on lateral movement more than vertical. He could often be seen skipping around to practice the spell. It looked ridiculous as each skip could easily cover the distance 4 or 5 feet without him trying too hard. Rictus was convinced he could get over the walls of Whiterun without any problems. It was interesting to note the defensive spells also reinforced the Khajiit's claws. While sparring, Marandrujo's preferred way of fighting was jumping around and casting lightning bolt. If someone got too close, he would then switch to his reinforced claws while rapidly leaping in and out of combat. Rictus was quite proud of how well everything was going with his minion. Thinking of minions, emphasis on the lowercase m, the work on healing everyone was progressing faster and faster. Rictus had continued to provide money for food which had allowed the people to start looking less malnourished. He also had been rapidly improving with his alter body spell work. It was interesting to note the people who seemed to have higher mana reserves had an easier time being healed. Testing would need to be done on someone who actually had decent magical potential to fully confirm this finding. All the people who had originally accompanied him here had been fully healed. Almost all of them chose to stay with Rictus and work under Ken. A few had decided to go try their luck elsewhere, but they were the exception not the rule. All the work with the spell had left Rictus wanting to work on ways to improve himself. He had an okay understanding of human anatomy before coming here, but the constant spell work had elevated his knowledge greatly. He had now begun some experiments to better his body. These experiments usually involved altering his body in a way like other species. The first one was to improve his eyes. Marandrujo had volunteered as a reference. The Khajiit were naturally better at seeing in the dark compared to others. Rictus decided to try and replicate this ability for himself. It took a little tinkering and one exploding eyeball, but he was able to alter his own eyes eventually to be just as good as any Khajiit. At times, Rictus was a little disappointed in his abilities. Sometimes he felt as if he should be able to simply use his imagination to get his magic to work on the world, but this was not always the case. Yes, it did work to a degree, but it was usually lacking something. Rictus could almost feel the will of the world working to undo his magic faster the less he understood something. It also took significantly more mana. His alter body spell was a great example. He was able to imagine altering his eyes to be able to see at night, and it worked to a degree. The problem was it was not permanent, it cost ridiculous amounts of mana to maintain, the pain of the transformation, and the lacking potency. Also, if he focused too much on being able to have night vision, he would lose his ability to see in the daylight since his thoughts were too specific. Altering something important without fully thinking about all the repercussion was something Rictus would have to spend countless hours practicing. That was why he had only practiced on one of his eyes at a time. When he studied Marandrujo's eye and worked to alter his eyes into a proper working copy, it took less magic, allowed him to see significantly better, and resulted in a permanent change to himself. These temporary changes could still be extremely useful in the right situations regardless of cost. Rictus just preferred the ones which were permanent. The temporary changes were still useful for swindling others, but he tried not to do that too often. Trading a full set of ebony armor to a traveling merchant who was known to be corrupt and exploited the poor was still a fun experiment. The merchant's face would be priceless when the armor he spent his life savings on turned into dried and molded cow manure. Despite the alteration taking Rictus's entire mana pool and lasting less than 20 minutes, it was totally worth it. The next major body alteration Rictus was working on making was to gain the regeneration ability of trolls and the explosive power of a saber cat. Those were the ones he could think of off the top of his head. He was hopeful to find more sources of inspiration of how he can alter himself. Maybe he would suddenly get input from other people which would give him more ideas. He was also considering upping his eyes to the level of a hawk or something but was not sold on that just yet. Rictus had used Ken to get in contact with some shady dealers to order both a saber cat and a troll. Their arrival could take a while, but that was the price to pay on smuggling vicious animals into a city. Reviewing the compiled information had actually been very fun for Rictus. He was not normally one who cared about other people's business, but he found this to be riveting. Apparently, not having television and video games made reading even more fun. Yes, he had magic to play with, but it was always a good idea to take some breaks as not to get burned out. Reading gathered intelligence reports while eating a sweet roll was quickly becoming a favorite relaxation technique. There was a lot of information as well. Arisad's report covered a lot of things going on around Skyrim. There was more mundane information such as safety of trading routes, which cities were wanting what materials, outlooks on some of the non-Khajiit trading caravans, food shortages, surpluses, and things of that nature. Some other interesting information did stick out. Rictus already knew about the moot taking place in Solitude, but he did not realize the scale of the thing. Apparently, the people were hoping the moot would be able to stop the civil war which was already brewing. Rictus knew differently. This would be the catalyst for open warfare between the different factions. Markarth was also in a troubling situation. Nothing was explicitly wrong as of yet, but the signs were there. The city guard had apparently been harsher than normal and was heavily recruiting and training everyone they could get their hands on. It seemed they were expecting a lot of trouble and soon. Surprisingly, the Forsworn had been relatively quiet for a while. It seemed they had just recently started raiding again, but the reports were not exactly clear since most of the new raiders appeared to be wearing strong heavy armor as well as having top-of-the-line weapons which were not usually associated with the Forsworn. Riften seemed to be suffering from an uptick in high-value thefts. The Khajiit claimed the Thieves Guild seemed to be undergoing some internal conflicts, but they were still better than what they were before. Rictus figured one of the skilled had to have gone to the guild and was the cause of all this. He was a little worried about the skeleton key, but he hoped Nocturnal would still reclaim it soon. Most of the news regarding the other holds was not as interesting. Dawnstar still was struggling with sleep at last check. Winterhold had next to no information about it since few traders went there. Solitude was having the moot. Windhelm still had racial tensions. Whiterun was the same as always. Falkreath was unremarkable since the pass towards Cyrodiil was still blocked. Morthal was quiet and the people acted distant, but the Khajiit were not as familiar with it, so the treatment was normal for them. There were a couple more pieces of news which interested Rictus. It seems there has already been an uptick in bandit activity. A very large bandit group has been gaining more traction than normal, but so far no one has done anything about it. The group is located down in the rift. It seems the rift was becoming more and more lawless with those bandits combined with the Thieves Guild. The information did not mention any extra guards or anything like that, so it seemed the lawlessness would get even worse once open warfare started or the dragons showed up. 2 migrations had also seemed to be going on. It was getting rarer to spot giants apparently. Their usual camps and migrating spots were empty. The giants were going somewhere, but no one was sure where that was exactly. Sightings had happened more frequently near the mountains in the north, but that was not confirmed. The other group was Hagravens. This was mostly hearsay, so Rictus knew not to put too much stock in it. The Hagravens seemed to be leaving their covens and heading towards the Reach. Speculation was they were going to join the Forsworn, but no one really knows their motivation. They just know the Hagraven dens in the east, north, and south were not nearly as numerous as they once were. The final interesting bit of news was Famur sightings. More have been seen closer to the surface than normal. They also seem to be moving in larger groups than they had previously. Again, no one knew why these creatures were acting differently than before, but there was plenty of speculation. Most didn't make sense, but Rictus agreed with the one about them mobilizing after some threat. What the threat was, people didn't know. Exploring the depths of Skyrim had become even more dangerous than before. There was even one wild rumor about dwarfs returning and taking over Black Reach. Overall, Rictus was quite pleased with his transactions with Isod. He would get large information packets every couple of weeks from the Khajiit since time was needed for traveling, and they were not always in Whiterun. With all the craziness in Mark Arth, they may look to taking their trade to another city though, so they would be visiting Whiterun more frequently than normal. Though not as important, the information gathered by his new minions in Whiterun was just as entertaining to read. It mostly focused on town gossip and little things. Such as, who has the best prices on things, fights, who insulted who, and other small things people usually overlook. Rictus now knew exactly where John Battleborn and Alfina Greymane went to be together. Always a good idea to have some blackmail on the two families. Rictus was also aware of most newcomers into Whiterun, like how there was a group of Reguards which had been looking for someone in the outer city. There were rumors of Isolde having secret meetings with an orc out in the warehouses. Heck, he even knew Braith's most common ways of bullying Lars. A lot of information was making its way to Rictus. He was extremely glad to have Ken filtering out most of the junk. It was a lot of trust to place in a near stranger, but Rictus didn't mind too much. He would periodically get the full reports anyways just to glance through the trash information some people tried to provide them. One traveling beggar even claimed to have seen a beautiful Hagraven animatedly talking with a giant while a majestic goat was dancing around the giant's child. Some people really needed to lay off the skooma. Rictus finally looked up from where he was sitting. He was still impressed with the progress they had made here. No one would have imagined finding such a place inside the dump of Whiterun. While a lot of the big work was done by Rictus's magic, the people had really made this place come alive. It was still no mansion, but it was better than most these people had ever seen. Decorations and discarded materials had been reclaimed and restored to make the place feel more alive than before. People would come here to relax and get away from their normal squalid surroundings. There were offshoots now which led to sleeping areas better than many had seen in their life. It was not quite a tavern, but it was similar. Minus the throne Rictus was sitting on. He let out a sigh while sitting here. It was kind of fun the first time, but the people's insistence to get him to sit there as he was doing things was a tad annoying. It was extremely comfortable after all the work they had put into it. Rictus had also finally molded the base of it to fit his body perfectly. He couldn't help but smile as he sunk back down into his chair. The people he had saved which decided to follow him had even named themselves. They were called the Restored, which was kind of fitting for their circumstance. More people seemed to join them every day. Some of the people Ken had wanted to show up were already here. Rictus was surprised at the number of middle-aged warriors who had been seriously injured that lived in or near Whiterun. It made sense though. A great war had just been fought not too long ago. Who would have thought a war would produce so many crippled warriors looking for some way to restore what they had lost and be eternally grateful for their restoration? The sound of people sparring was music to Rictus's ears. He had not really planned to have a group of warriors at his command, but it seems to have happened anyways. They were no companions, but they were fiercely loyal. They were still adjusting to their bodies being whole again, but they trained with gusto. Others of the Restored joined them in their training. Many did not want to suffer powerlessly as they had done before, some just wanted something to do and be near the free food. Even Rictus would train with them each day. He was a mage, but it was always a good thing to be prepared for the case where he may not be able to use his magic. The other gangs in the poorer district had not tried to fight them or encroach on their territory. Apparently, having a leader who is a mage that single-handedly took out the old gang, who also restored lost limbs, was a major deterrent. The other gangs had even paid tribute to them as a way to stay in Rictus's good graces. It was a little funny that Rictus had come down here to try and find some people to provide information, and now he was basically the gang boss for the entire lower city. Rictus was a little surprised no one had investigated the change in leadership. He was expecting a lot more people to come looking for him, but it had not happened yet. Secretly, Ken had been working overtime to keep those people looking away. Ken had done an excellent job so far and was thriving in his new environment. This had turned the worst part of his life into the most fulfilling his life had been in a long time. Ken did not understand why Rictus had him looking for as many crossbows and bolts he could find, but there was a lot he did not get about the mage. Rictus had claimed the crossbows would be easy for anyone to use, and there were approaching threats which would require sacrifices from everyone. Ken didn't care too much about the approaching threats. There were always threats. He did worry about how serious Rictus was about it though. He knew Rictus had killed all Klippel's gang as well as a necromancer without a single scratch. If a man who could easily defeat all of them was worried and getting Ken to focus long-range weapons anyone could easily use, Ken was more than willing to get those things. Crossbows were not as common as bows, but they were still out there to be found. Rictus considered making his way back to the companions, but he was not as motivated tonight. He had been going and hanging around there almost every night. While many seemed rather simple, the companions knew how to have fun at a party. Few questioned Rictus while he was there, especially after he beat down a drunk Torvar who had been mouthing off at him. Rictus usually hung out with Mathried and Ria. Ela would join them as well, but she was a lot busier and was often tied up in circle business. They had apparently been busy fighting with the Silver Hand recently. Ela had left earlier today with Mathried, Ria, and some other companions on a mission, so Rictus's favorite people would not be there. Rictus had another thought in his mind though. With how things were progressing, he thought he may need to get a base outside of Whiterun. He had heard about a bandit group which had recently took over a cave system called White River Watch. It may be a good time to go see about collecting a bounty on them and getting a new base. It was in a good position right outside of Whiterun with a commanding view of the surrounding area. It seemed like much too good a spot for some small-time bandits. His Restored would make much better use of the area. Chapter 33, White River Watch. Rictus felt pretty intimidating at the moment. The sun was at his back as it was getting close to sunset. His dark robes were fluttering with the wind. An executioner's axe was resting on his back. A group of rough-looking men and women in new armor and armed to the teeth was following behind him ready to fulfill his commands. He could not help but feel a bit pride welling up surveying his people. Rictus had never led a group of warriors before. He had fought in groups, but he was never the true leader. This time was different. The people here all looked towards Rictus to lead them. There were some veterans though who would do a lot of the actual leading once the fighting started. Rictus was more than happy about this. He was not a military man, but even he knew the importance of good, experienced NCOs. They were the ones which made the real difference in a fight. It was a decent-sized group for what they set out to do. There were 15 total people including Rictus. Rictus and Marandrujo would act as the magical support while the other 13 were the warriors. Of those 13, there were 9 melee fighters and 4 archers. The melee fighters had a variety of weapons such as one-handed weapons and shields, a great axe, a warhammer, and Ken was dual-wielding daggers. The archers were split with 2 having bows and the other 2 having crossbows. While they were moving as one large group for now, they were technically split into 5 smaller teams. Rictus's team was made up of him, Marandrujo, and Ken. They were the command unit as well as the magical support. The other 4 groups were made up of 2 warriors and an archer. They decided to go with this to make sure an experienced fighter was with each of the groups in order to watch over those with little experience. In case the fighting got hectic, each of the groups would focus on their team first before worrying about anything else going on. Part of the reason the group was so late in moving out, was because of all the prep work they did before leaving to take out the bandits. Rictus made sure everyone had the equipment they needed for the fight, and the members of the Restored were running around making the necessary purchases to fully outfit everyone going on the mini-crusade. They already had been gathering up weapons for use, so the major task was getting enough quality armor. Rictus was again thankful he had chosen alteration since it made money not a big problem at all. They had to pay a higher cost, but everyone was able to get the armor they desired. They had also found some adept robes of alteration for Marandrujo to wear. The biggest winner was of course Rictus. He had finally found what he had been wanting for the longest time. Without his new information network, he would probably have not found it at all. It was a master robe of alteration. It looked similar to how they appeared in the game, but the color was slightly different. The outer coat was a faded black which, if the sun hit it just right, would have grey runic patterns faintly visible. The shirt was a dark burgundy color while the pants matched the coat. Rictus had a pair of black leather boots to finish out his look. The robe did help in his ability to cast alteration magics. It was a combination of the inscribed runes and enchantments which seemed to help the magic flow. It was not quite as significant as the games made it out, but it did make a difference. It had also taken a long time to sort out who would actually be going on the expedition. Originally, Rictus was going to either go by himself or with Marandrujo, but Ken and the other Restored pitched a fit. They were not about to let their savior go into a bandit camp by himself. They eventually settled on the configuration they did after talking with some of the more experienced fighters. They needed the experienced fighters there to watch over the inexperienced yet zealous fighters which would be coming along. It would be a great opportunity for them to test their mettle against real opponents while having ample backup. Rictus was not expecting much of a fight since it was a starter location in the game, but apparently this bandit group was quite menacing to the common people. Hatchver had apparently been very successful in raiding traders and farmers in the outlying areas of Whiterun. The guards had not done anything about them yet for a couple reasons. One was that the guards were already stretched to their limits keeping the peace in the city and all the surrounding villages. Bandits had been on the rise ever since Ulfric had started small-scale conflicts with the Empire. Another reason was the defensible location the bandits were in. There was an overlook on the cave which would allow the bandits to see any approaching force and adequately prepare themselves for conflict. If the force was too large, they could easily run farther into the mountains where a large force would no longer have the advantage. No one in Rictus's group was particularly worried about them seeing them coming. They were not trying to be stealthy. A large confrontation would actually be better for Rictus since it would allow them to finish the fighting faster. It was always annoying to hunt down stray enemies. One would never know if there would be 1 or 6 people hiding behind the door or the next bend of the passageway. Much simpler and easier if all the enemies charged at them. They were almost to the reported entrance to the cave, yet nothing had happened yet. Seemed like they were going to have to go hunt down the enemies. Hiding wouldn't help them. Already, they could see a fire up the hill before them. Seems as if they want them to know they are there. Rictus let a smile creep on his face as magic flowed through his eyes. He was scanning the camp to see if there was anyone there. Only 2 people were at the entrance to the cave. They were closer to the campfire than the cave entrance. So much for guards. Marandrujo, you remember what to do if one tries to run. Marandrujo let a snarl slip out as he nodded to Rictus. He would not disappoint his master. The new techniques he had been working on would be more than enough to stop a cowardly bandit. It took the bandits entirely too long to notice the group. They were apparently engrossed in the fire as they were animatedly talking about something. Once they did notice the group of armed men coming their way, they froze for a second. That second was too long. The sounds of 4 strings snapping were all the warning they got before the arrows and bolts pierced one of the bandits. 3 of the shots hit the same bandit while the 4th bolt missed the remaining man. They would have to work on their targeting. The lucky man tried to run away, but he would not make it far. As soon as the archers fired, Marandrujo sprang into action. Literally. He had cast leap in order to quickly make his way forward to the remaining bandit. As he was in the air, he reinforced his body with iron flesh. His claws slammed into the back of the man's head and slammed him into the ground. Marandrujo then stood up with a prideful look. There was something primal to this way of combat which satisfied some side of him he never knew he had. It was exhilarating, and he could barely wait for the hunt to continue. Rictus was disappointed everything had ended so quickly, but happy how smoothly the first bout of combat went. The group quickly moved up and secured the camp. He commanded one group to start looting and organizing everything out here while another kept watch. They did not want to risk being flanked by any returning bandits. The rest would continue with Rictus as they finished clearing the cave of bandit scum. They entered the cave with Rictus's group sandwiched between the remaining 2 groups. All the ranged fighters were in the middle of the formation while the warriors had the edges. This should provide the best defense to the group. Rictus was expecting to find the blind man once they entered the cave, but he was disappointed. The man was not there. Rictus had even considered sparing the man in honor of all the times he used him as sneak training in the game. If they found him with the other bandits, he would most likely be killed. That's what he gets for not being at his post. The cave system was a total mess though. The bandits' disdain for cleanliness was obvious. There were broken shelves along the wall with various items strewn across the floor. The tunnels were all at a decent incline, which made sense if the cave led to an overlook on the mountain. As they were rounding another corner, there was a startled shout from further in the cave. A decently sized cavern revealed more bandits in various states of unpreparedness. There were 2 levels to the cavern. The bottom half had a group of 4 bandits quickly getting up off bed rolls. They were half-dressed, but still had weapons near them. The top half of the room had a couple bandits sitting at a table eating while another one was already standing and quickly drawing his bow. The total count was 7 vs 9 in Rictus's favor. The restored warriors quickly charged the men trying to get up off the bed rolls. The archers began trying to shoot at the bandits at the top level. Marandrujo also jump-charged the bandits up top in order to keep their arrows away from the warriors fighting below. Rictus decided to make things even easier for his men by casting burden on the weapons the bandits were trying to wield. He wanted his men to get experience fighting instead of him defeating people as fast as he could. If the situation was more dire, Rictus would not hesitate to intervene. For now, he would simply support his minions. The restored were quickly among the bandits from the bedrolls. 2 bandits were instantly cut down as the final 2 began a back-and-forth fight with the inexperienced restored. The veterans were watching closely in case they needed to intervene. Of the 3 bandits on the top level, one dead from Marandrujo's claws, another was screaming while on the ground clutching the arrows sticking out of his gut, and the final one was fighting Marandrujo hand to hand. It was obvious who would win that fight. The fighting was soon over. The bandits were all dead with minimal injuries to the restored. One of the inexperienced warriors had a nasty cut on his hand, but Rictus was able to quickly fix that with healing hands. Marandrujo had a couple bruises, but nothing major. The rest were basically untouched. They did not expect to find the rest of the bandits as unprepared as these were. The other bandits had to have heard the combat and started getting ready for a fight. Rictus observed his men, followers with a critical eye. He was worried about their level of exhaustion. This cave was leading them upwards through the mountain and was very steep. Most of them were not in good shape since they had recently been living in poverty and not even able to have a full meal. Combine those things with wearing armor, fighting, and hiking up through the steep areas of the cave system, even the march to the cave, and some were looking quite exhausted. The main 2 who seemed no worse for wear were Rictus and Ken. Even Marandrujo was beginning to get tired from the mana expenditure and fighting. The veterans were in better shape than the greenhorns, but not by much. It seemed the next couple of fights Rictus would have to play a more active role. He now fully understood why the guards were reluctant to attack this place. If the bandits simply waited at the top area, the attackers would be tired from walking up the steep inclines of the cave. Rictus decided to let his men have a couple minutes to catch their breath. He understood giving the bandits more time to prepare was not a good thing, but charging in with exhausted fighters was no better. After a quick breather, they continued up the rocky tunnels. The tunnel began to level out and widen. There had to be another clearing soon. The men prepared themselves and made sure the warriors with the shields were in the lead. The bandits knew they were coming, and they should be able to hear their heavy armor clinking as they moved. Rictus was prepared this time to actually fight. He figured there would be quite a few bandits in this cave. He was a little foggy on the details, but he thought they had to be getting very close to the end of the cave system. He decided to really thin down the remaining bandits there to lower the risk to his people. Rictus pulled out some metal spikes from his storage. These were not nearly as big as the stone spikes he was usually used. They were slightly shorter than Rictus's forearm and as thick as his thumb. He pulled out a total of 8 of them. He then placed them in sections on his forearms which had been set up to fit them like a vambrace. Now, he was ready. The group quickly busted into the room ready for action. Rictus quickly noticed the size of the room. It was decently sized around, but it was very tall. A long winding pathway spiraled around the edges of the room which made the top overlook almost 2 stories above them. There were various cages hanging from the ceiling which seemed to be occupied by some corpses. A large cage on the ground level also had a couple wolves in it. The bandits here were much more prepared. 4 bandits with swords and shields were waiting at the bottom of the ramp. There were 2 more behind them wielding warhammers. There were 4 archers lined up along the spiral pathway, with 2 bandits stationed at the highest point. It seemed as if those 2 would be trying to throw objects down on top of them. The restored warriors charged at the bandits with melee weapons. The archers began to have a quick shootout with the bandits having the definite advantage due to positioning. Marandrujo seemed to take offense at this and began casting lightning bolts at them. Rictus was not one to let the bandits get an upper hand. Rictus leaped and used his telekinesis to propel him all the way to the top portion of the cavern. The 2 bandits were stunned to find a man flying right in front of their faces. Rictus did not allow them to recover. As he was landing, he held out both of his arms at the bandits and shot the metal spikes into them at point-blank range. The fast-moving metal tore through the stomach of one and stabbed into the shoulder of the other one. Rictus spared a quick thought on why they bothered wearing armor which showed off so much skin. With both men on the ground, Rictus walked over them and shot another metal spike into each of their respective heads. He had 4 more unused spikes left. The fighting was very fierce for the warriors. The bandits had a slight advantage at the moment. The restored had better equipment and seemed to work a bit better together, but they were tired, and some lacked any experience. The bandits were fresh and were overall stronger and faster. They also outnumbered the melee fighters 6 to 5. The superior equipment was the main reason the restored were able to keep pace. One bandit archer was burnt from Marandrujo's lightning bolts. Another had an arrow sticking out of one of his arm. The other 2 were still firing away though. The restored archers were both down. One had an arrow in his shoulder, while the other had taken a shot to the thigh. Marandrujo was able to keep the remaining bandits occupied, but he was not sure for how long. He was unsure how to proceed either. He wanted to charge the archers, but then they would have an easy shot while he was in the air since he could only leap. He would also be leaving behind the 2 injured restored, which would allow the bandit archer to easily put them down. For the moment, he kept up the stalemate. As Rictus was about to attack again, one of the restored made a mistake. He had overextended his swing while letting his shield drop to his side. A bandit took advantage of this and stepped into his guard and quickly stabbed his sword under the restored's helmet and into his head. The body fell limply to the ground as the bandits intensified their advance while they had an advantage. Rictus was momentarily shocked. He had seen death a few times already, but this was the first time it was one of his men who had died. Rictus was the one to bring him here, and the man had died under Rictus's order. He quickly recovered though and went on the attack. Similar to what had happened with the dragon priest, small scales began to coat Rictus' body as his hands grew sharp talons. Rictus let out a bestial roar, then jumped off the ledge and directly into the fighting. During the fall, he quickly shot out the remaining 4 metal spikes. One spike went through the top of a bandit's head. 2 other spikes buried their way through the tops of 2 different bandits' shoulders, while the last one missing and stabbing in front of a bandit who had suddenly stopped moving forward. Rictus stopped his downward momentum with telekinesis as he cast burden onto the weapon of the bandit fighting Ken. Ken was quick to capitalize and used his daggers to slit the bandit's throat. One of the bandits with a warhammer was starting to swing at one of the restored when a lone hand pierced into his back. Rictus then used his telekinesis to assist him in lifting the man up and throwing his body into the bandit which had killed his minion. All of the 6 bandits with melee weapons were down in some fashion at this point. The 2 with their shoulders destroyed from Rictus's aerial attack had been quickly sliced down. One had been killed by Ken. One had their skull split open with a metal spike from Rictus. One was bleeding out through a hole in his back. The final one was on the ground after being hit by his comrade's body. The archers had stopped shooting to stare in amazement at what had just happened. 6 of the best fighters in the group had been defeated in seconds. Marandrujo was more than willing to take advantage of his opponent's mistakes. He already knew some of what Rictus was capable. A lightning bolt disabled one of the archers, and while the other was just beginning to shake off his shock, he was met by a leaping Kajiat. The bandit archer who had been shot in the shoulder earlier, drew his knife and charged Marandrujo to try and save his fellow bandit. While they were fighting, Rictus made his way over to the knockdown bandit. Before the bandit could even get his cries for mercy out, Rictus punted his head. The bandit's head was partially ripped from his body as Rictus's taloned foot tore through it. This was the first time Rictus had caused the talons to grow from his foot, but it made kicks extremely deadly. He retracted the claws which allowed the remaining portions of the bandit's head to plop onto the ground. While effective, Rictus did not find this method of attack worth the cleanup. "And I just bought these shoes too." Rictus let out a sigh at the sight of his poor mangled boot. He would just have to get a new pair when they got back to town. Looking around, the fighting had fully stopped. "Status report everyone," Rictus commanded. Ken's back straightened to attention as he answered him. "All bandits in this room have been defeated. We took 1 casualty and multiple injuries. The injured will all live and be ready to go in a couple days after some healing. Everyone is banged up or hurt to some degree. Marandrujo appears to be in the early stages of mana exhaustion, and everyone else is about done for as well. I don't know if we can keep going, in all honesty." Rictus nodded along with Ken's report. His eyes were telling him the same story. Marandrujo was slumped against the wall with the remaining bandits dead at his feet. Interestingly, one of them had a dagger stuck in him while Ken happened to be missing a dagger. Seemed he had helped Marandrujo out while Rictus was finishing off the other bandit. The rest of the restored seemed utterly exhausted. They would not be able to continue. Rictus quickly went and stabilized the most seriously injured fighters. He only made sure they were not in critical condition before he addressed everyone. "You all stay here for now. Send the least injured to go get some of the fighters from the entrance to help out here. I saw the exit to the cave up there, which will be where the leader is waiting. I will go and finish him off while you all rest and recover." Before anyone could say anything to stop him, Rictus leaped back to the top of the cavern and began making his way out of the cave. He knew his followers would have tried to come with him, but they were in no state to do so at the moment. Rictus was tired of being in these caves and wanted to be out as soon as possible. They could not leave the leader of the bandits here either, as he could simply rebuild if he lived. As he was making his way out of the tunnel, someone called out to him. "Who goes there? Did you all finally put down the rest of the traitors? I thought there was only a couple of them left, but the fighting sounded much more serious than that." A heavily armored man was sitting at a table filled with food and weapons. There were a couple of lamps around the clearing to light up the darkness. There was another older man beside him who was staring at a book in his hands. The armored man started to look up from where he was writing in his journal. He was surprised to see a stranger before him but was quick to act regardless. He drew his weapon before he was even fully out of his seat. Before anything else could happen, Rictus lifted the man up into the air with telekinesis. He then reached out with his other hand and telekinetically grabbed the older man who was just starting to draw a blade. With both men floating in the air before him, Rictus decided to just end it. A quick burst of mana was all that was needed to toss both men over the edge of the overlook. They screamed as they were falling through the air but were quickly silenced by the unforgiving mountain. Rictus used Detect Life to make sure there were no more enemies around before letting out a sigh as he sat down in the nicer chair at the table. He stared off into the beautiful Skyrim night sky for just a moment. It was a magnificent view for sure. He could easily see the lights coming from Whiterun from here. This really was a good spot. Before he got too complacent, Rictus stood up. He had people to look out for and make sure we're okay. The death of a follower left a bad taste in his mouth, but Rictus steeled his heart. There would be a lot more deaths in the future with all the trouble heading their way. Chapter 34, Dragon's Reach. Sly. That was what he had gone by to those who knew him. He had a typical history for one growing up in the slums. Orphaned at a young age. Learned to survive alone. Made the best of a bad situation. Rictus looked down with a pensive look upon his face at the roaring fire as he listened to others tell stories of the man. Sly was the unfortunate one to die during the raid. He had been too tired and made a mistake which his enemy capitalized upon. While Rictus was upset about the death, he also felt relief. No one there seemed to hold any sort of resentment towards him. This funeral was much more a celebration of life than a mourning of death. He was surprised at how good a mood the restored were in. It seemed they all believed Sly had gone on to Sovngarde. It was something none of them had thought to be possible for them before Rictus. Many believed their disabilities stopped them from fighting and dying in combat. It was why so many Nords accepted whatever fate was in store for them after being disabled and fell into depression. Things were different now. They had been restored. Rictus had known he gave them hope for their current lives, but he did not start comprehending it was more than that until this moment. In a world where the afterlife was easily confirmed, helping people get to their version of heaven was incredibly impactful. He had essentially saved their souls. It was only last night they had finished their raid on the bandits. Since then, they had made a lot of progress on their new base. Most all the trash had been thrown away, and things had been straightened up. There was still a lot of cleaning to be done, but it was moving fast, especially with their experience cleaning up the space in the dump. Rictus felt a bit of déjà vu at working on another base so soon. Many of the restored had made their way to the cave. It was decided this would be the main base of operation for them. Many wanted to get away from the city and this provided the perfect opportunity for them. When they were taking time off, it would be spent here at the cave. Patrols and guard rotations were still made out to keep their presence in the city strong and not allow any of the other gangs in the lower city to forget their place. Ample number of informants were also scattered throughout the city. White River Watch was less than an hour's walk to Whiterun, which would allow it to easily be able to trade information and supplies. The river was very close, which would provide ample fresh water. A couple flat areas of land around here would also provide space to start trying to grow their own food. It provided the people not only hope but a new home. The dumps of Whiterun only had bad memories for them. That was where their life had been at its worst. White River Watch symbolized what could be for them. The cave would need a lot of work, but it was theirs. It was the first time most of them had a place they could claim as theirs, which was more than an alcove in a trash pile. Rictus had restored their bodies and given them a home. This only deepened their loyalty to him. Work on the cave was constant. They had a lot of plans to expand the place and make it better. Tunnels were smoothed out and walkways were made less precarious. The caverns were expanded to fit a larger group of people. A few rooms had been carved out as storerooms and bedrooms. The sloped walkways were even given handrails, so people were less likely to fall down. Since the cave was part of the largest mountain in Skyrim, there was more than enough room for expansion. Rictus had tried to teach his Shape Earth spell to Marandrujo to assist with the work, but it was not very successful. Learning to cast the spell only took a couple hours, but the cost was way too much. He would quickly run out of mana if he tried to do any amount of significant manipulation. He could do little things, but he would most likely never be able to do what Rictus could with the spell. Temporary movements were much easier to accomplish, but the stone would revert to how it was before the spell after some time passed. Useful, but not perfect. The day passed very quickly as it was filled with working on their new base, and the celebration of Sly's life and death. The funeral was simple. Instead of burial, there was a funeral pyre. The drinks flowed freely and plenty of food was available. Stories of the departed were shared and laughs were had. It was probably the most upbeat funeral Rictus had ever attended. Sly's closest friends had even come to thank him for what he had done. Being thanked for leading someone to their death was new. Nords were a very strange people. As the fire was burning, Rictus stood before his people. All sound died away as eyes focused on him. Some are bound to die young. By dying young a person stays young in people's memory. If he burns brightly before he dies, his brightness shines for all time. Death is more universal than life, everyone dies, but not everyone truly lives. I submit to you that if a man hasn't discovered something he will die for, he isn't fit to live. Sly found something. While we can no longer be together, if kept in our hearts, he will be here forever. We all leave something behind when we die. A child, a garden, a piece of armor. Something your hand touched. When people look at that which you left behind, you are there. The idea is not to live forever but create something that will. Death cannot kill what never dies, my friends. Silence hung over the crowd at his words. Rictus began to feel embarrassed at his monologue. It came off a little cringy, but he thought it wasn't too bad. The silence seemed to disagree. He was quick to move things along and distract people. Raise your glass for the fallen. Though he fell, he never stumbled. A cheer went out from those gathered. Quickly finishing his glass, Rictus left to go get some rest. He had paid his respects and was ready to get some sleep. Unbeknownst to Rictus, a glint of determination had appeared in the eyes of all who were there during his speech. Leaving a legacy was a universal desire among people. No one truly wants to be forgotten. Their leader's words had touched a special place in their hearts. The crowd slowly drifted away as the funeral finally came to an end. The last ones left were Ken, the 11 warriors who had gone on the raid, and a woman who had been Sly's closest friend and lover. The warriors surrounded the dwindling fire. Ken and the woman were inside the circle and closest to the fire. One of the warriors handed the woman Sly's old armor. The woman placed the armor on the ground and stood next to it. Ken retrieved some ashes from the fire and placed them onto the top of the armor. He then motioned the woman to grab a branding rod which had been placed into the burning coals a while ago. She grabbed rod along the handle as the tip flowed a burning red. A hissing sound could be heard as she branded the letter R onto the armor while burning away the ashes. The gathered warriors watched stoically as the woman stood and donned the armor branded with the ashes of its first owner. Ken's determined voice soon filled the silence. That which had been lost has now been restored. Though you may fall, let you never stumble. Pure determination and devotion filled the woman's eyes as she had now taken up her fallen lover's armor. Ken slowly observed the 12 warriors. The original 12 warriors accompanying Rictus had been chosen for a reason. They were the best and the brightest of those who had joined their faction. Not all were veterans, but each showed promise and aptitude beyond their years. As they had taken to calling themselves the Restored, it only made sense they restored their numbers to 12. Rictus would always be the leader while Ken was his right-hand man, but they needed more than just the two of them. These 12 were Ken's solution. They would work as leaders among the Restored, similar to lieutenants. Whenever one fell, another would rise to take their place. The ashes of the fallen seared onto the armor as a remembrance of those who came before them. Ken would ensure they were properly trained and knowledgeable about many different subjects. He truly believed their faction would continue to grow in number and power as time went on. These 12 would need to be the best. He was not too worried about the training. There was a reason Morrow always recruited the people he trained in the Legion. If he made unwilling recruits good enough for the Penitus Oculatus, imagine what he could do with truly devoted learners. Ken could feel his old heart beating in anticipation of things to come. The next day saw Rictus making his way to the city. He was accompanied by 3 of the people who had gone on the raid with him. Ken and his remaining people would be more than capable of handling things at the base without him. He needed to meet with the Jarl's steward to collect the bounty on the bandits. It was always a good thing to get in the good graces of the ruling party of a region. This would be Rictus's first time visiting Dragon's Reach. He had seen it plenty of times while visiting the companions, but he had never actually gone inside the famous keep. Rictus was a little excited about it. While he was making his way through the Cloud District and was almost to the stairs for Dragon's Reach, someone bumped into him. "Watch where you are going, you dirty ingrate." Rictus stopped to look at the man who had tried to bump into him but only ended up stumbling himself. He was a middle-aged Reguard wearing very nice clothes. There was a lot of gold jewelry covering his neck and hands. The man seemed to be looking down his nose at Rictus. Do you visit the Cloud District very often?" "Oh, what am I saying, based on your dirty outfit you obviously don't. Maybe you should get cleaned up before coming up here. It would be oh so terrible if the guards mistook you for a beggar and threw you in the dump." The Reguard man really seemed to like hearing his own voice. Rictus was starting to become a little insulted. He was quite proud of his outfit. He knew for sure there was no dirt on his clothes because he used magic to manipulate the dirt off. The benefit of earth-bending was your clothes would not get dirt or earth on them. He did have to wave off his guards as they seemed like they were about to impale the man based off their partially drawn weapons. I do not know who you are, but I have business here. Rictus answered the man curtly as he continued on his way. The other man had a nasty sneer on his face. You don't know me? I am Nazim. I am the proud owner of Chilfuro Farm, and I am a personal friend of the Jarl, who often comes to me for advice. You better watch yourself. The guards really will detain you if you keep up that kind of act. Rictus really did not understand why the man wanted to antagonize him like this. Did this man just go around Whiterun insulting people and acting like he was better than everyone? He didn't really want to create a scene though. I am sure someone as important as you must be busy, so how about we both just go on our way? Nazim continued, looking down his nose in disgust at him. How about you go back to the dump where you belong and beg for scraps with those ruffians behind you? You are lucky I am not getting the guards to arrest you for assault. Some people just wanted to start trouble and flaunt their position. Deciding to be the bigger man, Rictus simply walked past the man and continued to the keep. Humph. I will graciously forget about your transgression this time, but you better watch yourself. The slums are a dangerous place. Rictus could only roll his eyes at the man's poorly hidden threat. He originally wasn't going to do anything, but that last comment deserved a little lesson. Once Nazim had turned away from him, he transmuted all of the gold on Nazim into iron. Rictus also caused the dust which had gotten on his clothes from kneeling to stick to Nazim's clothes as well. Finally, he caused a bit of stone to move and cover Nazim's left foot just for fun. He then started walking towards the stairs of Dragon's Reach with a pep in his step and a smile on his face as the man tripped and fell face first into the ground. Dragon's Reach had a majestic yet rustic feel to it. It did a good job personifying the city. It had a sturdy base of stone, yet the majority of it was wood. Rictus was always a little confused why a keep made to trap a dragon was mostly made of wood. Maybe they kept it in the stone basement? Or maybe the dragon was a frost dragon and didn't breathe fire. Regardless, even sturdy wood was not as good as solid stone. Rictus was making his way across the bridge towards the entrance when one of the guards there stopped him. Halt, citizen! What business do you have in Dragon's Reach? I am trying to turn in a bounty on some bandits which were in White River Watch. Even though his face was mostly covered, Rictus could tell the guard seemed to perk up at that. Seems he wasn't a big fan of the bandits. That is good news. Those bandits were a plague on travelers. Glad to hear someone was finally able to do something about them. Go on in. You will find the Jarl's steward, Proventus Avenici, near the throne. He will reward you for your service. Rictus nodded and smiled at the guard as he made his way inside. The great hall was massive. It had huge columns and a high vaulted ceiling with a balcony around the edges of the wall. There were already a few people down in what seemed to be the waiting area. As he continued further into the room and up the stairs, he couldn't help but observe his surroundings. 2 long tables were on either side of a massive fire pit which dominated the center of the hall. The tables still had food left over from breakfast and there were a few different warriors and staff sitting and eating at the table. Rictus was really hoping to see Lydia there, but he was greatly disappointed. He was not disappointed in the stunning woodwork of the hall. The flowing arches were gracefully curved. The chandeliers had to be lit by magic since they were so high up in the air. It was doubtful someone bothered lighting them with a ladder. The throne area was more Spartan, but the giant dragon's skull was quite intimidating. Maybe Rictus had played too many violent video games, but he would not like something that large sitting over his head. Too easy for someone to make it fall and kill him. For some reason though, he had a strange urge to steal it and try studying it. Maybe once the dragons reappeared he would kill one to make into a trophy. The Jarl was not sitting on the throne, but Rictus did see who he imagined to be the steward. He quickly approached him so he could turn in the bounty. Hello. Are you Proventus, the steward? The aging imperial man looked over Rictus before replying. Yes. I am Proventus Avenici, steward to the Jarl of Whiterun. How can I help you? Rictus was already liking this man. He was polite and got right to the point. I am here to collect the bounty for the bandits in White River Watch. They are all dead and some of my group are currently staying there. The man nodded as he seemed to think for a second. If that is true, then it is great news. It will have to be verified though. I will have some of the city guards travel with you over to make sure. If it did happen, then we will arrange payment for you. The bounty had gone up quite a bit after a couple merchants lost their entire stock from those bandits. Rictus simply nodded. He was hopeful to get the money and leave, but that did not really make sense. Not many people are simply going to take your word on something like this, especially when they are giving you money. Anyone could claim they killed off the bandits. They then could get the money and leave town despite never having actually completed the bounty. Thankfully, it was a very quick trip there and back. The guard traveling with Rictus was a nervous lad. He must have been the low man on the totem pole since he was assigned the job of checking Rictus's claim. Rictus wondered how many times guards were killed instead. The transaction went smoothly until Rictus was finally back in Dragon's Reach. Thank you for your service to Whiterun. We will make sure to send some guards there to make sure no more bandits take over the area. Maybe we will get lucky and there will be some ore to mine. The last part was mostly said to himself, but Rictus was not liking what he heard. I think you may have the wrong idea here. My group and I are staying there. We were the ones to clear it. It is mine now. Proventus frowned listening to Rictus. I am none too sure about that. That land originally fell under the purview of the Jarl. By right, it is his to decide what to do with it. Not yours. Rictus stared back at him. Me and my men risked our lives fighting there. Not everyone made it back. We needed somewhere to call our own, and this place will be it. You were not using it or able to control it as evidenced by bandits taking it over and raiding travelers and merchants. Proventus simply shook his head. Be that as it may, it is the Jarl's decision. Not mine, and definitely not yours. You will have to petition the Jarl for ownership of the area. I am sure you will be granted the land, but you will still have to pay for it. Rictus let out a sigh. This was getting much more complicated than he imagined. It was supposed to be simple. He didn't even really need to come here, but he thought it would be good to turn in the bounty to let people know that area was safer now. He also didn't want a group of guards trying to attack them. Had he known this was going to happen, he would not have bothered with it. Usually, Rictus would not fight so much for something, but this was different. He had already seen the hope in people's eyes and how happy everyone was at living there despite it being rough. There was no way he was going to return there and tell them they had to leave again. Look, I know you are just trying to do your job, but that cave is now mine. If the Jarl really cared about it, he would have done something long ago. Besides, if Whiterun wouldn't send guards to attack the bandits, why would they send anyone against the people who were able to beat the bandits? I am not trying to be threatening, just realistic. I hope you can understand. Proventus seemed insulted by Rictus's words, yet he was a clever man. He understood what Rictus said was true. They were already busy with the restlessness in the region. Having adventurers there would be better than bandits. I think we can come to temporary deal. I will tell the Jarl your petition for the land. In the meantime, I will temporarily lease the land to you for an indefinite amount of time if you refuse the bounty reward. Rictus thought over the offer. It was kind of dumb how things played out, but it was better than risking being attacked by guards or getting into any legal trouble. Life sometimes was stupid like that though, especially when dealing with nobility. That sounds like a good compromise to me. I thank you for your understanding. If you do have any more local bounties in the future, send them our way. No guarantee we will do them, but we are cheaper than the companions. Rictus and Proventus shook hands as they concluded their deal. Proventus already had some ideas for this new group. They could be more useful than the companions if they were less particular about what jobs they would accept. As Rictus was turning around to leave, a tired-looking man wearing worn clothing ran up to Proventus. Ulfric's Stormcloak has killed High King Torage. Chapter 35, Ambush. The news about the High King's death spread like wildfire. Everyone in Whiterun knew about it before the day was even over. Plenty of rumors and speculations about the event circulated around the town. Some say Ulfric snuck up and stabbed him in an act of treason. Others say Ulfric challenged him in the tradition of the old ways. Some others state he simply walked up and used a shout at him which promptly killed the High King. The huge bounty placed on Ulfric's head would motivate many people to try and hunt the man down. It would be interesting to see how long he could evade capture. Windhelm was a long ways away from Solitude. Lots of forts and legion outposts between the two. Rictus was quite content to read all the various rumors while reclining and watching the surrounding countryside from the overwatch at White River Watch. He was not tempted at all to try and find Ulfric. It seemed like a lot of unnecessary work to him. He would leave all that kind of stuff to someone else. Yes, stopping a civil war is a good thing, but Ulfric has the ability to use the Thursday which greatly increased his deadliness. Rictus enjoyed helping, but his life was his priority. Besides, he had plenty to keep his interest right here, like the transformation of White River Watch. The Overwatch and the rest of the caves had become much more comfortable as the Restored continued to work tirelessly to improve their new base. The Overwatch area had been made even more defensible with stone walls and overpasses which would repel attacks from above. The Restored were a little confused by that aspect, but it did keep the weather off them, so they did not question it. There was even a pool which was dug out to collect the melted ice from the mountain. The base now had a source of fresh water. Once they got some crops planted, it would become even more self-sufficient. Rictus was very proud of his new base. The Breeze home was still his house, and the area in the dumps was still better than before, but this place was starting to shape into his own personal fort. He still had plans to make him a hidden base somewhere, but this place would work as the face of operations. Speaking of operations, Rictus's information network seemed to expand each and every day. He now received a few reports from Riverwood and some small surrounding homesteads with a single report all the way from Erikstead. The reach of his web was slowly growing to encompass all of Whiterunhold, not just the city. One piece of information stuck out to Rictus. Apparently, a group of Thalmor had snuck their way near Whiterun last night. They had moved to a building which was unofficially controlled by the Legion. Rictus was very curious about why they would sneak here under the cover of darkness. It was even stranger that one of the Battleborn clan had also been seen sneaking out of the building. This triggered a faint memory for Rictus, but he couldn't really remember anything concrete. He felt it would be a good idea to investigate more. It would be a great opportunity to test a new magic he had been working on while he was not busy training Marandrujo, who was currently away with the caravans. The caravan had left to try and make a quick profit during all the chaos. Invisibility was a famous spell from the illusion school of magic. It was a staple spell for many famous thieves and stealth archers. It was more difficult here than Rictus thought it would be. Illusion magic focuses on changing the perception of the world from the viewpoint of the targets. The invisibility spell did not make one invisible in the classical sense. The spell actually changed how people viewed you. So instead of bending light, it would change a person's perception of the space the caster was occupying. This explained why in the game people could still track and attack you after you were discovered even if you remained invisible. People with good sneak skills or someone using the muffle spell could take further advantage of the illusion spell. These abilities would limit the sound coming from the caster. Even if a mage cast invisibility, they would need to stay stealthy or else they were discovered. The people near the caster would still be able to hear them move, which would create a dissonance between what they perceive with their eyes and what they are hearing. This would make the magic much less effective and more likely to fail. Illusion worked best on the unsuspecting and weak-willed. Rictus had used the spell tome for invisibility, but he was not satisfied with it. It was an expert-level illusion spell which made it difficult for someone not well versed in illusion to use. Rictus knew some illusion magic, like calm, but he was not very proficient. Since he was a master in alteration magic, Rictus was able to more easily use other schools of magic compared to someone who did not have that knowledge. Similar to how bilingual people had an easier time learning a new language compared to someone only knowing one. Rictus wanted an alteration spell which would make him invisible. He knew traditional invisibility was related to the bending of light. Rictus was already able to create light with the mage light and candle light spells. He could even alter them into various colors and sizes. Rictus did not believe it was too much of a stretch to make that into an invisibility spell, especially when creating light from magic was a novice-level spell. It did not take nearly as long as Rictus had thought it would. The couple days since he had gone to Dragon's Reach was enough to have a rough working prototype of the spell. The magic cost was higher than expected, moving fast would break the spell, it did not last long unless constantly channeled, and it took more mental focus than his other spells. Regardless, the spell worked as intended. He was even able to use a weak telekinesis and shape earth while channeling the spell. He could only do those two for now since they were almost instinctive at this point. He could not bring out their full potential while using his invisibility, but it was a start. He could use his telekinesis to float at a walking pace while channeling invisibility, which was great since floating worked wonders for being stealthy. Rictus was amazed he was able to get a working spell so quickly. It was not even comparable to the amount of time he wasted working on his burden spell at the beginning. He was not sure exactly why this was the case. Maybe he was more comfortable with his magic and altering his spells than he had been before. He also felt his mind was in a better place than in those early days of him being in Skyrim. It would explain how he wasted so much time basically recreating spells he already knew or forgetting about spells entirely. Those were good practice but a total waste of time. It seemed he took a lot longer adapting to his situation than he originally thought. Rictus did feel the invisibility spell was a lot rawer compared to his other spells. It was more similar to manipulating the world with mana and his will than a typical spell which could easily be recorded in a spell tome and reproduced. It was much close to the magic in Breathing Water by Halil Myrm, which was the ultimate goal with spell casting. Rictus was quite happy with his progress. His musings were interrupted when he noticed Ken was also on the overlook now and reviewing some papers. Always working hard, that man. Ah, Ken. Wonderful timing. I was wondering if you could recommend and help gather some of the people for a little outing I was planning. They will be stuck in an Overwatch position unless I decide to engage. Ken nodded along as he was already thinking about good candidates. May I ask who we may be watching and investigating? As I am sure you know, there are Thalmor in town. I believe they are up to no good and want to go investigate them. I think they will probably try and sneak out of town tonight, and I may want to arrange a little stop for them on their way. A cruel smile appeared on Ken's face as he learned the target was the Thalmor. Ah, you should have mentioned it was the Thalmor to start. I can guarantee all the veterans would be more than willing to take another crack at those bastards. I will have more trouble stopping people from joining us than recruiting. Many of the old soldiers here fought in the war and got their injuries during it. We would love nothing more than to get a little payback on the damned knife ears. Rictus was a little taken aback at Ken's ferociousness. It made sense though, since it was during the Great War he had gotten a lot of his injuries. There were quite a few restored who were veterans from the Great War now. Ken had been constantly reaching out discreetly to the disabled veteran community across Skyrim. More were constantly trickling in to join up and be healed. Those people would like nothing better than a little vengeance against the Thalmor. Rictus shrugged his shoulders. He was not initially planning on violence, but it seemed like it may happen regardless. It would be fine. The attack would be blamed on the Stormcloaks, especially given Ulfric's actions. An ambush would be a great change of pace for Rictus. He was usually the one walking into them. Thorold did not know what to think. He had been apprehended by the Legion and held in a secret base for the past few days. Last night a group of the cursed Thalmor had showed up and told the Legion commander they were taking custody over him. Thorold was disgusted at the way the Legion just complied without so much as questioning the Thalmor. It showed how far the Empire had fallen since the Concordant. The Thalmor could basically do anything they wanted while the Empire cowered in fear. It was no wonder Ulfric was able to gain so much support. His confusion started a little before he was to be escorted to wherever the Thalmor took their prisoners. He had just taken a beating from his new jailer and was laying with his face pressed to the cold stone for some relief. The elf had just left the room to make sure of the traveling arrangements when Thorold felt the soft caress of restoration magic on him. He quickly scanned his surroundings thinking it was some kind of Thalmor trick. He heard what sounded like stones being pushed together behind him, yet when he turned, he saw nothing. Thinking the stress was starting to get to him, Thorold laid back down. He was soon startled by a whispering voice which sounded to be in the same cage as him. "Ah, Greymane. I remember now. Don't worry my guy. You will be set free soon enough. Just bear with it until we get a little out of the city. No need to cause anyone in the city any troubles." Thorold had tried to catch the person talking but was unable to move until the voice stopped speaking. Nobody was there though when he finally was able to look around. He would have thought he was hallucinating it all, but his wounds were mostly healed and the metal cuffs on his hands were significantly lighter. He felt the metal was weakened significantly and thought he could break out of them if he needed. He decided to temporarily trust the voice to see how things played out. The convoy had left the city and was making its way up north. There were 3 wagons in the group with 4 horsemen following along. 2 horsemen at the front and back with the larger covered wagon in the center of the formation. It was obvious to anyone who really looked that this was a group of Thalmor. The wagons were not marked, but everyone riding a horse or driving the wagon was done up in traditional Thalmor garb or elven armor. Thorold was being held in a small cage in the middle wagon. The other wagons had supplies and more Thalmor. Rictus was laying on the top of the third wagon looking to the sky and waiting for the fun to begin as the sun was just about done setting. It would not be much longer at all before the Thalmor were under attack. The priority targets were the robed ones since they were the stronger mages. In total, there were 14 Thalmor. 4 horsemen, 3 drivers, 2 in the back of the first and last wagon, and 3 in the covered wagon. Rictus was quite happy with this number since he had almost 20 of the restored waiting in ambush. He was not sure of the exact number of participants since there were so many volunteers. The initial plan was simple. Block the roads with a fallen tree, it's a classic for a reason. Then the ambush would start with a volley of arrows and end with a good brawl. It was a good simple plan. There was a major problem Rictus overlooked. The route the Thalmor were taking was over the plains of Whiterun where trees were hard to find, but Rictus trusted his people were able to find a way to stop the caravan. He then heard some faint sounds over the noise of the moving caravan. It was faint, but familiar. There came a shout from up where the leading horsemen were which drew Rictus's attention. He looked down from the wagon to see what the commotion was. Goats. A herd of goats were currently blocking the road. The horsemen were currently having an argument with the shepherd to get them moving along. The goats had even begun moving around the edges of the caravan and soon were all over the place. Rictus had a funny feeling about this. When he looked around, he saw there were no large trees in sight. When he took a good look at the shepherd, he noticed he looked an awful lot like Ken. The other horsemen made their way up to where the argument was still going on. Rictus could only shake his head in exasperation as he prepared for a fight. Why did it always seem to be goats? Once all 4 horsemen were near the shepherd, shapes suddenly stood up from the surrounding herd of goats. The twang of bowstrings could be heard piercing the night sky. The 4 horsemen never stood a chance as they were impaled by arrows. More shapes stood up from surrounding the carriages and quickly took out the drivers. The attackers quickly made their way towards the carriages as the remaining Thalmor were still trying to figure out what had happened. Rictus had turned himself invisible once the attack started. He was standing on the back edge of the carriage waiting for someone to appear. It did not take long before 2 guards tried to exit the covered area. Once they had stepped out, Rictus wasted no time in decloaking and launching 2 of his metal spikes through the top of their heads. The guards quickly dropped dead right behind the carriage. Rictus quickly recloaked and began floating himself towards the opening at the back of the carriage. He could feel a buildup of magical energies coming from the last guard in the carriage. Once he got to the opening, Rictus could see the robed woman channeling what would most likely be some kind of destruction spell, probably a cloak of fire or something. Before she could fully charge the high-level spell, Rictus dropped his invisibility to shoot her in the face with another metal spike. The mana instantly dissipated as the now dead elf fell to the floor. Rictus was a little sad he was not able to use a strong telekinetic force while maintaining the cloak, but it was still highly effective to decloak and then shoot immediately afterwards. As the fighting quickly died down, Rictus had a sudden revelation. He basically acted as a sneaky archer just then. Rictus never expected that despite being the skilled in alteration and a master mage, he still devolved into a stealth archer. It seemed some things were just inevitable. Chapter 36, Greymane and Battleborn. Their victory was absolute. No casualties for them while all the enemies were defeated. The gambit with the goats worked even better than imagined. Rictus was impressed by Ken's cunning. He had been the first one to realize there would most likely not be any trees usable in the ambush spot. Instead, he got lucky when they passed a local goat herder on their way out to the ambush spot. Ken decided to purchase the whole herd to use as a backup plan for when they found no trees. The goats would even be useful as a food source for their new base, so it was a win all around. Rictus was very pleased with Ken and his men's performance. It was a textbook ambush with no survivors to tell of it. The men were quite happy with being able to defeat some Thalmor, and they quickly looted and disposed of all the bodies. The spoils were quite nice for the group. The horses and carriages were the most practical of the loot while the gear would supply a pretty penny to the right sources. One of the men even suggested selling the equipment to some people he knew in the storm cloaks so they could ambush more Thalmor. While he was not on the side of the storm cloaks, Rictus was not a fan of the Thalmor and supported the idea. The biggest gain of the night was currently standing in front of Rictus. It was Thorold Greymane. Saving a member of the famed Greymane clan would be worth quite a bit. It was always good for a powerful family to owe you a favor. Saving the son of one of the leaders of Clan Greymane and the best blacksmith in Skyrim from the Thalmor would be worth quite the favor for certain. Thorold was currently studying Rictus. He was fairly imposing with his large stature and black robes. The way the men under his command acted showed just how dedicated they were. Despite not saying anything, the men would seem to perk up unconsciously whenever his eyes would rove over to see what they were doing. Thorold didn't know what Rictus had done, but he knew these men would gladly follow Rictus to oblivion itself. What will happen to me now and what do you want? Thorold couldn't help but break the silence between him and Rictus. He had to know if he was saved or just traded from one jailer to another. Rictus took a second to think about his answer. Well, there are a lot of things I want. But I think you mean what I want with you. It is simple really. I don't care for the Thalmor, and my men hate them. This provided a wonderful opportunity to hurt their operations here in Skyrim as well as saving a member of the Greymane clan. So, I will get all this easy loot as well as the favor of the Greymanes when they find out I rescued their son from the Thalmor. Sounds like a good thing for me. Thorold was a little shocked at Rictus's bluntness about his distaste for the Thalmor and getting a favor out of his family. Are you a Stormcloak? Did someone send you to rescue me? Rictus could help but laugh at the assumption. Haha, no. I am not part of that doomed rabble. I am my own boss. No one sent me either. I heard about this group and decided to act, simple as that. Thorold could not help but get a little angry at the way Rictus dismissed the Stormcloaks. You don't know what you are talking about. The Stormcloaks are a strong fighting force which will soon take Skyrim for the Nords and out from under the Empire and Thalmor. Ulfric is a decorated hero and much better leader than Torij. Rictus couldn't help but partially agree. I will grant Ulfric is a better military leader and more decisive than Torij was when he was alive. Ulfric is not a very good ruler, especially when it comes to other races. Besides, the Stormcloaks have mostly been lucky so far in my opinion. The confusion of Thorold's face was quite clear to Rictus. What do you mean by when Torij was alive? What happened to him? Also, the Stormcloaks have won many fights against the Legion already. Windhelm is thriving under Ulfric's leadership. Rictus couldn't help but let out a sigh. He did not really want to debate with Thorold, but his men still needed longer to dispose of all the bodies. Ulfric killed Torij not too long ago and is now on the run from the Legion. I am sure even you heard some rumors about that. Thorold nodded his head. He had thought that was what he heard while in prison, but he wanted to make sure. The guards could have been using false information to trick him somehow. Yes, I have. You did not have any rebuttal about the victories of the Stormcloaks or Windhelm. Can it be you see the error of your previous words already? Another sigh escaped Rictus. He was hopeful to skip past this. No. I do not think I am wrong. Windhelm is still doing okay, but the way they treat the Dark Elves and Argonians is not good. It will eventually breed resentment which could lead to rebellion as you so well know. I cannot say a person is a good ruler when their city is so divided, and they do nothing to resolve these disputes and only make it worse with their lack of oversight. He took a moment to gather his thoughts a bit more before continuing. As for the Stormcloaks' so-called victories, are you actually saying a few successful ambushes against Legion recruits is something to celebrate? You do know the Legion here in Skyrim is not one of the Empire's true legions, right? The Empire sent their legionnaires here and then moved them into supervising positions to help train all the new recruits they have gotten here in Skyrim. Your Stormcloaks have basically been ambushing young people without much training in places where you are more knowledgeable about the terrain. I do not consider killing green recruits in your backyard as a true measure of success. Your main saving grace before now was that it was not open rebellion and that the major pass between here and the rest of the Empire has been blocked, which has kept a real legion from coming here and stomping your little rebellion. The only people you are actually helping are the Thalmor and the Dominion by killing your own people and weakening the Empire. Rictus finally stopped for a breath. He had said a bit more than he had been planning, but he thought it was all true. A weak Skyrim led to a weaker Empire, which was a good thing for the Dominion. An independent Skyrim could also be a bad thing if the Dominion decided to invade the Empire again, since it would make cooperation with the Empire against the Dominion more difficult. Rictus did feel a little saddened by it all. Overall, he did like the idea of an independent Skyrim. He did not care for the approach for independence nor how it would most likely lead to a victorious Dominion should they attack again, which seemed likely. Thorold seemed a little stunned by everything Rictus had said. He was not convinced the Stormcloaks were bad, but he was thinking about things he hadn't considered initially. Before he could think much more, Rictus spoke again. They are finally done. We will be headed back to our base. You are welcome to stay there for now if you are worried about making trouble for your family. This will at least provide an opportunity for them to say goodbye to you discreetly. I will send a letter to them and let them know. No more words were shared between Rictus and Thorold as they made their way back towards Whiterun. Thorold was lost in his thoughts about what to do next. He was still considering joining the Stormcloaks, but Rictus's words about killing recruits in his backyard kept popping into his head. Thorold did not know what to think. The reunion between Freya and Thorold was quite touching. Freya knew her son could not stay there, but it was tough on her anyways. She was extremely grateful for Rictus saving her son, which many were thinking was dead at this point. She agreed to pay back Rictus some way, and the Greymanes owed him a favor. It was not long after that the two Greymanes left. Where Thorold ended up going, Rictus neither knew nor cared. Admittedly, he would know the general location due to his sources, but the details are not important just yet. An unexpected visitor came to Rictus's new base asking for an audience. It was quite a surprise, especially given who had just left. This was Rictus's first time meeting and interacting with Idolaf Battleborn. Rictus was curious as to why he had come to visit him. They should not be well known yet since they have only cleared the bandits from here not too long ago. Idolaf looked like many of the other Battleborns. He was a physically fit and strong-looking Nord wearing Imperial Legion armor, despite not actually being part of the Legion. They were meeting on the overlook, which was quickly becoming Rictus's favorite spot. It did not take long for Idolaf to let his reasoning for visiting be known. I saw the old Greymane coming here. I hope that was not you picking a side. Rictus raised an eyebrow at his threatening tone. I am not aware of which sides you are talking about. Do you mean Imperial or Stormcloak? Also, Freya was just coming by here to try and get us to look for her son. I declined to go out and look for him. Rictus didn't lie. He did not agree to go look for him since he already had him here. Freya also was trying to look for her son, but the letter sent to her telling her to come here probably helped. Therefore, all things said were the truth, to a degree at least. Idolaf seemed a little tense at the mention of Freya's son, but he quickly composed himself after Rictus said he declined her request. He is probably dead by now anyways. Better the old lady gives up hope. The sides I was talking about were the ones which matter in Whiterun, Battleborn, or Greymane. You should already know about our two families. There has been quite a feud going on between the two families. That history lesson is not the reason for me coming here though. I just wanted to meet and congratulate the newest mercenary force here in Whiterun. The companions have gone a long time with no real competition. It doesn't help that they are basically in bed with the Greymanes either. It is a good thing they are not the only ones any longer. Rictus was a little surprised at how open Idolaf acted. He was basically coming to see if the new mercenary company here was backed/supported by the Greymanes. He hadn't said anything yet, but it seemed he was hopeful to have a better working relationship with Rictus since the Greymanes had the companions. I thank you for your congratulations. A bit of a rivalry keeps things from getting too stale. Although, I believe the Silverhand are more of a rival towards the companions than us. Idolaf's eyes grew a little at the admission from Rictus. Very few people knew the secret of the companions. The Battleborn clan did know about it and didn't support it. Idolaf wondered how much Rictus really knew about the feud between Battleborn and Greymane. It was common knowledge that the Greymanes supported the companions. It was definitely not common knowledge the Battleborn provided limited support to the Silverhand. Idolaf was more guarded against Rictus since it seemed he already knew their secret. Ah, it seems you are very well informed. Your discreetness is a credit to your reliability. Rictus agreed. He was well informed. There was something which stuck out. Rictus's comment about the Silverhand, while true, was more of an offhand comment. Rictus did not miss out on how Idolaf reacted to it though. It seemed Rictus had accidentally stumbled upon a hidden gem. The Battleborn were supporting the Silver Hand to some degree. Rictus did not know how much they supported them, but he would find out. A smile crept up on Rictus's face which seemed to make Idolaf even more uncomfortable. Thank you for the compliments. If you or your family have any requests, you are more than welcome to bring them to us. We will mostly only operate in the surrounding areas, and we do not accept every contract which comes our way. My associates will most likely be the ones you interact with the most unless it is a very important and large request. Idolaf quickly nodded towards Rictus. Great. That is delightful to hear. I am sure we will keep that in mind going forward. I appreciate your time, but I must be going. I need to talk to some blacksmiths about more swords for the Legion. Good day to you. Rictus couldn't help but chuckle at the retreating man. Idolaf sped up hearing Rictus laugh. Rictus did not mean for his laughs to be that loud, but he did not really care. He was not a fan of how pompous Idolaf acted when he first got here. Still, the bad blood between the two clans seemed to be a little more intense than the game showed. The fact the Battleborn were coming to him showed they were wanting even more power under them to try and compare to the Companions. Thinking to get a mercenary company which compared to the Companions was a bit of a joke. Rictus was proud of what he had going on here, but he knew the Companions were still the most famous guild in Skyrim. Regardless, he had learned a new fun bit of information. Rictus was not sure if he would actually tell the Companions about this or not. Rictus remembered the Silver Hand launching an attack at the Companions in Whiterun, but the details were a little fuzzy. Having the Battleborn support them would explain how they were so easily able to enter the town and approach the mead hall without being detected, as well as for some members to escape. Rictus would make sure to tell his people to keep an extra eye on the Battleborn clan. They seemed to practice a lot of sneaky actions. Ken came walking up to Rictus not long after Idolaf left. You seem to be quite popular today. You have one more visitor here, and if my sources are correct, another one is on her way here as well. Rictus quirked an eyebrow at this. He was not used to getting visitors. Killing off a bandit group and claiming their territory made one much more popular apparently. Ken was quick to elaborate when he saw the look on Rictus's face. Codlick Whitemane is asking to speak with you. He also asked if you would mind coming out to the front of the camp since he claims his knees are not what they used to be. The other suspected visitor is a healer from Whiterun. I believe her name is Danica. It will still be a while yet before she gets here. Rictus nodded along as he stood up from his seat. Rictus decided not to keep Codlick waiting. Codlick had been good to Rictus so far in allowing training in weapons as well as generous pay for helping the Companions that one time. Instead of taking the long way down, Rictus simply ran to the edge of the overlook and threw himself off the side. Ken could be seen shaking his head at Rictus's action. The first time he had done this had nearly given everyone a heart attack, but it had become Rictus's preferred way of leaving the base by now. Ken had tried to warn him about the consequences of flying in the Empire, but he had laughed it off and said it wasn't flying, but falling with style. Rictus quickly fell through the air on his way down to the cave entrance. He loved the feeling of free falling. It was also a much faster and more fun way of getting to the entrance than walking. It only took a few seconds before Rictus had made it down to ground level where he superhero landed right in front of the entrance. The few people who were out in the camp barely batted an eye now at Rictus' antics. Rictus still smiled though. He did these things to amuse himself, not those around him. Codlick was sitting looking over the plains of Whiterun so he did not see Rictus land, but he did turn around at hearing him. Rictus was impressed the old man's hearing was sharp enough to distinguish him approaching from so far away. Codlick looked Rictus over as a small smile appeared on his lips. I should have known it was you. No one had really mentioned your name, just that a new mercenary company was right here in Whiterun. When I heard they were led by an imposing mage wearing dark clothes, you were the first to come to mind. Shame really. I was hoping you would join the Companions. Talos knows we could use more sensible people who know more than how to swing a blade. Rictus couldn't help but smile along with Codlick. There was something about this man which seemed to put people at ease. He was still a warrior, but his demeanor portrayed a wise old solider who had seen a lot in his lifetime. I was never really planning on joining up with the Companions. I liked being a magical consultant, but I am not the biggest fan of all of your members. Codlick chuckled remembering how some of his companions had gotten beaten while underestimating the mage. Yes, I can see where you are coming from. Some of those children are lacking sense. Their hearts are in the right place though. They just need some more guidance. Some will definitely be a little disappointed you are not going to join. I am pretty sure Ila, Ria, and especially Mathrid considered you part of the Companions already. They even debated taking you with them when they left for their mission not long ago, but Skjur talked them out of it. Something about how they shouldn't need any help with such a simple assignment. Rictus nodded along. He really did have a good relationship with those three. Fighting together and then hanging around them so much recently had really brought them closer. Mathrid the Mute was a great listener and would not interrupt Rictus whenever they talked. Maybe that was just because he couldn't talk, but Rictus liked to think that didn't matter. I am flattered they thought of me. We have fought and feasted together, which brings people closer for sure. Thinking of the other members, I do believe you will be more than up for the challenge of molding them into exceptional warriors. Ha ha ha. You flatter an old warrior like myself. Although, I am worried at times who will step up whenever I am gone for this world. Nothing you need to concern yourself with though. I was just wanting to see for myself the group people are saying will be our new competition. I can see the potential in you, so I do not worry about what will happen between our two groups. Kodlak began to rise as it seems he had done what he had set out to do. Rictus took a look at the man before speaking again. Kodlak. I want to warn you. Things are going to get bad soon. It is not truly my place, but you should consider if you prefer to be a hunter or a warrior. If you need any help, I would be honored to assist you. Kodlak's eyes hardened hearing Rictus talk about hunters and warriors. He had been thinking a lot about that recently, and Rictus seemed to have easily perceived his inner struggle. Perhaps this would be a solution to his worries. I appreciate the gesture. I will consider it. I know the impending civil war seems daunting, but I have made it through wars before. No need to worry about this old man. Rictus continued to stare at Kodlak. I am not worried about the civil war. There are bigger changes coming than a simple war of men. It will not be long till you see it as well. When you do decide you don't want to participate in the eternal hunt, I will help you get the cure if you but ask. Kodlak narrowed his eyes as he observed Rictus for any falsehoods. He was not sure what Rictus's goal was in offering his help, but Kodlak could sense the sincerity in his offer. He did not know what Rictus meant by bigger changes than war, but he would keep vigilant. Kodlak was old and wise enough to understand some powerful mages could perceive the change in the world better than most. Kodlak simply nodded his head as he made his way back to Whiterun. Rictus raised a stone chair to sit in as he watched the old warrior leave. He really did want to help Kodlak out. The weight of his eternity was weighing on his shoulders, and it was not a light burden to carry. Rictus continued sitting there as one of their new baby goats snuck up and jumped into his lap for some pets. Rictus couldn't help but sigh at the goat's antics. He was happy the goat had waited till Kodlak left. The companions already jokingly called him the goat herder. Their new herd of goats Ken had bought last night sure won't help matters, especially when the young ones constantly begged for pets whenever he went outside. The baby goat looked up at Rictus with pleading eyes and let out a small bleat as it begged for more pets. Rictus let out another sigh. Fine. I suppose I will wait here until the next guest arrives. The goat let out a content bleat as it got more comfortable in Rictus's lap. Rictus was looking forward to what the healer was going to ask. He got a feeling it would be their first official job offer since gaining control of this place. A/N, 100,000 words with this chapter. I can't believe the story has made it to this benchmark. My ideal 10,000 word short story apparently has gotten a bit longer than planned. I suppose it happens sometime. Chapter 37, Got Hags? Bonus chapter. It was refreshing to travel alone once again. Rictus couldn't help smiling as he leisurely rode on Billy's back through the Skyrim countryside. He was absently plucking at the strings of a lute his followers had found while cleaning out the cave. Apparently, one of the bandits had thought it was worth something. He was not a true musician, but he remembered playing the ukulele and thankfully this lute was a four-stringed instrument. It was still quite different, but he was more messing around on it than trying to be a bard. Playing it brought up happy memories from a time gone by. Billy seemed to pick up on his summoner's mood judging by his near-prancing movements. They had already been traveling for a while and were nearing Riverwood. It had been an easy relaxed journey so far with nothing of importance happening so far. Rictus hadn't even been practicing his magic and just enjoying the simplicity of nature and music. He did get some ideas about trying to use his magic to alter the sounds coming from the lute. It would be a fun little experiment for when he got some more downtime. The reason he was out here was because the priestess Danica Purespring had requested his services. She had come with a request about retrieving a knife called Nettlebane and then cutting the Eldergleam tree. He was then supposed to bring back some of the Eldergleam sap to restore the Gildergreen in Whiterun. The Gildergreen had apparently been struck by lightning which severely damaged it. Rictus did wonder if it was related to him testing out the master-level alter weather spell. He had just wanted to watch a storm and go to sleep to the sounds of a thunderstorm. It was probably just a coincidence, and it did not influence his desire to take the quest whatsoever. Danica wasn't paying much monetarily, but her services were worth a lot. She was a master in restoration magic and all the priestesses under here were skilled in the school as well. She had heard rumors about Rictus being able to restore limbs which was thought to be a lost art of restoration magic. She freely admitted this quest was her way of testing Rictus while also as a way to further his and his group's fame. Danica also offered her temple's services free of charge for the restored if he could fix the tree. She hinted at wanting to learn his technique of restoring lost limbs, but that would be a discussion for later. Usually, Rictus would have brought some of his followers as backup, but he decided against it at the last moment. They were still busy working around the base and expanding his information web. It had also been a bit since he was able to move by himself. Getting away from everything and traveling alone was freeing. He cared for the people following him, but they were a bit clingy at times. Hopefully Ken would not get too upset about only receiving a note as a warning. Nettlebane was apparently being held at a place called Orphan Rock. A coven of witches supposedly lives there, which could complicate retrieving the weapon. Hopefully, they would be willing to negotiate for the blade instead of resorting to violence. It was worth a shot at least. Randomly killing anyone who was at a location without at least attempting diplomacy was a little too murder hobo for Rictus. Sure, it made sense in the game, but realistically it would not work out. Killing everything does not solve every problem. It solves a lot, but not everything. Riverwood finally came into view, and it appeared as a quaint village. As with everything else, it was a lot bigger than the game showed, but would still only count as a medium-sized village. The sawmill was the most impressive aspect of the village. It was a huge operation which provided the majority of the wood for Whiterun Hold. The fast-flowing river and copious amounts of trees in the area made it a perfect spot for woodwork. The people stared at them making their way through the town. A man in dark robes riding a giant goat are not common sights for such a sleepy village. Billy was toned down from his normal fiery appearance just to make traveling easier on everybody. A goat looking like it was from the depths of oblivion seemed to put people on edge for some strange reason. Nothing of note happened while passing through the town. A couple of men appeared to be arguing and competing for a woman's attention, but she was paying Rictus more attention than the two of them at the moment. A catastrophic mistake almost happened. Billy almost stepped on a chicken. A drop of sweat fell from Rictus's face at the near miss. He was not quite sure why he was so worried about it, but something about hurting a chicken here in Riverwood made him feel a strange sense of PTSD for some reason. A trail behind some houses was supposed to lead to Orphan Rock according to his intel. It was slightly overgrown, but nothing too hindering. He should be arriving to it relatively soon. Pulling out his grimoire, Rictus flipped to the section where he kept some of his notes. He had taken to writing things he could remember about the game's timeline so he would not forget. Looking at the things he had written so far, it was a bit depressing. Many of the large events and happenings were written out, but the specific names of places were missing for most of the events as well as the exact locations as well. An example is Serena. She was locked up in a cave which Rictus believed to be on a mountain between Morthal and Danwstar. That did not really do much of anything in helping to actually find and wake her. He was still hopeful though, she was always one of his favorites in the game. There were many such situations listed in his notes. The harder he tried to remember things just lead to frustration at not paying more attention to every little aspect of the game or lore. Although, on the other hand, not knowing the specifics made him more adaptable to many situations than someone who thought they knew everything to happen. He believed he would be less flustered when things did not go as he thought and less likely to only rely on prior knowledge, especially with more people here to influence the timeline. The other skilled were an interesting dilemma. They could prove to be a massive help and someone to rely on, or they could prove to be an obstacle to overcome. A very powerful obstacle. The situation would also change based on who had meta-knowledge and how many of the original skilled were still alive. At least one was already dead out of the few he had already met, which was 4 including himself. 25% mortality rate is not good, but much better than it could have been. Maybe more of an effort should be made to identify these people. Knowledge is power. His thoughts were interrupted by an icy spear lodging itself in the ground before him. Looking up, he saw a couple of robed women standing on a rocky outcropping with mana primed on their fingertips. Turning around would be your best option, stranger. You may not like the result if you refuse. The speaker's words were reinforced by the conjuring of a flame at Tronak. Best not to keep someone like that waiting. Ah well, it seems we may have a bit of a misunderstanding. I am here looking for a special dagger called Nettlebane. Any chance I could buy it off you ladies and be on my merry way? No need for violence. A small application of mana allowed Rictus to see who else may be in the area. Besides the 2 mages before him, there were 7 more signatures. 2 of them seemed a bit twisted with a larger magical presence than the others. They must be Hagravens. Hopefully they were not as violent and crazy as the game depicted them, else a fight was guaranteed. The 2 mages quietly disputed with each other for a moment before one ran off towards the larger of the 2 twisted magical presences. A silent staring contest was going on as they waited for what would happen next. It was not a long wait. Soon, an ugly-looking face partially obstructed by greasy black hair with a bony and hunched-looking body covered in feathers was looking down on him. For some reason, this did not feel like the first time meeting a Hagraven, and fuzzy memories popped into his head, but he shook them off to pay more attention to the now. While a bit deformed, he could still see hints as to what the woman must have looked like before the ritual to change her. Her voice sounded scratchy with a bit of a squawking undertone. Ah, hello handsome. You will join us for a meal. The invitation surprised him, but noticing the group of witches surrounding him made the decision easy for him. It also sounded more like a demand than a request. Sounds delightful. It will make talks about the dagger much more civil. His polite yet playful attitude surprised the Hagraven. Most people ran in fear at the mere sight of them. While most of the time it was a smart decision on their part, it was rather insulting. His timing was impeccable though. They needed a new guest. Rictus was making small talk with a witch, leading him and Billy up the rocks and across a fallen tree towards another rocky area where it seemed they all were camped at. The witch was not really saying much and just listening to him ramble about the finer points of a well-made sweet roll. During their talk, the other witches were scurrying around preparing what could have been dinner. Rictus sat down on an old stump near the campfire. "Where are my manners? I haven't even told you all my name yet. I am Rictus. It is nice to meet you all." There was not much of a reaction from him talking, except for one. The other Hagraven which had been staying back stared at him in thought. She began mumbling to herself and pacing while occasionally looking back at him. Despite no one replying to him, Rictus kept on smiling. While the women appeared to be preparing food, they were also sneakily getting things ready for a magical ritual. A few carefully placed bones here, a small spriggan heart there, and lines of sand surrounding Rictus were slowly but surely being placed. It was all very sneakily done, and the food prep worked as a great distraction. All the while Rictus sat patiently waiting for them while Billy made himself comfortable laying against his back. Eventually, the women stopped preparing everything and joined him around the fire. They all seemed to be in random places, but that was not the case. Each was in a specified seat which would allow them to instantly start up the ritual. The stronger Hagraven began approaching Rictus while carrying a plate of food. "Here you go, my pretty. Eat." The way she said things kind creeped him out and sounded a bit like the witch from the Wizard of Oz. Despite all that, he still took the plate from here. Before the older Hagraven could make another move, the second one shouted out. "I remember. Are you that Rictus? The one who can alter appearances?" The older Hagraven spoke before he could even reply. "I don't give a skeever's ass who he is. It is too late now. The ritual is prepared." She then channeled a red sickly-looking mana into her claws as she reared back to stab them into Rictus, who had just been watching everything going on. His eyes widened when a spike of ice appeared mere inches in front of his nose. He wasn't nearly as surprised as the older Hagraven who currently had the spike firmly stuck in her chest though. The shock on her eyes as she turned around to look at her betrayer was quite satisfying. The other Hagraven did not even pay her any attention. She was focused on Rictus as she waited for his answer. "Yab. I suppose I am that Rictus. I am curious as to how you have heard about me though. I wouldn't have thought your group to be one to trade gossip with townspeople." A light started burning in the hag's dull black eyes at his answer. "Fix me, and I will give you the dagger." A smile slowly came to his face at the request. It was quite obvious what she wanted. He reached his hand out for a handshake to complete the deal. "Sounds like a deal to me. I am glad we were able to keep it civilized, my fair lady. I also took the liberty of piling all the sand you all dropped into one big pile. You really should be more careful where you place such things. It almost looked like it was supposed to mark out a ritual, but that is just silly." The rest of the witches were in shock at the whole confrontation. They could not believe all that had happened so suddenly. One moment they were about to make a sacrifice to change one of them into a Hagraven, and the next their leader was killed and made a deal with a strange man. His final words also had some terrifying implications. He had somehow moved all the sand marking out the ritual without them noticing it. This required masterful magical skills. They were distracted by the ritual, but it was still quite a feat for none to notice it. His words also implied he knew what was going on the entire time, yet he was able to stay calm and collected despite the threat to his life. Being surrounded by 7 witches and 2 Hagravens would generally make even the most powerful of mages a little nervous, but this man showed none of that. They all began to fear what he must be capable of doing. Rictus was quite happy with how things turned out. He sat on Billy's back while studying Nettlebane, which was telekinetically floating in the air. The coven was much more accommodating after his secret magical display and the Hagraven betrayal. The betrayal had been a surprise, but it did make things a lot easier. He was easily able to detect they were preparing a ritual and knew the Hagraven ritual required a human sacrifice. He even was able to watch as the younger Hagraven cast the ice spike through the chest of the other one about to try and attack him. The closeness of the spike was a bit surprising, but he was prepared to take a hit since his armor spells activated and buffed up. All his planned defenses and attacks were not needed though. It was always nice when people could make mutually beneficial trades like this. He also had made a new contact with a coven of witches which would more than likely want him to fix any of the other Hagravens after they changed. When he mentioned the location of his base and how his followers were there, he missed the look shared among some of the witches. The alter body spell had worked like a charm on the Hagraven. She was still not attractive, but it was significantly better than before. Her face was the largest improvement, with it looking more like a normal woman's face. Her body was also normalized and no longer looked hunched and malnourished. There were still feathers along her forearms and shoulders. Rictus scaled down her taloned hands to be a bit more useful for fine details while retaining their deadliness. He did not mess with her feet much beyond streamlining them since he personally thought they were kinda cool looking. It seemed the other witches were more excited about the change into a hag raven than before. Apparently, being able to gain more magical powers while not turning into a hideous-looking demi-human was a big deal. Rictus was a little tempted himself honestly. It would require a lot more investigation though before he did any strange magical ritual to edit himself like that. His plans to alter his own body with other creatures' abilities were totally different. Rictus was now on his way to retrieve the Eldergleam sap from Eldergleam Sanctuary. He decided his leisurely travel was now over. It was now time to speed things up by flying the rest of the way there. It was significantly warmer this far south so he would be able to travel longer without rest here compared to near Winterhold. Thinking of Winterhold. It was about time to go back there. He had been gone for a little while now and was curious about all the changes. It would also be a good idea to get Morrigan to make him a fully enchanted outfit. He would have to see what she demands for her services, but it should be worth it. Once in the sky, Rictus could see Helgen still standing. It would not be like that for much longer. It would probably be close to this area that they found Ulfric and the Dragonborn. A slight bit of worry began to fill his mind at that thought. He soon shook it off though. There was no chance he was the Dragonborn and about to be captured. A/N, well I wanted to let you know I have actually decided on the Dragonborn. It won't be too many more chapters till the first glimpse of them happens, maybe 3 or 4. Hopefully it won't ruin the story too badly, but those things happen sometimes so if it does sorry in advance. If it is too bad, maybe I will let Alduin actually win. He could use a victory. Chapter 38, Hey you. Hey, you. You're finally awake. Rictus had been slowly starting to groggily crack open his eyes. The morning sun was shining on the beautiful Skyrim scenery. His wooden seat creaked uncomfortably underneath him as he stared hatefully at the bearded man before him. This is not what I wanted to wake up to at all. What happened? Well, you really should be more careful where you fall asleep at. It can be bad for your health. Rictus stared at Ken as he was grinning down at his leader as he watched him start trying to stretch out the kinks he had gained through the night while sleeping on the wooden rocking chair. It was a comfortable chair, but it was definitely not made for sleeping on, especially outside. He had apparently fallen asleep while Ken was berating him last night for going on the quest with only leaving a note and not taking any support with him. Instead of waking him up, Ken decided letting him sleep in the chair all night would be punishment enough. Rictus shrugged his shoulders at his subordinate's antics as he continued stretching out his muscles to get all the stiffness out. Having the ability to alter one's body really helped with little things like removing stiffness and soreness. He had also found channeling some mana through his body always had a bit of a rejuvenating effect. Alright, I am sorry about my actions. I will take some people with me next time. I promise. Ken stared at him for a few moments longer before letting out a sigh. We are just worried about your safety. I do not think you understand your importance to everyone here. We would not be here without you, and many would be devastated if you were lost. I know you are capable, but it never hurts to have an extra pair of eyes looking out for you, even you forget things. Rictus nodded, feeling properly chastised by his actions. He did not really regret them, but he would be more aware next time for sure. It wouldn't hurt to have some more backup in the future anyways. It wasn't necessary this time since the trip was very uneventful after the Hagraven incident. He had quickly flown to the location of the Elder Gleam and was able to find it without much difficulty. The beauty of the place was astounding. The tree was more majestic than simple words would accurately describe. There was an otherworldly power to that place. The tree itself was massive and gave off a feeling of sentience which was very disconcerting. The leaves seemed to follow his movements wherever he moved. Getting the sap was incredibly easy though. Rictus just levitated and used telekinesis to send Nettlebane to cut the trunk and quickly return. After that, he simply left as quick as he could instead of bothering with any potential repercussions. It would have been significantly more difficult for someone who did not have his abilities though. They would have to find a way to move the massive roots which were blocking passage to the great tree. Thankfully, he avoided all that trouble. He did feel a little bad about messing with such a majestic tree though. He made sure to verbally apologize for his action to the tree, which felt a little silly, but it did seem to make tree more placid somehow. It looked a bit dry around the tree, so using his magic to conjure up some rain was the least he could do for the mighty tree. A quick flight to an area with no one around and a teleport brought Rictus back to Whiterun with no more problems. The look on Danika's face as he returned the dagger was priceless. He could tell she was trying to figure out how he had gotten the dagger and returned it so quickly. Of course, he was not going to tell her, not yet at least. It was still too soon, but he was considering making her one of his minions. Having the head priestess of the largest temple in Whiterun as a follower would be extremely beneficial to him. He was just not quite ready to give up his monopoly on restoring limbs just yet. Maybe once the civil war got even more intense or the dragons started wreaking serious havoc he would train her, but not just yet. Expanding his power base and followers came first. Once done thinking about the previous day's events, Rictus turned back towards Ken. I haven't reviewed the information, but is there anything which stands out to you as most important? Ken organized his thoughts as he considered the request. Our network continues to grow each and every day. I do think it is about time to start considering expanding to additional holds. I would be wary of Riften, but I think the other holds would be fair targets. The civil war is getting more intense. Larger battles keep happening as the Stormcloaks are making a ruckus trying to find Ulfric, who is still unaccounted for as of now. If he does return to Windhelm, the fighting will get even more intense. There is one piece of information I believe we should capitalize upon if you would hear an old man's opinion. Rictus couldn't help but roll his eyes. Sometimes Ken would throw in little quips about being an old man and try to give an opinion. Rictus was more than intelligent to know these opinions were something he should pay attention to and would usually comply with them. Ken did have significantly more experience than him and was his closest confidant. I have recently heard a rumor about a small-scale mage rebellion. There are a couple of forts near Windhelm which have been overthrown by groups of mages. I do not actually know the true validity of this rumor, but I do think it would be worth investigating. As I am sure you know, we are lacking in the magical department. If you could convenience some of them to join our cause, it would be quite a boon for us. Rictus considered this rumor carefully. It would make sense there were some mage rebellions. He remembered quite a few old forts were filled with enemy mages in the game. It would make sense for some of them to try and take advantage of the situation while Ulfric was on the run and the Stormcloaks were distracted. It would be a great benefit to have more mages as part of his group. More mages would increase the versatility of his people, and they could provide some additional firepower. I think you are correct. While it is just a rumor, it is a very plausible one. It is too good a chance for us to pass up. A couple mages would make a big impact for us. Looks like I have some work to do. He began to rise and get prepared for the trip to meet the mages. As he was reviewing his storage to make sure he had enough supplies still, Ken discussed some additional housekeeping items with him. After a quick debate, it was decided 2 warriors will be accompanying him on his journey. The 2 armored people were quick to approach. The first was a large imposing Nord wearing thick armor and wielding a shield and sword. He appeared as a typical Nordic warrior in his completely steel armor and weapons. He had dark blonde hair, blue eyes, and a long goatee. He was one of the veterans who had joined them early on as well as went on the initial raid with Rictus. Rictus knew he was called Raluth, but he didn't know much beyond that. The second person was also familiar to Rictus. Her name was Myrima. She was not on the initial raid with them, but Rictus remembered her as being close to Sly and thanking him for how he gave Sly purpose. She had darker hair which was pulled up in a ponytail. Her tan skin indicated some imperial heritage. She was wearing a slightly too big steel breastplate which seemed stained by fire and had the letter R stamped into it. Besides the steel breastplate, she was wearing leather armor and had a plethora of different knives strapped all over her armor. Apparently, she was quite good at stealth and throwing daggers. The choice of companions made sense. They made the iconic warrior, rogue, mage combo. Ken told him they were some of the more talented and loyal people of the Restored. He was also told they would keep any secret and follow his commands without hesitation. Both were honored to be chosen as his personal guards. They would gladly sacrifice their life for him if the need arose. Rictus could almost feel the devotion of these 2. He hoped they were as talented as they were devoted. If they were found to be incompetent, Rictus would just go alone on future missions. Raluth and Myrima followed Rictus as he made his way through their base. They were expecting to go out and get some of the horses to start their journey. Instead, they stood before a solid wall. The wall began to melt away as their leader continued walking without breaking stride. Following close behind, they were a little concerned as the stone flowed back together behind them, trapping them in the earth with only a small light hovering over Rictus. Only a few moments passed before they entered a small room with a slightly raised platform. Rictus turned around to observe his new guards. Now, it should go without saying, but you are not to share details about this place or what happens with anyone. I will know if you do. Get up on the platform. They all gathered on the platform. A sudden spike of mana, enough to raise the hairs of the guards' arms, was felt in the room. The guards looked around trying and failing to notice anything different in the room. Rictus pulled out a blue potion and quickly chugged it, regaining some of his mana. Moving this many people was quite taxing on him magically. It was easier than he had initially thought, which seemed to indicate his mana pool was still able to increase some, or he was getting more efficient with his spells. The group began making their way back through the ground at an upward angle. As the earth finally opened to air, the guards' jaws dropped at what they saw. They were no longer in or near their base. Stony ground surrounded them, and they could see pools with steam coming off them near them. They knew enough to understand they were not near Whiterun. Teleportation was a thing of legends in this current age. It was only done by some of the most powerful mages or enchanted devices. They looked at Rictus with a new respect. Fighting some bandits was one thing, but teleporting them across Skyrim was another. Ah, we really got lucky this time. Fort Amel is right there in the distance. Glad I took that quest earlier to the Elder Gleam. Makes this a lot easier. Gotta love when things seem to line up so conveniently. The group then collected themselves and checked their equipment as they made their way towards the fort. It was a typical fort with decently sized walls and a large keep where the majority of the people there would stay. Smoke was rising out of the courtyard indicating a fire or forge. There was a hole in the wall the group could have tried to enter by, but they went to the main gate instead. Hello there in the fort. After Rictus called out, there was some scrambling noises from inside the fort. It did not take too long for a couple of robed mages to appear above the gate. You better leave or face the consequences. Rictus couldn't help but feel a little déjà vu at the mage's words. Would there ever be some polite people at these places? My name is Rictus, and I have come with an offer to the mages which have liberated this fort. The second mage looked a bit confused as he responded. We didn't liberate it. We killed all the storm cloaks here and took it for ourselves. Both the first mage and Rictus face-palmed at this poor honest fellow. It was obvious Rictus was trying to be polite. They could hear the first mage slap the back of the second's head and whispered to the poor fool to go get the leaders. I don't know why exactly, but I will leave it up to the leaders to decide what to do with you lot. Don't make me regret this. Rictus conjured up some seats for them to rest at as they waited for the other leaders to approach. The mage at the gate was impressed by the casual display of magic. It was a good sign to have a mage visiting. While this was all going on, Rictus was surveying the fort using his mana vision. He had seen quite a few people with decent mana levels, but it was apparent when the leaders were nearing based on their larger signature. An older-looking mage soon appeared with a man and woman flanking him. He studied Rictus for a moment and had a flash of interest at the stone seats which looked to be connected to the ground. What offer do you have for us? Most people would have tried attacking us or running away to tell some guards or soldiers we were here. Why haven't you? Well, I have nothing against you personally, so no need to try and tell the authorities. I don't really feel like fighting all of you with just us three here. That would be a difficult fight I have no interest in. My offer is simple and for any mages here. I have started a tightly knit mercenary company in Whiterun called the Restored. I am on the lookout for some magical talent to join us there. You are currently on one of the main highways connecting Windhelm, Riften, and Whiterun. It is inevitable someone will try and take this from you. I am offering you all a different path and a safe haven. The mage leaders seemed to consider his words. They knew they were in a precarious position, but it would take more than words to get them to leave their new base. They had fought and killed for this place. No one would take it easily. We thank you for your offer, but you are mistaken in thinking we will leave this fort so easily. If someone wants what we have, they will have to take it by force. I know you are a mage. I am willing to let you join us if you so desire. We already have an alliance with the mages in Morvunskar to our north. We refuse to be constantly discriminated against. The storm cloaks will know the power of mages. Rictus could only shake his head at their misplaced confidence. It was true a mage could do a lot of damage to infantry. The only problem was there were not enough here to last long enough against a large force. This place was too well placed geographically to be left alone. A large force would eventually make its way here, and the mages would fall. They were decently powerful mages, but Rictus could tell none of the ones here were master mages based off their mana signature. They would definitely make whoever attacks them pay a price, but it would not be a victory. I thank you for your consideration. I will not join your cause for I think it to be a lost one. I do wish you luck though. If any should change their mind, you can find my group outside of Whiterun in White River Watch. Just ask any beggar and they will know where to go. Rictus waved a hand as they left the fort. He still hoped a couple mages would join him, but he was not holding out any hope. Too bad. He had been wanting some more mages around the place. Maybe he should have tried a little harder, but he didn't like the way they were looking at him. There was some kind of cruel and greedy look in the eyes of the people here which turned him off to trying harder to recruit. It was not an entirely wasted trip. They confirmed the rumor of the mages rebelling and also found out a new place to try and recruit some mages from. The exact location of Morvunskar eluded Rictus, but he knew it was to the north and close to Windhelm. There was bound to be some traveler on the road who could tell them. He would try and see if he was more successful there than here. After talking to those mages there, he planned to return to Update Ken then go to Winterhold. He really did want some more enchanted gear. He expected his trip to Morvunskar would most likely go similar to this one though, so he should make it back without incident. Chapter 39, A Trip Down Memory Lane. The trip to Morvunskar had been mostly uneventful. They had been able to get directions from a nice farmer transporting some of the largest cabbages Rictus had ever seen. He had given the farmer a couple gold for some of his stock and even received some tips on growing food which could be helpful for the base. There was a spot of trouble when two thieves jumped out and tried to extort them for money. A quick paralyze was enough to persuade them not to try and rob the group. That and Roluth pushing them down while paralyzed and stomping on their hands. Hard to threaten someone with a dagger if your hands are broken. Morvunskar was a bit of a dump. The fort had potential, but it was quite run down. The evidence of fighting could also be seen, and it was clear mages had damaged a lot of the fort. It was in a great overlook position, especially for Windhelm. If properly maintained and garrisoned, it would be a great defensive bonus to Windhelm as a lookout station and a deterrent for any invading forces, since they would have to capture it first before moving on to Windhelm if they didn't want the fort to raid their supply lines. Rictus was not sure what the reception at this fort would be like. He was very hopeful to persuade some of the mages to join his group. They had to know they were not safe in this location. The Stormcloaks were not so incompetent as to leave an enemy force so close to their main base, especially with the war getting more violent. Rictus gave the mages inside a few days longer at the maximum before a large attack happened. They could make it costly, but they would lose to the attacking Stormcloaks. For some reason, Rictus was getting a bit of an uneasy feeling as they got closer to the fort. He didn't know why, but there was something about this place which set his nerves a bit on edge. An ice spike landing in front of him brought him out of his thoughts. As a sigh escaped his lips. "Stop right there or the next one goes through your chest." A slightly disheveled man was standing on the crumbling fort wall. Rictus could tell there were 3 more mages coming towards them, and one went inside, presumably to warn the others. The greeting by Ice Spike was starting to get a little old though. It wasn't like they were really surprising him either. He was not so oblivious to get completely carried away in his thoughts all the time. It may happen occasionally, but he still was able to react to threats. Especially when the threat was such a blatant magical construct, he could feel being prepared. Only experienced mages were able to stealthily use magic in the presence of a stronger mage. Deciding to make a more impactful entrance this time, Rictus caused the ground to swallow up the ice spike. He then made a stone throne to sit on as he raised himself up on a pillar of stone to look down on the offending mage. This should be more than enough to get their attention. Besides, he was getting tired of having the low ground in all these kind of situations, even if they did underestimate his power. The mages all stared in amazement at this random stranger. Power over the earth was very rare and not often seen. Most mages were not well versed in a wide variety of magics. Destruction magic was the most common type learned compared to the other schools. Fire magic was always the most popular, followed by ice, then lightning. Utilizing stone usually took more mana and effort than it was worth, and incorporated alteration magic, which was one of the least popular schools of magic for an average mage. Why don't we take you inside to see the boss?" The poor mage stuttered out, looking and feeling the magical pressure Rictus was giving off. He decided this was out of his league and needed someone else to deal with this problem. "I think that would be a great idea. I have come here to see if any of the mages here would rather join my followers instead of staying in this doomed fort." Rictus casually informed the mages as he created a platform connecting the walls of the fort. He then made some additional stairs for his 2 followers to accompany him up. Once they were there, he dismissed the earthen constructs. The rogue mages were impressed by his magical ability and control. Such mastery over magic was rare, and it was even rarer in one so young. Usually, it was older people who have had more time to dedicate to magic. Young master mages were usually prodigies and went on to become the most powerful and famous mages around. The group quickly made their way into the fort as they followed the mage. It was amazing how sloppy this group was acting. One mage had already run inside when Rictus approached. Now, 2 more had run ahead while the original mage that spoke was leading Rictus's group. This left only a single mage outside the fort. He knew it was a strange occurrence for a powerful mage to suddenly appear, but it was no excuse for their lack of discipline. A single guard in a fort this large was not enough. If any of these mages joined him, they would have a lot to learn. As they were going down the halls, there was intermittent banging coming from ahead at what seemed to be a forge. A man's grumblings to a colleague could be heard. "All they do is drink all day and night, and what do I do?" "You work the forge." "I work this damned forge." "Why do then even need me to do this?" "We use magic, not weapons." "I swear, they're making me do this for a laugh, at least they don't make me deal with the prisoners." "Yet. I'm not too sure how I feel about what goes on down there. I bet Neris gets a kick out of it. Nasty fella there. SHH, be quiet before you end up there. Then I'd have to work the forge." The mage leading them seemed to flinch a little at the portion about Neris. Seemed everyone was a bit afraid of this man. Needlessly torturing and inflicting pain was not something Rictus supported. There may be a time and place for such things, but people who did it for fun were just messed up in the head. These were the kind of people who gave mages such a bad reputation and caused some of the fear and distrust of mages in Skyrim. The mages at the forge did seem dissatisfied, which was promising for recruitment. It did not take long until they entered a large chamber. There were stairs leading down into the room proper. A few tables and chairs were scattered around the left side of the room. Quite a few were overturned, and it just seemed messy. Why did all the bases of other people always seem so messy? Did no one care about keeping a nice space to live in? The right side of the room was much more dramatic. A wide flight of double stairs led up to a couple of throne-like chairs. There were troll skulls along the pathway for either decoration or intimidation, maybe both. Fiery torches lined the walls near the stairs, giving a shadowy ambience in the flickering lights. A handful of mages were lounging around the tables eating and drinking while watching Rictus and his group appear. They were not really alerted but did seem interested to see someone new here. A couple of mages were waiting at the bottom of the stairs acting as additional guards. They were decently powerful, but they seemed more interested in joining their fellows drinking than being a guard. The main two people of note were standing near the thrones while talking in a hushed tone. Both mages had a large mana signature. A/N, just so you all know, I will not always describe the actual color of magical aura that Rictus can detect. Sometimes I will use descriptions of how it appears as well instead of just colors because that can be boring. X. A magical signature which seems to move around and not wanting to be bound or observed would indicate illusion. So, if it is ever not clear what is going on with it, please just let me know. One was an older-looking Nord with grey hair and a long beard. He was skinny and appeared as an iconic old man mage with electric blue eyes. Rictus had a feeling he was not quite as old as he appeared though. The Nord had the largest magical signature which seemed to be mostly dominated by destruction with a bit of conjuration mixed in. The chaotic movements of his mana seemed to denote a preference and aptitude for lightning magic. Rictus inferred his conjuration preference would probably be a storm Atronak. The other was a mature dark elf woman who seemed to be in her middling years. It was difficult to tell exact age with elves, at least for Rictus. She was somewhere between old and young and in the prime of her life still. She had dark grey-blue skin, shoulder-length black hair, and the typical red eyes found in her people. Her magical signature was smaller than the old man's but larger than any of the others. It seemed to be flickering like a fire with additional elements of alteration and illusion around the edges. She seemed to be a bit more versatile than many mages. The two leaders seemed to be in a quiet discussion about something as Rictus and his group was led partially up the stairs to them. Once they got closer, the two mages abruptly stopped talking to stare at them. The older man was the one to speak first. "Ah, so here is the little upstart trying to take my people away. I can tell you now that nothing you say would be able to take me away from this place." The woman gave an exasperated look at the man's words. She spoke for the first time after sending a glance to the old man. "My fellow mage, why have you come here? We would like to hear the words from your own mouth first before we decide on any actions." Rictus happily nodded at this. Seems this woman was the reasonable one of the group. "Well, I am glad you asked. You see, I have come with a fantastic proposition which will not always be available to you. I am offering anyone here the chance to join me and the rest of my followers. We are a quickly growing faction which already has a defensible base, and we are on good terms with the major players of Whiterun and Winterhold. We are lacking a bit in the magical department at the moment, so those who join us now would be fast-tracked to being a high-ranking member of the magical branch. You should act fast because these deals will not last." He finished with a big smile that would put any used car salesman or infomercial speaker to shame. He definitely did not use magic to make his smile shine brighter or a sparkle to appear in it. The mages and even his own followers stood there slightly dumbfounded by his little performance. At their silence, Rictus took a second to reflect how ridiculous he had sounded. He couldn't believe he went with the salesman approach. There was no way that would work. "Did you really think that would work?" The old man looked on in confusion. What kind of crappy argument did he just listen to? Surprisingly enough, the woman seemed slightly interested in what was just said. Rictus decided to continue in a more realistic manner. "Here are the facts. I am offering you all a place to live and work if you follow me. We have a much nicer and defensible base compared to this place, which is in desperate need of repair. An enemy could simply walk in the fort if they came from the mountainside since a landslide has made the ground level with the wall. You will eventually be driven out by the storm cloaks due to the location of this fort, probably sooner rather than later. They will not let an enemy keep such a strategic position. If you stay here, you will all die. So, you can stay and die, run away and try and make it alone, or choose to follow me and prosper. It is up to you all." Rictus had made sure to project his voice as he was making the statement. He wanted to make sure everyone could hear what he was saying, not just the leaders. He would accept whoever decided to come with him even if their leaders disapproved. The old man simply scoffed at the speech. His eyes dulled as he seemed to be looking off into the distance. "You are speaking as if we do not know the storm cloaks will come here. We know they will. In fact, many here are counting the minutes until such a thing happens. Things in Whiterun are different than Windhelm. If anyone here does not wish to stay, I would gladly send them on their way with my blessing. Even if I am the only one left, I will still stay here and await the cursed storm cloaks for a chance to take even one of them to the plains of oblivion with me." There was a gathering of the mages around them by this point. They all were looking upset at the old man's words. The elder looked back at Rictus. "They took my wife and child from me. They told me they would watch over them as long as I helped their war effort. Despite the fact I was already on their side. When I tried questioning orders, they threatened my family. I did all they ever asked of me and more. Then one evening as a major storm was rolling in." The old man stared off into the distance as he stopped talking. Everyone was riveted to what he was saying at this point. Not a sound was to be heard except the flickering fire of the torches. The Dunmer woman placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. After composing himself, the man continued. One of the high commanders had a son who was part of my unit. The boy was killed by an imperial mage before I could defeat them. He always blamed me. To punish me, my wife and child were taken tied to a large metal pole on the coast. People would always place them in the sands during storms to make glass. Their charred remains were delivered to me outside this very fort. I always had a knack for lightning magic and a fear of hurting my family with it. While talking, currents of lightning were seen roaming over the man's hands and around his body. When he got to the final part of his speech, the lightning formed a small ball in his hands as he snuffed it out. A desolate look in his eyes was all that remained as he looked at Rictus. I am waiting for the storm cloaks to come. I will show them my vengeance. Then I will hopefully be reunited with those I loved and lost. Not everyone's story here is as tragic as mine, but we have all suffered or had someone we cared for suffer at the hands of the storm cloaks. I do hope some here can let go of their anger and join you. The old man patted Rictus's shoulder as he made his way down the stairs. He gave one more look over his shoulder to Rictus. You are more than welcome to stay here tonight. We have plenty of food and drink to spare. I am sure everyone here would enjoy some new stories from you and your companions. Not too many happy tales are being told here. He started walking away, but Rictus still heard what was said under his breath. It is too bad you were not around before with your offer. My little Anna always loved our visits to Whiterun. With that, the old man made his way back towards the entrance. Everyone else slowly started to disperse, with most heading back to the table of food and drink. Rictus and his companions were left with the Dunmer woman. He was still shocked from the encounter. He had been expecting the normal old mage encounter, with the mage being arrogant and controlling. He was not expecting to hear such a story and even get a recommendation for people to leave this place. The woman was the first to break their silence. Norvold means well. He would never force one of the people here to do something they are not willing to do. He has been a steadfast leader and teacher to many of the mages which have lived in this area. The death of his family was too much for him. Him and his wife had tried for years to have kids before having Anna, their little miracle baby. She was quite talented at alteration and illusion magic. So excited and quick to learn, even from a foreigner like me. She then turned towards him with a serious look. If you are serious about your offer, I would be curious to hear more about it. There are a few here I believe would be willing to join you as well, especially after having heard about Norvold's blessing. We can talk about it while we share one last drink with my fellow mages, as we should probably leave as soon as everyone is packed up. By the way, my name is Rysera Marion. Rictus shook her hand as he introduced his followers to Rysera. They then all made their way to the tables with the other mages. It did not take long before Rictus was sharing stories and tall tales with the mages, who were more than happy to be distracted for a time. Even old man Norvold came back to listen. When he finally sat down, a large intricate mug with strange sharp black protrusions was brought to him. Rictus stared at the mug for a little bit as he sensed some strange magical disturbance. Looking around revealed a totally different area than he was in before. He was suddenly outside in a misty-looking grove with lights hanging around a table. Rictus's followers as well as some of the mages were sitting at the table as well and looking around disoriented. A strong gauntlet hand suddenly clapped down on his shoulder. A terrible pit formed in his stomach as he started to follow the red and black armored hand up to its owner. Ah, you are finally here. I was beginning to think you wouldn't make it. Rictus schooled his emotions as he came face to face with someone he had actively tried to avoid. Where are we? The intimidating mug which was sitting on the table was placed directly in his hand. I thought you might not remember your first trip here. You had quite the night. I think you still earned the staff despite seemingly forgetting about my promise. Maybe you had a bit too much last time. Rictus looked at the figure before him. You are sanguine, right? The Didrik prince let out a laugh as he chugged the mug of ale which seemingly appeared out of nowhere. He was clad in full Didrik armor which was covered in harsh edges and sharp contrasting blood red and midnight black. He stood towering over Rictus with horns on his head and a sharp angular face covered in red paint. Haha, I knew you were a good choice. I am indeed sanguine, Didrik prince of debauchery. I know you must be feeling hurt about me lying to you. But how could I trust you until we shared a few drinks? It didn't take long for me to realize you'd make an interesting bearer of my not quite holy staff than any of these other wastes of flesh. Rictus was still in a bit shock at the turn of events. He had been trying to avoid this situation. That was why he never followed through with finding out what happened. He cursed his lack of follow-through now. If he had known the fort would lead him here, he never would have come here to begin with. He cursed his memory for forgetting the names of places so easily. The normal characters from a fanfiction would have easily remembered all this, why couldn't he? He was in a difficult position now. Getting involved with the Didra is not something to be taken lightly. It tended to end badly for those who made a habit of it. The last thing he wanted to do was offend a being who was basically a god. I am honored you chose a mortal like myself then. Sanguine let out a snort. Let's be honest. I don't always think my decisions through. But you have some potential. At least more than I've seen in a while. Maybe a little influence from your old Uncle Sanguine could help adjust your course a bit, or not. It's not like you have pledged your soul to me yet. I just like being entertained and I haven't had so much fun in years. How about a little drink for old time's sake? Rictus was relieved to hear that bit about his soul. He was not sure where he wanted to end up here, but it was definitely not with any of the Daedric princes. The taste of alcohol made his eyes widen. He had not planned on taking a drink at all, but his mug was completely empty. Looking around, everyone there was already chugging down their drinks with smiles starting to appear on their faces. The power and influence of a Daedric prince in his own domain was ridiculous. He knew there was not much he would be able to do here without offending Sanguine, which was a big no-no. Rictus was able to pull something from storage and cast a couple quick spells before he felt Sanguine's arm on his shoulder and another mug of alcohol appear in his hands. How about I tell you about a fun little mortal I met in Cyrodiil? I'll even show you this little spell I taught them to really alter a party. I think you may find it comes naturally to you. It may have just been the alcohol talking, but Rictus found himself interested in what the Daedra had to say. He did like magic. Finally coming full circle on this quest. Only took a few chapters to get here. Don't worry. The next chapter will explain what happened. Chapter 40, starting again. The sun was rising over the sleepy little town. Birds were chirping at the morning sun as they searched for food. Fish were swimming in the large river beside the town. A dog watched over some chickens moving imperiously through the middle of the street. Normally, people would be going about their morning chores already, but the town was still quiet. A large group of people were passed out around a large fire pit which was between the sawmill and the river. One of the figures rolled around on the ground a moment before raising up to a standing position. They then moved over to one of the still sleeping people who had another person curled around his feet and a small animal curled up against his side. A few kicks later and the sleeping man finally started stirring. What happened? Not expecting an answer, Rictus flinched when a voice responded. The Daedric Prince Sanguine happened. Rictus looked up to see Roluth standing above him. He then took a moment to survey where he was at. It appeared he was in Riverwood out by the sawmill. A muddy Myrima was curled up around his feet and doing an excellent job of keeping them warm in the cool morning air. There were people laying all around with some finally starting to stir. A goat was also cuddled up to his side. I've about had it with these goats. Why do they keep appearing? It's like some sort of cheap gimmick I can't seem to get away from. Rictus extracted his feet from Myrima and moved away from the goat as he stood. The goat did do a good job of keeping him warm though. He pulled a cup of water from his storage to wet his parched throat and used some restoration magic to heal his aching body. So, how bad was it this time? I hope I didn't lose too much time. Also, what happened to your arms? Roluth was standing stoically still in his armor, but there was a distinct lack of arms on the man. The man didn't seem bothered by it, which was a bit unnerving. You decided to take them away again. Do you not remember your note and action before you started a drinking contest against the Daedric Prince of Debauchery? Thinking hard, the memory slowly came back to him. While Rictus had never wanted to see Sanguine again, he had made some little plans. The note was about who he was and told the person they should try their best not to let him do anything too crazy or travel too far. It said it would be best if they could stop him from drinking at all. He also remembered thinking it would be a good idea to remove Roluth's arms so he would not be able to drink. The idea was to make sure there was one sober person who could watch over him. Rictus felt his embarrassment rising that he actually went through with such actions. Let me see. Here they are. Let's fix you up, then you can tell me everything that happened. Pulling a pair of arms out of his storage, Rictus fixed up his faithful and stoic follower whose only response was, "You gave them to me so you can take them back whenever you need them." It was nice having such dedicated followers, a little scary but very convenient. According to Roluth, it was actually only the next morning from when they entered Sanguine's domain, already a much better start. Things had gotten a little wild in that misty grove, but nothing too terrible. Rictus had apparently taught the Daedra a few drinking games which were a massive hit. Ale pong was now a thing in Skyrim. The party then moved to Morvunskar where all the mages tried to help beat Sanguine in the drinking contest, which was quite impressive despite them failing. The Daedra then offered to send Rictus and his new posse home, but he was adamant about going to Riverwood to see if the Shouter was there yet. Once in town, he somehow persuaded everyone to join in a celebration. He had run off into the woods for a bit, but he came back with a group of women which caused all the men in town to cheer and be more willing to party. A lot of competitions happened during the celebration which used logs. They saw who could throw the large logs farthest, which Rictus had easily won by cheating. They tested balance on logs set into the river, again won by cheating. They saw who could hold up the heaviest log, which someone cheated to win. Finally, they had two teams get on both sides of a log and saw who could push it the farthest. That one ended the game since so many people got hurt. Luckily, a bunch of mages were there, so healing was done quickly. The night ended with them around the fire. It was during this part Rictus had pulled out his lute and began singing songs the people had never heard before. The people had been amazed at the novelty of the songs and raw emotion some of them evoked, especially the sad ballad about a man who wrecked a carriage and shared a last kiss with the love of his life before the Lord took her away from him. By the time Roloff was done explaining the previous events, the townspeople had finally woken up and everyone was going about their business despite the late start. Overall, it went much better than last time for sure. There was something Rictus needed to ask though. Myrima. Why were you cuddling my feet, and why are you so muddy? The woman began blushing after being called out directly like that. Ah well, you see my lord. Thankfully Roloff was there to quickly explain that as well. She took offense that one of the townspeople was leading on two different men instead of being plain with them. They had a little argument which you broke up. You then demanded they fight to resolve their differences. Rictus scratched his head trying to figure out why he would do something like that. You then proceeded to make a mud pit where you told them to wrestle. Somehow, they both agreed. It was quite popular based off all the men's cheering. Myrima won easily of course. The other woman then went off with the two men fighting over her. A few other women then tried to fight Myrima, but none prevailed. All went off with a different man that night. When some men made unwanted advance on Myrima, you threw them into the river, sat her at your feet and told her to stay there. Rictus felt his face heating up at his actions. He couldn't believe he had women mud wrestling, and he couldn't even remember it. Not that he was into that kind of thing, but it would have been cool. Sorry about that Myrima. That was no way for me to treat you. I hope you can forgive me. He tried to apologize but was waved off. There is no need to apologize. It was actually very convenient to keep all those men pestering me away. I have no time for them. I am too busy training and following you. The fighting was also all in good fun with no one getting hurt. At Myrima's insistence, Rictus dropped it. Well, if there is anything you want as a reward, let me know. He then moved his sight to the people still hanging around the campsite. There were 13 people standing there. All of them were mages too. 5 were mages from Morvenskar, including Rysera. The other 8 seemed to be the coven of witches he had met not long ago. Rysera and one of the witches covered in a hood and long cloak approached him. Rysera was the first to speak. I am truly impressed. I knew following you would be a good decision, but who could have known you had a friendly relation with Sanguine? Enough for him to even reward you with a staff and not pledge your soul to him. At her mention of a staff, Rictus recognized the feeling of one on his back. He was not sure how he missed it before, but it was definitely there now. The staff was made of dark green wood and seemed to fit perfectly into his hands. A stunning-looking rose sat at the top of it which despite its appearance, was harder than iron. It seemed Rictus had still managed to get the sanguine rose. A small note appeared in his hand out of nowhere. The rose is the important part, not the staff. If you use it too much, you'll lose it. Have fun with it and don't forget to let loose. Uncle SG. Looking at the staff, Rictus could tell the magic was all centered in the rose and not the wood. Most staffs had some portion of the wood used to amplify them, but not this one. Maybe he could alter the staff into an amulet instead? That could be done later though. The hooded woman was next to speak. We greatly appreciate you including us in your little celebration. I wish I could join you, but I must answer the summit. I am sure there will be quite the stir this time. Things are changing. If you show this pendant, you will be welcomed in the Reach despite the changes I believe are about to happen. I am sorry to trouble you, but I would ask you look after some of my coven for me. They expressed interest in joining your group, and I approved it as long as you do not mind. Rictus saw 4 women separate themselves from the others to come stand closer to him. Rictus thanked the transformed Hagraven and wished her luck on her journey as her and her coven quickly left. There was a total of 9 mages now. Gaining 9 mages was quite an accomplishment. This would greatly improve the restored's versatility. A strong magical force was necessary for any faction wanting a wider influence on the world. These 9 were a great start for building up his restored. They were all trained in combat spells and had above average talent as a mage. He could work with this. Rictus began informing his new followers about his faction and things he thought they should know. He appointed Rysera as the leader of the mages since she was the strongest and most experienced of the group. He was going to observe them and see how they behaved before he tried to make any of them his true minion. There were only 9 available slots, and only the best would do. If the best were not available, then the most loyal would be rewarded. If someone proved their loyalty and dedication to him, he would return the favor. Rysera would most likely be granted the position of direct disciple much faster than the other mages who have joined. She was powerful enough that such a boost would be very practical for their organization. There was also something about her which made him feel she would dedicate herself to the cause once she saw the full operation, especially if he improved her magical potential by making her a true minion. She also gave some more news which was always good to hear. I believe there are a couple of acquaintances of mine who would be very interested in joining you as well. I know one would love to try and learn to move stone like you do. I will send for them and see if any are interested. One can never have too many experienced mages under them. Rictus could only smile and agree. With Ken and the other veterans reaching out to experienced warriors, and Rysera reaching out to more mages, his restored were quickly gaining more experienced members to fill their ranks. If only he could get some reliable rouges of some sort, he would have the holy trinity of classes. The Thieves' Guild was out because they were too unpredictable. The Dark Brotherhood was definitely out as an option for obvious reasons. He did not want people who were more dedicated to some immortal spirit or Didra. The details were a little fuzzy on the Night Mother, but he wanted nothing to do with any more powerful otherworldly beings. Actually, the three major factions all seemed to be under the influence of a powerful being. The companions were technically following Herson because they are werewolves. The Thieves' Guild has Nocturnal influencing them. The Dark Brotherhood directly follows the Night Mother. It was interesting to think about, but nothing could really be done about it for the moment. The group began preparing for departure as it was time to return home. It had been a good time in Riverwood, but there were things which needed to get done. Expanding the information network to the other major holds was a top priority. Ken would know who would be best to send in order to start this expansion. Once it made some progress, Rictus would then be able to go and seal the deal with some of the people by healing them. It worked so well in Whiterun there was no reason to change the formula. The other major task was to go back to Winterhold. Rictus had been away for a while and wanted to see how things had been progressing. The Jarl was most likely back as well, and it would be interesting to see his take on Ulfric's actions. Even more importantly, it was time to get Morrigan to enchant him some objects. He planned on trying his hand at enchantments more, but it would be dumb not to take advantage of what should be the best enchanter in Skyrim. He may even be able to get some items for his followers. He knew he should be working and branching out his own magical abilities, but it was difficult. There was still so much he did not know about his own magic. The conundrum of becoming a master of one or a jack of all trades struck again. Yes, he was technically a master of alteration, but he had merely scratched the surface of it still. There was so much more potential and versatility in this area of magic than any other, at least in his very biased opinion. He could use alteration magic to mimic the effects of the other schools as evidenced by his invisibility spell after all. Rictus had initially really wanted to get good with enchanting and alchemy, but it was nowhere near as simple as the game made it seem. He had spent a little bit of time on them as a test and was greatly disappointed. Enchanting seemed so easy in the game. Get an enchanted item, deconstruct it, and bam! You now know that enchantment forever and can casually imbue a new item with that enchantment. Alchemy was similar. Mix some stuff together and then you could get immensely powerful potions to constantly stack and make even more powerful potions. Turns out, enchanting is tough. Maybe if runes were still a thing, like in the old days of ESO, things would be easier, but not so anymore. Deconstructing an enchanted item took time. You had to painstakingly go through every aspect of the item to find out how it worked. These enchantments had to be understood at a primal level by destroying them and absorbing its nature. Sometimes, it took more than one try to truly understand it in a way which allowed you to reproduce it. It wasn't as simple as memorizing a rune or pattern and redrawing it. It was more similar to taking apart a machine, then having to rebuild it with different parts. Some enchantments were easier to understand than others, but each person was different. You also couldn't follow someone else's instructions because their understanding of magic, how it should act, and their perceptions about it was different than yours. Even after learning an enchantment, it was not always a guarantee you could reproduce it with 100% efficiency. It took practice and perseverance to get to that kind of level. It was also very expensive. Powerful enchantments required powerful soul gems and for those soul gems to be filled with a powerful enough soul supply of these soul gems was very limited and hard to come by, not to mention the cost. A greater soul gem was already expensive but buying a filled one required someone with the soul trap spell to kill a creature like a giant to fill it. Not many mages were out hunting monsters on that level. Lower level soul gems were much more common, but they were not nearly as powerful. All in all, it was a timely and costly endeavor to practice enchanting which Rictus was not sure he wanted to commit to at this time. Alchemy was quite similar in complexity. It wasn't just pour it all in some water, mix it, and done. It had the advantage of being able to follow a recipe, but these were still difficult. Finding the right diluting agents, getting the ingredients, having proper alchemical tools, it all took time. Then blending an ingredient just right, making sure your ingredients are of similar quality, following mixing patterns, keeping perfect temperature, adding in the correct ratio and at the right time, cooling in just the right way, it was all a complicated art. Sure, once you got more experience learning new recipes became easier, but that took time. It also wasn't like you could stack effects like in the game which allowed you to make infinitely powerful items. There were enchantments and potions which could boost you, but it was only to a certain degree. You couldn't keep boosting the effect of a potion or enchantment to take them to godlike levels. This was actually a very good thing though. If this was possible, there would be all-powerful warriors and mages doing whatever they wanted in the world because no one could stop them. It was sad he couldn't create an iron dagger which would allow him to kill a dragon with a single scratch, nor some crappy-looking hide armor which a dragon could not even scratch, but that was an acceptable price to pay for no one else having those items. Maybe once he became more confident in his own abilities, he would branch out more. Right now though, Rictus was content with working on his alteration abilities and using it to replicate and enhance magic from other branches. If he could make his summon familiar spells so powerful by mixing alteration magic with conjuration, how powerful would the Atronax get? He also now had a staff which would grant him a powerful Didrik follower. Thinking of the staff, maybe he could quickly change it. The staff definitely looked cool, but it was a bother to carry around all the time. Utilizing telekinesis, he held the staff up then caused his axe to quickly cut it right below the rose. He then pulled out some iron from his storage which was then shaped into an amulet and transmuted to silver to complement the rose. Placing the rose in the opening he made, he caused the metal to flow over its base and secure it. Rictus was now the proud owner of the Sanguine Rose amulet. It was a large amulet, but still much less conspicuous than carrying around a staff. It could even be hidden under his robe with only a small bump as evidence. He could still feel the ability to channel the rose which would allow him to summon the Didra. Overall, it was quite a nice improvement to his gear. A rumbling in the air broke Rictus from his inner thoughts. The flow of magic in the air had become strange. Something was going on, and it was nothing good. It did not take long for everyone else to notice something was off. The rumblings grew louder. It wasn't long before Rictus figured out what was going on. It wasn't rumbling. It was roars. Alduin had finally shown up. A little before and not too far away. Hey, you. You're finally awake. You were trying to cross the border, right? Walked right into that Imperial ambush, same as us, and that thief over there. Slowly blinking eyes revealed two other bound prisoners in the wagon. A confused look appeared on the person's face as they took in the stranger's conversation. A/N, well now you know what happened this time with Sanguine and have finally completed the first real quest, Rictus went on. It just so happened that as he finished that quest, the main canon started up. Almost seems like the story was planned that way from the beginning. It wasn't, but it could seem that way at least. I know it wasn't a lot to go on, but next chapter will give more details on the Dragonborn. Chapter 41, A Fateful Encounter. A little before Helgen's destruction. The dungeons were a cold wet dark place with the only warmth coming from a couple of burning torches, and the hate burning in the torturer's eyes. A Stormcloak man had already been taken back into a different room from the rest of the prisoners. His screams indicated he was still alive at least. The group in the large cell was a motley group. It was mostly comprised of recently captured Stormcloaks with a few various thieves and murderers mixed in. One person seemed to stick out though. A Stormcloak man with disheveled blonde hair, a dirty beard, and scarred face was the first to approach the outlier. My name is Ralof. I don't know why you are stuck in here with us, but I can tell you are not like the other criminals here. It may do you more harm than good, but if you stick with us Stormcloaks, we will keep those scum off you. It was probably because of us you were caught anyways. Thanks for the offer. I am not really sure why I am even in here. I remember falling asleep in my bedroll and next thing I know I am in that wagon with you. What exactly are the Stormcloaks though? Some kind of bandit group? The question seemed to surprise the man based off his raised eyebrows. You must have been away from home a long time if you haven't heard of us. The Stormcloaks are the true sons and daughters of Skyrim. We fight for independence from an empire more interested in kissing Thalmor boots than justice for its people. Our leader is Ulfric Stormcloak, the true High King of Skyrim. She nodded along with his words. It made sense to her. Calling yourself Stormcloaks because your leader's last name was Stormcloak seemed a good way to come up with a name. It was pretty catchy and intimidating as well. Much better sounding than rebel or insurrectionist. Ralof continued talking before she said anything. We were but one of many distractions for our king. He should be almost to Windhelm by now, especially with Wounfirth by his side. With Ulfric back at his seat of power, our ranks will swell as the true Nords rally to his cause. If we get out of here, you should come join our fight for freedom. If we do not get out of here, I pray Sovngarde awaits us. He patted her back reassuringly as he went back closer to his comrades. They were making a physical barrier separating her from the rest of the crowd. She was one of the few females in the cage. There were a couple Stormcloak women as well, but all the rest were men. The Stormcloaks had her thanks for what they were doing. Men with nothing left to lose are not always in the best frame of mind, especially when locked in cages with women. She was pulled from her though as an Imperial Soldier approached the cell and came closer to her while looking a little confused. You there? Step forward. Who are you? The man was giving her an appraising look, as if she did not belong with the rest of the rabble. Standing up, the woman approached him. Before anything more could be said, a rumbling was felt. Dirt fell from the ceiling as everyone began looking around. Soon enough, a loud roar resounded through the prison as the walls began to shake and more dirt and even stone fell from the ceiling. A crashing sound was heard as a large part of the ceiling collapsed on the opposite side of the cell, crushing the criminals in that part of the cage. It also served the purpose of ripping part of the cell bars open. The Imperial looked on in shock and fear as the storm cloaks were now free to escape. The Imperial did not even fully draw his sword before a stone bashed against his head. Ralof was quick to rally the storm cloaks and charge the remaining prison guard. He did not last long at all. The Imperials had mistakenly left the prisoners' possessions in the same room since they were not done processing them. This meant the now freed prisoners were armed with their own weapons and armor. Ralof carried what he believed to be the woman's possessions to her. There was not much. A backpack with survival gear and clothes, an axe for firewood, a couple daggers, a leather cuirass, and her trusty hunting bow. You can stay here or come with us as we escape. Your choice. May Talos guide us out of this place. With that he dropped the items and began forming up his men break out. She was not bothered by his attitude. He had more important people to worry about instead of some random stranger he just met. She could stay here and hope the walls didn't collapse on her and then try persuading the guards she was innocent, or she could follow the storm cloaks to freedom. It was not a hard choice. She wanted to get out and see what was going on here. She had been hiding from the world for far too long. She geared up and followed after Ralof. The next room was mostly destroyed, besides one small cell. The storm cloaks had already made it through this room as evidenced by the dead Imperials. She was about to leave the room when she saw some movement from the small cell. A person inside slowly stood up. He must have been one of the best-looking men she had ever seen in her life. He was an Altmer, tall with an angular face and skin the color of sunshine. He had silky golden hair down to his shoulders and just a faint shadow of facial hair along his jaw. He was standing in only some ripped linen pants which did wonders showing off his chiseled body. He pointed at the dead Imperial. Do you mind helping a fellow wrongfully imprisoned person out? I can't quite reach the keys on his belt, and the others showed no sign of wanting to help me. She hesitated for a moment. Someone locked up in a lone cell were not usually trustworthy. After a bit of deliberation, she decided to free the man. He had no weapons on him, and if he was a mage, she could put an arrow between his eyes before he could finish casting at this distance. It did not take her long to free him after coming to her decision. Thank you, my fair lady. I am glad to be out of there. I do think it is time we got out of here though. Sticking together would be our best course of action. There is no promise the storm cloaks will actually help us out of here, much less the Imperials. Best we independents stick together before this place falls down on our heads. We can always part ways later. The woman took a quick second to think, but the crumbling ceiling and faint roars persuaded her to simply agree with the man and get out as fast as possible. She could find out more about this unknown later. Lucky for you I know my way around here. The guards were too good to do any of the cleaning themselves. They got amusement out of an Altmer working for them, I think. My name's Soliman by the way. What's yours? The man started going through a different door than the one the storm cloaks rushed out. She decided to follow the good-looking elf where he was leading her, but she was ready to shoot him at a moment's notice. Hopefully they would get out of this dungeon soon. She didn't want to take any risks of the place falling on top of her. Myra Jane. Now let's get out of here. She was pale even by Nord standards. Her hair was as white as snow and cascaded down her back. It was held in place by a simple tie to keep it out of her face. Her eyes were a very pale blue, bordering on white. Her ears occasionally poked out of her hair as she moved. If one truly looked, they would notice a very slight point indicating the potential for elven heritage somewhere along her family line. The way she moved was a sight to behold. Her movements were nearly silent, and she seemed to slink along as graceful as a saber cat and just as ready to pounce. A born hunter. Soliman knew this was the woman he was supposed to find once he saw her. He was interested to see how she would handle the trials to come. He would be right by her side if he had anything to say about it. Back with who really matters in this story. The town was beginning to panic. The roars and tremors had finally stopped not too long ago. Helgen was only a short distance away from Riverwood, less than a day walking. It was supposed to be a major defensible area for the region. If such a place was attacked, what was keeping Riverwood safe? Rumors abounded about the cause. The giant silhouette of a flying creature in the distance gave fire to these rumors. Rictus's personal favorite was how the dwarves were returning up out of the ground and using their new monstrous creations to take revenge on the people of Skyrim. It wasn't a very good theory, but it was fun. Rictus's casual words about the situation had a lot more impact than he would have thought. So Alduin has finally shown up. It took longer than I expected but sooner than I hoped for. I guess things will get a little more hectic now. At least I can tell Ken I told him so. I am a little sad I didn't visit Helgen before it was destroyed. There was some mead with juniper berries I really wanted to try. His words reached a little farther than he had intended. All his companions stared at him in horror while a few of the sawmill workers ran off to share what Rictus had claimed. One of the younger mages with Rysera was the first to speak up. Why does that name sound so familiar? Ralut was quick to speak up before anyone else could answer. Alduin. Also known as the first dragon and the World Eater. He used to rule over all Skyrim long ago. Prophecy states he will be the harbinger of the apocalypse. The young Breton scoffed, but the serious looks of the rest of the Nords in the group made him quiet down. None of them were joking. Rictus broke the uneasy silence. Well, it seems we will have a lot of training over the coming days to hit flying targets. Dragons will be returning and attacking once again. I am sure the Dragonborn will be able to handle the big stuff, but there will be plenty of other dragons to go around. Maybe I will get a skull for my throne? Nah, too risky. Alduin could always show up and try and revive it, which would be terrible. Maybe I could figure out a way to trap the soul, an altered soul gem maybe. A crowd had been growing around him without notice during this time. His little speech and mutterings shocked them greatly. Dragons were the monsters of many a Nord's bedtime story. Someone who casually talked about hunting them was usually a bit crazy. His mention of the Dragonborn did kindle some hope in the people. All the Nords knew the prophecy of the Dragonborn. Maybe things were not as bleak as they had originally thought. A woman's voice drew Rictus's thoughts away from plans to trap a dragon soul. Are you serious about the dragons returning and Helgen being destroyed? Rictus looked up to see Gerdur talking to him. She was the owner of the lumber mill and the de facto leader of the village. Of course. That is not something to joke around about. She nodded her head at his no-nonsense answer. She seemed to be thinking about something but was unsure how to say it. I know you are a powerful mage. Is there anything you can do to help protect the town? We would be willing to pay you for it. I naturally will be sending someone to confirm your claims. We also need to send word to the Jarl as soon as possible. There are not enough guards here, as it is much less in the case of a dragon attack. Rictus gave her request some thought. There was nothing he could really make for the town to defeat a dragon. Their best bet would be running, hiding, or praying a dragon doesn't show up. He could do something for the hiding and rebuilding if a dragon did attack though. I do have an idea. The best I can do is make an underground evacuation area. If a dragon showed up, the townspeople could run down there for safety. It wouldn't be a bad idea to store some supplies down there either. Best case scenario is a dragon never attacks here and the space can just turn into a town storage area. It will not be pretty though, because I do not have a lot of time to waste. Everyone sprang into action. Gerdur began issuing orders to people. Riders were sent out towards both Helgen and Whiterun. The mill went into overdrive as more wood was being processed to shore up the underground area. People were rushing off to tell those not present all that happened. Most were told to try and go back to their daily routines since there was nothing they could do. The blacksmith was already getting orders for arrowheads and other weapons. Rictus made his way away from the river to find a good spot to start excavating. He convinced Myrima and the mages to return to base as quickly as possible and inform everyone what has happened. Ralut would stay as his guard, and they would return as soon as the bunker was completed. His followers did not want to leave, but they understood that every moment counted in these situations. Myrima knew that Ken would send a group to guard Rictus as soon as she informed him anyways, so he would not be without more guards for long if she went fast enough. The bunker would be very simple. A couple winding passageways with a large empty space should work for now. A few well-placed small holes lead to the surface to allow some air circulation. The winding passageways were to try and make any attacks on the space more difficult. If a dragon breathed fire down here, the switchbacks should help diffuse the attacks before it made it to the main area. Each passageway would have 2 stone wheels which could be moved to cover them in case of dragon attack as well. They wouldn't stop people very easily since they just rolled into place, but would work against a breath attack. The area was fairly deep down in order to not be compromised if something heavy landed on top of it. Rictus made sure to compact the stone around all the walls to increase structural integrity and placed thick pillars ever so often for additional support. The people of Riverwood could come in once he was done and place wooden support beams if he missed any spots. He made a few smaller rooms off the main area which had little stone shelves which could be used as storage spaces or even beds if the need arose. One small room in the very back had a few deep holes dug down in the ground. It was a better option than having to go to the bathroom on the floor at least. One may wonder what happened to all the excess materials from this little mining escapade. There was a simple solution to that. Rictus's storage area was more than capable of containing the materials not used in compacting the walls and pillars. He was even able to get a little bit of iron ore and some gems out of it. Keeping large amounts of materials in storage was very practical. If there ever was a situation where he could not manipulate the materials around him, he could now summon rocks and metal from storage to use instead. It also kept his dream for an ultimate attack alive. He wanted to one day be able to open many portals to his storage and pull out weapons and materials from it to shoot out at people with his telekinesis. It was still a long way off, but he thought it could happen someday in the future. It had taken a few hours for Rictus to finish up making everything for the bunker. It wasn't perfect, but it should do the trick. He thought it should be able to hold a decent chunk of the town, as long as they didn't care about little details like personal space. It had 4 rooms for storage or sleeping and 1 for the bathroom. It was very crude, but it was better than any of the townspeople expected. He was getting really good with this earth manipulation spell. When he exited the bunker, Gerder was waiting with a basket of food for him. Seems he had missed lunchtime. When they started to discuss payment, Rictus declined any payment in gold. It wasn't very valuable to him. He did negotiate for materials, wood specifically. He had them agree to make the payment in processed wood to be delivered to White River Watch. His people could use some more furniture not made of stone or metal. It was too bad there were so many waterfalls between his base and here, or else the wood would be delivered extremely quickly down the river. He could potentially carve some levees to get around the waterfalls, but that could wait for now. Rictus decided to take a moment to just relax for a moment. He was tired from all the mana expenditure and thought he deserved a little break while he ate some food. He lucked out in getting some still warm sweet rolls in his picnic basket. He went over to the river and created a stone bench and table on a raised platform to better take in the natural beauty around him. Riverwood really was a beautiful town. A couple people had tried to come ask him more questions, but Roluth scared them off. It was peaceful listening to the running water. After almost an hour, Roluth finally asked a question on his mind. Why are we still here? You said we need to hurry back, but you are not making any effort to return despite claiming we would leave once we finished here. Rictus could only smile looking at his guard. The man seemed tensed up to an unhealthy degree. Seems the pressure of a potential dragon invasion and end of the world had the man on edge for some reason. There is something, more like someone I suppose, I was hoping to see before we left. We can go wait by the entrance to the town though for Ken to send some riders for us. They should be here before dark. The pair went and awkwardly stood right in the middle of the road to the town. The townspeople did not really understand what they were doing, but mages were strange people. Even though it had only been one night, they knew Rictus was a pleasant person despite some peculiarities and his slightly intimidating aura. Eventually, a group of 10 mounted warriors were hurrying down the road. It was some of the restored come to take Rictus on home. They had to have pushed their mounts extremely hard to make it here so fast. Rictus would punish them if any of the horses were injured in their haste. Rictus and Roluth mounted up, but they did not depart yet as Rictus claimed he still needed to wait. It was sunset when a commotion was heard from the other side of town. A group of dirty people were seen making their way to the town with the riders Gerder sent out escorting them. At the front of the group of refugees were 2 people who stuck out like a Thalmor at a Stormcloak rally. One was a Altmer who even Rictus admitted was handsome. There was no need for him not to wear a shirt though. That was just showing off. Rictus could see the magical power radiating from him already. He was obviously immensely talented in conjuration, enough that Rictus could tell from here how much he was influenced by that school of magic. It was obvious what that meant. The other was a woman who had mostly Nordic features. Her paleness was unusual though. She gave off similar vibes to Ela, which made her seem like a hunter. There was also a strange energy about her which Rictus could just barely make out with his magical sight, but she burned brightly when he used Detect Life. The restored with Rictus figured they would go investigate this crowd of people, but they were wrong. Rictus took a moment longer to look over these 2 conspicuous people before turning his head and leading his people away. Roluth was the last one to leave and made sure to memorize the appearance of the 2 people his leader waited so long to see. They had to be important in some way yet to be seen. The group of riders leaving town went mostly unnoticed by the town. Only the pale woman seemed to have sensed someone watching her and Soliman. The watcher was surrounded by mounted warriors at the other side of town. Had her instincts not been so finely tuned or eyesight less sharp, she would have missed it entirely. There was something intimidating about that man. He was covered in a dark robe which shimmered in patterns as the setting sunlight danced around it. Even mounted, she could tell he was a large man. While her companion was muscular and fit, this man was bulky. His robes did a poor job of hiding his bulging muscles. He was obviously a very physically powerful warrior, especially with the giant axe on his back. His dark hair was shorter than most men as it was only a couple inches long. He had a strong-looking face which was more blocky than angular. A dark goatee was prominent on his face with a shadow of facial hair along his slightly squared chin. Stormy grey eyes which occasionally reflected the sun like a cat stared back at her. Where Soliman was charming and beautiful like a sunrise, their observer had a rugged attractiveness and solidness like a mountain. She had no idea who this man could be and what he was doing here. The intensity of his gaze was intimidating despite her feeling no malice in it. It was strange he was leaving instead of investigating the crowd, almost like he already knew what was going on. She looked to one of the riders near her. Who was that group of riders leaving town? The man seemed a little surprised. Riders? I don't know anything about no riders besides those like me who went to Whiterun. The only other people here not from Riverwood recently were a group of mages who showed up yesterday, but they should be gone by now. Good people, really know how to party, but a bit strange if you ask me. The woman shook her head at the answer or lack thereof. Those riders did not look like mages. It wasn't important right now anyways. There were bigger worries right now. A/N, also we had a little more insight into the Dragonborn and what went down in Helgen. Apparently, Ulfric was not captured at all and no surprise salvation from execution needed to happen. Seems like others are starting to screw with how things normally go. I do hope you all are not too disappointed in the Dragonborn. I ended up going with the normal trope of a female Dragonborn hunter who is not one of the skilled. I at first wanted to have 3 Dragonborns from each skill archetype but figured that would be too much despite it being the original plan. Then I was only going to do one of the skilled as the Dragonborn, but after talking with a couple people about the story, I came to the conclusion that would be too powerful. I eventually ended on the idea of keeping the Dragonborn as a native though. I also didn't think Akatosh would like some other soul hijacking someone he had blessed. If you hate this decision, well that sucks. Don't worry too much about it though. Rictus will be busy with his own adventures instead of following around the Dragonborn. I also just finished up a chapter about him returning to Winterhold that I am personally really excited to share, next week of course. The little plot arc there has been really fun to write so far, and it was not at all what I had originally thought of doing. I got a partial inspiration for it based off what someone put into the comments which I hadn't considered before. I am looking forward to see how it all turns out and what people think about it. Chapter 42, Communication is important. The meeting was productive. They stayed up late working out some more plans now that the dragons were back. Others would normally be more skeptical about such a claim, but none of the restored questioned Rictus due to his word's certainty. The report of Helgen refugees claiming there was a dragon attack definitely solidified their trust in their leader's claims. Rictus had also given the description of the 2 people of note he had seen enter Riverwood. They were high priority targets for their informants. Any information about them would be valuable. He was not certain as to which one was the Dragonborn, but it was almost a guarantee to be one of them. His gut feeling was leaning towards the woman though. Ken was even warned about their potential identity and to keep careful watch over their movements. He was also warned that someone from the Blades would most likely try reaching out to them once their status as Dragonborn was confirmed. Rictus couldn't remember the name or location of the woman who was the last of the Blades, but he gave a rough description of her. He thought she may have been out of the inn in Riverwood but couldn't remember for sure. The training with ranged weapons was now a top priority for every member. It would be the main way they could reach this new threat. It wasn't like the dragon would conveniently land for them to try and stab it. Magic and arrows would be their weapons for now. Larger siege weapons were made a higher priority and there were some older veterans who had some experience in that area. They were given a large budget to increase the security of their base. Thinking of veterans, it was time to start expanding faster. They did not want to overreach, but they needed a presence of some sort in more of the holds. Ken was placed in charge of figuring out which ones would be targeted first. With the civil war getting more intense, having members in Solitude and Windhelm was a must. Once the plan for expansion got finalized, Rictus would send a few members over to those cities to start recruitment. One thing greatly slowed this process. Communication. There was not a good way for them to communicate with each other quickly or easily over these distances. Mages which knew the spells and were connected could form a type of mind bridge with each other, but none here knew how to do it. Rictus figured it was time to pay the college another visit to see if they had a solution and were willing to trade for it. Maybe there was an enchantment which would help. It would also be a good time to check the progress of the city anyways. It had been a while now since Rictus had been there and a lot could have changed in this time. Getting a first-hand account of Ulfric's actions from Koror would also be good. It was decided that Rictus would take 2 people with him. The others wanted him to take more, but he could only easily manage that many with his teleportation. He had an idea about using soul gems as a source of power for his teleportation glyphs, but it was still a work in progress, not to mention expensive. A sudden thought crossed Rictus's mind. Could he scale down the teleportation glyphs? It seemed size of the object being teleport affected the cost of the spell. He had never tried teleporting something smaller than people so far. If they only sent a piece of paper, how affordable would it be then? If the glyph was small enough to fit in a small box, could that be a way to send messages fast? Could other mages even utilize his glyphs? Seemed they would not be leaving just yet. Rictus wanted to grab one of the mages to join him on his testing, but he held off on it at the last second. He really wanted to test if others could use his glyphs but didn't fully trust them just yet. He figured he would do it after he saw if he could use the glyph as he imagined. He created 2 different glyphs close to each other as a test. He actually used the ones the necromancer had for short-range teleportation since they were significantly less complicated and required a lot less mana. He also already knew they could be used by any mage with enough control and power. They also were made in a way to have a matching pair. It seemed whoever had developed it had only made it so one could move from one to a corresponding one. They did not function like Rictus's glyphs which would be used to go to any of the others he had created. A piece of paper was the first object to be tested. Rictus placed the folded paper on one of the glyphs and channeled his mana into it while staying outside of the area. It did not take very much mana at all before the paper disappeared. Looking across the room, revealed a piece of paper. It seemed the test was a resounding success, until the paper crumbled into dust. This was not too surprising. There were many reasons this could have happened, but more testing would be required. Next, Rictus molded a brick from the stone near him and tried that. After channeling the required mana, the teleportation took effect. This time, the brick stayed together unlike the paper. Pulling the brick over with telekinesis, Rictus then hollowed out part of the middle and placed a rolled paper into it before covering up the hole. The brick appeared to still be in good condition after teleporting it. Opening it up revealed a perfectly normal piece of paper. It seems there was potential for this as a quick messaging system. A mage would be required, and there would have to be more tests to determine the distance these could travel, but there was potential. There was a nagging thought in Rictus's head. How come this glyph was for shorter range teleportation, and how did he know that? His only theory was somehow to do with the implanted knowledge of spells he got when he was still technically leveling up. He didn't actually have to study but instinctively knew how to cast them all. His master level spells were top tier magic spells. They would require lots of knowledge of the basics to be able to successfully cast. Magic for that matter usually took someone a lot more work to learn as well, while he was able to just do it without much effort. Seems he really was lucky in choosing more spells as his starting boon, since now he has a wider understanding of all related magics. His instincts were telling him that a smaller object would be able to transport itself much farther with these glyphs than a person could. He would have to bring in another mage to start testing these things out. There was no telling when Marandrujo would return with the caravans, so he was not an option for now. Rysera would be the obvious choice since she would be the acting leader of the mages. Maybe he should go ahead and make her one of his official minions. On second thought, maybe this project would act as her trial for it. Her willingness and work ethic would be the true measures of the trial. Those and keeping the project a secret. Besides, this would allow Rictus to not bother with the tedious parts of the experimentation like measuring out the distance this would work at. Proper delegation was an important aspect of a good leader after all. Since he was done with this for now, he went to go grab Rysera and tell her about her new project. Then, he would grab whoever can assign to him this time and finally head off to Winterhold. It did not take long to explain the project to Rysera. She seemed thrilled to be working with such magics. Any form of teleportation magics was precious in the current age. For some reason, the availability of it had drastically decreased over the years. Rictus was a little unsure of the exact reasoning, but he wasn't too worried about it. He would just be thankful to have such a useful power. Ken had assigned Roluth to go with him along with someone new. Hawk was a veteran hunter who was an expert with the bow. He was one of the only Bosmers in the faction. He was short and wiry with his light hair cropped close to his skull. Hawk didn't talk very much and constantly surveyed his surroundings. An attacking bear had mauled him, which cost him his left arm and a couple fingers from his right hand. Some members had happened upon him while moving around the outskirts of Whiterun and quickly brought him back to be restored by Rictus. He had been an avid follower since that moment. Rictus was a little surprised to have one of the better hunters join him instead of them being used as an instructor, but Ken had a good reason. The main reason was to give Rictus's team more long-range support, especially with dragons being back. The other reason was that Hawk was a terrible instructor since he would not talk to those he was teaching. Working as a silent guard fit him perfectly though. It did not take them long to finish getting ready and teleport to Winterhold. This time, they teleported right into the Mages' College in the Hall of the Elements. Before he had left Winterhold, Rictus had studied the hidden runes inside the college which allowed the Psijic Order members to teleport the Eye of Magnus out of there. It did not take him long to memorize the location and be able to utilize it himself. Luckily for them, there was only one person in hall. The poor young acolyte tripped over the mop bucket and fell butt first into the soapy water. She was staring at the group in fright over their sudden appearance. She was paralyzed in fear as Rictus cast telekinesis to raise her back on her feet and grabbed the dropped mop and knocked over bucket. "Sorry if we frightened you, little lady. We are here to see the Archmage. Do you know if she is in her office?" The young girl continued to stare at Rictus, still reeling in shock over him suddenly appearing. It didn't seem like she had quite caught up to what was happening. Thankfully, Tolfdir chose that moment to walk into the hall with a few other mages following behind him. He rose his eyebrows in surprise seeing Rictus in company with the new acolyte. "Rictus? When did you get here?" A smile graced Rictus's lips as he looked at the aging mage. "Ah, Tolfdir. Just the person I needed. Do you know if Morrigan is in her office or not? I want to meet with her. As to when I got here, it was just a few moments ago." Tolfdir looked a little suspicious at the group before him. He was not sure how they had gotten into the main hall of the college with no one seeming to notice. There was a pulse of unfamiliar magic which had come from the room, which had to be some part of the reasoning, but there was no direct evidence though. "The Archmage is here, but she is terribly busy. It is customary to make an appointment with her so that she can make time for guests. It takes a lot of work to manage everything going on around here. Rictus started walking once he heard she was here. Don't worry. I am sure she will be okay with me dropping in. I have some things to talk to her about which she will be very interested in hearing. Thanks for all your help. If I can get some time, I would love to talk with you more about alteration magics. I think I have a new alteration to a spell you would really enjoy. I will let you get back to your teaching though. No one stopped him as he made his way out of the hall and towards the Archmage's office. Everyone was too distracted with his words and the confident way he strode past them all. Tolfdir was annoyed at the causal dismissal. He held his tongue though. Rictus was not someone to offend. He was a very powerful mage at such a young age, extremely close to the Jarl, and even the Archmage paid him respect. His knowledge of alteration magic was also profound. The thought of getting a new variant of a spell was quite tempting to Tolfdir and distracted him just enough to stop him from calling out when the man left. It wasn't long before Rictus was standing before the door to the Archmage's room. He could tell there was only one person sitting in there at the main table. Her magical aura was impressive. It was also surprising in the way it appeared as well. It seemed very uniform and blindingly white. Apparently, skill and aptitude in enchanting was white. The flow of mana in the room seemed to be coalescing around her hand as something seemed to slowly be forming. Rictus was not entirely sure what it was, but he had a feeling it had something to do with Morrigan's special ability in enchanting. Maybe she could make soul gems or something. Rictus motioned for his guards to stay by the door as he knocked and entered without waiting for an answer. Having only a simple metal lock with no magical alarm was quite an oversight. Morrigan must be really distracted. Maybe he would get a sight of what was in her hand. He could always apologize later and distract her with his information. A grouchy voice quickly greeted him. I said I was not to be disturbed. Whatever it is, it can wait. Tell Tolfdir and he will get your request to me. Morrigan was turned with her back partially to the door as she stayed focused on what was in her hands while sitting in her chair. From this angle, it seemed to be some type of gem. Hearing the door close, she assumed whoever it was had left. A couple minutes later, she let out a sigh as she stopped channeling her mana. A voice speaking out caused her to jump. Well, that sure was some special magic right there. I am guessing it has something to do with your level 100 boon and enchanting. Quite an interesting phenomenon to see. It almost felt like you were channeling the powers of oblivion, but the signature was a little off. Morrigan looked up to see Rictus smiling smugly at her while leaning against the wall. She did not let her face reveal the nervousness she was feeling. She had been way too focused on what she was doing and not paid enough attention on her surroundings. She was also tired from channeling so much magic. If he had wanted to harm her, she would be at an extreme disadvantage right now. What are you doing here? Didn't anyone ever teach you manners? You shouldn't barge into a woman's room, especially one with defensive enchantments that could disintegrate you in a moment. She gave him an annoyed look as she deflected from answering his questions and giving him any more information about what she was doing. His cheesy grin showed he knew she was trying to throw off his pursuit of knowledge. I did knock, but what you were doing looked too interesting to leave. Besides, it seems you were too distracted to activate any of your actual defenses, seeing as I am still standing here and not sensing any additional mana signatures which would be apparent if you had active defenses. A simple lock on the door is not enough to keep people out, you know. You really should get some better security. By the way, where is Loverboy? Morrigan rolled her eyes at him as a slight blush formed on her cheeks. He was right about everything he said though. She really should make her room better defended. The Dark Brotherhood and assassins were a real worry for her now. Her safety was not guaranteed. I will look into the security, thanks for your oh so helpful comments. Dante is currently out with some other mages looking into some rumors about Didra worshippers. Rictus nodded. He knew Dante was still a vigilant of Stendar. He would probably be able to sense the sanguine rose on him and try and take it. That would not be good for anyone, so it worked out he was not here. Something to be careful about in the future though. Morrigan looked back at him before speaking again. Is there something you were wanting? I doubt this is just a social visit to see how I am doing. Actually, I do want some things. I have a couple of enchanting requests and some very important news I wanted to share with you that will be part of the payment for services rendered. And what news is so important it would work as payment? Rictus smiled at her answer. I like you, so I will tell you in advance. Helgen was just destroyed, and Alduin has returned. Seems things are finally starting up. I also may even be willing to share my thoughts on the Dragonborn and their identity. For the right price, of course. A/N, I am still not 100% sure on the fast messaging system here. I did a little searching and the lore was a little lacking in a lot of the teleportation/messaging details. There are lots of little mentions and allusions towards certain things, but nothing concrete or super easy to implement here. Ideas are welcome. Chapter 43, Back in Winterhold. Rictus was able to come to an agreement with Morrigan involving a few things. The first was getting her to enchant him a new outfit. The college had a wide variety of unenchanted mage's robes, and he was able to find one he liked. It was already very similar to what he was wearing now. It had a similar style to the standard college master robes. The pants were a smoky grey while the shirt portion was a deep green. The outer jacket was black with dark green runes along it which were only obvious under close scrutiny. Some nice black leather boots completed the look. He also got a couple of more standard master mage robes and normal casual outfits from the college because it never hurt to have some spares. It wasn't realistic to only wear the same thing every single day. No need to stink and wear dirty clothes all the time. The actual enchanting would have been the costliest, but Rictus supplied the grand soul gems needed for it. He still had to pay for the clothes, but he easily covered that. Morrigan agreed to complete the enchanting as payment for the timely information. The next thing was about a supply of enchanted weapons and armor for his restored. They went back and forth on this for a bit but were able to come to a suitable arrangement. He wasn't trying to get extremely strong enchantments, just some weaker ones to supply a little extra damage or protection. Paying for strong enchantments for all his people would be too much trouble. There were not enough master enchanters for that, nor the soul gems for it. They would start with the basics and maybe slowly work their way to better enchantments in the future. Morrigan was quite pleased to learn he had started a mercenary company. They talked about how when the Mages Guild started setting up their new satellite locations, it would be beneficial to have some extra non-magical muscle there to work as guards. A mixture of magical and martial abilities would keep the places safer. Not every situation called for a fireball or ice spike. Sometimes a good punch to the face was a better option. Morrigan planned on setting up a new location in Whiterun first. It was the economic center for all of Skyrim and experienced the most traffic after all. Rictus agreed to the contract for guards and accepted payment in a reduction of price for enchanting their weapons and armor. They also discussed about a magical item or enchantment which would allow long-distance communication. Morrigan claimed she had nothing like that right now, but she was working on it. The way she talked made Rictus think she already had some prototypes but didn't want to tell him about it just yet. He understood though. While they had a decent relationship so far, it was best to keep some things secret. Rictus had no plans on sharing his teleportation magic or his message system if it worked out, but it didn't hurt to see if they would share theirs. With business talk finished, they spoke a little bit about some of their speculations about things to come. There were a lot more unknowns happening than either of them felt comfortable with. The other skilled were still a big worry, but they would have to be patient and plan as best as possible. When he was leaving, Morrigan did tell him that Korir had recently returned from solitude but shut himself up in his house without leaving once. She had heard some rumors but nothing concrete as to what had happened and was fishing for information from Rictus. Too bad for her that Rictus had no idea since he just got here. He had already planned to go see him though. Winterhold was different. When Rictus was going through the town, he was amazed at the change in atmosphere. Before, Winterhold was a quiet, almost desolate place. Now, there was an energy about the place with people bustling around. Additional smelters and forges were already built with more in the works. There were actual walls going up around the town now. They were not great, but it was a huge improvement from the piles of rocks it was before. There were additional housing and buildings going up all over the place. A couple of large dormitory-looking buildings were already partially done. Those would probably be for the refugees and new workers. There already seemed to be more people here than there was before all the work started happening. It was not uncommon to see mages out about in the town now instead of them staying locked up in the college all the time. Rictus smiled and hummed a happy tune at all the progress made in the city. Still a lot of room for growth and improvement, but the potential could be more easily seen than before. It wasn't there yet, but if things kept like this, Winterhold would be unrecognizable in no time at all. The atmosphere took a gloomy turn when he approached the Jarl's longhouse though. The guards seemed a bit more slouched and distracted, while the people hurried past it with sad looks upon their faces. Something bad had happened. When he approached, the guards stood up a little straighter. A bit of hope returned to their eyes at the sight of him. This response put him even more on edge. For the attitude of the guards to change so much at the sight of him meant there was a problem they thought he could fix. A guard quickly stepped forward to speak to him. Master Rictus, we are thankful you showed up. We wanted to reach out to you sooner, but we didn't know how or where you had gone. The Jarl needs your help right now. Please go to him and see what you can do. I will warn you, he is not in a good place after coming home. His curiosity was killing him now. The guard's words were extremely unhelpful as well. Seems only Korir would have the answers. Without wasting any more time, Rictus entered the longhouse as his guards joined those waiting outside. The place was a mess. Someone had trashed the place pretty badly. Things were laying broken in the floor where someone had destroyed them. Tables with holes in them, broken chairs which had been bashed against the floor, candle stands thrown across the room, food and cutlery strewn all over, even one of the banners had been ripped. The destruction seemed to end at the throne, where a man slumped down in the shadows. Korir was an absolute mess. His hair was disheveled, his face seemed sunken in and pale, his clothes were dirty with even some traces of blood on them, his left hand missing a couple fingers, tears had carved patterns down the grim covering his face. The most startling was his eyes. They were bloodshot and seemed dimmed as if he had lost a part of himself. There was no hope in the eyes of this obviously broken man. The Jarl did not look up as Rictus approached him. Rictus could see a ring in the palm of his right hand which seemed to consume all Koror's focus. This was definitely not a good sign given the significance rings hold for a married man. Koror, what has happened? Rictus slowly stopped before the man and waited for his response. The broken Jarl slowly tore his eyes from the ring for a moment to see who was trying to talk to him. A tiny spark of recognition momentarily appeared in his eyes before they went back to their previously void of emotion. They took her. In all the chaos, they took him. I was too late. They took her. The broken voice coming from the man continued muttering the same words. He had returned his deadened gaze back to the ring, leaving Rictus standing before him without understanding fully what was going on. It was obvious something happened to his wife, but that was it. This was not something he had been expecting either. While he did not interact with Koror much in the game, he thought he would remember something like this happening. Deciding to take a risk, Rictus reached out with his magic in order to restore Koror's fingers. The man hardly responded to the magic working on him, which was not a good sign. Rictus decided to try something new to see if it would get his attention. He began circulating his magical power around himself. There was no specific spell being channeled, just raw power. It had no true damaging effects, but it gave off a sense of power and mystique. It was very slight and went unnoticed by Rictus, but his magic seemed to alter the very space around him. There were no visual changes, but the very world seemed to temporarily bend to his unconscious will. Rictus kneeled in front of Koror as he lifted his head so they would see eye to eye. A comforting yet commanding voice asked the question again. Koror. Tell me what has happened. The Jarl stared at him, and a bit of light returned to his eyes as he began speaking slowly but quickly gained speed as his story went on. When he had finally finished his story, he slumped down into the throne. Rictus patted his shoulder as his own eyes hardened at the tale. Rest, my friend, and let pleasant memories fill your dreams. We will talk more when you awaken. The exhausted man slumped even further down after hearing the calming voice. Slowed breathing and soft snores began sounding from the man whose face and body were slowly relaxing as he went off to the land of dreams. He was gently lifted out of the throne and floated towards his bed, where Rictus gently laid the man down, who had never lost the grip on the ring in his hand. Rictus went back out to the main hall and plopped down on the throne. Koror was out of it for now, and it was one of the only unbroken seats. Besides, he was the only remaining Thane of Winterhold, so he doubted the guards would do anything. The story he was just told was quite different than he had been expecting. Most of the mood followed what happened in the game. The Jarls and many highborn members of society had gathered in solitude for the meeting. It was not quite a festival, but many treated it similarly, using it for networking and partying. They had covered many small details about trade agreements and grievances between the holds. The big talks revolved around the Empire and independence. Apparently, the debating had gone on for quite some time, with most of the old holds demanding change while the others were supporting the Empire. Things had gotten heated and almost devolved into a fight before they adjourned for a meal. When they came back from it, Ulfric challenged the High King for his position following the old ways. Most were surprised by such a declaration and were not expecting anything to happen from it besides Ulfric being sent home or arrested. Torridge surprised everyone by moving towards the cleared center area where Ulfric was waiting. The details got a little foggy here, but Ulfric used a shout on poor Torridge. The man never stood a chance and was demolished. It made one wonder if Ulfric thought everyone would immediately accept his claim to the throne after such an act. General Tullius was the first to respond by calling for the guards and Imperials to arrest Ulfric because of his treasonous actions. Before the guards could surround them, Ulfric and his followers sprinted out. There was a flash of red, and everyone began running and screaming. Even Koror admitted to running in fear, although he was unclear as to why. Seems someone had cast a mass hysteria spell or something similar to aid Ulfric's escape. That was just the start though. Most all the people and guards had continued rushing after Ulfric after they had regained their wits. The main street thought the city was in an uproar though, as people were running around in a panic, picking fights, or just staring off into space. Most likely more illusion spells being cast. It was during this craziness the true change to the canon happened. Most of the people in the palace had left to chase after Ulfric, or at least followed the chase. These people were not aware of what happened till later. Koror had followed along for a little bit, but then realized it was not worth it and that Thana was no longer with him. He had quickly made his way back to the palace, only to find more destruction. In all the confusion, someone had led an attack on the palace. They appeared as a mostly organized but motley group. Their weapons and appearance gave off ideas of pirates or bandits. Some were engaged with fighting the few remaining guards and nobles, while most were carrying away valuables. There were quite a few people dead already and their bodies obviously looted. Koror had wasted no time in fighting these men. He was already prepared for a fight since he rarely went anywhere unarmed or without some armor under his robes after the incident with the magical anomalies. The attack was too organized to be a coincidence in his mind. What are the chances a random group of bandits assault the capital of Skyrim? And what are the chances they are able to make it all the way to the palace? And what are the chances they would attack right after Ulfric had created such a spectacle and pulled most all the guards and soldiers from the entire city away from their posts? Koror was a supporter of Ulfric, but he could not stop his mind from thinking these things. They just lined up too perfectly for it not to have been planned out before. He was eventually able to make his way to the throne room in the palace. The fighting had been fierce to get here. He had even lost a couple fingers to an especially skilled fighter wielding a dagger, who if they weren't so arrogant would have probably killed him. Thankfully, the fighting had mostly died down as the attackers were more focused on taking their loot away than fighting and killing by this point. The sight before him in the throne room was one Koror will never be able to forget. The timing was just too terrible for the poor man. A burly Reguard with a black captain's hat and a dark-looking iron armor breastplate was standing near the throne. He wielded a large scimitar covered in blood while a dark energy flowed from his other hand. He had a bandolier around his chest which were covered in some kind of dark-looking stones. His scimitar, which had a large black pommel, had just been removed from a body which was falling to the ground. An eerie light came from the body and moved towards the man's bandolier. The man turned and flashed a sinister smirk at Koror as he started approaching the other person who had been shielded by the now dead body. He stopped his advance though when he heard a large commotion coming from the entrance to the palace. A small tisk left the man's mouth as he turned and fled out one of the windows. Koror was frozen where he stood. He woodenly moved towards the remaining survivor of the incident. Before he reached the woman though, he collapsed at the now dead body of the defender. Tears streamed down his face as he gently reached out. "My Thena." He softly caressed the face of his dead lover. The one person who had been by his side despite all their hardships. His confidant and closest companion. He held the body of his wife as he wept. Koror may have disliked mages, but he knew a lot about them and even had some affinity towards magic. He knew what the eerie light signified. He knew what those dark gems along the bandolier were. He also knew the significance of it all combined together. The mother of his child, his lover, his wife, his soul mate, her soul had been ripped away. They would never be reunited in the grand halls of Sovngarde. She would face untold torment and suffering, and he could do nothing. The now broken man started to cradle the body of his fallen wife. As he shifted his hands behind her to better hold on, he froze once again as he touched something. He slowly moved his wife's body to get a better look at what she was covering. An anguished cry broke free from the already broken man as he fully collapsed. Sobs racking his body. The sounds of his pain echoing out throughout the palace as he held the desecrated bodies of his dead wife and child, knowing he would never be able to hold them again, in this life or the next. Rictus sat in silent sadness still thinking over the things he had heard. He partially understood the horror of what black soul gems represented. Unlike before his time in Skyrim where matters of the soul were mostly based on faith, things were different here. The afterlife and souls were a known and tangible thing. He could not imagine the pain of actually knowing the damnation a loved one would have to suffer. A piece of paper laid by the side of the throne. For some reason it drew Rictus's attention as he picked it up. A hard and deadly glint appeared in his eyes after looking at it. His mana began running rampart at the thought of the injustice. The world seemed to tremble around him. The very air distorted at his fury. He would find the ones who had done this. Their days were numbered. His magic flared around him again, further distorting space and reality. The crude drawings of a child who had thought he had an almighty protector now safely tucked away into his robes. A/N, well, that happened. I'm not saying that got me, but I almost got something in my eyes writing this. First time my own writings got me that way. I guess I am a little invested in the story sometimes. Not the best written chapter, but I was a fan. Well, this was the chapter and storyline I talked about last week. Who doesn't love a good revenge story? None of this was originally going to happen, but the idea of the pirate with a soul-stealing sword attacking the capital was too good to pass up once it popped into my head. Let me know what you guys think though. Chapter 44, Ruling. A/N, bit of a filler chapter honestly, so don't get your hopes up too much. The last chapter was one of my favorites to write and then this one just was not on the same level for me. Just wanted to warn you all. It had taken longer for him to calm down than he wanted to admit. The loss of Thena and Asur hit him significantly harder than he thought it should have. Something about losing a wife and child resonated with his soul for some inexplicable reason. He was better now, but his desire for revenge burned just as strongly. Burning and impulsive anger would get him nowhere though. The raiders were organized enough to attack the capital of Skyrim during the day and get away with it. The fact they were able to sneak in enough people during the moot to make an assault was quite impressive. Getting into the capital would not have been the hard part though. They could have just slowly made their way into the city without much of a problem since most people had some kind of weapon and being armored was not uncommon, especially with a war going on. Their ability to get near the capital and escape were another matter entirely. He had no idea how they would have pulled something like that off with all the soldiers and mages which were stationed there. Their timing was also too good to be a coincidence. Somehow, they knew beforehand what was going to happen and timed their attack perfectly with Ulfric's rebellion and the chaos which resulted from it. That only left two conclusions. The pirates had prior contact with Ulfric and coordinated the assault for maximum damage, or they had gotten the knowledge from one of the original skilled. There was a small chance it could be a combination of the two as well. If there was a skilled with them, it would make everything more complicated due to the benefits a skilled could have on such a group. The guards were interviewed corroborated what had happened at the capital from their perspective. It was fairly similar to Korrer's account. It also led Rictus to believe the skilled responsible was either one-handed or light armor based on the visual accounts of the attackers. This may not be the case, but those were the most likely options in his mind. He still needed some time to really think about what the next steps involving them would entail. Information was what was needed at this point, which just so happened to be a specialty of his people. Unfortunately, before he could really get started, a couple guards tentatively approached him with a pleading/questioning look. "Forgive us, Thane Rictus. There are some other matters we wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" he asked with an appraising look as he tried to think what they would ask of him. "Ah, well, you are the last living Thane of Winterhold, and the Jarl is indisposed at the moment. There are some matters of the hold which need attention, and you are the only remaining one with the actual authority to get it done." Rictus looked at the guards with a bit of surprise. He had not expected them to ask for his help in running the hold. Wasn't the position of Thane just a way to skip out on bounties? The game did not mention anything like this before, although it did make sense there would be more to it than just an empty title. "All right. Let's see what needs to be done then. I am a busy man." The guards ignored his sighs as they began explaining what needed to happen and the overall situation to him. Rictus was basically the only remaining political leader for the hold. There were a couple of higher citizens which acted as spokespersons, but that was about it. The lousy excess of a steward which normally served the Jarl was nowhere to be found either. The lack of money in the strongbox was a good indicator of what had happened. The steward better be long gone by this point. With no one else to turn to, the guards were looking to him for commands. He didn't particularly want to oversee the hold since he had more important things going on, like hunting down the pirates. Everyone else seemed more than happy he was there to take over responsibility while the Jarl was grieving. The guards and other prominent members of the town were more than willing, leaving him with the responsibility instead of stepping up themselves, which was quite disgraceful and showed a lack of ambition. Although, it did seem the citizens and guards held him in high esteem based off his prior actions. They all knew he was a large part of the reason the town was able to fight off the magical anomalies, as well being responsible for the better relations with the mages. It was no secret he was the driving force behind many of the improvements happening in the city. Rumors had apparently abounded in his absence, and they were good rumors and stories for once. Maybe no one else stepped up since they believed him their best option. Crazier things had happened. He had started as just a normal guy and having a modest home in Whiterun, to now sitting on the Jarl's throne in Winterhold with people waiting for his orders and a group of dedicated mercenaries willing to die for him in a world based off a video game. While he knew he was not technically the Jarl, it sure made the story sound better. He would have to do his best not to let it go to his head and stay at least a little grounded. Arrogance leads to mistakes and oversight. Unfortunately, the duties of a Jarl were not very exciting. It was mostly paperwork and review of finances. Despite not liking paperwork, Rictus did it efficiently. It took a good portion of the day to review everything and send out updates to those who needed it. Thankfully, there were only a few disputes he had to try and resolve. Why people cared so much what color and sized banner were located outside a shop was beyond his understanding. The sun was an hour from setting as he was finally able to take a breath from the whirlwind of a day. There was no time to rest though. He needed to update Ken on recent developments and get started working on what really mattered to him. A quick teleport took him back to White River Watch as he left instructions with his guards to cover for him. It did not take long to explain the gist of what had happened to Ken. There had been rumors of an attack in Solitude, but Rictus had previously dismissed them as just that, rumors. He had thought Ulfric escaping was the reason, but he had been wrong. Seems he had let his future knowledge blind him a bit. Something he would have to make sure did not happen again. Two groups of the restored were prepared for action. The first group would accompany him in Winterhold. He needed more of his people to be there to help watch over the town. They would act as additional guards and start spreading his information network. Winterhold was not a large town, so it should not be too difficult, especially with him being in charge. They would also give some additional insight on what people thought of the mages as well as tracking what the mages were doing. There was not doubt Morrigan was using her mages to keep tabs on the town. The second group would be smaller, only 2 people. They would be some of the best information gatherers in the organization. These 2 would be sent to Solitude to find out more about everything which has happened. While they would go ahead and start laying the foundations for the restored, their main objective was to find out who was responsible for the attack and where to find them. They would be given a very large budget and have total control on how they went about it. It was unfortunate Ken was still needed here, otherwise, he would be perfect for the job in Solitude. He was just too busy processing new recruits, who continually streamed in, and managing the day-to-day operations. Still, there were some very capable people working for them which could accomplish this task. The trapping of a woman and child's soul into a black soul gem was more than motivation for any honorable person to take offense. Combine that with the desire of their leader, and Ken knew the members of the Restored would accomplish this task with gusto. The first group would leave the next day for Winterhold. He would have to make a very quick trip towards Solitude before he could drop off the other group. Flying all the way to the city was not a good idea. His 2 agents would be dropped off a distance away and make their own way into the city. The Legion was based out of Solitude, and the Empire did not take kindly to flying mages, so Rictus did not want to risk getting seen. A bounty on his head was the last thing he needed right now. Leaving the rest of the planning to Ken, Rictus quickly teleported back to Winterhold. Once there, he found his way back to the main area of the Longhouse and slumped down on the throne. The normal Winterhold guardsmen were not there as they were busy patrolling the city or standing guard outside. They were giving their Jarl and their Thane some space and keeping the disturbances to a minimum. Rolut was ever so faithfully standing guard while Hawk was preparing an elk he had hunted for their dinner. No sign of Koror stirring, but Rictus did not expect him to wake till the next day. The man deserved some rest. Hawk had just delivered the food when they were surprised when someone opened the door. Well, this is a welcome surprise. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Farelda let a little smile grace her lips at his polite answer. Then her eyes turned serious as the mirth left her face. How bad is he? A sigh escaped his mouth as he looked at one of the few members of the college he had gotten to know. He motioned for her to come join him at the table as he poured her a glass of wine. It's not great. I am sure there are plenty of rumors already about what happened. He lost Thana and Asur in the attack. The killer had black soul gems. Her eyes widened at the implications. She had heard they had died as that was the rumor going around. The part about black soul gems was new. Her eyes watered as she thought of the poor woman and child's fate. She had been growing closer to Asur as he had constantly barraged her with questions about how to better his spells to be like Rictus whenever she was in town. His willingness to learn and attentiveness at her answers were quite enduring. They didn't deserve a fate so foul. To lose your wife and child is already painful enough without taking into account the loss of their souls. Such a thing would break anyone. Rictus could only nod in agreement. He truly did want Koror to recover as soon as possible. Despite the short time knowing each other, Koror was a friend. He also had not been prepared for the responsibilities seemingly dumped on him by his friend's absence. It was a fun thought to oversee Winterhold, but it was not really his cup of tea. He would have preferred doing more from the background and gently guiding the town in a better direction. They continued speaking till late in the night. There had been a lot going on for both of them recently. Farelda was very surprised hearing about the rapid growth of his faction as well as the return of the dragons. She didn't say anything, but Rictus could see her interest in joining his group. She had apparently been busy traveling throughout the hold and brining rebellious mages in line. Her abilities with destruction magic made her into a formidable enforcer, and the archmage was taking advantage of it by bringing the magical dissidents of Winterhold in line. The constant traveling and fighting were beginning to wear on the elf though. She confided in Rictus about this not being what she wanted. A life of fighting was not for her. The college was supposed to be a place of escaping the normal life of mages talented in destruction. It was a place of learning and research, not an army. From what was being said, it seemed there was some militarization going on in the college. Not enough to really be noticeable, but the foundations were being laid. The unification of the mages in the hold as well as getting rid of any rogue necromancers or witches was a way to solidify one's power base. The focus on more practical applications of destruction magic and warding. It all took away from the normal scholarly pursuits of the mages. Morrigan had been busy it seemed. He still did not know her real intentions, but he would be dumb to not be wary of the woman. He made sure Farelda knew she was always welcome to join him if she wanted a change. The Jarl could also always use an official court mage as well, which would keep her from being an enforcer for the college. The thoughtful expression on her face was promising. She was not quite ready to leave the college just yet, but he could see she was considering his offer. The next couple of days passed by in a blur. Koror was finally up and about, but he was mostly despondent. He seemed to open up more only when Rictus or Farelda was around him. The grief would most likely follow him for the rest of his life, but there was at least hope he would get back on his feet again. Sadly, this meant most the mundane duties of the Jarl fell on Rictus. Thankfully, Winterhold was not very populous or else there would have been a lot more work. The people seemed to understand the heartbreak of their Jarl and kept themselves in line. It helped the guards were on high alert and constantly patrolling to keep any troubles at bay. They were dedicated to their Jarl, that's for sure. The introduction of the Restored to Winterhold went off without a hitch. It also proved a theory Rictus had been having about powering the teleportation runes. Turns out, soul gems could be used to power the teleportation. The downside was it was very costly. The improvised way Rictus incorporated the soul gem most likely did not help with power efficiency. More work and research were required to alter the runes in a way that soul gems could act as the main catalyst instead of his mana. It was still good to know such a method was possible. The importance of soul gems increased again, it seemed. The soul gem farms in Winterhold were already being implemented by the restored. There was now a total of 16 restored in Winterhold, including Rictus and his 2 original guards. They served in many different capacities: guards, messengers, butlers, cooks, and informants. Having them here reduced the pressure off Rictus since he had them acting almost as stewards for him. A few of the mages also joined them. Rysera and 2 other mages had convinced Ken and Rictus they should be allowed to join them, which made sense. They would act as magical support. Having a couple of the more powerful mages as backup would be useful this close to the college in case things ever got a little dicey. The restored mages would also be able to more easily integrate themselves with the college mages and get information from them than a non-mage. Rysera also claimed being closer to Rictus would allow her to ask additional questions about the teleporting messages. She also had a contact in the Mages College as well as another friend near Winterhold she wanted to reach out towards. The mage in college would most likely not leave, but there was a chance the other one would be willing to join their cause. The 2 infiltrators had also been sent on their way to start their information-gathering quest. They were dropped a few hours outside of Solitude and would have to make their own way there. Rictus had gotten lucky he had set up a teleport location after the mission with Enska and the companions since that location was not too far from the city. He was able to discreetly fly closer to the city and set up a hidden location in the marshes without wasting too much time. There were plans to wait a few days before trying to get back in contact with them, so they had time to properly gather information. Rictus was pacing back and forth in front of the throne when one of his subordinates entered carrying a decent-sized box. A raised eyebrow conveyed what he wanted to ask as the man answered him. "Your order from the Archmage." A smile blossomed on his face as he thanked the man while pulling the box towards himself. He felt like a kid at Christmas as he began opening the box. His new enchanted outfit was folded neatly inside. The smoky grey pants really complemented the deep green shirt. The black jacket covered in discreet dark green runes only added to overall majestic feel of the outfit. The silky texture and cleanliness made the outfit look more like something found in court than on a simple mage. Although thinking about it, could he really call himself a simple mage anymore as he is basically in charge of Winterhold and his restored? Before he donned his new outfit, he carefully scanned the robe while trying to discern any hidden magical effects. He liked Morrigan and had a decent working relationship with her, but he didn't fully trust her. After scanning and investigating, he did find a small piece of metal sewn in the clothing which did not belong. Had his magical senses been so finely tuned, especially with metal objects, he could have missed it. He could tell it did not have anything truly harmful enchanted to it. The object gave off the feeling of a compass for some reason. Investigating it further, the metal acted as a small tracking beacon or proximity alarm. Seems Morrigan did not like the way he so easily entered her office and was making some insurance policies. He didn't think there was any malicious designs for such an action. Still, it further proved that they were not friends and only working together for their mutual benefit. A quick trip outside led to one of the Jarl's hunting dogs having a fancy new collar. Further investigation on his new outfit did not reveal anything else besides what he had wanted. He then wasted no time in donning his new outfit. He immediately felt a difference. His casting was faster and while requiring less mana and effort. The outfit also aided in his mana regeneration by attracting more of the ambient mana in the air towards him. 2 simple effects, but they were both extremely powerful. The magnitude of difference between this outfit and the other was significant. It just went to show how powerful an enchanter could become. He could hardly wait to work some of his more powerful spells to see the difference his new outfit would make. Chapter 45, Discoveries. The small explosion of energy was easily absorbed by the warrior's shields. Rictus happily walked up to the remains of another magic anomaly. Another filled soul gem went into his storage. Apparently, the town had still been having sightings of the anomalies even after the eye was taken away. Usually only one appeared at a time, and they were not in the city proper but outside the town towards the college. It made sense there would still be residual mana disruptions after such a large event happened. Rictus was more than happy to get some fresh air and fight the little buggers. The filled soul gems were always a good reward. Townspeople had petitioned the mages to out and fight them, but there was not a lot of interest from the mages after a few apprentices suffered injuries. They had foolishly thought magic was the best way to deal with the creatures. The creatures which were literally made from magic. The anomalies naturally had very high resistance to magic, so a good sword and shield worked much better than spells from a fledgling mage. Higher level mages could have done it more easily, but not many of those bothered leaving the college to try and hunt them down. Rictus was more than happy to get his restored to go fight them though. It was a triple win. His people got more combat experience, he got more filled soul gems, and the townspeople loved them for it. The guards were also more than happy to let the restored risk injuries while they had more time to do their job of patrolling the town. There was another reason for wanting to accompany his people on their hunt though. Firstly, he needed to get away and vent a little bit. Running the hold was not nearly as fun or exciting as people would think. A little bit of battle always livened things up. Even though he thought of himself as more a scholarly type, there was something very pleasurable in sending a giant axe flying with your mind into magical balls which would then explode. The most important reason for accompanying his people was for research purposes. He had been trying to figure out how to make permanent soul gems with magic. It would be especially powerful if he could make already filled soul gems as well. That would be a game changer. He could transmute objects into different metals, why shouldn't he be able to do it with gems? Each time the restored fought an anomaly, Rictus would be there studying it with his full magical sensing abilities. He had watched quite a few of the anomalies be defeated, and after watching this one, he thought he finally had enough knowledge to at least try and transmute a soul gem. Seeing the focused look of their distracted leader, the restored set up a perimeter around him to make sure he was not disturbed. A petty and grand soul gem quickly appeared in his hands as he stared at the two of them, noting their differences. He planned on converting the petty one into a grand gem to start off his experiment. It was always easier to make something when there was some material than completely convert it. If the conversion of a petty soul gem into a grand one worked, he would then see if he could do it from other materials. Studying the gems easily showed their main differences. The size was the most glaring one. He could easily fit a couple petty soul gems in his palm while a grand one was bigger than his whole hand. The quality of the gems also differed. The grand soul gems appeared purer and more symmetrical while the petty ones had more flaws throughout it. Focusing on the two in his hand, he pulled out a bit of iron since he was most familiar with transmuting it to other substances. He placed it in his hand with the petty gem since he was going to increase its size while improving its quality. He raised a seat from the earth as he began channeling his mana, slowly working on changing the gem. It was not a fast process, but after a few minutes concentrating, he stared at the result of his labor. The petty soul gem had undergone a transformation. It had gained size and also become more transparent than before. The gem was no longer a petty soul gem, but it was still not a grand one either. A perfectly good greater soul gem rested in his hand though. While not as good a result as he wanted, it was a huge success. A smile graced his lips while looking at the newly transmuted gem. Analyzing it with magic confirmed it easily fell into the category of a greater soul gem now. Riding high on his success, Rictus didn't wait to pull out a clump of iron ore to try his luck at a full transfiguration. He pushed his mana into the ore as he closed his eyes to better concentrate on what he wanted his magic to do. It would be awesome if it resulted in a fully filled grand soul gem, but he wasn't holding his breath for that kind of result on his first try, still would be awesome if he could pull it off. There was a much larger draw on his mana pool compared to the previous attempt. He was a little surprised at the amount it took, but finally he felt his magic begin to subside, indicating a finished project. What he saw was not what he was expecting to see. The gem was a similar blue color to grand soul gems but seemed to be radiating a bluish light as well. There were also still streaks of iron flowing vertically along the outside of the gem which almost looked like a cage. He got a very strange sensation from the gem as well. It did not really feel like a soul gem anymore. Studying the gem with his mana sight gave him a shock. It was filled with mana. Somehow, instead of creating a soul gem, he had accidentally made a gem capable of storing his mana. Before he got lost in thought and forgot the feeling of creating it, another piece of ore, which was smaller than the first, was in his hands and he began the same process he just completed. The results were another similar looking stone. Deciding to try something, he reached out to the smaller one he just created and touched the magic inside of it. While he was doing this, he felt the mana drain from the stone as it flowed back into his own reserves. The restored spared a glance at their leader who was holding up a glowing blue stone while boisterously laughing. It was well known he had random moments like this when he was experimenting with something magic related. They did not dwell on it and returned to their job of watching over him. He had been the one to figure out how to restore them in their honor. If he had moments where he randomly stopped to work his magic, they would never judge and do their best to guard over him. Rictus stopped laughing as he tried to figure out the potential for what he had just accidentally created. Soul gems were useful, but these stones were significantly more useful to him. There were more uses for these stones than he could initially think. He would have to start slowly building up a supply of these things. Mana potions were not too expensive, but having a stone filled with his own mana provided significantly better benefits than any potion he had ever tried. Plus, he would not be required to take the time to drink a potion. He just had to touch the stone and his mana filled back up. The downside was the stone did disintegrate after rejuvenating his mana. It was a bit of a bummer, but not too unsurprising seeing all the different energies acting upon the stone. Still, there was a lot of potential with these things, especially integrating them into runes. Deciding to test something else out, Rictus grabbed the first one he created. Instead of pulling in mana, he tried to push some more of his mana into the stone. The stone eagerly accepted more of his mana. He had to stop after a little bit though, since he could tell the stone was approaching its limit on storage capacity. Still, he was able to increase the amount of mana stored by around 50%. It would not be able to restore all his mana, but it was a decent chunk. This also indicated he could create the stones and then slowly increase the mana held in them as he passively regenerated it. It would serve dual purposes of increasing the amount in the stones and working on his fine control. Rictus was all smiles as he started back towards the keep, with his people falling into formation as he started moving out. He knew the more he practiced making these, the more efficient he would become at it. The way the stone looked did trigger a faint memory though of some similar stone found in the Elder Scroll universe. Maybe from the Oblivion game? He wasn't too sure and made a mental note to get someone to investigate similar things to his created mana stones. Sometimes failure was not a bad thing at all. As the group was making their way back into town, the citizens happily waved and greeted them. The town was still bustling more than it had in a long time with all the projects going on. Everyone appreciated Rictus stepping up and making sure things ran smoothly as the Jarl was out of commission. The well wishes, smiles, and lack of conflicts seemed to solidify this fact. When he was about to enter the longhouse, a courier appeared out of nowhere. "I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver." Rictus reached out for the letter while raising a questioning eyebrow. The courier seemed to pick up on the unasked question. "Here's a letter from Jarl Ulfric's steward. Looks like official business." With that said, the courier continued on his way. Rictus decided not to question what was going on with the couriers. He knew they were specially selected and trained for their job, but that was about it. The letter was actually addressed to the Jarl of Winterhold, but Rictus went ahead and read it as he entered the longhouse. The letter was about the relocation of some of the Dunmer and Argonians in Windhelm. Seems the Stormcloaks were more than willing to get these people out of their city, but not so willing to provide protection for them as they traveled all the way here. The letter claimed they would only provide a guide to the border of the two holds, but nothing more than that. It did not take long for Rictus to gather a group of the guards, plus a couple restored, for this task. He even made sure to include one of his mages to go along with the group as a bit of magical support. The guy seemed more than willing to go as well, mumbling about finally getting away from the forge or something like that. With that task taken care of, there was only one more thing to complete for the day. It was time for the first check-in with his spies in Solitude. The meeting was more to learn about what additional needs they may have and to replenish their funds. He knew it was not a very long time for them to get any important information, but he couldn't help but have a good feeling about this. Maybe he was still riding the high from his mana stone creation, but he thought this meeting would be very informative. After making sure everything would be okay for the rest of the evening, Rictus teleported to the location in the marshes outside of Solitude. They had found a nice little abandoned shack not too far away where they agreed to meet. Rictus got there before his people arrived. He had planned on getting there early to make sure there was no one else around and secure the area, which thankfully was still abandoned. Instead of going inside, Rictus levitated himself to the top of the shack to have a little bit better view of the surrounding area. He even summoned Billy to keep him a little company as he lounged on the roof and took in the clear night sky above him. It was a great time for him to unwind from the pressures of leadership. Sure, he did not actually do that much real leading, but he still felt responsible to those under him, especially while he has been handling Korr's responsibilities. It was nice to just sit back and relax every now and again. He had always had an appreciation for the stars in the sky and just staring up at their shimmering lights. After waiting around for a while, he started to get a bit worried. While he didn't have a watch, he felt they should have been here by now. He decided a little night flight wouldn't be too dangerous. He would stop before he got too close to anyone who would arrest him for breaking the no-fly laws. Billy was left behind at the shack as a guard and would alert him if his people got there without him noticing. Rictus began to slowly fly around while channeling his Detect Life spell. He had good night vision, but the Detect Life spell would help him see anyone sneaking around. A little further off, he thought he saw something. Getting closer, he could start to make out the life energies of a few different people. He soon heard someone whooping like a child playing tag. It seems there was a group of people chasing after the person in the lead. Not wasting any time, Rictus quickly approached the lead figure. As he got closer, he recognized it as one of his people he was supposed to meet tonight. The man was in rough shape too. He had cuts across his body and an arrow sticking out of his thigh a few inches above his knee. His breath was coming in deep gasps as he determinedly made his way away from his pursuers. Rictus dropped down in front of the ragged man. The man started to draw his dagger to attack when he noticed who was before him. A look of relief crossed his face as he looked upon the man who had already saved him once. He took another stilted step towards Rictus as he held out an envelope without saying a word. Rictus quickly grabbed the letter and caught the man as he started to collapse. He channeled his healing spells on the man as he gently laid him down. The restored closed his eyes with a peaceful look as he whispered to Rictus. "Though I fall, I never stumbled." A pained look appeared on Rictus's face hearing the words of his follower. While the man may think himself about to die, Rictus disagreed. The golden shine of restoration magic intensified as Rictus pumped more mana into the spell as he used his alter body spell to work in conjunction with his healing spell. The wounds healed at a vigorous rate as he quickly removed the arrow, allowing the healing to finish. The restored's breath eased despite remaining passed out. When Rictus looked up, he found 9 men partially surrounding him. They warily eyed the mage who had appeared out of nowhere to heal their target. As both parties were eyeing each other up, Rictus was the first to speak. Any who wish to leave can leave now, if the leader of this little group stays here for a little chat with me. The light of their torches reflected off his malicious-looking eyes as he stared down the group. The youngest-looking one of the group started to back away instinctively. He looked around a little and slowly started leaving while everyone was focused on Rictus. He was the smart one. The rest of the group seemed to be hardened bandits who were lacking a bit in situational awareness. The Breton standing in the middle of the group only smiled and let out a little chuckle. It seems you don't really know who you are messing with. I am feeling generous, so I will give you the option of walking away. This is between us and the little sneak at your feet there. He took something of ours that we want back. Now leave or else you will suffer just like him and his friend. Rictus nodded his head as he began to prepare himself for a fight. So, you are responsible for hurting one of my followers. I also take it that you are the leader. Good. Don't worry. I am feeling merciful today, so this should be quick. The men looked to their leader, who just motioned his head at Rictus. They raised their weapons and began to surround him as the leader spoke out once more as he began channeling a spell in his offhand. I warned you. Don't blame me for what is about to happen. Personally, I don't care for the soul trapping, but orders are orders. With that, the man cast out a soul trap as the bandits fully surrounded him. Before the spell could hit him, Rictus simply waved his hand. At the motion, the spell disappeared. The normal bandits did not really understand what happened, but the growing fear on the leader's face told of his understanding. Thank you for allowing me the chance to practice a couple things I have been wanting to test. I apologize in advance to the rest of you, but I need to have some words with your leader about what was just said. As he was calmly talking, the ground began shaking. The air around them began to get heavy as a pressure began emanating from him. A feeling of dread and wrongness filled the hearts of the bandits surrounding him as the space around them started distorting. The leader tried to back away in fear but found he could not move as he stared at the monster before him. Ken had just put down the latest report about the 2 people Rictus had told him to keep an eye on. They had been sent by the Jarl to investigate some ruins not too far from here. He figured they should be back the next day or so. He was a little skeptical about the identity of these 2 people, but he fully trusted Rictus. He couldn't help but smirk as he thought of the man to whom he pledged his service. Had anyone asked him before, he would have told them he would never be someone's subordinate again. Seems he had gone soft in his old age though. There was just something about Rictus which seemed to inspire people and change them for the better. He had been altering their lives since the first time they met and has only done more as time gone on. Ken was proud of what their organization had become and excited for what it will become in the future. An unlimited budget and magics only heard about in legends only made things more exciting. The most important factor in Ken's opinion though was the loyalty and dedication of the members. Everyone was devoted to Rictus. If Rictus but asked them, every single member would willingly charge into battle and die for him. Ken was no different as he shook his head with a smile. A thump brought him out of his musings and his dagger appeared in his hands. The body of one of the people sent to infiltrate Solitude was set on the ground as the very person he had been thinking about stood before him. The serious expression on his face and deadly look in his eyes caused Ken to stand a little straighter. Prepare the restored for battle. I need to make a stop in Dawnstar to verify my information. You have 2 days starting tomorrow to prepare the restored for an assault on a large island stronghold filled with pirates. On the 3rd, we attack. How many people will you need? There was a short pause before an answer was forthcoming. Everyone. The single word said a lot more than it seemed. His tone brokered no argument. Not that Ken had any. It had been years since he had led an assault on a stronghold. Regardless, Ken felt the familiar thrill of battle start to fill him at the thought of assaulting one. It would also be the first true test for many of the restored and bring them honor and glory if they succeed. Looking at the powerful and determined man standing before him, there was no doubt they would succeed. Anticipation for the coming battle started bubbling up inside of Ken. Seems he still had a little fight left in him in his old age. I hadn't meant to go into all that with creating a mana stone, but I couldn't help it. In case you don't know, there are things called Welkin stones in the Oblivion game which I based these mana stones off. I don't really explore their possibilities very much during this pirate arc, but I hope to do more with them once it finishes. Chapter 46, Bar Fight. Rictus had left Ken with some additional orders regarding the assault. The most important was to collect as many filled soul gems as possible. One of the biggest concerns was getting his people to the pirate base as quickly as possible. He was too impatient to wait for them to travel all the way to a port by land. It would take too long and there were too many things which could go wrong during a long march, especially since the civil was gaining intensity each and every day. He had proved soul gems could power his teleport runes, so more would be required for transporting his men. The entire base was a hive of activity. Ken was not wasting a single moment of prep time. Having so many older veterans was already paying off based on the organized chaos going on. They easily reverted to their old military training, making sure things got done right and the green recruits were kept in line. Where once the restored were made mostly of the slum dwellers and a few veterans, many more veteran soldiers had joined their ranks. The disabled soldiers had been constantly streaming in following the rapidly spreading rumors of a mage capable of restoring their lost body parts. Rictus had made a point to return to the base every couple of days to work his magic on these people. Basically every single one of them immediately joined the restored. It wasn't truly intentional, but when Rictus healed them, he had greatly improved their bodies since his mind and intent was influenced by how he thought of his own body. Many of the men who showed up were in their late 40s to 50s, seeing as how the war ended around 25 years ago. Now, they felt more like someone in their early 30s would feel. It wasn't just the appreciation for Rictus, although that was a large portion, which caused these people to join. Many of them just simply did not feel they fit in with normal society anymore. War changes people. The restored gave them something familiar in a place they could be around people just like them. Rictus had seen similar things back on Earth. There was a certain kind of bond and camaraderie shared between combat vets which outsiders simply couldn't understand. Rictus and Ken complemented each other as the leaders of the restored. Ken was one of the old guard, and everyone respected his authority and experience. He demanded hard work and excellence in those following him and exemplified those traits himself. Rictus was their leader and savior. He pulled them out of their old lives and into something better. His mere presence made them stand a little straighter and work just that much harder. The stories of his magical and fighting prowess filled the restored with pride and a willingness to follow. Rictus was the leader and head of the organization, while Ken was the heart and soul of it. Rictus gave them direction, and Ken kept them on track. Rictus spent a good portion of the day creating the mana stones. He worked on making them as large as possible with the least amount of mana he could provide it. It took a few tries to get it where he wanted, but it was a success. The reason he did this though was to delegate the work. Creating just the stone also took significantly less mana than a filled stone. He then left the stones for his mages to work filling them. They were all quite amazed at the stones. There were stories about some similar artifacts, but they were not very common anymore, especially in Skyrim. It was interesting to note how the stones would work as a partial purifier of mana. This allowed anyone to draw power from the stones, but it was still more efficient if it was the mage's own filling the stone. This means his mages could fill the stones with their mana, and he could easily use it for his own purposes. He was really tempted to put off the pirate hunt to experiment more with the stones, but that could wait till after. Since he was done making stones for today, he needed to follow up on the information he had gotten from his subordinate and the pirates. There was apparently a couple of the members of the group resting in Dawnstar currently. They were important because one of them was a captain who knew the exact coordinates of the pirate base. Overall, the information he had obtained was not very encouraging. They were apparently a well-known pirate group which had been taking advantage of the chaos caused by the rebellion. Not too long ago, they became significantly more deadly while expanding their influence by a lot. Most of the bandits around the northern coast had fallen to them, and even the ones who did not truly join up still offered tribute. The assault on the Blue Palace had been perpetrated by a conglomeration of different bandit groups which made placing blame a lot more difficult. The city had claimed it was a couple bandit groups located near the city which had band together. The Legion had already sent soldiers and cleared quite a few camps around the hold, which calmed the average citizen down significantly. They put the matter down as resolved since they had bigger worries. The people more knowledgeable of the underworld in the city knew differently. It was an open secret that the people behind the attack had framed those bandit camps which had not fallen under them. They were the true culprits of the attack. The Blood Horkers. The once small-scale group of thugs had rapidly become one of the powerhouses of the northern Skyrim underworld. Their leader was a powerful Batlemage who ruled with an iron fist. There were disturbing rumors about the man which started around the time they had a rapid rise in power. Daedric worship, blood sacrifices, necromancers, the list went on and on with no one knowing the actual truth. Even the lower-level members were not sure everything going on with the leadership. All they knew was that most the captains had become extraordinarily deadly and constantly showed off their skill with a blade, but they were still no match for the leader. A deadly smile graced Rictus's face as he teleported out of the base. He was looking forward to the confrontation. The Blood Horkers had overstepped themselves this time and disrupted the peace in northern Skyrim, and he would be the one to restore it. Dawnstar was an interesting city. It often flew under the radar compared to the other holds. It had a decent-sized port, but it was mostly used as a layover stop before reaching Solitude. Many of the larger trading ships passed it by since Solitude was so close. There were a couple of good-sized mines though which had a strong rivalry between each other. Despite these things, the city was not very large. It was a larger than Winterhold, but that was not saying much. The location of the city was a problem though. It was a great place with the naturally occurring deep port, and the small mountains and hills which blocked a lot of the cold and acted as a natural barrier. Geographically, it was located at the heart of the war, at least for now. Technically, Whiterun was in the middle of Skyrim, but Dawnstar directly bordered Empire-controlled land which led to much of the current battles taking place in the Pale. It was also a coastal city near Solitude. If the Empire had more of a navy presence or if the war went on long enough, there was a good chance of a naval invasion of Dawnstar. The larger political scope did not really matter to Rictus right now though. His focus was on locating his prey, and what better place to look for some pirates relaxing than a tavern. Windpeak was fairly standard as far as inns went. It had a large open area immediately upon entering with tables lining the walls. The middle was dominated by a large fire pit which easily warmed the guests. A sizable bar was located on the opposite side of the building and there were a few doors near it leading to rooms for rent. A decent crowd had already gathered to get away from the constant cold outside and warm themselves with food and drink. A rowdy group of slightly disheveled men were making a bit of a ruckus in the corner. "You beasts are the worst." The pretty server had an empty tray and was trying to maneuver her way around the group of men blocking her in. An older Nord with one good eye and wearing worn orange clothes spoke as he reached out to caress her face. "Come now, dearie, surely we aren't all that bad." She visibly recoiled at his touch and looked at them in disgust. "Just, leave me alone. I've brought your mead, now drink it and shut your filthy mouths." Another younger Nord with a mohawk and a mustache got up real close to her and loudly whispered in her ear with a lecherous gaze while licking his lips. "Oh, we got other things in mind for our mouths, sweetie." She quickly broke out of his grasp and started walking away but let out an indignant squeak as the man pinched her rear as he licked his lips. The poor woman started quickly moving while keeping a wary eye on the group who was boisterously laughing at the poor woman. She was distracted enough not to see where she was going and ran right into Rictus. Thankfully she had already dropped off the meat or else he would have been soaked. Before she could stumble or fall, he reached out and caught her. The dazed woman looked at the mysterious stranger and stuttered out an apology, still thrown off by what had happened. "Oh, so sorry, sir. I didn't see you there." Rictus gently steadied the woman and answered with a smile. "No problems, my lady. I hope you are okay. I must ask, what has you so distracted?" His friendly way of speaking and easy smile seemed to put the woman at ease a little bit. She threw a glance over her shoulder at the group of men who were chugging their mead while laughing at some joke amongst themselves. She leaned in to speak to him, making sure she wasn't overheard. "It's those cursed blood horkers again. They come in here acting however they please just because the guards are so distracted with the war. They think themselves untouchable, especially Stig and that brute Alding. The sad thing is, they are right. Everyone in town is too exhausted from the nightmares." The woman nodded at the two men from earlier as she said their names. Rictus raised an eyebrow at the mention of nightmares. He had figured that would have been taken care of by now, but obviously not. The woman noticed this and felt the need to explain herself though. "Don't you worry about the nightmares. The dreams aren't affecting anyone not from here. Let me know if you need a drink. That's what we're here for." Rictus nodded at the woman while smiling and looking at the pirates. "I may have to take you up on that. A quick question before you go though. If something were to happen to these pirates here, would there be any consequences?" The woman stopped and really took a good look at the man before her. She seemed to be measuring him up. After a moment, a more genuine smile appeared on her face as she seemed to find an answer to her inner thoughts. "Well, the guards are a little distracted right now, and fights are pretty common when people drink. Just you be careful. These men are part of the blood horkers. I would hate to see a dashing man such as yourself in a bad situation." The woman walked back to the bar after giving him her opinion. He couldn't help but smile at her answer and how hips swayed a bit more now than before. Seems he would have a bit of free rein. As he started approaching them, Stig noticed him and spoke up once he got to him. The rest of the men also turned around to watch the interaction. "What are you looking at? I have heard you are part of the blood horkers." The other man puffed up a bit in pride. "Damn right I am. I've been captaining a crew for well on 9 years now. What's it to ye?" Rictus nodded along as he let a bit of a greedy look cross his face. "Lots of gold to be had plundering ships I hear. The war keeps the Empire and the locals too busy to worry about us. Halden calls it our golden age." Rictus shook his head at how open this man was to his criminal activities. Just went to show how much power people thought the blood horkers had. Where would I go to join up? Stig started to take a real good look at Rictus as his eyes seemed to focus more. "Well, I can't just tell that to any skeever that washes up. From the look of you, I'm guessing you a bit too fancy for actually wanting to join us. Look more like someone trying to cause some trouble for the horkers." Rictus started to laugh. He was surprised at the man was able to discern that from a look but wasn't really worried about it. "Ha ha ha. Oh, you are only partially right, my good fellow. I am not trying to cause some trouble. I am going to end the horkers. The pirates all put their hands on their weapons at his admission. Rictus was surprised to see an almost reluctant look on Stig's face. Seemed someone may actually have not been a fan of the Horkers anymore and wanted out. Rictus was quick to speak again. If you are willing to tell me the location of the Horkers' main base, then I would be willing to let you go with your lives. The pirates all looked among themselves and started laughing at Rictus, whom they outnumbered 5 to 1, which did not include the rest of their members back on the boat. Stig was the only one who was not laughing. He had a bad feeling in his gut and had been in too many life-threatening situations to ignore it. He took a step back and slightly nodded his head without the others noticing. The Mohawk pirate named Alding was the first to speak again. I think we will just kill you instead. Show this town who's really in control now. With that, the 4 pirates fully drew their weapons and moved to attack him. Rictus was more than happy meeting violence with violence as his executioner's axe appeared in his hand. Alding brought his sword down in a mighty overhead swing as the other pirates began to surround him. Unexpectedly, Rictus did not move and only raised his left arm above his head. A vicious smile appeared on the pirates' face as they saw his dumb reaction to the attack. The sound of clanging surprised them and all the other onlookers. They were expecting a meaty sound and screams, not the sound of metal hitting something hard. None were more surprised than Alding though. He stared blankly at the arm which had stopped his sword despite there being no armor there. A strange pattern which looked like scales could be faintly seen on the arm though. This counts as self-defense. Before Alding could react to the words, Rictus's axe crashed down on the top of his head with the weight of a mountain despite being wielded one-handed. The poor man died instantly as the axe was firmly lodged in his head now. The other 3 pirates stood in shock at what just happened. Not letting them collect themselves and finally putting all those unarmed fighting lessons with Roluth to good use, Rictus attacked with the aid of Leak Step spell which greatly increased his speed and reactions. He sent a strong right punch at the pirate directly to his left. It sent the man reeling backwards, which was unfortunate for him as there was a roaring fire there. He fell onto the burning logs and his rough tunic and greasy hair instantly set the poor man on fire. The other 2 pirates went on the attack as Rictus moved back into a guarded position after the punch. One wielded a mace and attacked his right side while the other had a dagger and tried to move behind him while sending a swipe at his left side. A step forward and to his right put Rictus inside the guard of the mace-wielding pirate and out of reach to the other one. The pirate had not expected such a move and had overextended his swing. Rictus sent a quick swipe with his reinforced and extended nails at the man's unprotected throat. The pirate dropped his weapon and clutched at his now bleeding throat as he fell to the ground. The other pirate tried to stab Rictus in the left kidney while his back was turned. Hearing the man coming, Rictus quickly moved left and was lucky as the dagger went in between his side and arm. He suddenly clamped down on the pirate's arm and ripped the dagger from his hand. While keeping the arm trapped, he spun around and used the pirate's own dagger to stab into the side of his neck. Looking around, Rictus noticed the pirate he punched into the fire rolling around on the ground trying to put out the flames. A wet thud and the pirate stopped moving as what looked like a metal arrow pinned his head to the floorboards. Rictus reached out with his magic and telekinetically brought the arrow back towards his forearm where he had shot it out from. The only sound in the inn was the crackling of the fire as everyone stood in shock at sudden violence. Their shock continued as a tarp appeared out of nowhere and the bodies floated towards it. Once there, the tarp folded around them. Then, a mop from behind the bar flew over and started mopping up the blood. Sand fell from Rictus's sleeve and scrubbed over the bloody floors. In a matter of moments, there was almost no sign of the battle which just happened. All eyes moved towards the one responsible. Instead of addressing everyone, Rictus simply motioned for Stig to follow him as he levitated the bodies out the door. As he was about to exit, he dropped a large sack of gold coins on the table by the door while nodding at the pretty waitress and the man behind the bar. Stig followed him without any protest and a far-off stare in his eye. He had only met one other person who made him feel as powerless as he did now. Now Stig had to decide between the 2 monsters. And, we are getting closer to the big battle. There is only 1 chapter this week. Next week will be a double release, and then we will be at the attack of the pirate base. I will probably end up releasing all the chapters about the attack at once, so that should be about 3 chapters probably. I have been struggling a little bit with what to do when 2 skilled come into conflict. I don't really know if I want someone who has a skill to be able to gather more than 1 or not. Most of thoughts are against gaining more than 1 skill. I like the idea of solely focusing on alteration magic and all the possibilities it could bring instead of having to add in different magics as well. Maybe I am being lazy though. There is a small portion which thinks I should follow the more obvious choice of being able to gain those skills from others though. I just feel like that sort of thing seems to happen in a lot of stories, and if I did it then this will become more about collecting the skills since that would be the logical thing to do. Even if the MC didn't, another character would have to do it since I am trying to be at least a little realistic in how I write. Let me know your thoughts on it though. I always appreciate additional input. Don't know for sure what I will do just yet since I haven't gotten that far. Chapter 47, Solitude and Gratitude. The Blood Horkers were based out of Japhet's Folly and led by a powerful mage named Haldan. Stig had wisely chosen to tell Rictus the location of the base and how best to get there. True to his word, Rictus allowed him to live and run away as the old pirate mentioned going to Hammerfell before the other Horkers knew who let slip their little secret. Rictus did make sure to get a little bit of Stig's blood though, just in case he needed to track him easily with the clairvoyance spell. This did leave a partially manned ship full of pirates still in Dawnstar though. Apparently, Stig did not trust the men not to kill him and went by himself instead of gathering up the crew. From what he had shared, the Horkers were becoming a little too dark, even for him. He mentioned dark soul gems and strange rituals which seemed to give the leaders of the pirate band extreme skill with their swords beyond what was normal. He had been overlooked for promotion despite his dedication to the group, but he confessed his relief at being overlooked because something changed after the leaders underwent their rituals. Not only did they gain skill with their weapons faster, but they also seemed to become a little more unhinged, which he claimed was on purpose. It was a slow thing, but he had been around long enough to know when people were losing their minds. Stig had been trying to find a way to leave the Horkers for a while now, and Rictus had provided the perfect opportunity. Rictus was left in a little bit of a crossroads now. There were a couple different ways to go about attacking the base at Jaffet's Folly. He could try and fly over there to set up a teleport spot, but there was a decent chance Halden would be able to detect it if he was as strong a mage as Stig claimed. The other was a bit more interesting. The Horkers had been targeting the East Empire Company quite a lot recently. The EEC was not able to find their base, but Rictus now had its location. He could try and broker an agreement with the company which would allow him to use their ships as transports for his men to assault the base while they would be able to fight off the pirates' ships. This would keep the pressure off his people since part of the pirate forces will be busy in the naval engagement. He also had to figure out what to do with the pirate ship still in Dawnstar. There would still be a decent amount of people on the ship since a fair amount of people were needed to keep the vessel in working order and provide raiding parties. Thankfully, this was one of the smaller ships and according to Stig there should only be 15 more pirates on the boat. It was tempting to try and take the boat over for himself and his faction, but they didn't need one currently. Besides, he didn't have the people needed to sail the ship, and he could always buy a better boat if he wanted to expand. In the end, he decided to just sink the boat. It was easy to fly up in the darkening sky and pull out a couple of large stone spikes he kept in his storage. Each spike was around 2 meters tall and half a meter thick with a metal tip. He had kept a few of them in his storage for just such a situation as this one. Once released, the 2 giant spikes quickly picked up speed as they plummeted towards the boat with a little extra push from Rictus. A loud cracking noise could be heard as they easily pierced through the hull of the boat and into the water beneath. The ship groaned as it began breaking apart and sinking into the cold Skyrim waters. People were running around the docks trying to figure out what had happened to make a ship suddenly start sinking like that. As Rictus flew away, he thought it was a little too bad naval engagements weren't as big a deal in Skyrim, else he would be able to easily rule the seas. Maybe he could eventually expand towards the Somerset Isles and become the Pirate King? He shook his head at the thought. He didn't really want to be an outlaw. Maybe if the Thalmor and Dominion start up another war though. Then he may consider it. Rictus got to Solitude early in the morning. The dock area was already bustling with workers moving cargo and people going about their business. It was significantly more impressive than the games made it seem. The port was massive and served lots of different ships from all over Tamriel. It did not take long for Rictus to find his way to the headquarters of the East Empire Company. The building was probably one of the most grandiose in the port district, which made sense because of their great economic influence in the empire. The building had large banners with the company logo on it hanging outside an impressive metal door with what looked like ebony embroidery. The inside was just as fancy with its dark hardwood interior with fancy murals along the walls. A large desk sat in the middle of the room where a pretty Imperial was working as the receptionist. Upon entering, she looked up with a professional smile. "Good morning, sir. My name is Mavria. How can we at the East Empire Company assist you today?" "Good morning to you as well, Mavria. You can call me Rictus. I am looking to speak with someone about a business opportunity I think your superiors would love to hear." The woman gave him a once-over. His fancy clothes and powerful presence gave her the impression this was someone who may actually have something interesting to share. "That is great news to hear. We are always looking for ways to expand our business. Adele Isa Vendixai is still here for now. How about I see if she has a moment to spare before she leaves? May I ask what your business pertains to? Tell her I have recently gotten the location of where some of our mutual acquaintances are based. I think it is a wonderful location and some of my men and I would love nothing more than to help them establish a foothold there as well. No telling what could be recovered from that place. Lots of horkers to be harvested around there as well." The seemingly oblivious receptionist just smiled along with he said. They were always looking for new places to expand and resources to harvest. The fact she found him attractive had nothing to do with her willingness to get her superior or the way she swung her hips a bit more as she walked to door leading further into building. It did not take long before the receptionist returned. "Adele Asia said she has a moment to meet with you now if you are willing. Hers is the last door on the left." Rictus thanked the woman with a smile and a wink as he made his way back, causing a slight blush on her cheeks. The door was easy to find as it was already open waiting for him. An aging imperial woman wearing traditional imperial armor with the company logo on it was waiting for him standing behind a desk as she overlooked a map of Tamriel. Once Rictus fully entered and closed the door, she wasted no time in getting down to business. What do you want for the location of the Blood Horker space? He appreciated her bluntness and understanding of his trip from his brief message. It was always good to deal with competent people. At the moment, there is not much I need. I will share the location for a couple favors though. The woman turned around to fully appraise the man before her with a suspicious look. Favors were a complicated thing. Much more difficult than money. What are these favors? The first is simple. I want you to take your ships to attack the base as soon as possible. Next, I would want you to stop a couple of them near the coast of Winterhold to pick up some soldiers and myself. We will attack the base on foot as you fight the rest of the ships. Adelaja's face gave nothing away. You plan on using Jarl Korr's guards to assault the pirate base? He had figured a higher up in the company would have a decent understanding of what was going on and stay on top of information. His people as well as some of my own group. I believe we have a common enemy we both would like to seek on. You need the disruption of trading ended while we are looking for revenge. You need the base gone anyways, and I am willingly supplying you disposable soldiers to assault the base. If we fail, they will have been weakened for your own forces to attack. If we succeed, you saved your employees' lives and got rid of a growing problem without spending ridiculous amounts of money on mercenaries brave enough to fight them. Although, I wouldn't say no to some resources thrown our way either when we win. Adelaja seemed to come to a decision after thinking about his words. She knew what had happened to Jarl Korr's family. Revenge was a great motivator for even the most honorable of men. Besides, she was going after them anyways and now had free soldiers. If she hadn't already heard tale of a man named Rictus who was the remaining Thane of Winterhold, she may have been more hesitant to take the deal. She reached out a hand for Rictus to shake. You are in luck it seems. I was about to sail towards Windhelm with some of our fleet in a few hours. We have a few additional warships in the area already I can pull into the assault. I just need a location, and we can end those pirate scum. Japheth's folly. The woman let a small vicious smile grace her face as she turned back towards the map. With a bit of a flourish, she drew and stabbed a knife right on their destination. Rictus couldn't help but smile as well. He loved it when a plan comes together. He soon left the building after finalizing some details. Adelaja had even let slip that part of the reason the East Empire Company was so desperate to take down the pirates was because they had recently lost a trading convoy. The main reason it was such a big deal was because the convoy had a large amount of supplies meant for the Imperial Legion here in Skyrim. It even held a large collection of soul gems destined for the commanders of the Legion. The fact they lost such a shipment looked bad for the company's image and needed to be rectified with all haste. Knowing the pirates had a large cache of soul gems was not encouraging at all. At least the shipment held mostly miscellaneous supplies and equipment like tents, clothes, and cooking supplies. Had it been fully stocked with weapons and armor, Rictus would have most likely sped up his timetable and risked teleporting his people directly on the island. Before leaving, he stopped and chatted with the receptionist for a moment. A little bit of flirting got him some interesting gossip about what had been going on with the company recently. The pirates had not only been harassing ships, but they had pillaged the warehouse as well during their assault on the palace. To make matters even worse, she had heard that the shipping maps had been stolen not long before the assault. The final bit of gossip was about one of her superiors at the company. The woman had apparently been in the palace when it was attacked and suffered some disfiguring wounds. It was a bigger scandal because she was supposed to get married in a week. No one knew if the wedding was even happening anymore, but the groom was arriving in the next couple days. The wedding was the talk of the town and more extravagant than originally planned as a distraction for the people from the war and the recent attack on the capital, but it would all be for naught if the groom declined the contract because of her disfigurement. Despite not planning for it, Rictus found himself entering solitude and making his way to the noble district near the palace. There was evidence of a recent attack if one looked closely. The most glaring thing was the number of guards and soldiers on patrol. Increasing security made sense though. The security still was not that great since a couple gold coins had easily and quickly gotten him into the city ahead of most of the waiting crowd. Money still had power over many people. The first stop be made was to the ever-famous Bard's College. It was a visibly impressive building with a tall stone tower jutting above most the other mansions in this part. When talking with Larina after saving her from the necromancers in Hobbs Fall Cave, she had mentioned a flute belonging to her master being the cause of her capture. Rictus had a moment to spare and decided to return it while he was here. As he made his way up the steps and into the gazebo-like area before the college, he heard a beautiful voice. Ahem. Me. An imperial woman with carefully managed blonde hair and wearing extremely fine and form-fitting apparel was out on the balcony practicing her singing. As Rictus drew closer, she was drawn from her practice. Pardon me. Just, warming up. A few people are coming by later to decide on the entertainment for the upcoming wedding. My name is Pantia Atia. Don't forget it. Someday, everyone will be saying it. The woman put on a slightly haughty look as she gazed at Rictus. He just nodded his head. Sometimes it was better to just go along with it. Besides, if his memory served him right, this was the person he was looking for. He always appreciated getting lucky in finding just the right person at the right time, as if some divine being guided him. I believe you are just the person I was looking for. I recently recovered this flute and believe it could be yours. As he showed her the flute, her eyes widened in surprise. She never actually thought she would see this thing again. That's mine. Wonderful. I had just recently received a ransom note for it. That flute has been handed down for 17 generations. My student Larina had some strange notion about it being able to make the dead dance. It's just a flute. A really old and valuable flute, but just a flute. Pantia seemed overjoyed at having the flute back in her possession. She didn't even ask anything about her former student's well-being. She looked back at Rictus with a slightly strained smile. I don't have any money to give you, but I can show you a few tricks I learned playing for the Winterhold Wizards if you are interested. Her tricks actually proved pretty interesting. She had figured out how to amplify her voice with magic, which allowed her to project it farther than others with less effort. The other one was just a variation of the Mage Light spell, which floated around the user in lazy circles. Not immediately practical, but they did give insight into how other people could come up with changes to traditional spells. The lesson also served as a bit of a warning in how there were spells out there which were not covered in the games before. Overall, he was glad he took the bit of extra time delivering the flute. The next house he stopped at was quite impressive. It was a large 3-story stone manor with plenty of windows affording good natural light. All the window shutters were closed though, and the house was quiet. He worried for a moment no one would be home, but he was able to see a few people inside with his Detect Life spell. Not waiting a moment longer, he knocked on the door. A well-dressed maid was the one to answer the door. My Lady Vici is not taking any visitors at the moment. As she was about to close the door, Rictus kept it open with telekinesis, and gave a little bow as he was speaking. I have heard your lady is in need of some healing. I happen to be a mage of some skill in the restoring arts and came to offer my services. The maid looked on with a mixture of suspicion and hope. How do I know you really are as good as you say? You wouldn't have been the first to come and try and trick us. Her fears were quite well placed, but they were inconvenient for Rictus. He decided he should go big or go home with his show. He placed his hand on the stone railway beside him. A quick slash with his dagger opened a large cut along his arm. The maid covered her mouth in shock, but before she could say anything, the wound closed before her eyes. A quick look at the nonplussed mage before her and the lack of wound, proved his ability. She quickly led him further into the house without saying much more. A woman was staring out the window looking away from the city. A hood hid her face from sight. The maid quickly approached her and spoke softly to her. My lady. I think I may have found someone who could actually help you. The woman slowly turned her head to look who would try and help her this time. There had been many come by and heal her, but not all the scars and wounds went away. She thought at least this one didn't look upon her with pity or disgust. She looked at him with dispirited eyes and despondently spoke to him as she fully removed the hooded cloak covering her. Okay. Do what you will, mage. Rictus approached her to get a better view of the injuries. She had a scar running down the left side of her face which started near the top of her head and ran to her neck. Her hair was missing along the scar. It also went through where her ear should have been, but instead there was an ugly-looking bump where her ear had been ripped off during the attack and healed before it could be attached by a master of restoration. She was also missing her ring finger and pinky on her left hand. Deciding a little more showmanship wouldn't hurt, he began to cast his magic. A golden glow shone from his hands and moved to cover the woman. He was able to quickly restore her fingers with no problem. Next, the scar along her face faded and was replaced by smooth skin. Her ear was returned to normal and perfectly matched her other one. He even regrew her dark hair down past her shoulders where before it had been cut short and even removed to better see the wound. As the light slowly faded away, the maid stood in shock as she looked at her master. She looked good as new, if not even healthier than before she was wounded. Vittoria knew something was different as she had felt the magic coursing through her and her skin itching. She reached up with her hand to scratch at her ear which itched the worst. She stopped scratching in shock and took a better look at her hand with all its fingers there. A mirror was located on a wall on the other side of the room, and Vittoria wasted no time in running towards it. Tears started falling down her face as she took in all the changes. She turned around and threw herself at Rictus, hugging him as tears fell down her face. He could barely make out her words of thanks and gratitude for healing her. The next hour passed quickly as he stayed to eat lunch at Vittoria's insistence. She tried to get him to stay longer and give him a reward, but he declined. It was time for him to go since he had wasted enough time already. He did tell her if she felt the need to reward anyone, there was a newly created group named the Restored he was associated with, which were thinking of expanding to Solitude and wouldn't mind a good word or recommendation of living spaces. Vittoria watched as the mage left. She felt extreme gratitude for the healing and even had hope again for her upcoming marriage. She did not know who this man was, where he came from, or what the Restored would need, but if it was in her power, she would provide it. The cousin to the Emperor had quite a bit of pull in this city after all. Something he said as he was leaving did worry her. Why did he think I need more guards along the ramparts during my marriage ceremony though? A little bit of tangent dealing with Vittoria. I couldn't help myself with it though. Don't worry, there is a bonus chapter after this one. Thanks for all the input as well. I'm still not 100% with the skills, but I think I know what I will do now. Chapter 48, Preparations. It was dark when Rictus finally made it back to Winterhold. He was slightly weary from the past couple days, but he still felt wired about the upcoming conflict. His initial guess on the time frame for the attack could be a little off. Traveling by sea was never a given, so there was no telling when the ships from Solitude would get here, nor how long it would take to get to the pirate base. Still, it was better to have everyone prepared earlier instead of not being ready in time. A bit of nervousness filled his gut. Koror needed to know. The conversation could go a few different ways, but the outcome would not be known until it actually happened. Hopefully, this would energize the grief-stricken Jarl and maybe even bring a little bit of closure. There was the real possibility Koror would simply throw himself at his targets and get himself killed. That of course was not the ideal scenario. Regardless, he would want revenge. When Rictus entered the longhouse, he was slightly surprised to find a one-sided conversation going between Koror and Ferelda as they were eating. Well, Ferelda was eating while Koror poked at his food. And that is why I don't care for the color purple to this day. She finished with a smile as she took another sip of her wine glass. The two's dynamic was quite fun to watch. Ferelda had worked hard the past couple days on getting Koror to open up. Most times though it appeared like what Rictus just witnessed, her talking and him listening. It was way too early to tell, but there may be a bit of something brewing between the Master of Destruction and the grieving Jarl. Sorry to interrupt your dinner, but I have important news to share. Both turned their gazes at him, one sharp as ever, and the other dull. Neither said anything and simply listened. The way Rictus looked and spoke showed his seriousness at the information to be shared. I have found the pirates responsible for the attack on Solitude. A creaking of wood and sharp intake of breath were the reactions to his words. Koror's previously dull eyes were nowhere to be found. Fire and determination were all that remained. Where? The simple word teemed with barely contained rage. It was much less a question than a demand. The desolate man before was replaced by a wrathful Jarl and father who would use all his authority to get what he wanted. Ferelda threw a quick worried glance at her friend's sudden switch. She understood the why. She just hoped he didn't do something stupid. Japheth's folly. Jarl Koror nodded his head in understanding. The location made sense. It was remote enough not to warrant attention, but close enough for launching attacks on unsuspecting ships. A perfect place for pirates. What is your plan? Rictus couldn't help but smile at the question. What makes you think I have a plan at all? Don't play me for a fool. I may not have known you long, but I do know you. We both know you wouldn't have said anything if you didn't already have something planned. You are much too clever for that, especially with my current state of mind. Now. What? Island. They. Plan. Rictus shrugged in acceptance. Seems the Jarl is more perceptive than he often gave him credit for despite his current state. The plan is simple. The East Empire Company will be arriving on the coast in the next day or two with a small fleet. I will bring my followers here tomorrow. We board the ships and attack the island. I will lead the ground invasion with my men, while the company engages the naval forces. And what of me and my men? You of course are more than welcome to join us in the assault. More men will only increase our chances of victory. I fear there will be quite a bit of skilled warriors with the pirates while their leader is supposedly an extremely powerful battle mage and swordsman. Koror gave a nod as he stood and moved towards the entrance as he was already calling on his guards. He wasted no time in demanding them prepare for an assault on the pirate base. The guards reacted with haste at his commands despite the late hour. Winterhold would be busy preparing for a fight. Rictus genuinely smiled at seeing Koror act. Him behaving like a Jarl again was just what the people needed for motivation. And what of me? Where do I fit into this plan? Ferelda watched him closely with a determined look. He reached over and patted her shoulder as he responded. However, you would like my friend. I welcome all who want to help, especially you. I don't know of anyone more suited for assaulting a pirate base than a Master of Destruction. Whether the Archmage will allow it is a different story though. A scoff was his answer. I am not a child. It doesn't matter what the Archmage allows or doesn't. I make my own choices, and I choose to help. Now, I must go prepare some things. I will see you tomorrow. And with that, Rictus was left alone with his thoughts. He was impressed by his friends. Koror had made a huge change in attitude so quickly. Hopefully, he will keep going strong and not fall apart after his revenge is completed or get himself killed. Rictus didn't particularly want to keep doing the duties of a Jarl as he waited for whatever powers that be to decide on a new Jarl. That could take forever during this time of crisis. He worried he might have been chosen for the position, but it was debatable on whether he would be able to assume such a role with his mixed heritage and not being born in Skyrim. The Nords were all about traditions. He had bigger problems at the moment though. His stomach demanded some late-night sweets before bedtime. There were some perks to ruling. The next morning found Winterhold in a state of chaos, at least for the guards. They were being marshaled for battle. Something which was not common in the small city. Their Jarl had spoken though, and they would answer the call with delight. Killing their leader's wife and heir had their blood boiling for some revenge. Lookouts had already been sent to the coast last night. They would alert them whenever the ships arrived. It was not far from the city, which would allow people more prep time. Realistically, no one expected the ships till this evening or tomorrow morning though. Rictus was back in White River Watch before too long. He needed a bit of rest and preparation before preparing the teleporter for a large group of people. The scheduled leave time was around noon, which would give him plenty of time. The base was still a hive of activity as everyone had some final things to do before leaving. Not everyone was actually going despite what he had claimed initially. He still cringed a little bit thinking about how dramatic he had been when he told Ken. It had gotten his point across though. There was a newfound worry that his new environment was changing him. It definitely had been altering him into a different person than he was before. The changes themselves were not a bad thing though, or at least he didn't think so. Those changes had allowed him to survive and thrive where many others had failed. He did think he had lost much of his playful nature. He was much more serious than before and acted with a purpose more often than not. It was slow enough for him to miss it, but he had begun growing into someone different than he was at the start of his journey. He hoped it wasn't for the worse. Power was known to corrupt after all. Regardless of these internal issues, he would continue acting as he saw fit. He could not help but wonder about the other skilled and their experiences. It was strange there had been a skilled joining up with the companions. Rictus thought most people would have chosen to follow the main KST lines for the various guilds and factions like Morrigan had, but the companions were seemingly left out. He was also very curious about what came after the dragon crisis. When that calmed down, what would the world look like? What would the Dragonborn do? It would be kind of interesting if she ended up becoming the Empress like in some fan fictions he had heard about. Maybe he should do something to help her out if that was her goal. It would be convenient having the Empress owing him a favor. There was still time for him to run off and join her to help save the world. For some reason though, that just did not seem appealing. He had always preferred the many side quests than following the main storyline when he played the games. He had probably only done the KST line all the way through a couple times. Besides, he was greatly enjoying his life as it was. Why would he want to pack it all up to follow some stranger around? He was perfectly comfortable doing what he was doing. His contemplations came to an end when a messenger shared a report from Ken. It was one of the many informational reports he received from his sources. This one stated how the suspected Dragonborn and her Altmer follower had been spotted headed towards Whiterun. Rictus acknowledged the information as he began sinking back down into his own thoughts. Suddenly, he stood up. He had almost completely forgotten. No time was wasted in finding Ken. Order our people inside and away from the watchtowers, especially the western one. I have reason to believe a dragon will soon be attacking. Don't want to risk drawing its attention if we can help it. A few quick orders were issued by his deputy, which sent people scurrying about inside their fortifications in the mountain. Quick and efficient action without constantly second-guessing him was such a good experience. No one at all questioned why he thought there could be a dragon attack any second now. Their faith in him at those sorts of things was rock solid. The thought of a dragon attack strained the already pressured people even more. They were already planning a major assault, now they had to worry about dragons. Still, the restored were comforted at their leader's lack of worry for the dragon. Time moved on as the final preparations were made. Rictus was on the overlook when Ken approached him. It is time, my lord. Rictus nodded and headed to the assembly area, not even noticing this was one of the only times Ken had ever called him lord. The assembly area was filled with people. They had greatly expanded one of the hollowed portions in the cave to make this area. With the way the restored was growing, it was needed if they planned on having large gatherings like this in the base. The restored warriors stood before him at attention. It was the first time Rictus had seen so many gathered like this. He knew people were joining all the time, but this was still more than he expected. There were more fighters than this in the restored, but a group was being left behind in order to watch over their base. The mages had been split into two groups, with the smaller one staying and the larger one going. Rictus was a little sad Marandrujo was not here with him. The caravans were still not back yet. Delays were expected with how dangerous things had gotten on the roads. Safety came before speed. He would miss his first true minion in the upcoming fight though. A feeling of pride welled up in him as he eyed his people. They were a fairly mismatched looking group, but they were all united in purpose. Each of them wore good armor and had sharp weapons of their choice. He was not sure exactly how many pirates they would face, but he knew it would be sizable. His group may not have the numeric advantage, but they would prevail nonetheless. What mattered most for Rictus was their willingness to follow him. It was unlike anything he had experienced in his previous life. Usually, a grand speech is needed in times like this. I do not have pretty words to motivate you. You do not need them. You all have heard by now about our enemy. We will fight them, and we will defeat them, simple as that. They are already dead. They just don't know it yet. Now, on to Winterhold where we await transport. Rictus knew it was not a very inspiring speech, but he had nothing witty or inspiring to say. They were going to kill those pirate scum. Simple as that. He moved towards the teleport glyphs. The mages which were staying behind were near it since they would help him in powering it all. Using the mana stones worked wonderfully. It took most of the mana stones and soul gems, but none of his personal mana, to transport all the warriors. Now, only Ken and Rictus remained. As they were about to leave, a frantic lookout sprinted towards them. "Me lords! A dragon! A dragon is attacking the western watchtower and all who go near." Rictus and Ken just shared a look. They should go ahead and leave, but they couldn't resist trying to get a sight of the mighty creature. After a quick trip outside and a flight up to the overlook, they took in the sight of smoke in the distance. The roars of the beast could be heard all the way here. Even this far away, they could make out its shape as it destroyed the surrounding countryside. After a good look, it was Rictus who spoke first. "Our fight is elsewhere." He then patted Ken on the back and started walking away. Ken's contemplative face went unnoticed as they left the captivating sight of a dragon attack. Ken couldn't help but wonder how they were expected to fight a creature who could cause so much damage so quickly, and how many dragons were there buried throughout Skyrim. A small shudder went through his body at the very thought of it. Although, seeing Rictus's large shoulder and casual dismissal of the dragon provided a bastion of peace to his turbulent thoughts. Somewhere in the mountains of the Reach, a large crow landed beside the woman as she overlooked the bustling camp below her. She was sitting on the edge of some mountainous rocks as she took the letter attached to the bird. The bird began pecking the ground around her as she read the message. It was short, simple, and straight to the point. A cruel smile made its way on her otherwise serene face. The final group would be here any day now, and then it was time to act. She took a good look at the forces arrayed before her. They had come a long way in a short amount of time. Their once mismatched and improvised weapons and armor were a thing of the past. Now, strong heavy armor adorned their strongest warriors while the scouts were in supple light armors stronger than most heavier armors she had heard about. Sharp weapons gleamed in the sunlight as men and women sparred. A second smaller crow let out a pitiful caw as it fell out of the sky to land behind her. The bird looked ragged and exhausted as it had pushed itself to get here quickly. The quickly written note had an entirely different response than the first. The cruel smile melted into a joyous one at the words she read. They had finally done it. She reached up and rubbed the small object kept around her neck as she thought of what could be. She quickly turned to the hooded woman standing behind her. "Make haste to run. I would go myself, but I am needed here. We have found him." The hooded woman bowed at her command and left without a word. A sigh escaped her as she watched her follower leave, a hand constantly caressing the little piece of metal around her neck. Determination replaced her forlorn look. Soon. Very soon. Some random road leading north. She looked over the names one more time as she continued making her way north. They did not really mean much to her, but they were still her responsibility. Besides, it was too late to back out now. There was no time right now for them though, and it would have to be done on her back home. She had a wedding to crash. And, well, this was the last chapter before we get to the big battle. There were some little snippets here at the end which may get more relevant after the battle, or they may not. 2 chapters this week, and 3 chapters next week. Dang, I am spoiling people. Don't expect that to happen again soon. Chapter 49, Japhet's Folly Assault PT1. And, I don't really have experience with such big battles, so I appreciate any tips on how to do them better. There is a decent chance things may get confusing or inconsistent. If it does, please forgive me. Alright. Here we go with the big fight. Rictus looked out over the water as the sun's rays splayed across the horizon. The boat was rocking as the waves rose and fell. Men and women were constantly trimming sails and working the ropes as the ship moved forward relentlessly towards their objective. They had left Winterhold last night and should be there sometime after noon since the wind was with them. Boarding the East Empire Company's ships had gone off without a hitch. The restored and Winterhold guardsmen were spread out between a couple of the ships since there was not enough room for them all on a single ship despite the impressively large sailing vessels. It was best not to have too many people crammed together on a boat anyways. Having them spread out also helped ensure there would be a better chance at least one of the ships would be able to land and let off the ground forces. The boat Rictus was on was the largest one in the fleet. Despite appearing as a trading vessel, it was well equipped for battle. There were 6 ballistae on the ship. 1 on the bow and stern, and 2 on both the port and starboard side. Each had a variety of different types of bolts, from the standard bolts to ones which were basically an exploding fire pot on a stick. That last type was apparently a closely guarded alchemical secret the company had a monopoly on and was much more powerful and stable than the normal fire pots. Maybe the restored will eventually get some people who are skilled in alchemy and be able to recreate them. The few which found their way into Rictus's storage would be a great baseline. The leadership were all located on the ship as well. The main leaders were Rictus, Jarl Korrer, and Adele Isa. Adele Isa was the official leader of the foray since she commanded the fleet and was the highest-ranking member of the East Empire Company. Rictus and Korrer were basically acting like marines on a navy ship. Yes, they were all on the same side, but they were only under her command while on the ships. Once they landed, Rictus and Korrer would be on their own. It wasn't long till Rictus's peaceful morning got interrupted by Ken. Apparently, another one of his restored was feeling a bit seasick. The sailors had been a bit disappointed at the lack of sickness on board. Usually, they would have friendly wagers on who would get sick the most or puke the furthest when a group of land lovers boarded their ships. Rictus had ruined all their fun. A little bit of imagination, his knowledge of the human body, and some magic had seen to that. His alter body spell had worked wonders on restoring equilibrium to the inner ear of his people and thus staved off the normal seasickness many would suffer. After spending a bit of time with the normal rank and file, it was time for a final strategy meeting. The meeting was in the captain's quarters. It was a mostly Spartan room besides the giant table in the middle of the room with a detailed map of northern Tamriel. Everyone who would take part in the meeting was already there. Adele Isa was there representing the company. A grizzled-looking Imperial named Ashtemius was there as the commander of the EEC's warriors. Jarl Korrer was there for the forces of Winterhold. Ken, Rysera, and Farelda were also there providing counsel. The final surprise member there was Dante representing the vigilante of Stendar. Rictus had been caught off guard by the man joining him. Dante had apparently heard about the actions of the pirates while going around and doing the good work of Stendar. Once he found out there was going to be an assault on their main base, he joined their little expedition along with a handful of the faithful. It was a welcome addition in Rictus's mind, even if it did mean he couldn't try out the Sanguine Rose in combat. The additional group of mages proficient in restoration magic and combat were a good trade for not using the artifact, especially given the news Dante had brought with him. Alright, I just want to reiterate what I had found out during my travels. These bloodhorkers have been busy recruiting anyone they can get their hands on. Rumors being forced to join or have you soul captured in a black soul gem run rampart through the seedier communities around Winterhold and the Pale. This has led some solitary necromancers and rouge mages rallying to their group, especially with the archmage putting so much pressure on them recently. There should not be a huge number of these additional mages, but they still present an additional threat. An unconfirmed rumor even mentions Adidra among their ranks, but we have no evidence of this being true. The rest of the party was discouraged hearing what Dante had to say about the bolstered bloodhorkers. It showed the consequences of Morrigan's attempt at uniting all mages under her banner. While some joined, others fled her enforcers for what they saw as a haven from the Mages' College. Now, their job had gotten significantly more difficult. Adele Isa brought everyone back out of their ruminations of the task ahead of them. This just provides even more reason for attacking now. The longer they go unopposed, the more power they shall accumulate. The Empire is too caught up in the civil war right now among other things. Our plan will succeed despite the additional opposition. That got nods from everyone there as she continued with the basic plan they had created. As we have already discussed, the East Empire Company will provide the naval support against enemy ships. We will keep them tied up so they cannot land and flank the ground forces. Best case scenario, we launch the lifeboats and make landfall without them noticing. Worst case, we send the 2 ships holding the forces straight at the docks and unload that way. If possible, our ships will provide fire support before landing to weaken the defenders. Rictus will lead the main assault while Jarl Korrer's forces will provide additional support and clear remnant forces since Rictus will focus on pushing the assault. Once we defeat the sea forces, we will continue fire support for as long as it is needed. Any questions? Determined looks were shared across the room. Everyone knew their responsibilities already, and this meeting was just in case there were any final remarks or changes. Everyone was dismissed after this to see for final preparations of their followers. Korrer and Farelda went off to talk to the couple of Winterhold Guard captains. Farelda had decided to stay with the Winterhold forces since they lacked any magical support. Surprisingly, 3 apprentice mages had joined Farelda on this trip. They had been following her commands since the battle against the magical anomalies and did not want to abandon their leader now. Rictus went down below decks with Ken and Rysera where all the restored were resting in the cargo area. They were all doing last-minute preparation or going through their own pre-battle rituals. Some prayed, others sharpened their weapons, some had just a bit of mead for courage, while the faint sounds behind closed doors hinted at a different kind of activity. Each and every one of them were determined though. The pure confidence they looked at him with was humbling. These people had full confidence in his abilities and knew they would come out victorious in the end, despite the likelihood of casualties. He shared a look with Ken, who then went off to see to the men, leaving just Rictus and Rysera. Rysera, I have a gift for you. The dark elf quirked an eyebrow and smiled back at him. Oh? What could it be now? Another type of advanced magic? Maybe some enchanted gear. Just wait a second longer. Rictus smiled at her confused look as his hand contacted her head. Her face soon morphed into shocked wonder as she felt a power coursing through her. Unlike Marandrucho, she was much more experienced and powerful in magic, which gave her a bit more awareness of what was happening. It was a totally unique feeling as she felt her magic changing and evolving. It was as if something clicked in her mind. Her thoughts raced as she made connections about her alteration magic she had never considered before. She turned a slightly odd face towards Rictus. What just happened? I have made you my apprentice. I have a certain magical blessing which allows me to designate a few people as my apprentice. As my apprentice you will greatly improve your magical abilities in alteration magics. Additionally, Marandrucho tells me his magic overwent a qualitative change. He became more powerful, and his mana reservoir increased. She had a slightly confused face at his explanation. She had never heard of something like this being done before. It made her so much more curious about what else the man before her knew about magic and the world around her. She had already joined the group and was planning on sticking around, but this solidified her desire to stay a part of this group and learn more about the possibilities of magic. There were not words worthy of showing her appreciation for this gift. Rictus seemed to understand her thoughts as he simply smiled and patted her shoulder in a gentle manner. The return of Ken with a group of 9 other restored and a vigilant of Stendar brought the pair back to the present. I have brought the group we talked about. They should prove more than capable for the job. Good. I have a job for you, Rysera. Of course. Tell me the job, and it is as good as done. The confident remark amused all those around her. She had always been confident, but there was a new kind of energy there after going through what she just did. She didn't even notice the sly grin on the faces of the other restored as they thought of why she could be acting so giddy after spending some alone time with Rictus. Ken, Dante, and I have discussed it, and we believe there will be a hidden entrance to the main base. I want you to lead this group around the island looking for it while we assault the base. Infiltrate it and cause whatever disruptions possible. I care more about your lives though, so stay safe. Even if you cannot assault them from the rear, keep an eye out for anyone trying to escape. We do not want anyone not receiving the justice they so deserve. Everyone nodded their heads in understanding. There was a little disappointment at not being with the main assaulting force, but they also felt honored at being chosen for a mission like this. Rictus was sure they would do their job well, especially after seeing Rysera take charge of the group and start strategizing with them about their objective. Rictus started feeling a slight change in the air. It was extremely faint, but there was something different. A sailor running towards him distracted him from following up on the feeling. Adele Isa needs you on deck right away, sir. No time was wasted as he hurried to see what she wanted. As he got above deck, the feeling from before got stronger. Looking out ahead of the ship showed the problem. The sky was extremely overcast, and a dense magical fog was blocking their path. Adele Isa and the other leaders came towards him as they observed the fog. This is the work of Halden. We will have to try and take him out before we can assault the base. You will have to sneak in there and kill him before this fog lets up. Rictus frowned at her comments. If he was going to have to sneak into the heavily populated pirate base alone, why did he even bother bringing all these people here? It was insanely risky for him to try and assault the base alone. Even if he took his people with him, they would most likely be discovered. It was possible for him to go alone and kill Halden, but then he would be stuck in the middle of a pirate base surrounded by enemies. He wasn't some main character in a video game or a sneak archer. He was a mage, damn it. No. I will get rid of the fog and the assault will happen as planned. I may be busy keeping it at bay or low on magic after dispelling it, so Farelda, would you be willing to help lead the assault in my stead? I doubt there would be anyone here capable of stopping someone as skilled as you. The Altmer smiled at the compliment and nodded in agreement. Adele Isa was about to say something, but the build-up of pressure emanating from Rictus stopped her in her tracks. Rictus started drawing upon his power. It was unreasonable, but he felt slightly insulted someone was trying to stop him by controlling the weather. A spell which he had mastered as the skill of alteration. He could tell the person casting the fog was extremely powerful, but the spell creating the fog was not nearly as refined as his spells. A bit of rage began building in him at the thought of being denied so close to his target. Rumbling could be heard in the sky. The wind started picking up, and the sailors rushed to trim the sails and drop anchor to keep the ship from going forward. Raindrops began falling in a light drizzle. The people on deck stared in wonder at the magic being wrought before their very eyes. Weather control was a very rare and powerful magic which was usually only done by a large group of powerful mages. It was not something really even seen in Tamriel anymore. The fog was driven away by the wind and beat down by the rain. A bolt of lightning crackled across the sky as thunder trumpeted, signaling the defeat of the fog. The pirate stronghold was finally revealed. A large dock held 4 different ships which were still tethered to it. Another 2 ships were anchored a boat length away from it since all the spots were filled. There were a few different buildings near the water which looked like warehouses or storage areas. Past those, an open wooden palisade led further into the base. Another 2 walls of logs could be seen further up the island before reaching the large stone keep which sat at the very top of the island. Overall, it was roughly the size of Winterhold. It was not as sprawled out though and was hemmed in by the large rocks along the edges. The East Empire Company ships wasted no time as they quickly made their way towards the pirate base aided by the strong winds whipped up by the storm Rictus created. The pirate ships were sitting ducks right now, especially since no one seemed aware an enemy fleet had appeared right at their doorstep. Even if they were noticed right now, the pirates could at best get 2 of their ships moving. Adelisa and her men were quick to alter their battle plans and sent up flags communicating with the other ships in the small fleet. They would swoop in and destroy the pirate fleet right now as they were still docked. Once the boats were destroyed, the ground forces would land and begin the assault while the ships would bombard the rest of the base at their leisure. The EEC people were so busy with starting the attack, they did not notice how Rysera and her restored had already taken one of the lifeboats to begin looking for the hidden entrance. Rictus pulled a chair out of his storage as he took a seat after working such large-scale magic. He would need a moment to rest before taking part in the assault if he wanted to be at full strength. He turned towards Ferelda as he was sitting down. No words were shared as she simply nodded her head at his unspoken request. She would now be the leading mage for the assault. It really made more sense for a master of destruction to lead anyways. A loud bell began ringing out, alerting the pirates something was wrong. Sadly for them, it was too late. The EEC ships were already right upon them and had already launched their first barrage at the merged ships. Rictus calmly watched the battle play before his eyes as he continued resting. Experiencing a naval battle like this was a novel experience. It made him think of Earth's ancient sea battles. The EEC ships even had reinforced metal at the bow of the boat which they used to great effect, ramming the 2 ships which were anchored away from the dock. The other 4 pirate boats were being bombarded by flaming pots and the exploding ballista bolts as the EEC ships set up a firing line. 2 of the smaller EEC ships had actually broken away from the initial assault as they would start patrolling so there would be no surprise ambush on the fleet. Despite the slight rain, the pirate ships were up in flames in no time. The normal ship countermeasures to fire were too little too late. The pirates had not arrived in time to make a difference. Once the pirate ships started sinking, the EEC ships turned their fire towards the rest of the expansive pirate camp. The ground forces had started marshalling and boats were being prepped as the ground invasion was about to begin. Rictus watched his men with pride as they would salute him before boarding their respective boats. He wanted to be right there with them on the first assault but knew he needed to wait. There would be more than enough fighting today, and there were more than enough enemies for everyone. If the heavy-hitting mages of the pirates made an appearance, he needed to be prepared for a fight instead of wasting energy on the opponents his and the Jarl's men could easily handle.